lets it fly. And the game's over. Final score tonight for the Memphis Grizzlies. They get a win, 116-107. The Warriors, it's the worst loss of the season, in my opinion.
Oh, baby, Tim Roy, you're not lying. The voice of the Golden State Warriors here in 95.7 The Game. You're not lying. Now, we're going to have a lot of fun today. We're going to get into Niners and Packers. We're going to smoke on that Eagles pack. You better believe we're going to smoke on that Eagles pack. We're not going to let them slide by.
Yeah, can we?
we're going to do all that. But what happened last night in Memphis, Tennessee? I'm not going to lie to you. I had a great sleep. I had a great dream. Woke up early. I felt good. You know, I thought, man, I'm going to be so jubilant after what happened on Monday Night Football. And then I look at this box score again. Through 40 games, the Warriors are 4 games under 500, and they got Draymond Green back. And a team that was 29th in the league in scoring, 30th in the league, which is dead last in the NBA in terms of three-point percentage, and a team without John Morant, Marcus Smart, Steven Adams, Desmond Bane, gave up 23 pointers to the Memphis Grizzlies. They got outscored from the free throw line by 23. And when it comes to points off turnovers, they're a minus 17. And the Warriors lose to the G League Memphis Grizzlies. And I'm sure half of you, hell, I would say 90% of you out there have never heard of G.G. Jackson. Have never heard of Vince Williams Jr.
I had never heard of G.G. Jackson. I was very unfamiliar with his game. And then by about the fourth quarter, I said, wow, he can shoot.
19 years old. And then, oh, by the way, Jacob Gilyard stripping Stephen Curry in the fourth quarter for an easy, uncontested layup. What happened yesterday with the Golden State Warriors was rock bottom, and that may be the lowest moment for this dynasty at full strength. Hell, since they've been together. That was as low as it can get on national television, and you come out there like that, and you can't separate from the Memphis Grizzlies. And now you go to Utah, who's red hot. They've been beating everybody. The Lakers, the Nuggets, the Raptors, the Celtics, the Bucks. Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, things need to shake, and they need to shake in a hurry.
Like, I hear you. It was a horrible loss, and I'm not gonna like Power 5 worst losses of the season, but I just live my life like it always can get worse. That's just how I've.
Well, it's getting worse.
I mean,
it's getting worse. As far as last night, that was as bad as it could get.
But this is who they are. Like, yeah. They've been telling you who they are for quite a while, you know, and we just need to listen. And, you know, I know we've kicked this around a lot, right? And they've had moments and stretches where they've looked like a competent basketball organization and team. But the reality is like, you know, they have not looked good for a long period of time. And I think had they lost to the Kings.
What's a long period of time?
What's that?
What do you mean, over a year and a half?
About a year and a half, you know, give or take. And there have been stretches. You know, there's been moments. I think they finished the season on a somewhat high note last year. But, like, I'm just, honestly, I'm not even that enraged anymore. I'm more like,
I'm not enraged.
I just get where they're at right now. They're in a really tough spot.
I'm not enraged.
I think a lot of people are.
I'm just embarrassed. I'm embarrassed because you heard the word connectivity, which is a word we haven't heard in about a month. We haven't heard it in about a month. And you have all these things happening. It started. We could go to Draymond Green. You could go to Andrew Wiggins. You could go to Kuminga. You could go to Moody. The struggles of Klay Thompson early in the season. Steph Curry being visibly frustrated. The rookie blues with Brennan Pajimski and Trace Jackson-Davis, who, by the way, only played 9 minutes and 45 seconds yesterday. Kevon Looney, who's just had a lost season. You go up and down the list. Up and down the list. But it's just, you just know that it's time. And a little bit, I think, and I feel for Warrior fans out there, because I'm one of them. The end is here, and it's sad to see. It's sad to see that we all hope that they could all retire together, but it's probably not the smartest idea. That's bad business. You know, it's bad business to kind of ride this out.
But like, no, you could have. There was a path to doing it. You just can't make the amount of money that they're making in a hard salary cap league. It's very difficult. Like, this isn't the NFL and this isn't the Major League Baseball, where there are different rules on non-guaranteed contracts in the NFL and in Major League Baseball. There's, you know, obviously there's a threshold on how much you could spend, but for the most part, teams go blowing over that. Like, it is so penal the way the CBA is set up, and if you're making top dollar, it makes it very difficult to field your team when there's a slight decline in athleticism.
But I look at Draymond Green, for example. $100 million he's going to receive, and we know he's missed 24 games this season. He's missed 24 to 40 in the most important season of his career. And you watch him yesterday, he said, boy, $100 million, huh? Yesterday he goes 2 of 4, 7.7 rebounds, 4 assists. Did you feel his impact whatsoever?
No.
He's a guy that when that contract ages, he doesn't even look at the basket to shoot. Well, he's a $100 million player.
That's who he's been for quite a while.
So, but it's just it's really bad now.
I know.
It's really, and we saw some of those signs last season. Andrew Wiggins, now he scores 16 points and 5 rebounds, but
You know, but B, I think like my bigger takeaway is like we all kind of like realized how difficult it was to keep this thing going multiple years ago, as there were different options, whether it was the draft, whether it was acquisitions, finances of how you allocate it. This is just me personally. One player makes such a big difference in the NBA, but if you are hamstrung by some bad contracts or some maneuverability and you're not allowed to make certain moves, and then you have a team where you don't allow for the growth of young players, man, you're making it really hard for yourself to compete. I personally believe it might be the most difficult to fill out an NBA roster and be a contender year after year after year. God, just by how hard and how restrictive trades are.
No, it is. It is. But the Warriors did it to themselves. They did it to themselves.
Yeah, that's
bad draft picks.
I don't argue that.
Misuse of the youngsters, terrible rotations in terms of substitution patterns,
lack of self-awareness,
the evolution, evolving your offense, maybe adjusting your offense instead of just going on and doing the same thing over and over and over again. These kids that they're playing, guys like G.G. Jackson, guys like Vince Williams Jr., they grew up watching the Warriors. They've been running the same set for over a decade. At some point, you have to tweak it. San Antonio tweaked it. When the San Antonio Spurs first started winning championships, they were a defensive-first team that dropped the ball in the post to Tim Duncan and said, we're going to go 4 out, Tim Duncan down low, boom. But then by the time Tim Duncan retired, their offense was potent. It was Warriors-like. Over 30 assists a game, 3-point shots all over the place. You're running up and down. The Warriors have been running the same set. So, one, they need to adjust. And then the pieces that they have together, somebody's got to go. Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins, they're starting to play better together, but it does feel a bit redundant. And then when you have guys down low, that's the other thing. You don't have a guy down low to make easy baskets. You look at all these teams in the West, OKC, even Sacramento, Minnesota, the Lakers, Denver, New Orleans. All these teams have guys who could go down on the block and get you an easy bucket. How many? What do the Warriors have to go down to the block and make an easy basket?
Let me ask you. Like, I just don't know why not you, but just in general, people are surprised. You're playing Kevon Looney and Dario Saric alongside each other.
No, we're
How
not
many
surprised.
teams in the league are doing that for long stretches?
We're not surprised because last year against the Kings, when we discussed that series, what was one of the big talking points I had? You cannot go to the one big lineup in this series.
Yes.
You have to go. You can only go one big, especially if you have 2 bigs who don't look at the basket or don't try to shoot in the post. That's a problem. Well, and they didn't fix that problem. They didn't rectify that problem.
Well, the other part of this is, and I know everyone views Draymond, he's such a great playmaker. When Draymond's on the floor, and I've said this forever, and people just don't comprehend. If you're going to handle the ball as much as he does, your assist to turnover ratio has to be better.
Yep.
There is something to the fact that the Warriors actually have less turnovers when Draymond's not playing, and they commit way more when he is playing.
Yep.
Now, if you looked at last night's game, points off turnovers, crush them.
30-13.
And they're not shooting like they used to. Like that. This is one of the more poor shooting Warrior teams during the Steph and Klay era.
No, it is.
That's a hard one to swallow.
It's poor. It's a very poor shooting
And I
team.
think that when you get a little slower and your conditioning is slightly down, you're not going to move as much. You're not going to get as many free looks, and you don't play with other great passers. I think we undervalued, Andre Iguodala's passing and Sean Livingston's passing and just all of that. The other part of this is, and you brought up the Spurs dynasty, Tim Duncan's game evolved dramatically over the years.
They all did.
And I would just say this, like, as great as Steph Curry is, and people are going to see this as a negative. This is not a negative. I'm just saying I love Steph. Steph is an all-time legend. He is great. But it's very difficult playing with Steph Curry. It just is. And the style that he plays, it limits the amount of players who are going to be effective in that particular system, because there's times he's going to play off ball. There's times he's going to play on ball, and you need to be a pick and roll or a stand and shoot guy. And so There's a blessing with Steph that is unreal. And then there's also the difficult path of rounding out the roster alongside of him. And I just think we underrate how tough it is to find pieces that fit alongside a very unique player in the history of the game.
And they overlooked that. They overlooked that because you can't just say, hey, Draymond, here's the Draymond effect. When it comes to Steph, we all say, man, the two-man game is so good between Steph and Draymond Green. Oh, Steph is going to get unlocked. And you know what? Yesterday, Steph had a solid game. It was a solid game. 26 points, 8 assists, 11 to 20. Draymond got him involved. But the direct effect is Klay Thompson only gets 10 shots. He doesn't touch the ball. All of a sudden, Kuminga has to fight for touches. He ends up taking 18 shots. So all of a sudden, you're force-feeding Steph while other guys are just standing around. And that's the uniqueness of Steph Curry. This was makes him dynamic and playing off the ball. But you are right. You have to have the right pieces around him. And you look at this team with all the different combinations. I don't know if Andrew Wiggins is the right piece anymore around Stephen Curry. I don't know if Dario Saric or Kevon Looney is the right piece around Stephen Curry. If Draymond Green can only play with Steph Curry, then that's a problem. It's redundancy, and that's bad roster construction. That's bad construction when you have a franchise player and you say, well, how can I get the best out of my franchise player while helping the team win? And they didn't do a good job of that. But there's no secret.
You haven't even addressed the defensive situation.
Well, defensively, they stink. They all stink.
But I think that's a big part. Like when you don't get stops and you're having to walk the ball up the court, I just think it's a very difficult, a double-edged sword there.
The defense, when you're small, unathletic, that's a recipe for disaster in the NBA.
Part of what made the Splash Bros so dynamic, yes, there was the offensive component that was undeniable, but it was Klay's ability to, be able to mask all the deficiencies that Steph Curry had defensively.
I also think you had a lot of rim protection.
Yeah, exactly.
You had Andrew Bogut. You had Zaza Pachulia. You had JaVale McGee. You had David West. You had Festus Ezeli. You don't have a rim protector right now.
No.
So now when you are getting blown by, because it would happen with Steph and Klay at times. Klay Thompson's never been the greatest off-ball defender. On the ball, he was really good. Off the ball, he get lost at times. But you had bigs back there. Even Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant at one point, especially during his first season with the Golden State Warriors, going into January of that first season, Kevin Durant was leading the league in block shots. Now, you've got Kevon Looney. Nobody fears him in the paint. Dario Saric is food on defense. And Trace Jackson-Davis is a rookie. You can't expect him to defend at a high level in the paint. So when you have all these guys, when you're slow, unathletic, and you can't stay in front of anybody, the point of attack defense was a problem last year, and it's, again, a problem this season, and now you don't have rim protection, so now guys like G.G. Jackson, guys like Vince Williams Jr. feel really good about themselves. They're like, we can get any shot that we want. Look at how many wide open threes the Warriors were able to get, the Grizzlies were able to create yesterday because you're overhelping. Why do you overhelp? Because you're old and slow.
Well, yeah, and then one basic pass back out, and you're scrambling. You're in scramble mode. Look, B, we could criticize the Warriors front office and their allocation of the money or the draft picks and everything. At what point were they supposed to flip off like where they were? They just won a championship a couple years ago. And by the time the whole Draymond Poole situation happened, I don't know who wanted Draymond. I don't know, I don't think they were ready to make moves at that point.
No,
now, we can
weren't.
argue about this draft pick is allowed to thrive and they should have taken that guy. I don't remember a lot of people saying take Halliburton in real time.
No, I don't either. I know I wasn't.
I think it's easy to say in retrospect. I think it's very difficult.
No. I wanted James Wiseman because there was a lot of Warrior fans. There were some Warrior fans who wanted LaMelo Ball. Halliburton was a 12th overall pick. No, where was Halliburton? Was he taken
11th,
11th, 12th? I think it was 12 because Sacramento had the 12th pick. And so there's a couple people maybe talking Halliburton, but not at number 2 overall. There was more talks about the Warriors trading down to maybe get Halliburton. The James Wiseman effect is definitely looming large here.
There were more people talking about Obi Toppin than Tyrese Halliburton as a player that the Warriors should be looking at.
Exactly.
At least that I saw.
Yeah, no.
I think it's unfair. So, we do this a lot now. Look, Franz Wagner and the Kuminga pick. And
Kuminga's playing well.
No, I know, but I see a lot of people pointing at that. Are we sure Franz Wagner was going to be able to play with the Warriors? Are we sure we were allowing young players to play? So that goes back to, I just think there's been a lot, and there's a lot to critique at every single turn, but this is also the natural progression and evolution of an organization.
Well, I think
when you've been this good for this long, it has to tick down.
It has to tick down, no doubt about it. We've been spoiled, no doubt.
I've just come to accept it.
But it's just sad to see
no doubt.
A game like that. I don't care how old you are. You have to beat that team last night. And the fact that the Grizzlies were up double digits, and Jared Jackson Jr. was 4 of 20. It was 420. You couldn't buy a basket, and you still lost by 9 to the Memphis Grizzlies. The James Wiseman pick, the reason why it looms so large, and I think people misremember his rookie season, he was trending up. Despite all the injuries, despite COVID, he was ascending. Now, not greatly, but he was giving you double-doubles. Go look at the game logs. Go watch the game. Wiseman was getting better. The injury obviously set him back, but that's a pick, and that's a player that you're missing right now, that type of player. And you hope that you could develop him. The lack of development there is sad. And now we're in year 3. Now we're just figuring out that Kuminga could play. We knew Kuminga could play his rookie season. But you played Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome last year. As if you, and Steve Kerr, all the rhetoric, all the dialogue from the Warriors last season was, we knew we maxed out here. We maxed out as a team. We didn't have the championship. We maxed out by going to 6 games of the Lakers. Well, if you knew if that was the max out, if that was the ceiling, then why didn't you play Moody and Kuminga if you knew that the max out was the second round? Get these guys ready to go. Now all of a sudden Kuminga's coming off the bench and he's dropping 20 and 11. He's been your second best player on this road trip. It's just, it's not good right now. And I look at some of the veterans and I look at Draymond Green and I'm just watching them and I'm saying to myself, boy, how the hell are you going to move off that money? That's not going to age well. Andrew Wiggins, that's not aging well. What has happened to him? What has happened to him? And now what I'm afraid of, Shasky, I know I'm long-winded here.
No. Keep going.
I'm a little worried that Steph's going to start asking for a trade at some point in the next 6 months.
You're really worried about that?
I don't know anything. I don't think Steph's like that, but I'm looking at his body language,
you know what?
And I'm listening to some of his dialogue. I'm listening to his dialogue, and he's talking about, it's insanity to stay the same. And I'm just looking at the way he's shaking his head, and I'm thinking he's sitting here watching the situation play out. I'm afraid that he's going to want out.
But, okay, so I hear you, and that's what the NBA superstar, like that's more their mode of operating as opposed to, I'll just stand here and watch a rebuild. But, like, he is culpable to some degree. If you don't think that he's co-signed on all of these roster decisions and minute allocation, like they're running things by him. Like I find it hard to believe that he's simply a victim who just shows up to work every single day and he had no influence in them keeping everyone together. Like I find that hard to believe. He's one of the greatest players the Warriors have ever seen. I'm sure that he has earned a level of input and respect within that organization that, look, he's earned it. But to sit here and say that, like, this situation's horrible. I had nothing to do with this. I disagree.
I don't think I said that. Did I say that?
No, but I would just say to him that, like, that's an unfair point of view.
I don't think anybody said that.
If he wants out, I would say that's an unfair point of view because we've kind of shaped this thing around you.
No,
dude.
I don't think anybody said that, though. I don't think I said that. I'm nobody's saying that. Of course Steph Curry has some juice. Of course Steph Curry, they're going to run things by Steph Curry. But I also think we underestimate who Steph Curry is. He's too nice of a superstar sometimes. When you think about superstars in the NBA, LeBron James, James Harden, Russell Westbrook, Embiid, all these guys have forced their way out. They've talked, which has really turned a lot of people off.
I would agree.
Steph has kind of stayed in the background and not said too much, especially publicly. And he's wanted to ride this out with his guys. And I get him. He's loyal to a fault. But I think Steph, the beauty about him is that he hasn't thrown teammates under the bus, that he has tried to be too loyal to a fault. So, yeah, does he have any culpability of maybe the way the roster is shaped? Yes, absolutely. But we're out here trying to talk like Steph Curry's just cutthroat, said, yeah, you got to get rid of this guy, get rid of that guy, get rid of none.
But Bonte, this owner has gone above and beyond in contrast to other owners who will barely dip their toe into the luxury tax. He has spent more on luxury tax in multiple years than entire payrolls. I mean, he's historic levels of infrastructure being supported by this team. So all I'm saying is that if Steph Curry wanted out, I would be really disappointed.
No, I would be disappointed, really disappointed. But would you blame him if this roster, if you look at this roster construction?
No, but I would say to him that's unfair. That's what I would say. I would say, look, Steph, we literally band-aided this entire thing together and paid historic levels of luxury tax coming out of a pandemic when we built a brand new stadium.
Well, things change.
I hear you.
Things change.
But I would tell you that if I was the owner, I would say to him, that's unfair. I kept your core together. I did everything I could to piecemeal this bad boy. I paid historic levels of tax. I would say that was unfair.
Do we know for sure Steph Curry co-signed Draymond Green resigning? Do we know that for sure?
I'm just going
Joe Lacob sat right here next to me, to my left, to your right, and he looked us in the eye and said, Draymond Green drove down to my house and we had dinner, and the contract got done. Basically.
I think that Steph has some influence. Obviously, the owner's running things. Obviously, the GMs are the top dogs. But Bob Myers was here for years, and he used to say, on some level, it is a partnership. And that's all. I just think that if I'm Steph Curry and that's his point of view, I'd be very disappointed.
I didn't say he's going to do it. I didn't say he's going to do it, but it could all have to change of heart. Why would you stay in a situation that's not? You know what? You're going to stay in a situation like if we were here at 95.7 the game and our ratings started tanking and we weren't getting along. Well, why would we want to do this show together a year from now? Yeah, we have a dream job, but at some point things change. At some point you got to pivot, right? Don't panic. What if Steph Curry does decide to pivot? Don't panic. Well, I'm afraid that the situation may deteriorate to the point where he says, I have no choice. What else can I do? Well, I got a guy in Andrew Wiggins who ain't playing hard. I got a guy in Kuminga who wants to play, but he's going to the media running left and right. I got a coach who won't adjust. I got no rim protection whatsoever. I'm out here getting doubled and tripled. Damn, I'm getting worn out here. I had to take a day off in Milwaukee just to get some fresh legs. I wouldn't be disappointed. I wouldn't. Steph Curry's given us 16 years. 16 years of great basketball, 4 championships. I wouldn't be disappointed, but I'm just afraid that it may come to that point. Last night was bad. That was bad. Bad. All right, more coming up here on the Morning Roast. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Don't forget, we got a Christian McCaffrey jersey giveaway. We're going to give out some keywords. We got Brian Baldinger coming up at 7:30. YouTube and Twitch, good morning to you all. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. We're going to talk more about the Doves. We'll get to everybody's call. Charles and the rest of you. 888-957-9570 is the number. More coming up on the Roast. The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union. Working for you today, tomorrow, together.
Jefferson, touchdown!
I'm Justin Jefferson with the Minnesota.
The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
We're going to get to the Niners. Want to brighten the mood up, everybody. But I got to get these Warrior takes off. It's a mess right now. And they're heading to Salt Lake City to take out the Utah Jazz. And folks, don't look now, but the Utah Jazz have a better record than the Golden State Warriors. We're all laughing at them to start the season when they just beat Indiana by 27 points.
I'm so upset.
They're now 22-20. They're cooking at home. They've won 6 straight games. They beat the Lakers, Pacers, Raptors, Nuggets, Bucks, and the Sixers. Beat the Mavericks, beat the Heat. They're rolling right now. And the Warriors are not. 888-957-9570. You're going to get a chance to win an autographed CMC jersey. That starts today. Listen for the keywords in between 7:30 and 8:30. And all you have to do is text the word to 20357, and you will qualify. We'll be doing this all week in between 7:30 and 8:30, and also listen in between 12:30 to 1:30 and 4:30 to 5:30. And you can win. And, yes, you can qualify once each show, so you have 12 chances all week. 12 chances to win a great CMC jersey. Plus, Brian Baldinger is going to join us at 7:30, talk NFL playoffs, preview Packers and Niners. For Shasky, I want to get to the calls, and I want to get rid of the Warriors. It's starting to get me angry. I'm not going to lie. I wasn't enraged to start. I just want to look for solutions. But the more and more you talk about it, the more and more you think about what's gone on. And it all starts with one of the leaders, what Steve Kerr keeps saying, the vocal leader, the emotional leader. It starts with Draymond Green. And he's talking about the team sucking defensively, individually, and all that stuff. He's missed 24 games due to his own actions and his own antics. And I can't get over it. I just can't get over it.
He's basically, all the people that want to support Draymond Green, I get it. He's done a lot of great things. He's basically ruined 2 seasons in a row.
No.
And you could be in denial about it, or you could acknowledge it.
Right.
Or you could watch him yesterday, and he looked like a shell of himself in terms of, just playing dedicated, concentrated, focused basketball.
Just look at the basket. Can we be in a triple threat position? Can we take open shots?
You know what I tell my CYO teams? Like 3rd grade. When you turn your back to the basket and you're 30 feet away, you are not a threat offensively. That is when you're going to get trapped and double teamed. In the NBA, if your back is to the basket 30 feet away, that's laughable.
No, it is laughable.
That's laughable. That's 3rd grade CYO stuff. And everyone, well, look at how many assists he gets to Steph. Yeah, well, factor in the turnovers too. He's barely 2-to-1 assist to turnover rate. You know what a great point guard is? 3 and 4-to-1. That's what Chris Paul is, for example.
You know what denial is? It's pointing the finger at Klay Thompson all the time. And I know we spent a lot of hours talking about Klay Thompson. And I see a text here. Klay Thompson had a few games, and y'all thought he was back. He's washed, period. Well, you know what? That's funny. So Klay Thompson is one of 22 guys in this league that is averaging at least 17 points, shooting 43% from the field, and 39% on three-pointers. You guys know there's 450 players in the NBA, right? 450 players. He's one of 22 to give you those numbers. But, yeah, he's washed up, right? Just wait until Klay Thompson goes to another team where guys are going to dribble, drive, penetrate, and create wide-open shots for him. Yeah, okay. Last 26 games, go look at the 41% he's shooting from 3. But, again, I forgot who we're talking to here. 41% is something to laugh at. But we want to blame Klay. We blame Klay. Okay, fine, blame Klay. But the guy who you just said, Draymond Green, has ruined 2 seasons.
It's undeniable.
The guy who was terrible, Jordan Poole, averaged 20 points a game last year while psychologically being damaged. And that's still lingering with him in Washington, D.C. Now, he may get it back at some point, Jordan Poole, but it ain't coming back right now because of failed acknowledgement from one of our leaders. One of our leaders who failed to take him to dinner. One of our leaders who failed to apologize to him. One of our leaders who went out with his father on Twitter. One
of the biggest frustrations that I've had with Draymond Green over the last 4 or 5 seasons, going back to like the Durant stuff, I've just felt like the Warriors as a whole, coach, GM, whatever, whoever, players, the Steph Curry to a degree, They've enabled his behavior at every turn, and he's been rewarded at every single turn and slapped on the wrist. And Kevin Durant has spoken about this at length, about his own frustration. Clearly, Jordan Poole has as well. And I know everybody thinks that Jordan Poole is a clown, and they want to make fun of him because he's not on the level of Steph Curry and Draymond and those guys. Yeah, okay, the messenger isn't the greatest messenger, but the message is still the same.
Yep.
And to me, Draymond Green, it's too late. It's too late. All the toothpaste is out of the bottle, and you can't put it back in.
Nope.
And so I just think that the Warriors need to bite the bullet and set themselves up for optionality in the offseason. It just is what it is.
It is what it is.
And honestly, I think their best course of action would be to clear a bunch of stuff. I don't see them making in-season trades of the core guys. But they need to set themselves up, whether it's CP3, Wiggins, et cetera, to have the most optionality come offseason and to get themselves a draft pick.
So that if you do that, that's fine. But I'm seeing a lot of trade Klay. So if you trade Klay, no. Trade Klay, that means you're taking out a season then. Because you're not getting better shooting by trading one of the better shooters in the league.
I don't think it matters. This season's
right. It may be. It may be. It's pretty bad. But there's no return. But that ain't the biggest. The two biggest problems lies in the front court.
Well,
Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green. Like Draymond Green has been suspended for 17 games.
No doubt.
And he checked it for 3 others.
But Monte, they also need a dynamic perimeter guard who can defend the best player on a nightly basis.
Or a 3. Or it doesn't have to be a 2.
Or a 3.
It could be a 3.
Yeah,
it could be a small forward.
I'm with you.
Because right now that small forward spot, which is legit in the NBA, we don't have, right now our small forward is not legit.
Well,
the guy's averaging 11 points a game.
This is a cold way of thinking about it, so I apologize because it's going to come off cold, but it's not what. Klay is more valuable as an expiring contract where I have an open slot, and then maybe I can renegotiate with him to a much smaller deal or whatever. But he's much more valuable as a slot than he would be in the trade market, considering what you would receive back.
To be honest, if I'm Klay Thompson, I'm looking at other situations because I know where my game is at. I know my game is limited. I know I'm not the greatest dribbler, but there was a stat that was floating around. We actually ran it Friday. Klay Thompson leads the league in most catch and shoot threes off no dribbles.
Yeah, I saw that.
And you know what? You don't think a team like Milwaukee, Philadelphia, Orlando will look at that and say, "Oh, that's nice." A team like, I don't know, Houston, San Antonio with Wemby, and he's playing with Pop, and he gets to play off of Wemby.
He's going to go to San Antonio. They have 7 wins.
Yeah, but no. But they're going to get a top 5 pick.
Okay.
And they're going to get players. And Klay Thompson could extend his career and be on the buddy team. Wemby's coming, folks. He's coming. The Lakers, okay, fine. But a player who doesn't play great defense right now, like Steph and like Klay Thompson, guess what helps them? Rim protection. Guys behind them who can block shots. And you can funnel opponents into those defenders.
But they've been married to the Kevon Looney, Draymond Green, power forward center combo, and it's not working. Right. That is not working.
That doesn't help backcourts who can't defend.
Agreed.
So basically what I'm saying is you put Klay off Philadelphia, and you got Embiid back there as a watchdog, blocking shots. You don't think that's going to help out their team defense? You don't think that's going to help Klay as a two-way player? Yeah, he's going to be limited. But okay, watch him get open shots. All I'm saying is Klay Thompson in this situation, he may look at the situation and say, I'm going to be a compromised player here. I could get better shots somewhere else.
I don't deny that at all. But part of going to another situation is a coach might not want to play Klay at the end of a game. And I don't know if he's understanding that here and how you're viewed here is not going to be how you're viewed elsewhere.
Maybe not.
When Dwayne Wade went to Chicago, he was viewed much differently than he was by the Miami Heat and their fans. And so you've got to be willing to accept some sort of an adjustment. And then there is obviously the financial component because how much are you making and stuff like that.
No doubt.
There's no doubt about it. But when you change companies, all of the equity you've built up with one company does not just carry over to the new company.
Let me tell you. And I don't just shoot this from anywhere. There's teams in this league who value him.
Sure.
At a high level.
Sure.
At a high level. And say, if it's 25, 30 million, those teams are saying this, Shasky. Where's my wallet at? Klay Thompson? What
I'd be surprised if he makes 30 million.
25, 30?
I would be
There's
surprised.
teams willing to do it. The market may not make a team do that, But there are teams willing to do that. I'm just going to say it right now. And I'm a truth teller.
Yeah,
you know me. I'm not just shooting that from anywhere.
But if
there's teams that are willing to say, if we got to pay 30 for a shooter who's shooting 41% from three, then so be it. We're going to do it. I'm just telling you.
There might be, and it might be one of the bottom teams, which could change the algorithm.
I'm tell you,
I find that hard to believe.
I tell you, it ain't a bottom team. I tell you that right now.
Well, here's an example. Who's the guy that played for? Come on, he's on Cleveland right now. He was with the Miami last year.
Max Strus.
Max Strus got like $14 million a year.
Right.
Max Strus is he's just a better all around player right now than Klay Thompson. It's hard to swallow and say that out loud.
How many games have you watched of Max Strus?
He's a solid player. He shoots about the same 3-point percentage. Plays better defense. Can make a playoff dribble.
Max Strus is okay defensively. He's all right.
I mean.
He's all right.
I'm just telling you what he got. He had a phenomenal playoffs last year and the year before that, and he was a phenomenal player.
Klay Thompson's had a phenomenal career.
Yeah, but you don't pay guys on the open market based off their career.
He's had a phenomenal career. Max Strus is shooting 33% from three this year. 33%.
What's Klay at, 38?
39.
Okay.
38, 39. That's 5 percentage points better. 33% from three, Shasky. 13 points a game for Max Strus.
Bonte, you have to accept where Klay's at.
I do. I have. I'm just telling you how other teams are valuing him. I'm telling you how other teams are valuing
I'll
Klay
buy
Thompson.
You breakfast if he gets over $30 million.
No, I'm not saying. I'm telling you, there's a team that said if we have to go to $30 million to give Klay Thompson, then we'll give him $30 million. I'm telling you what I'm hearing. And I don't just hear things. I'm not just out here to say anything on the airways to protect the player. I don't know Klay Thompson like that. Hey, my best friend. I don't care. I'm just telling you what I'm getting told. And when I tell you things, what happens? They come to fruition, right? They do. So I'm telling you what it is. Max Strus, come on, man. You can't hold Klay Thompson's jockstrap, man. Let's be real. Phone calls coming up. It's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, everybody, it's Boomer Esiason. You know, eBay Motors is here for the ride with the parts you need for the prices you want.
The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, welcome back to segment sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Baldy coming up on the Boxer Girls and Guest Line at 7:30. You don't want to miss that. We're going to pivot to football in about 10 minutes here, but we want to wipe what it calls. 925 Comcast Business Text Line. Bonte went from slinging us a diet to mayonnaise. Get that paper. No, listen, I'm not telling you to eat Daisy Dips every single day, but have it in your refrigerator for Sundays. It's okay to have a cheat day here and there. I'm still maintaining my weight. I'm still making sure I'm eating the right portions. I'm not eating pizza every single day, although I did stop by Wingstop last night because I was angry.
What's your
lemon pepper and garlic
okay.
parmesan,
Okay.
you know.
No, I'm not mad. You went bone in, right?
Oh, always bone in.
Okay, good.
I don't like boneless.
Yeah, well, it's there's no such thing as a boneless wing.
Yeah, no, I'm
It's
good.
basically separated, mechanically separated chicken that's molded together and put into a gelatin.
Right, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
I'm not doing
Good.
it. I just call them a chicken nugget. That's what it feels like.
We had some Thai food the other day. My wife ordered. The whole family came over, and I don't know what the name. I'm gonna text her what the name of it. I swear to God, some of the best chicken wings I've ever had in my life. My brother and me just crushed that plate. Oh, that sweet chili something or other. Oh my
Just
God.
had a really good couple years.
Oh, it's delicious.
Man. No, it is. I had to get some Wingstop because I was so disappointed and embarrassed by what transpired in Memphis, Tennessee last night. Look, the chat's on fire right now. People can agree, disagree, but it's a lot of fun. We're all look at the end of the day. At the end of the day, we want the Warriors to win, and right now they're just not winning, and that's a problem.
You know what it is? Like I had a buddy, EJ, who said like when two people break up that everybody knows, it's sad. Like it's always sad. It's sad for everyone involved because you've got friends, I've got friends, and she's got friends, and we've got friends that are all friends, and we all hang out. And now we're going to see each other out in the open, and it's just it's sad for everyone involved, and that's what I feel like when I'm watching the Warriors' demise. It just feels like it's really sad because, honest to God, and B, I know that maybe I've been a little more critical of, for example, Klay Thompson than others, critical of Draymond Green than others. I do feel like the way that this is going to end, you could see, I feel like it's going to get kind of ugly in terms of the relationship between the fans, the organization, and certain players. And that sucks because these guys are all-time legends. You hear so much, it's a business. Yeah, but this felt different.
No, this was different because these guys embraced the community in a way that made them so lovable. They embraced this region, and they took pride in representing the Bay Area, Oracle Arena, Chase Center, being out here with the people. That parade a couple years ago, the way Klay walked down Market Street, the way Steph walked down Market Street, the way Draymond did his thing, the way GP2 and Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins were smiling from ear to ear. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. That was less than 2 years ago.
I mean, when they had Otto Porter Jr. the other day, they were giving him his ring. I was like, man, I loved Otto Porter Jr.
Oh, I saw it before the game.
Dude, like he just like everything about being a Warrior, he loved.
He loved it.
And he wasn't great the entire time, but he was good. He was really good. I liked Otto. And I was like, man, I'd love to get him back.
I walked up to him, was like, what's up, Will? Long time no see. Because, man, you still rolling with that? And we're chopping it up. And I was like, damn, well, I go, Otto, man, they ain't cutting you up in Kennedy. Because, Canada, man, they don't really got too many barbers that could hook me up like that. But it was good to see Otto. He was smiling ear to ear to ear. He loved being a Warrior. You're right. So I hope, hopefully we were hoping that they ride out into the sunset together on a good note, but man, it is not good. Let's get these calls, man. Charles in San Jose. Then we'll get to Rob and Doug, and we're going to pivot to Niners and Packers, and we're going to smoke on that Eagles pack. We are definitely smoking on that Eagles pack at the top of the hour. Charles in San Jose, what's happening?
Hey, guys, I'm a long-time listener. I love you guys. Bonte, you said something today that I've been barking for all season. The last 2 seasons, for me personally, this is on Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy. We have absolutely no big men. The last 2 years, not having any big men, now we're asking aging players, Steph, Draymond, Klay, to do more. You're asking Klay to become a playmaker, and he's never been a playmaker his entire career. This man scored 60-something points in 12 dribbles. Now you're asking him to be a playmaker after 2 catastrophic injuries. Looney is not a center. Draymond Green is not a center. Just because Draymond Green can guard centers doesn't mean that he is. If we added Anthony Davis, I know that we can't, Brook Lopez, to the roster that we have right now, we could get busy because everybody can get back to being who it is that they are. Steph Curry is not he does not facilitate the offense. He's never have. He is the offense. Now we're asking these players to do more as they're getting older. It's not right. So, in my personal opinion, the blame has to go back on Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy because we have absolutely no big man. If we got a big man, we can get down. Without a big man, we're going to lose, and that's what's happening for the last 2 years.
It's hard to disagree with that, Charles. Very good call. You look at the West, Shasky. Look up and down the standings in the Western Conference.
I'm looking at them currently.
They all have bigs who could protect the rim. We don't. Even Utah. We're going to see Utah tomorrow. They got rim protection. Minnesota has rim protection. Everybody has rim protection except for us.
I think one of the hardest things to swallow, the decline of certain players, that's inevitable. Seeing Steph Curry with these late game turnovers over and over and over again it's a tough one to swallow.
When he got the ball stripped from him, by Gilliard, and he went in for a contested layup.
Yeah.
My guy Daniel Murphy, who does a camera for NBA TV, great guy. Sent me the slow-mo version of it.
Too.
Yeah, he goes everywhere. He's at every football game. Dude, he sent me the video of that, and I was just like, damn.
How about Luke Kennard shot a 3 late in that game, bricked it. Every single person stood still. Not one person boxed out anyone. No one was even thinking about boxing out or looking. Wiggins stood there. Kennard went right around him. Got the rebound, a long offensive rebound, kicked it back out to, I don't know, one of these guys, Jackson or Williams, I forget which one, and bang, they nail another three-pointer, and I go, if that isn't a microcosm of the entire season in one play, I don't know what is.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
And look, with the way the season has gone on, I'm not surprised they lost that game yesterday. I'm really not. I was in real time. I tweeted, I was just like, yeah, if you follow the Warriors, we shouldn't be surprised by this. And it was funny because Festus Zealey on the pregame show said, it's going to be a nice little practice game for the Warriors. I was like, practice game? I don't know if we're in the position to be talking about practice games or scrimmages.
Now, look, the one thing that I will say, and I'm not advocating for them to trade everyone. That's not what I'm not here to say. But I do think that we do this thing in sports. We're like, oh, my God, LeBron's leaving the Heat. They're done forever. They'll never win another one. They've been to 2 finals since LeBron and Dwayne Wade have left them, essentially. Okay? Now, they haven't won them, but they've been to 2 of them. You could say the East is weak, but that's the reality, right? That is where we're at. Tampa Bay Bucks, they lose Tom Brady. They just won a huge game last night.
Right.
The beauty of sports is that there's always the next wave. Right. Now, some teams, like the Lions, go 30 years, and the Warriors were closer to the Lions pre-Steph Curry than they were, I don't know, let's just throw a team, the New England Patriots, right? So who knows what ends up happening? But heck, even if I said the Patriots, they did make the playoffs with Mac Jones just a couple years ago.
Forget the Patriots, too, before Tom Brady. Like Drew Bledsoe came aboard, the Patriots stunk my whole childhood until Drew Bledsoe got there with Bill Parcells. And they made a couple playoffs, and they had the Super Bowl appearance. But before that, the Patriots were laughing stocks for a long time.
So, but my point being is we act like there's no tomorrow ever in sports. And look, it'll be difficult. The Niners have gone 30 years without winning one. I'm not saying they'll have the same success, but we act like the organization is just going to fold.
Yeah, no. I just don't. Not under Joe Lacob.
That's what I'm saying.
Not under Joe Lacob. They'll figure out a way to reinvent the wheel, but it's going to take a lot of time. They're going to have to get this is a superstar-driven league. And when you get older and you get slower, it becomes problematic. So the Warriors have some things to figure out. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, what's happening, my man? What's going on, Rob?
What's going on, fellas? Yo, Shasky, you said Matt Strus.
I'm just saying he's closer to that than what he used to be.
No, he's not. He can still get buckets. Dude had 30 points a couple games ago, and you talking about now he watched. He shot the ball 10 times yesterday. He made 4 shots. So to me, it's not a Klay Thompson thing. It's a Draymond thing. Draymond came back. They started running that 40 and over offense again, up top, dribble handoff. Get out of here with that. That is old folks basketball. This is a new day. All right, in 2015 to 2022, the Warriors ran that, but it's a new day. They're not running that no more. Steph Curry isn't an advantage like he used to be. All these point guards can shoot threes, and they can go to the hoop and dunk. Curry can't dunk. He can't do that. You know what I mean? Just like the last caller said, Curry isn't a closer like that. He isn't a point guard to where you put the ball and he's going to make the right decision every time. That's not his game. He's an off-ball, round screen shooter. He's great at that. But let's not talk about like Klay Thompson wouldn't go to Boston and make them even more contender. He wouldn't go to Philly. He wouldn't go to Milwaukee. He wouldn't go to the Timberwolves. Hell, he'd make the Lakers even better. So let's not do that.
Yeah.
Let's not try to talk down about a dude. Matter of fact, let's do this. How many playoff series has Steph Curry won without Klay Thompson on the floor? I know Klay Thompson didn't win a playoff series without Steph. How many has Steph won? So Klay Thompson is a legend in this Bay Area. When I was growing up, the Warriors was trash. Boo-boo sauce. We didn't go to the game that they was getting off for free, and I stayed next to the Coliseum. So I don't want to hear none of that. So at the end of the day, Klay Thompson is a Bay Area sports legend. He's an icon. When Klay Thompson got the full starting spot, we started winning games, and we started winning championships. So let's not do. I'm not disrespecting that man. I don't care if he averaged 2 points a game. Put some respect on that man's name. He never got in trouble. He ain't fighting nobody. Right. He ain't getting kicked out of the game. Right. Stop that. That's disrespectful.
Hey, you know what? Hell of a call, Rob. And that's what bothers me. That's what's bothering me the whole time. It's not. I know who Klay is. Is he a $43 million player? No. But he's one of 17 players in this league that's averaging over 17 points a game and shooting over 39% from three. One of 17 players in this league. Now, I'll look at the 25 games before last night. Last night was a step back. Klay Thompson, no rebounds. Look, just an off night. But he ain't the only one not defended. That's for damn sure. But the previous 25 games for a player who's quote-unquote washed, that I see a lot of you guys. I see a lot of it. Salvo, I've been seeing you talking about this every single day. But did you know, Salvo, that over the last 25 games, in 31 minutes a game, Klay shooting 43.5% from the floor and 41% from three? Did you know that, Salvo? Did you know he was giving you 19 points per game? Knowing that teams are suffocating him and Steph and Curry? So we know what he is and we know what he isn't. But the rhetoric about Klay Thompson and the way we're so down about Klay Thompson, Draymond Green literally punched a teammate. Draymond Green literally missed 24 games this season. And for me, it feels like some people give more respect to Draymond Green. Draymond Green's the guy who got benched in Game 4 against the Boston Celtics in the fourth quarter when Klay Thompson hit big shots in that game in the fourth quarter. So, you know what? It's fine. You guys want to disrespect it? I'm not going to be the guy to do it. I'm not doing it. But if y'all want to talk reckless about Klay and blame Klay for all the problems, I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins, who can't even give me 11 points a game. I don't know what the hell I'm getting from Andrew Wiggins on a day-to-day basis, but go ahead, let's point the finger at Klay Thompson.
No, the entire team is not good right now, and he's an easy scapegoat because of how much money is attached to him in a hard salary cap league, and so it becomes very difficult. I mean, he's not the only one. I mean, Klay's what's Steph making? Almost $60 million this year?
Yeah.
You know, and we all love Steph, but like, he hasn't finished games like a $60 million player this year, if we're being totally honest. But if you bring that up, people lose their minds.
They sure do.
So, you know, everybody on this team right now, from the top to the bottom, whether it's the owner, the GM, all of the players, everything can be criticized right now.
Remember last year we were talking, and they went on that road trip on 5, and you and I were both in lockstep. We're like, this ain't all on the youngsters.
I mean, come on.
It's Steph, it's Klay, it's Draymond, it's Wiggins, and Poole on the floor in the last 5 minutes when they were scoring 2 points in the last 5 minutes against Miami, when Orlando and Jalen Suggs were still on the ball from Steph and Curry in the last 3 minutes, when Charlotte took the game to overtime. You know what I'm saying? That was on the veterans. That was on them. And Steph's included in that. He is included. Some of the turnovers in Denver game, oh my God, you throw a cross-court pass to Andrew Wiggins and Jamal Murray steals it. Next thing you know, Nikola Jokic hits a 3 and you blow an 18-point lead in the fourth quarter.
And when you're losing, I start to question shot selection when I've never questioned his shot selection ever.
Yep.
You know, like when you take a shot, where you take the shot on the floor, shot clock, play clock, all of those things. There's been some head-scratching decisions from Steph Curry this year.
Yep. So this roster is just... We're going to pivot in a second. Let's get to Doug in Berkeley. Doug, and then we'll get to Tim, and we're going to smoke that Eagles pack. We're going to light this mood up. What's up, Doug?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Doug.
Coming off a great weekend. I want to do an analogy here, and I want to say something that nobody's mentioned. I watched some football over the weekend. I watched that Green Bay-Dallas game. What's the one clear takeaway from that game? Dallas was not prepared. They have great personnel. They were not prepared. Last night's game with the Warriors, and the G League team that Memphis put out there, the Warriors were not prepared. No one, and Steve Kerr has been a great coach. He innovated our offense. He's the key reason, probably, you could argue, why we won 4 championships. But you're talking about all the players not playing well, all the players underperforming. We're pointing fingers at this guy, that guy, that guy. Nobody, and not even this morning, although I agree with the previous 2 callers, and I'm just kind of adding on to what they said, nobody's mentioned Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr's a great coach for veterans, but he is not a great coach for veterans this year, and he's having a heck of a time integrating the veterans with the young guys. Yep. I think that the name that has not been mentioned, and I don't want to criticize him anymore, like you said about Klay, get off Klay's back. I don't want to get on Steve Kerr's back, but I got to say, he bears some accountability. We're talking about Lacob, we're talking about Dunleavy, but we have not done the fundamentals, and last night it was glaring. Turnovers, defense, stuff we got away with when we were faster than everybody else. But
not anymore, Doug. Not anymore. You're right on Steve Kerr. It feels like they told us that extension was coming 3 weeks after the Warriors summit. Still waiting on that.
I forgot about that.
We're still waiting on the extension. Steve, come on, man. We're not dumb. We've seen this movie before. Steve Kerr could be coaching his last 42 games with the Warriors.
Or he could be coming back.
Or he could be coming back, according to Tim Kawakami. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app. Your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, a smart choice for low auto rates and super simple online application process. It's a good thing Jonathan Camingo's playing well. Hopefully they don't trade him.
I can't take much solace in that currently. Maybe down the line I'll look back and reflect, but today I can't.
Tim had conquered, and then we're pivoting to the Niners. Tim, what's happening?
Yo, good morning, everybody. I've been a Dubs fan since the early 90s. Hardaway, Weber, Latrell Sprewell. The problem is, in 2022, we had the genie in the bottle. We had Damian Lee. We had Toscano Anderson from the town. We had GP. GP from the town. Toscano's from the town. Damian Lee, Steph's brother-in-law. We had the role players we needed. Back in the day, our earliest championships, we had Leandro Barbosa. We had Livingston. We had Andre Iguodala as our role players. So we had our security blanket in place back then, and we kept those players together. 2022, we had our role players intact. We had our guys who didn't care who's going to score the bucket. We had the guys who were there in clutch time. We had the support for our big three.
Can I cut you off? The big three played like a big three. Right? And then they had Jordan Poole playing out of his mind on a $3 million contract. Like, we can all admit they were better just a couple years ago. All of them. And Wiggins included.
Messed up, though. We let the core go. We let the genie in the bottle go. We had it.
The dudes are the most important. Right. Come on. They didn't win a championship because of Damian Lee. I love Damian Lee. We all love Damian Lee. Damian Lee, great guy. Great guy. I root for him. Like, how can you not? Right? Great guy. They didn't win the championship because of Damian Lee. No, he helped. I'm not here to, come on. Steph had 40-something in Boston. Where was Damian Lee? And I love Damian Lee.
43.
He was with me all by himself in the stands cheering it on.
Oh, man.
I mean, come on.
Oh, let's
seriously, Wiggins played out of his mind for 2.5 months.
Let's move on.
Out of his mind.
Let's move on.
JTA, did he even see the floor of the finals?
I gotta move on. Yeah, give me a highlight, man. Let's move on.
2nd and 4. Here's another broken tackle. This is the rookie Trey Palmer, and he is gone. Touchdown, Buccaneers. Bradbury missed the tackle, and Trey Palmer did the rest.
Oh, I need my words. Hold on. I need my words. Hold on.
I'm just going to sing it.
We'll play it all day.
Oh, cry, you Eagles, cry.
Cry, Eagles, cry. On the road to misery. Cry, Eagles, cry.
I don't know the rest of this song.
I got to pull it up here. Oh, I wouldn't even know. I should have been ready.
I wasn't trying to put you guys on the spot. I was just playing it.
That was right. You know what? Crank that up. Crank it up.
Right, so
Because we're gonna smoke this pack all day long. The talking from them on the East Coast, Alien Shore Parks, Bubble Bath Boy, the little fella who just quit his job for whatever reason, he got out just in the nick of time because he knew the smoke was coming. You little illegal. Oh man, hold on 1 second. We're gonna pull this up here. We're gonna pull it up. Hey, listen to Bubble Bath Boy last year. Oh wait, this is this morning.
Oh, I want it. Inject it into my veins.
Here we go. John Ritchie, Joe DeCamera this morning.
Richie Rich, how are you, pal?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, bud.
Avocados are poisonous to birds. I feel like everything
apropos. A bird, an
is
eagle.
Poisonous. Yeah.
A bird.
To me and my birddom.
They eat that in November?
Today.
Early December, have some avocado? All right, look.
Maybe. Sure feels that way.
Here's the deal. Let me just say this. Couple ways to go here. An all-time disgrace. Clearly, the demise of this team, demise of this season, easily the worst collapse in Philadelphia sports since the 64 Phils. It's not even close. Like, it's right on the level.
Whoa.
What we saw last night, ladies and gentlemen, and what we've seen the past month and a half was an embarrassment to professional football. It was an embarrassment to the city of Philadelphia. It was a meltdown of absolute biblical proportion.
You're listening to WIP in Philadelphia.
I actually thought last night was very easy to see coming in. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. I know not everyone wanted to hear it, but I thought all the signs were there going into the game, and all the signs manifested in the game. Bad defensive personnel, bad offensive scheme, broken offensive scheme, bad quarterback play.
You don't say.
The worst coaching down the stretch of the season that I've ever seen in my entire life. Let me say that again. The worst. I've seen Eddie Jordan. I saw Doug Moe.
Eddie Jordan.
I saw Rich Kotite. This was the worst coaching I have ever seen in my lifetime. 45 years old, the worst coaching I've ever seen in Philadelphia sports. Dysfunction.
Wait. Hey, Shasky, we got to play this before the break. We'll pick it up after the break. We got Baldy at 7:30. He said that was the worst coaching he's ever seen.
How? From Bill Walsh?
Well, less than a year ago, Bubble Bath Boy said this about Sirianni.
Here's the thing I'd say, and I say this out of respect to your franchise, so I will say growing up, man, Joe Montana and Walter Payton were my two favorite players that were not Eagles in the NFL. I love those guys. I loved Montana. I loved Rice. Those guys were great. But I'm telling you, the Eagles are on to something with how they play offense that to me is reminiscent of what Bill Walsh did 40 years ago.
Elaborate.
Bill Walsh brought something to the table that the league could not figure out initially. It was different. It was short passes. It was run after the pass. It was obviously Montana that didn't have a rocket arm, but utilizing his strengths to the greatest ability he could, and it turned him for a long time into the best quarterback in football history. And obviously West Coast offense is maintained to this day. Some teams have made some adjustments, but in the early days, Walsh was way ahead of defenses. Guys, I'm telling you, the nation doesn't know it, but John and I know it, and Eagles fans know it. The Hurts and Sirianni are ahead of the curve, and they have an advantage.
All right, now I'm coming down your road. Bubble Bath Boy. You really went. You haven't even won a second
one
playoff game with this guy, and you're anointing him. He's Bill Walsh, and he's going to have a legacy where the entire league is going to be doing what he's doing for 40 years to come. I mean, can we put the cart before the horse?
So
thank God I crushed him in real time.
Clip that.
Oh my God.
Get it on the internet. Clip it right now. Tag 94 WIP. Tag Bubble Bath Boy. Tag John Ritchie. Tag Elliott Shore Parks. I want them to wear this every single day. I text my buddy Philly Zoon yesterday, and I told him the smoke was coming. The smoke was coming. The smoke is coming, Philadelphia.
Bill Walsh. More like
Bill Walsh.
Sula.
And now less than a year later, it's the worst coaching job in Philadelphia sports history. So you go from Bill Walsh to having the worst coach in Philadelphia sports history? You guys are in shambles. You're disheveled, and I loved it. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We're going to smoke on that Eagles pack and get ready for Niners-Packers. The big boys are playing this Saturday. The pretenders, they're done. See you on the other side.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
It's a rivalry that has so many.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby. Don't worry, Klay. We'll stall you out. We'll touch on the Warriors maybe tomorrow. If you want to,
I'm having a meltdown.
No, I'm not. I'm good. Trust me, I'm good. I get paid to talk about sports. I'll always be good.
Baldy at 7:30.
Yeah, I'll always be good talking to Baldy. So,
and something that I want to put out into the ethos. There are a lot of people that make music. There are a lot of people that are, very musically inclined. If you've ever logged into our YouTube and you know that during the break we play music that some people don't like.
I never hear it. Is that what it is?
That's basically what it is.
Okay.
So I'm putting it out to the ethos. All you beat makers, if you want to get your beats played over the YouTube, and we'll put a little who the beat is or whatever, we'll figure out a way to explain to people who's made the beat. We'd love to have them as long as they're PG rated.
Well, I thought we already switched to music. I thought we switched to music like 6 months ago. Did we work on the beats?
The music is all over the place. But the point being is, I think it would be a great way to showcase artists.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. That'd be awesome. We should do that.
Don't you think?
I never hear it. I have the volume down. I just look at the chat. Sometimes I partake in the chat, and sometimes I don't. But no, that'd be a great idea. Spinoni, hit me with the beat, please. Hit me with the beat. It's that time. It's that time. Cry on the road to misery. Sigh, Eagles, sigh. Blow the big games. 1, 2, 3. Woo. Miss them low.
Miss them high.
And watch our Eagles die. Bye, Eagles, bye. Bridesmaids of the NFC. LOSERS, losers. Hey, you losers. Check it out here, losers. Check it out, losers. Check it out right now. Joe the Camera, Bubble Bath Boy, Little Fella, Hugh Douglas and them boys. Where's Joe Fatenbaugh at this morning? Oh, he had a lot to say last season after the NFC title game. Oh, he was talking. I had no idea Joe Fatenbaugh was an Eagles fan. And boy, was I wrong. Then I saw him on the flight to Cabo. He was sitting behind me, by the way, on the way to Cabo. Fatenbaugh was talking a lot. The Eagles were talking a lot. It was all good when they were 10-1. It was all good when they were about to play the 49ers. And I gave them their credit. I said, you know what? They're the man until we beat the man. I gave them that. But you know what? I watched Debo Samuel talk that talk, and I told you, Shasky, he was going to back it up because that's what Debo does. And they went in there, and they backed it up. And they broke the Eagles.
Was it the best weekend ever if you're a Niner fan who's like over 40? The New York Giants are in shambles. Their defensive coordinator's walking away. The Commanders are completely starting from scratch because they used to be a thorn in the side. The Seahawks have fired their coach.
Hold on. Pause real quick. The Commanders haven't been a thorn in our side since 1991.
Back in the 80s.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s.
It's been a long time.
Okay. All right. The Seattle Seahawks fired their coach, Pete Carroll, who was your longtime nemesis. All right. The Rams lose. The Cowboys lose.
Oh, it's so good.
And now the Eagles lost.
Oh, it's so great.
Are you kidding me?
It's so great.
What a great weekend to be a Niner fan.
It's so great. By the
way, we enjoyed our third weekend off.
And by the way, we have a Chris McCaffrey jersey to give out. The contest starts at 7:30 in 8 minutes. The Chris McCaffrey jersey giveaway. It starts in 8 minutes. The contest. So Fadenbaugh, Bubble Bath Boy, none of those Eagle fans are chirping now. I can't get a tweet. I can't get a text. At least Jason Dumas is chewing his face. At least Jason Dumas is talking. I respect that. But everybody else, you little sore losers. Yeah, Elliott Shore Park said the Eagles are now underrated going into the. This was like 3 weeks ago. What are you talking about? Who is this writer? This guy is so out of his mind. And he's embarrassed. How the hell did he pay for 136,000 followers? Who is this guy?
I've never heard of
Who
him.
are these people?
I don't know.
They are in shambles.
But they can enjoy the entire rest of the playoffs on their couches.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
They're talking about firing a coach who's led them to the playoffs in 3 straight seasons. And they're ready to fire him.
I told you at the beginning of the year, Shane Steichen was a huge loss.
No, he was.
Huge
so
loss.
So was Gannon, Jonathan Gannon.
I'm watching that game last night, and Jalen Hurts, I don't know. I don't know if he can read defenses. I clearly he's hurt. I think he's better than what he played this year. I think he's hurt. I think their offensive schematics stink.
Simple.
The fundamentals of that offense just don't make sense to me. Devontae Smith is a baller. Absolute baller. But whatever happened with A.J. Brown, clearly destroyed their season. Destroyed their season. And it feels like it starts with the head coach and that player.
The head coach, who Joe DeCamera, Bubble Bath Boy, said on 94 WIP and a crossover with us last season, said he was going to remind us of Bill Walsh in 20 years and how he's going to reinvent offensive football. That was a statement out of his mouth after one playoff win against the sorry-ass New York Giants. After one playoff win, we started talking Bill Walsh and Joe Montana. That's what they were doing at Philadelphia. It was all good just less than a year ago.
In terms of regular season losses that clearly demoralized and ruined a season,
what was that one?
I can't think, like, the only one I could even come close to was when the Dodgers had that lead and Mattingly went out to the mound and Bochy caught him twice, and the Dodgers lost the lead in the division. Giants surged and and then they ended up winning it all. If the Niners win it all, we're going to go back and look at that game. We're going to look at that moment in time. They were 9-2. They went into Philadelphia. They were 10-1 at the time, and they curb stomped them.
Smoked them. And Debo talked the talk. And he told us all that Bradbury was trash. Bradbury's trash.
He wrote the biggest check of all time and cashed it.
And you know what? And I got your back, Debo. I got your back. By the way, not only did they break the Eagles this year, but remember their old dream team when they had Nnamdi Asomugha, Michael Vick, and they were riding high?
Yeah.
And Jim Harbaugh's 49ers went in there at 2-1, down 24-3, came back and won that game. Yeah. That broke that Eagles team.
Yeah.
So we've broken the Eagles twice in the last 13 years. Broken you twice in your own house. By the way, listen to Troy Aikman last night on Monday Night Football. This is why I love Troy.
Yeah,
because Troy does not hold back. Give me more Aikman. He compared the Eagles to two of the lowly teams in the league.
You know, having been on this end of it, when you get to the postseason and you lose the first round, whether you've had the bye and it's a divisional game or you're in the wild card and you don't win a game, it is an empty feeling. And really, when you have the expectations that the Eagles had coming into this year, you're no different than the New England, Carolina, or any of these other teams that didn't have near the season, didn't win near the games.
Get 'em.
But the only thing you have to say for your year is you got to play one more game than they did.
When I watched Sirianni go for two, from the one, and they got stuffed, two things came to mind. Number one, thank God someone finally stopped that play.
The tush push.
Number two, which was the bigger one, there was no schematic, mathematical, quantifiable advantage for going for two other than stroking the ego of Nick Sirianni. It was one of the dumbest decisions I've ever seen.
That's what they do.
And then they get a safety, okay? And instead of being down maximum of 8 points, it would have been 18-10. They're down 9.
But that's what they do.
And now you're down 2 scores.
That's what they do.
I'm telling you, this whole Sirianni's smarter than you, he's tougher than you, he's better than you. Nah, Shane Steichen ran things over there. And whatever the hell Sirianni's doing, what's give me the sound from when they beat the Chiefs. Give me the sound.
Oh, see ya.
Yeah, see you, Sirianni. I'll see you on the unemployment line. Yeah, good luck, buddy.
Now, I will say this.
That was the most satisfying loss I've ever seen.
But you know what, though? I'll say this, and I don't think highly of Sirianni whatsoever. I think he's an overrated coach. I think he talks too much, and I think he got humbled this season.
Clearly the players.
But I do. But a part of me is like, all right, let me take a step back. Are you really going to fire a coach who took you to the playoffs in his first season? People forget. They played Tampa Bay. Jalen Hurts' his first season. Then you go to a Super Bowl. You blow the Super Bowl. You get called for defensive holding. And then you lose in the playoffs after starting 10-1. I get the way the season got wrecked. But are you really going to fire a coach after 3 straight playoff appearances?
It's got a Mark Jackson feel to it.
Oh.
And here's the thing I would say. The thing I fear more than any is them hiring Bill Belichick.
They can hire Belichick.
He's an East Seaboard guy. I think it fits perfectly. The whole temperament of the city. He would fix that linebacking core. I do worry about them hiring Belichick.
I'm gonna say this. I don't fear Belichick no more. I watched Shanahan during the pandemic with Jimmy Garoppolo undress Bill Belichick.
Well, that team wasn't very good.
But I don't care. I'm not worried about Belichick.
His defenses are still good.
They're good. I'm not worried about Belichick. I'm really not. Bring on Belichick. Bring on all comers. I've got Debo. I've got Ayuk. I've got Kittle. I've got McCaffrey. I got Bosa on one end. I got Fred Warner. See me. Straight up.
But I think one of the revelations about Sirianni and why people have come to this conclusion, Bonte, if you are a CEO head coach, meaning you are not a play caller on offense and you're not the schematic genius on defense, people ask, what do you do? So like John Harbaugh is a CEO type of a coach.
Mike Tomlin.
Jim Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin. They are so reliant on their coordinators. And you saw it this year. When you don't have those coordinators, Sirianni looked lost.
Yeah,
so can you be a leader of men? I think that's up in the air.
Well, it just sounds like he needs a new coordinator. He needs a new coordinator.
Well, I think that's one of the underrated things about John Harbaugh. He's done a great job finding coordinators in Baltimore.
No doubt. So if he gets coordinators, we'll see about that with Sirianni. But right now, the Eagles, they got it all season, and they got to figure out what to do with Jason Kelce. Jason Kelce's retired.
That's a huge
loss. One of the
loss.
best hitters in pro football history. He's gone.
And they got a lot of free agents. Let me just read it to you just so you can smile because I want you to feel good.
Fletcher Cox. Oh, I got the free agent list
right here. Kelce, Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, Nicholas Morrow, DeAndre Swift. Week 1 through 11, best running back in the league.
No, who said that? No, nobody said that. Nobody
they did.
Said that.
Devontae Smith is an early extension candidate, and so is Hassan Reddick.
Yeah, Nicholas Morrow's not good. So, I mean, they're going to be better off without
I'm just saying, those are their free agents.
No, Fletcher Cox, Kelce, Brandon Graham. And Brandon Graham's a lot older. Brandon Graham's a lot older. He's near the end of his career. Maybe they need a reset. Real quick, before we get to Baldy and give away some details for the Chris McCaffrey jersey contest, let's get to Rhea Lancaster. Rhea Lancaster, what's happening? Good morning, Rhea.
Good morning, guys. You basically covered most of what I was going to say. I was so mad. Scott Van Pelt on ESPN, all these other people are like, oh, what happened to the Eagles? What are you talking about? The Eagles got broke down by the 49ers. They were 10-1. We came in there. We had players dressed in black, ready to go to a funeral, snatched their souls, and they were 1-6 after that.
Exactly.
Give our team the credit. We put the blueprint out there for everybody, and we broke them at the same time. I'm tired of everybody not realizing what happened to the Eagles.
I love it.
We are the reason why they're not the way they are.
How's your husband? How's your husband doing, Rhea?
I was just getting ready to tell you. He was over here. What? I can't. What? What the? Oh, and then it got quiet. Then he came to get a snack, slamming cabinets. I was like, hey, don't take that out on my cabinet. Don't be mad.
Rhea.
Don't be mad at the house.
Rhea, make sure you call us back later in the week as we break down Packers and Niners.
All right, darling. Have a good day.
All right, you too, Rhea.
It does feel like, to a degree, Debo Samuel broke their soul. Like, that game from Debo's going to go down as one of those games where there's before Debo and after Debo. And they won a ton of tight games after Debo, after that game against the Niners. It felt like the dam broke.
I don't know why, I hope it's kind of like a Klay feel, where in Klay and some of the core guys where we don't appreciate them all the time and we're quick to just move off them and tell them what to do. Debo Samuel, I felt like, came into the season underrated by our own fan base, the 49ers. His impact, the gravity, as we always talk about. We know about the gravity of Christian McCaffrey, but also the gravity of Debo Samuel. Debo Samuel's an all-time 49er. And it felt like he wasn't getting the respect, even from our own fan base, going into that Eagles game. So that's why it made me proud to see him do what he did in that Eagles game, the 49-yard catch and run, touchdown run on the sideline. Like, it made me proud to see him wave bye-bye to all Eagle fans. Because the Eagles are a reminder, not only to the league, but to 49er fans, that Debo Samuel's that dude. And Debo Samuel's the ultimate weapon. And Debo Samuel, when he gets the ball in his hands, can make things shake. He may not have the fastest 40 time, may not have the fastest 10-yard shuttle run or whatever it is, 3 code drills. But the guy, when he gets the ball in his hands, is a playmaker at the highest of highest levels. And so Debo Samuel reminded everybody who he was in that game, satisfied me more so than the victory itself.
You know who I'm staring at right now in YouTube? Is our man Brian Baldinger. I can't wait to talk to him. Give me the sound.
Real quick before the sound.
Yes.
Text the keyword football right now. To 20357. That's football to 20357. And we're going to do this for the next hour.
What?
I'll remind everybody, you have a chance to win an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey.
What's the number?
20357.
And what's the word?
Football. Football, football, football.
And you can win a CMC jersey?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Brian Baldinger joining us on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. And, of course, Baldy is presented by our proud partner, Golden State. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Brian Baldinger joins us here after a great weekend of playoff football. There's always beauty in blowouts. There really is. And Baldy's been breaking it down all weekend. Baldy, welcome back to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. And a part of me is a little disappointed that I get to see the Eagles and Niners tangle twice again. I wanted the Eagles to come out here to the West Coast, but they couldn't handle their business. So before we get to the Packers and the Niners Saturday night, what in the world happened to the Eagles in 6 of the last 7 games, man? I watched the breakdowns. What a disaster out there in Philadelphia.
Well, good morning, Bonte and Joe. What happened? Well, I mean, it's everything. They're a poorly coached team. They don't have answers to the blitz. They're the most blitz team in the league. They don't have any answers to it. They're a very, very predictable offense. In fact, there's almost no creativity to the offense. I mean, I know guys that are sitting at the end of the bar in South Philadelphia that are calling plays out before they happen, in addition to other teams that are calling plays out. And then, you saw how poor the tackling is. I mean, it's just atrocious. Nobody would want that on the resume. I don't care if it's 3rd and 3 and, it's just, it's just really, really ugly. I think there's going to be major changes made in Philadelphia.
Head coaching changes?
I don't know if it's going to be head. I mean, I think coordinators are both gone.
No doubt.
But, sometimes that's the fallback is, okay, we'll replace the coordinators. We'll keep the coach. But I don't know. I mean, this is so bad and it's so ugly that I don't know if this staff and parts of the staff can fix it, because they don't do anything well and they don't really know how to game plan and take people on. So regardless of what the record was when they were 10-1, this thing is a full collapse, unlike anything we've ever really seen before.
Totally agree. And I look at who the Niners are facing this weekend, so fired up for this game. It feels like the exact opposite. A team that was struggling early on and has just really found themselves and is growing. 3rd youngest team in the modern era to make a playoff and win a game. They've hung up the most points ever against the Cowboys in a playoff game on the road. In Jordan Love's first ever start, he was unbelievably impressive. What's been the key? Is it personnel? Is it scheme? Why are the Packers a different team today than they were, let's say, middle of the year?
I think you just got to start with Matt LaFleur. The head coach, because you mentioned the youngest team. The Packers, their history says, okay, Jordy Nelson, Devontae Adams. I mean, everybody has to wait their turn at receiver before they get their shot. Well, they didn't have time to wait. Like, okay, they drafted Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson last year and Samori Toure, and then they drafted all the guys this year, whether it's Wicks or Reed or Musgrave. They didn't have time to wait till those guys develop. They had to develop. And they developed around, a first-year starting quarterback. And so, it's the drafting well, and then it's player development. It still comes down to player development in this business. And then within that, what do they do well, and what can we do in order to game plan and give us a chance to win each week? I think that's a big part of it. And you look at the offensive line. I mean, you got 2 new tackles in there, and Rasheed Walker and Zach Tom this year. Those guys have all stepped up against, some elite pass rushers in Dallas, and you didn't hear their names once. So, and then defensively, they didn't look very strong midseason, but they played a lot better. Now, they had a lot of injuries in this game against Dallas, so we'll see where they are, whether it's Jair Alexander or whatever. But, I mean, you saw those plays by Jair and by Darnell Savage. I mean, there was just classic plays picking a quarterback like that. So, I mean, all phases right now, but I've never seen a team this young develop this much throughout the course of a season.
Yeah, what did they start? 3-6, Baldy, and a lot of rumblings about Jordan Love, and the GM, Brian Gutekunst, comes out and says, Jordan Love's going to have to prove it over these next 7-8 games. We're gonna figure out our quarterback spot here. Jordan Love, by the way, to help with the running game and Aaron Jones, you want to give him his credit here. Aaron Jones ran hard against the Cowboys, and he set the tone at that opening drive. But Jordan Love making throws off his back foot, perfect against the blitz. Talk about his evolution here. Right here. And he has, and Baldy, the crazy part is, Christian Watson's been out for most of the season.
Yeah. Well, let's start right there, Bonte, because I'm glad you asked me that question. So if you watched the game, I know you watched the Eagles and the Bucs last night, Baker and, Jalen. And, when they get pressure, they bail to the right or to their left. Mm-hmm. Most quarterbacks do, except Jordan. Jordan will do that on occasion, But what Jordan will do more frequently is back up. And he'll buy himself an extra tick because he trusts his arm to be able to deliver an accurate throw off the back foot. And it happened on the touchdown to Dontavian Wicks when he had pressure right in his face from Dallas. And instead of trying to elude the pressure and escape right or left, he just simply backed up. And I don't even know how you teach that because you don't see many guys be able to do that. But it is a skill that he has that allows him to rescue a lot of plays. And sometimes that's all he needs is just an extra tick or half a tick to be able to make the throw. And he is really adroit at making that move.
Yeah. I'm looking at their wide receiver core, that running back. I mean, how do the Niners match up here? Because that number 11, boy, he's good. I mean, he's very good, that little wide receiver in the slot. And obviously Aaron Jones had the 3 touchdowns, but I thought he ran better than the stats indicated. You know, the one-cut moves that he was making. I feel like they've got personnel that can give us problems. How do we match up?
Well, I mean, Aaron Jones is the hottest back in the league. 4 weeks in a row, he's averaging 120 yards a game. Woo. So he's clicking. And one thing about Aaron Jones, he doesn't, like, his eyes are so good. You saw him put the sunglasses on the sideline. Yeah. Honestly, his vision is X-ray. He doesn't miss a hole. So, and then he runs through contact. So I think you have to start there. Look, great quarterbacks have given this defense problems this year. Yeah. You know, you saw what Kirk Cousins did. Joe Burrow did, even Baker at times in the game against Tampa. Yeah. Like, if they get the ball out quickly, the way they're capable of getting the ball out quickly, it really negates and nullifies any kind of pass rush. And so, if you look at what they're doing, and then if you look at their formations and what they do with their tight ends and how they protect, they do a lot. And their running game is very creative. They get guys out of gaps. They get guys over to commit. Like, this has got to be, I think, their best defensive effort of the season, this game, because this offense is very diverse. The quarterback is elite. He doesn't miss throws, and he doesn't make mistakes right now.
You're right. Go ahead, Baldy.
No, but I'm just saying, Bonte, like this, I think they need their best. They have to play exceedingly fast where they just refuse to be blocked. They just in both pass protection and in the run game. You just have to have a mindset that you're going to play so fast and see things so quickly that you're not going to be blocked, and you're just not going to let them get started.
You know, Baldy, you're preaching to me, and you're speaking to my soul right now because yesterday with Shask and I was breaking down this game, and I said it. For me, I'm watching that front four. You just led me right into it. Bosa, Armstead, Hargrave, Chase Young. John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have done everything they can to get the defense help. Hey, you need Randy Gregory? Fine, we'll go trade for him. You need Chase Young? Fine, we'll go trade for him. I got the best linebackers in football in Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. What else do you need? So you led me to it because I'm looking at these wide receivers, Watson and Dobbs and Reed, and Shasky just put it on it. They get time, man. This could be a closer ball game than we all anticipate.
Oh, I totally agree. And you're right. I mean, they've had 2 weeks to get fresh, to get their legs right, to, play as fast twitch as you possibly can play. And so I'm with you all the way. They have been rotating players throughout the year to get them to this spot. And it's all about being in this spot in the following week and the following. This is it. Like, this is what the rotation and the depth is all about. To get to this spot, and if you got to play, if Armstead and Hargrave and Bosa have to play 90% of the snaps, you play 90% of the snaps. Like, if you don't come off the field, you don't come off the field. Like, this is it. This is sudden death. Every single play in this game is critical, and every single play can turn the game because it's just that magnified right now.
All right, you referenced kind of the multiple weeks off here. They had week 18 where they essentially rested pretty much everybody. And then you have the bye week, and then you're practicing the entire time. Young quarterback. I mean, he's got some playoff wins under his belt already in Brock Purdy. It's a long season. I like to see him get, he got dinged up a lot this year. He went back out there. He showed a tremendous amount of toughness. Is his rhythm something that we're going to be able to monitor early on, whether he's on, off? Does Russ rest? Where do you stand on all that?
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't know, Joe, honestly. I mean, it's the right question. It's something that the coach has thought about, Kyle, and any coach that's in that situation. Harbaugh's thinking about it. Russ versus rest. And how do you get them to come from the opening kickoff and just, storm the beaches here? Right. Like, this is it. So that's what you hope. Honestly, you don't know what the RPMs are going to be like that day, but you hope that when that ball is kicked off, like you just see like banshees attacking. Like, I mean, just hair on fire, just playing as fast without any sort. Now, I think Green Bay is anticipating that. So then you go, okay, what's the counter to that? Get them going one direction, counter the other direction. So you can't just play undisciplined. You got to play fast, but you got to be disciplined in whether it's your pass rush lanes or your coverages or your brackets on certain players in certain situations. But they sit there and watch everything this offense does. They do a lot, and they do a lot from a variety of formations. And the quarterback seems to be really comfortable no matter what you do and how you try to defend it.
So, like, CMC, to me, is the most important guy in this game for a variety of reasons. 28th ranked run defense for Green Bay. I think he's their best player, CMC, just in general. But do they have anything to counteract it? Do they got linebacker play, or Kenny Clark up the middle? Like, how does their personnel look slowing down CMC in the run game or in the pass game?
Well, I mean, all they've done, I mean, they're built much like San Francisco in that all they've done is add to their defensive front. I mean, it started with Preston Smith in free agency. Then, you draft Rashawn Gary and you draft Lucas Van Ness. And there's, oh, by the way, there's an elite defensive tackle in Kenny Clark. And and then you look at the linebacker in Quay Walker and Devontae White. I mean, they're all first-round picks. And so it's always been about their front. And whether they want to play a 3-man front, a 4-man front, a 5-man front, that's what you have to defeat. And, well, I agree that McCaffrey is the most valuable and most important piece to this offense. I don't think you just come out and say, well, let's get McCaffrey going.
Right.
I think you just I think if you stay on the field and sustain offense, at the end of this, if it is executed properly, McCaffrey, you're going to look up and McCaffrey's going to have 20 carries.
Right.
But I don't think you come out there and go, well, let's get McCaffrey 6 touches in an opening drive.
Right.
Like, I don't think you have to do that. I think you have to keep throwing formations at him, motions at him, shifts. I mean, LaFleur knows this offense as well as anybody.
Right.
He understands how it works. So does Joe Barry, the defense coordinator. So I think you just have to continue to be diverse, find out what works. It kind of, honestly, I've broken this run game down. I feel like I could teach it to the world in 10 minutes. There's 5 main plays. And then when you strip it all down, there's 5 main plays that they run. You got to be ready for it.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, previewing Packers and Niners Saturday night at Levi Stadium at 5 p.m. Don't forget, we're giving away a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. We'll give you the keyword as soon as Baldy is off the air here. You bring up this defense, and the way they confused Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy. I mean, they undressed the Cowboys to go up 27-0. And the way they confused Dak in terms of doubling CeeDee Lamb, what is their scheme here, Baldy? Are they a big, heavy blitz team? Are they a matchup zone team? Because I saw him dropping back his own, especially in that Darnell Savage, the way he fooled Dak Prescott for that pick 6. Because their secondary does concern me. Jair Alexander, sticky hands, can play man defense, and Darnell Savage, of course, can make plays.
Well, the pick 6 by Darnell Savage is a play that, some defenses have. So they have a motion, go across the formation. Devondre Campbell goes out with the motion. He's the middle linebacker, 59. So at the snap, he blitzes. So you're thinking pre-snap read, okay, we got a linebacker on CeeDee Lamb, we're in good shape. Except that Devondre comes, and now Darnell Savage comes down at the safety position, and he's got Brandon Cooks, who's going to go across the middle. But his eyes are really, really clever. It looks like he's running with Cooks, except he's looking at Dak. So he's cluing Dak the whole time. And so when Dak came back to throw it to the slant behind Cooks, he jumped it. And it caught everybody in the Cowboys off guard. And, it was obviously a huge play. Jair's pick on the little whip route by Brandon Cooks is just a great play. It's just a great play. I mean, it's a bunch formation, and it's a whip coming out of the bunch. A lot of people run that sort of combination right there. But to just, what Jair said was, the ball's in the air, it's my ball.
Right.
I don't care if Cooks has, if he has position on me, I'm going right over his back to take it from him. And that's what he did. So, you got to play the game aggressive like that. And so, it's just interesting what you said, though. They played the Rams week 18. They put the starting defense out of the field, and Carson Wentz went right down the field and scored.
Yep.
Like it was kind of, and then, Nakua beat Travarius Ward for the touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
And you just go, dang, like that's, and then they kind of all went off the field and, got backups came in. But it didn't give me a great feeling that Carson took the team right down the field and scored like that.
Wow. I can hear it in your voice, Baldy. I can really hear it in your voice. And I'm thinking about this defense, just going back, flipping over to the Niners offense here. We know about Brock Purdy and what he did on Christmas night against the Baltimore Ravens. And you tipped us off. You said, I want to wait on the Ravens game to see whether or not Brock Purdy's the MVP. And we noticed after that game, well, you know what? That's Lamar's award. Now, it's all about the Super Bowl here. But against this defense, and we bring up Jair Alexander. He's a corner, Baldy, that I don't like testing. This young man popped on my screen when he was at Louisville playing with Lamar Jackson. I'm like, who the hell is this kid? He's a wackadoodle, right? He's going out to the coin toss and, he's getting suspended. But I'm not sure I want to throw in his direction, Baldy. Not this game. I don't know, man. When you have a shutdown corner like that, it feels like it changes the entire landscape of your defense.
Well, it does. And they also have Keyshawn Nixon, who was in the slot, and he was outstanding against CD in the game. He kept him out of the end zone, defended a couple passes. Like, he's found his position. Keyshawn Nixon, I think you can look it up. I think it's Snoop Dogg's nephew. But he's been in the league, and he was outrageous in the slot. So look for him there. That's where he kind of lives. That's his spot right there. They got a lot of young defensive backs in Ballantyne and Valentine. Don't get them confused. One's 35, one's 37. Jair went out. Like, I think you got to test these corners, period, regardless. Yeah, Jair is crafty. He's also 5'10". Like, there's things you can do to Jair. He's one of those guys that's going to be a little jumpy, and he's going to. So look, it doesn't matter. It's really, to me, honestly, Bonte, it's not about the Packers. It's about the 49ers and how they execute. I don't care what the Packers do. Like the Packers come to town before and they ran the ball right down their throats, running wide zone a couple years ago. Like, it's the same. It's a lot of the same type of people. Like, to me, like, make them like, get them out of their gaps and carve them up in the run game.
Well, and I'm glad you said that because, again, I don't want to get hyperbolic. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. But as a Niner fan watching this for as long as I have, this feels like their best team and their best chance to win a Super Bowl in like 30 years, right? Just look at the NFC right now. If they were to represent the NFC, it's Goff in Detroit, and I respect them. They've had a great year, but there's not a lot of playoff-proven, battle-tested war daddies over there like there are on the Niners team. And then I look at the Bucks, and great win last night, but they're going to be on a short rest. Green Bay is one of the hottest teams in football, but it is a first-year starter in Jordan Love. If the Niners don't represent the NFC, it would be a massive disappointment given their ages and how many years they've been in this and where they're at and the season that they've had. Am I wrong to feel that way?
Joe, have you seen the logo for Super Bowl 58?
No.
Look at the logo for Super Bowl 58 and tell me what the colors are. The colors are red and purple. Like, they're already telling you it's Ravens and 49ers. They're already telling you what the matchup is going to be. Just go take a look.
I'm looking at it
now.
now.
I'm not saying it's rigged or anything like that.
Right.
But I'm just saying, like, look, the 49ers, they went through their midseason slump. They came out of it like the Rams did 2 years ago. Like, it's theirs to win. Yes, the Packers are hot. Yes, Jordan Love was amazing. Yes, they went into Dallas and Jerry Jones' eyes were watering up watching it. But so what? So, I mean, this is about it's about the 49ers. It's about what they've been building all year. They're as healthy as they've been all year. I know that Hufanga is out, but like, basically they're as healthy as any team in this whole postseason. All we've seen all weekend long is just one injury after another, and all these teams, they're all beat up. The 49ers are coming in, they're healthy. Like, just go out there and take care of business. That'd be my message.
Yeah, I'm with you there. You got to take care of your own business. It's going to be lit up Saturday night at Levi Stadium. Real quick, I got to go around the horn here. Texans, they advance against the Baltimore Ravens. Mahomes, Josh Allen in Buffalo, Orchard Park. I cannot wait for that game. Outdoors in the elements. Cannot wait. And then, of course, you got Lions and Bucks. Baldy, kind of just real quickly here, rapid fire, quick takeaways from the Texans and Ravens.
Well, I mean, C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love, they both had the highest quarterback ratings ever by a rookie, by basically a first-year player. Highest quarterback rating in a playoff game by any Packer quarterback ever at 157.2. And the exact same score. But, if you look at the stats even closer, though, they threw the ball 21 times. Like, it's not like this drop back and throw it all over the field. Now, they got help from defense on both sides, so that helps limit the number of throws by a quarterback, but also helps eliminate the number of mistakes. So that's that. And then, look, I mean, Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, that's our modern day Manning and Brady. Like, I was, like, when Buffalo went to Miami Week 18, I said, there's no way. I didn't know what was going to happen in the game. Nobody did. But I was like, there's no way you can have the playoffs without Josh Allen in the playoffs. He's just too good. Right. He's just too good. I mean, this whole league is built on stars, and he's as big a star as there is in this whole business. Like, he has to be in the playoffs. He has to go to Kansas City this weekend. We have to sit there and watch this game. And maybe it looks like 42-36 like it was 2 years ago. Like, I don't know what it's going to be, but we have to watch that matchup.
Lions, Bucks? Are we sleeping on the Lions here to fight Dan Campbell's?
Well, if they play like they did the other night, which is error-free, and they basically, own the line of scrimmage, you could be sleeping on them, like, because they're a good football team. And I like the old show. Remember Starsky and Hutch?
Oh, yes.
Like the show. So I call it Branch and Hutch. Like, it's their version of Brian Branch and Aiden Hutchinson. It's Branch and Hutch. Those two guys, like, literally go back and forth making one play after another over and over and over again. Like, they have drafted exceedingly well. Like, you think about it, their first two picks, okay, are Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta. Those two guys have 23 touchdowns this year.
Grand slam.
Yep.
Like, two rookies have 23 touchdowns.
And they
both
take
scored
a running back
this
in
weekend.
the first round, Baldy. You just can't do it. It's like, no, you can when it's him. Hey, we're up against it, Baldy. I hate to cut you off. We got to hit this injury report. We love you, buddy.
Thank you, Joe.
Where you at this weekend? Where were you at this weekend, Baldy? Come on.
I'm right in front of my TV.
All right.
I'm right in front of my like everybody else in America.
All right, let's do it, man. This is the best time of the year, the best weekend in sports, divisional round playoffs. Oh, it's going to be fire. Thanks so much, Baldy. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Yep.
See you, Baldy.
I'm so damn fired up about these playoffs, man. I'm telling you right now. After that Warriors game yesterday, the ultimate palate cleanser. Watching the Cowboys go down. Watching the Eagles go down. And they're down bad, and they're injured. Oh, man.
We report. It really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, Niners-Packers Saturday night at Levi's Stadium. Eric Armstead was back at practice last week after missing the last several games with foot and knee injuries. Reports are that Armstead is looking good on the field and is trending towards being ready for action on Saturday. And boy, do they need him against Aaron Jones and his Green Bay Packer running game. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, here we go. Keyword. You want to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey?
Yeah, I do.
Text football right now to 20357. Football. You know how to spell football. I'm not talking soccer. I'm talking about American football. FOOTBALL to 20357. Message and data rates do apply. You can win and qualify for a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. We're going to do that. We're going to smoke on the Eagles pack. 888-957-9570. Right to Brian Baldinger. How you feeling about this Green Bay matchup? It's go time, folks. Niners are back. The big boys are playing Saturday. Let's roll here on the Morning Roast. That's all brought to you by nobody. is happening? Should we just hit it right now? You know what? Cry, Eagles, cry on the road to misery. Sigh, Eagles, sigh. Blow the big games. 1, 2, 3. Miss them low, loft them high, and watch our Eagles die. Bye, Eagles, bye. Bridesmaids of the NFC.
God, we are
LOSERS, losers. You losers. That's how we're starting the morning off. Good morning, everybody out there on YouTube and Twitch. We're not going to talk about our basketball team that has been losing a lot, the Golden State Warriors. Not going to.
And we are not a barbershop quartet, clearly.
No, we're not. Not even close.
Or duet.
No, we're pretty bad. We need work.
When team do it.
Yeah, I don't even know if we're that.
I would do cartwheels if we hit 40.
I don't even know if it's that. Maybe we're the 18-22 Warriors right now.
Win team.
Next week it'll be what? 29?
Oh man, Nick in San Jose, where are you? Shout out to everybody. Good morning, everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. You overnight dancers. Hopefully you had a good day. Hopefully there were some men in there who was dishing out some cash because they were somber over the Golden State Warriors. Hopefully there were some people happy getting ready for Saturday against the Niners and Packers at Levi Stadium. Good morning to all the cops who I saw running red lights left and right this morning. For what? I have no idea. Good morning to everybody out there who enjoyed MLK Day and their day off. We didn't have a day off. We actually worked. And shout out to YouTube and Twitch. I love you guys. Even when you guys disagree and you guys slander our name, we love you. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto low rates and super simple online application process. We just had Baldy on. We got the contest right now. The keyword is football. Football 20357. You want to win an autograph Christian McCaffrey jersey? Do you want to win it?
Of course I do.
I may just steal it and take it home. All right? Text the code word, keyword right now, football to 20357. You'll have another opportunity from 12:30 to 1:30 and another opportunity from 4:30 to 5:30 to win an autograph Christian McCaffrey jersey. Cry, Eagles, cry. You losers.
You know,
go ahead. Go ahead. 'Cause I got buttons here I want to push.
But like,
so
I look
bad.
at the Eagles. No, I look at the Eagles, and I want to correlate this to the 49ers. I look at the Eagles, and it does feel like their window has changed a lot. Now, I don't know if it's over because I want to see what Jalen Hurts does next year. I'm not ready to write him off. I think we've done that before in his college career and at certain points, and he's come back stronger than ever.
Yep.
So I'm gonna pause on him. But it does feel like A.J. Brown, there's something that needs to go down with that. I don't know what. Jason Kelsey's retiring. Fletcher Cox is in limbo. They have to pay Hassan Reddick. They have to pay Devontae Smith.
Right.
They've got to retool their coordinator situation. It feels like, to me, unless they hit the most unbelievable offseason of all time, they're like a year away.
Yep. They might be.
I look at the Niners.
But also, to add to that, that's why it's imperative to take advantage of the situation.
That's my point.
Because last year the Eagles were a play away from winning the Super Bowl.
A Bradbury hold.
Go figure. Debo tried to tell us.
It's the only thing he's actually held in the last calendar year.
Not to forget, Jason Kelsey just retired this morning. He's going to be a first ballot Pro Football Hall of Famer. But you blew the Super Bowl last year. You had a 10-point lead at the half.
I know.
We know during the Harbaugh era. You don't get those chances every single year.
And you're going to look back at that era and you're going to be very regretful. And so I look at where the 49ers are at right now. Everybody's pretty much locked up. Like, even if the Brandon Ayuk thing doesn't come to fruition in terms of an extension, you still got him on that 5th year. Like, you don't have to do anything, right?
Yep.
Everything could be rolled into next year. Okay, yeah, Chase Young could walk. All right, big deal. You know what I mean? Not the end of the world. You got your draft picks back, which you didn't have the last couple of years. It feels like you are in a perfect window for this year and next year. You have to strike now. Look at the landscape. It's Baker Mayfield and Todd Bowles. It's Dan Campbell and Jared Goff.
But you know what, though? Can I stop you for a second? I'm not sleeping on that defense in Tampa Bay. That defense can win you a lot of football games. And their defense has kept them in a lot of games. I know we always look at the coach and the quarterback. But in this type of season, this time of year, it's all about the trenches to me.
If the number 1 seed 49ers lost to what finished the season 9-8 Tampa Bay Bucs team, it would be a shocker.
It would be disappointing.
It'd be a shocker.
But it's also a Tampa Bay team where they went to the fourth quarter down 13-7 to the 49ers out here at Levi Stadium. That was a 13-7 game going into the fourth quarter.
If I told you September 1, okay? September 1.
Halftime.
September 1. Cowboys eliminated. Eagles eliminated.
But you're talking to a guy who doesn't fear the Cowboys. I don't care. The Cowboys, I don't
going
fear.
into this year
right.
were.
No,
if
I
you
hear
told me it was going to be Jordan Love and the Packers, if you told me it was going to be Detroit and Goff, I would have feared Detroit to some degree because I think we all were riding pretty high after they beat Green Bay to end the year last year, and they were trending up. But we all thought, like, they got to win some playoff games. We'll see. Like, it's Tampa, Detroit, and Green Bay.
Right.
Now, hey, the unthinkable could happen. The Niners could easily lay an egg. I'm just saying, in terms of opportunity, you can't ask for anything better.
No, you can't. I mean, you are the number one seed.
There's no excuses.
You're number one seed in home field advantage. And this is why I've been on it, and you guys have all pushed back at me about this. From day one, when we started this journey at the Hilton Hotel, and we kicked off training camp at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara back in late July, I said, look, keep it in the back of your minds. Don't get it twisted. This season's all about Super Bowl or bust.
And now,
it's all about the Super Bowl.
And now, so I agree 100%.
Well, you should agree from day one.
Well, we're here now.
This team's here. This team's been here from day one.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about Super Bowl or bust with this football team. With all that talent, with all these weapons, which I thought could be the best offense since 94, 98, 89, and it's lived up to that.
And it was.
Right? And you got Bosa on the other side. And I expect Bosa, this is a huge game for Nick Bosa and a huge playoff run for Nick Bosa. Number 97, after not recording a sack last season, best show up. And we love Bosa. He joined us on a roast. He's a roaster now. But he's got to show up, and he's got to play big. When you get paid the money that he's getting paid, he's got to have an impact, and he's got to be in the backfield relentlessly. So it's always been Super Bowl or bust. But I'm going to take the names off just because it's Detroit, Tampa, Green Bay. I'm not taking these defenses lighter, man. I'm not taking none of these teams lightly.
But this is their best opportunity. Like, there's no Pete Carroll, there's no Seahawks, there's no McVay, right? There's no Stafford. Like, there's really no proven guy. Jared Goff has been to a Super Bowl with the LA Rams, and most casual fans underrate how good he is.
However, can you say that Jared Goff is more proven than Brock Purdy?
I mean, I'd say about the same.
No, that's cap.
How's that cap?
Jared Goff has been in numerous postseasons.
No, he has, and he had one good run.
He had a couple good runs. He's won a lot of playoff games.
He had one good run.
He's won a lot of playoff games.
I mean, I
like,
watched him get removed from a game for a backup quarterback, and then Washington was playing against them when running for their lives. Like, that was, I don't know, he had a pretty ugly run at the end with the Rams. They're about equal, I would say, and that's being fair.
I think that's being unfair to Jared Goff.
All right. Well, whatever. I mean,
two separate franchises, a little different too. Like, he's had to go somewhere else, and now he's proven it 2 places. I think that's pretty impressive.
Well,
exactly.
But to your point, regarding Brock Purdy, I think it's a huge one for him. If we even want to entertain the thought of big money extensions and all that stuff, which is still years away, you have to show up in these playoffs. You can't be a passenger.
No, you can't. Well, you know what? But it's okay to be a passenger. You just heard Baldy. He talked about C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love. They threw the ball 21 times. You know what you need to do in the playoffs? You need to win the line of scrimmage.
Well, yes.
And you need to run the football, and you need to stop the run. And you need to put your quarterback in a position to where he doesn't have to throw the ball and make a ton of mistakes. You know what I mean? Like, that's the key to playoff football. That limit the opportunities you have to make a mistake. I don't want my quarterbacks making a mistake. Now, Jared Goff has gotten in trouble in the past, and he's made mistakes. I get all that. But Jared Goff has won playoff games. So I'm going to put respect on Jared Goff's name. He's proven a lot to me to help that franchise get to this point, and now they get to host a game. Now, that Tampa Bay-Detroit game is going to be a fist fight. It's going to be a physical football game. I don't know who the hell is going to come out of there with a victory. I'm not going to worry about it right now. But Brock Purdy, I do want to limit it because you said something yesterday where he's extended plays, but you worry about him maybe extended plays and they throw it across his body and throw it back into danger.
Yeah,
you do that against Green Bay, and you could end up like the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, that's the big denominator that I'm looking at is turnovers ruin an entire playoff series. I mean, it can ruin an entire half for you if you dig a hole because of turnovers. Short fields, a touchdown here, a touchdown there. Now you're playing from behind, and you know what graphic's going to pop up?
Yep.
The 0-37 graphic when you're down 8 or more.
So, and let's be real, Brock Purdy still has a lot to prove. He has a lot more to prove than Jared Goff. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, when we think about this, Brock Purdy was a passenger during that Dallas game last postseason in divisional round, and I'm cool with that. I don't care if he's a game manager. I don't care if he throws the ball 6 times. I don't care if he throws the ball 36 times. To me, it's all about winning the damn game. But Brock Purdy does have a lot to prove. Can you play mistake-free football? You cannot get caught up in trying to go into a shootout with Jordan Love or Jared Goff or Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen. Run the ball, win the line of scrimmage. But to me, this game all starts. It all starts from me. And you're different. Everybody's different. 888-957-9570 who can break down the keys to the game. To me, it's what Baldy said. It's all about this front four. It's all about number 97, 91, 98, and whether it's number 5 or 92. They have to get home. They've got to shut down Aaron Jones, and they got to set the tone. If they don't get home and they don't set the tone and shut down this run game, then you know what? We're going to be in a closer game than we all anticipated.
What did you think of Bosa's year this year? Just how would you letter grade it? Without any explanation. Just give me a letter grade.
I'll give you a B.
A B. Is that just in terms of any player or judged on the Bosa?
The Bosa curve.
The Bosa curve, yeah.
The Bosa curve. You're a former DPOI.
I think it was like a C on how I view him. Dude, you held out. I mean, let's just call it what it is. You kind of held out. You came into camp, and everyone said, don't worry about him being in shape, but yet he was still kind of playing himself into game shape. It wasn't a great Bosa year. You can erase all that negativity with a big game. I'm going to be real. I'm one of the biggest Bosa fans. I didn't think he had a great year. He had a decent year. I expect more from Bosa. You're in your prime, dude. You just got $120 million guaranteed, for Christ's sake.
This is why I'm saying.
120?
This is why I'm saying this is a huge postseason for him. Coming off of last postseason where he got punked by Lane Johnson.
He has to show up.
He got punked by Tyron Smith.
Yeah, thank you.
All right? I didn't see much of you in the Seattle game. And if you're not playing every single snap, well, you know what? You had 3 weeks off. You had a couple. Now, he played against the Rams. He finished He finished with 10.5 sacks. But Bosa, you got to show up. It is what it is. It all starts with those boys up front. So,
I mean, think about where we were at the beginning there. He had 10.5 this year. I didn't even think he
got the double digits.
Yeah, but if I would have told you after signing $120 million, he'd get 10.5 sacks, most people would be disappointed with that because he's so good. It's like, Steph, oh man, I'm frustrated he's turning the ball over because he's so good. I expect better. He has to show up. Has to.
Baldy mentioned how Aaron Jones is one of the hottest running backs in the league. He averaged 120 yards per game on the ground over the last 4 weeks. And Green Bay's basically had to play playoff games every single week, whether it's beating Detroit on Thanksgiving, whether it's beating the Bears at Lambeau Field, whether it's beating the Minnesota Vikings. He is a problem. And we've seen the 49ers run defense give us some yards on the ground. That's why, to me, offensively, you got to do what you do. Just play mistake-free football. You should be able to score against this Packers defense. Just be able to move the ball. Don't get caught up in the turnovers and whatnot. But the front four, to me, this time of the year, when you look at Buffalo, the way they beat Pittsburgh and the way Pittsburgh got back into the game, and you look at the way the Tampa Bay Buccaneers dominated the line of scrimmage, dominated the Eagles at the line of scrimmage, that's where these games are won. That's where these games are won.
So having Eric Armstead back does what for you?
Oh, it obviously does wonders, right? Without Eric Armstead, teams are running up our gut all day long.
Yeah, they can ill afford to have him come out of this game with an injury. He needs to play the whole game. And Javon Hargrave. I mean, you paid a lot of money for Javon Hargrave, and I want him to be a playoff player. I need this guy to show up in the playoffs. I don't need you against the Arizona Cardinals. I need you in the playoffs. January.
So I'm fired up against Green Bay. Matt LaFleur knows Shanahan. Shanahan knows Matt LaFleur. We know the Green Bay Packers are going to be buttoned up. They played mistake-free football last week. Jordan Love was special. They've got all these quick little wide receivers. Their offensive line did a great job on Micah Parsons. That's one thing. Now we flip over to offense because we both agree Bosa's got to show up this Saturday.
It's like there is no other way around it. I have to see 97 in that backfield. Well, he can also be the all-time leading sack leader in 49er playoff history, which it almost is crazy to say that out loud. But he can do that with a good showing this weekend. Yep. But they need him to be there because I think if he's getting sacks, it just makes the coverage on the back end. That means they're either holding tight or they don't have to cover for as long. And I do worry about these wide receivers.
Yeah, Green Bay, by the way, when they get into the red zone, they score. They're one of the top 5 team in the red zone of converting touchdowns. Now, the Niners had a 67% conversion rate when it came to red zone trips into the end zone. Into the red zone. So that's good. But Green Bay's starting to come up well. And they've scored 56% of the time touchdowns in the red area. And they did that last week against Dallas. But on the flip side, you brought up the Baldy, Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey's going to be C-Mac. He's going to do his thing. But you know what happens. It's going to come down to a throw. It's going to come down to how you get to your sets.
Of course.
It's Brock Purdy. And to me, and we could all disagree on this, Brock Purdy has to prove it this season. Last year, you carve up Seattle in the second half, fine.
That was impressive.
First half was a little hairy, but you bounce back in the second half. You carved him
I thought the Dallas game was real tight. I mean, if you watch that back, I've watched it back. He made 2 good throws in the fourth quarter, which is really what it comes down to. Can you make great throws late in games? But there were a lot of ooh, why'd you get rid of that? You know, and so that game made me worry a lot more. Now, flash forward to week 5, they dismantled that same Dallas defense once he's seen them before. He hasn't seen Green Bay yet.
No.
Yeah.
Has not seen Green Bay.
I think Joe Carroll or is it Joe Barry? Joe Barry. Then I was going to Joe Barry Carroll. Joe Barry is their defensive coordinator.
Yep.
So I'm with you on Purdy. I mean, I'm confident in Purdy. He's had a monster year, but there have been some games where he's looked a little sketch, and that's every quarterback.
That's why I push back, you know. And as we get deeper and deeper into this week and we get ready for this game, I have a problem when I hear, oh, man, Jared Goff and Baker Mayfield, and you're not playing against them. Purdy's not playing against them. I don't know if we have the best quarterback in the NFC. If you put all these quarterbacks in the NFC, Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy.
I think
who's going number 1?
Brock had the best season for his team.
But who's going number 1 on the draft board?
Well, what's my team look like?
I'm just throwing it out there. You had to pick a quarterback. Those 4 guys are there. I don't care. Forget the team. You can just say they're the first picks.
I think I'm probably still taking Brock. He's the youngest of all of them. And he's been pretty dynamic. His winning percentage pretty much speaks for itself. Now, you can say it's a byproduct of the team, but, man, he's done wonders.
I think there's a lot of people who take Jordan Love.
Maybe.
I think there's a lot of people who may take Jared Goff. I don't think anybody's taking Baker, but you gotta have to give Baker credit.
And finance doesn't factor into this conversation.
No, it's just on the board, barbershop talk.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to get into the nuances, everything.
Well, because age, I do think matters. Like Goff's 28, 29, and so that's going to change some people. So I'm probably still taking Purdy.
All right.
That doesn't mean he's going to outperform these guys this weekend. I would have taken Steve Young heading into the 92 playoffs, and it didn't show up that way.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but, you know, when I think about Jordan Love and I think about Jared Goff, I'm not sure if I'm taking Brock Purdy number 1 amongst those guys. When I'm talking sheer talent at the quarterback position, you see some of those throws Jordan Love made off the back foot, the arm.
Oh, he didn't even
use his mobility. Now, Brock Purdy's special. He's had this offense, but think about what Jordan Love's had to do. He's been one of the hottest quarterbacks over the last 9 weeks. What he's had, 23 total touchdowns?
Yeah, he's been amazing.
3 picks? He's been amazing. You can make the argument he's been one of the better quarterbacks in the league over the last 9 weeks.
Actually reminds me a lot of Brock at the end of last year.
There you go. I'm not sure I'm taking Brock over Jordan Love if I had a mythical draft.
Even though his body of work
is a lot more impressive right now. But if I'm moving forward into the future, whose future projects well? Think about what Jordan Love did this year with Green Bay. He did it with a receiver core that was in shambles, that is young. And young wide receivers.
Not as good as
we saw it with Brendan Ayuk. Brendan Ayuk struggled as a youngster. He had to find his way. We saw it with T.O. Early on in his career, struggle with drives, struggle with routes and whatnot. Those receivers in Green Bay are lethal.
I just...
And I love Brock.
I'm
not saying Brock's
Jordan
bad.
Love was awesome, but Brock had an unbelievable season this year.
He
was unbelievable last year.
I'm just keeping it a buck of what I saw, man.
I'm personally still taking Brock, and I might sound crazy after this weekend, and one guy might outplay the other, but given what they've done this year and what he's done last year and body of work, and I've seen now Purdy do it for 2 playoff games, even though the Dallas one was much tighter, I'm going to lean Brock.
Let's go to 888-957. Go ahead, Spinoni. Get in.
I was going to say, when you compare the 4 quarterbacks left in East Conference, it's pretty wild.
I mean, you got Mahomes and Allen facing off in one side. You've got C.J. Stroud and Lamar Jackson.
It's unbelievable.
That's an incredible matchup.
That might be 4 of the top 5 quarterbacks right now in the NFL.
Okay, but the best part about all this, if you're in the NFC, is only one can represent
exactly.
them.
Yep.
It's the beauty of where you're at. This is why I'm like, Harbaugh, you sure you want to go to the AFC?
By the way,
go to the Cowboys.
By the way, Jared Goff, 4,575-yard passing. He's second in the league. 30 touchdown passes, 4th in the league. 12 interceptions. Jared Goff, pretty damn good. BPA, get in here. Get in here, BPA. What's happening?
Yo, good morning.
Morning.
You don't have to. How you doing, buddy?
I'm great. How you doing, buddy?
You don't have to talk Warriors if you don't want to.
I'm good. Hey, you know what? I'm going to pass on that. It's not really worth. I mean, it's not worth the time or the energy or any of the other stuff with it. Maybe after a move. Maybe after a move/moves, there's something to talk about. But right now, they're just They're just a 13th seed. Yeah, I'd say. I mean, I'm not worried about. I think the Niners offense. I mean, Green Bay is not a good defense, and to me, the most indicting thing in that Dallas game was that Dallas was not able to move the ball on really one of the not a good defense. And so I think the Niners are going to move the ball on Green Bay all day. My biggest concern is the defense for the Niners. Specifically, is Armstead really ready to go and play 75% of the snaps? Because I view that as the drop off between Armstead and Kinlaw is like the drop off between Steph Curry and Corey Joseph. I watched Kinlaw because he was really, really bad at the end of the year. And so I was like, is he that bad? And so I went back and watched it, and it's almost like playing with 10 on defense. And so Armstead to me is the key. If they have Armstead, that solidifies the middle. If it solidifies the middle, and I think they're going to be okay. And if they don't have him, and he's hurt a lot, if they don't have him, I view them as they're a threat to be beat by anyone. That's how bad Kinlaw is. That's my take. Anyways, guys, love you guys. Chasky, great to see you back in the saddle, Coach.
Thanks, buddy.
And I'll talk to you guys soon.
Sounds good.
All right, BPA. Brian and Paulo Alto here. We'll get to the rest of the call. Steve and Uncle Gene, 888-957-9570. It's an interesting conversation. It's got YouTube moving. It's got the Comcast Business Text Line moving. And I love Brock Purdy. But of the 4 quarterbacks in the NFC, now that I'm thinking about it, moving forward, who would you want on your roster? Is it Brock? Is it Jordan Love? Is it Jared Goff or Baker Mayfield? I'm not saying anything wrong. I love Brock Purdy. I'm glad he's my quarterback. I feel like the Niners should win the Super Bowl. We will all be disappointed if they don't win the Super Bowl. But boy, we're going to see what Jordan Love's all about here on this grass at Levi Stadium. We're going to see Jared Goff. And Jared Goff's had a hell of a year. Hell of a year. Let's see what Brock Purdy does. It's a big game for Brock Purdy. He hasn't proven anything yet, folks. Can't just give. Well, he's not a main man yet.
The win in Philly?
He's not a main man yet. It's the playoffs, Shasky. You know what region we're in. It's all about the playoffs in San Francisco.
He beat the Cowboys last year.
You know what? That's great.
He beat the Hawks.
That's great. Did we win the Super Bowl?
Well, he got hurt.
Philly gets credit for that. He's been dinged up a lot too. Just saying. By the way, keyword. If you want to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey, text football to 20357. 20357. Football. That's the key word. You have another opportunity at 12:30, between 12:30 and 1:30, and of course 4:30 and 5:30. More coming up on the Morning Roast, and it is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Zinni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zinni.com.
1 and 4.
Hey Dub Nation, this is Dario Saric. The only place to hear the Warriors basketball is 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dario Saric, thank you so much. We'll see you in Salt Lake City tomorrow. I'm in a good mood right now, so Warriors lost yesterday to Memphis. They lost to the Memphis G League team. I think it's called the Memphis Hustle. I'm in a good mood. By the time I got home, I had some Wingstop. I was able to drive off the loss and watch the Eagles basically die in front of our eyes. The Eagles that we knew. Down in Tampa Bay. Eagles cry on the road to misery. Sigh, Eagles sigh. Blow the big games. 1, 2, 3. Miss them low.
Miss them high.
And watch our Eagles die. Bye, Eagles die. Bridesmaids of the NFC. LOSERS losers.
Your ability to hit the tune is almost as good as your ability to pick which quarterback you want for this weekend. Bring that back up, because I have a question I want to ask you, and I want a sincere question.
Hold on. I want to shout out Bubble Bath Boy, Joe the Camera.
Oh, yeah, continue.
I want to shout out John Ritchie. I want to shout out the little fella who knows what the hell he's doing. I want to shout out Joe.
I want to shout out Big Dom.
Big Dom. That fraud.
I smoke with Mike, though.
Hugh Douglas, you can smoke.
I love Hugh Douglas.
Hugh, come out to the West. Man, you're at the wrong station, Hugh. You're in the wrong market, man. You belong here with us.
He does.
You're not one of those frauds. And then, speaking of frauds, where's Joe Fadenbaugh at? All of a sudden, he popped out of nowhere last year where he became an Eagles fan. And he talked that talk on Twitter. I haven't heard from him since. What's his Twitter account look like, Spinoni? What's his timeline looking at? Right. I mean, come on. Has he hit a bet lately? I swear to God, this happened last week. My bet today, so shout out to Philly Zoo and Big Dog City. We won the pool, our betting pool.
Oh.
Now, we're still waiting on the guy to pay us, and he's winning MIA on us. And it's a lot of money here, so you got some people ready to fly out to Philadelphia. Look for this guy. But listen, I've been watching The Sopranos lately. Trust me. So we won this betting pool, and there was one game. And I go, guys, we need to bet on this game because Fadeball took the other team. It was Steelers-Ravens, regular season game.
Okay.
Backups. And Ravens plus 3. I said, come on, guys. We know we take the opposite of Horton Ball. And we end up didn't bet it, but the Steelers won anyway. I was like, come on, bet against. But I haven't heard from him anymore. I love Horton Ball. I haven't heard from you, buddy. Elliott Shore-Parks, who's the little writer, said the Niners are the most overrated contender in recent memory. And he said the Eagles are actually underrated after like week 15.
What a moron.
Well, those morons are so down bad.
Howard Eskin. Angelo Cataldi was asking for people to be fired.
Yes.
Quarter one. I go, Angelo, I'm glad it's the first live game you've watched in 22 years. That's how America does it.
That's how Philadelphia does it. I swear to God, I think, and shout out to Jason Dumas because I do love Dumas. That's my guy.
Yeah, but Dumas needs to pick a side.
No, he's fine. Dumas is my guy.
He's a real Eagles fan. I respect him.
He's embraced the Bay Area. Yeah. Jason Dumas is one of our brothers.
He sent me a message last night.
He's all good. But the rest of those nitwits out there, those dopes, I swear to God, most citizens of Philadelphia might be dumber than rocks. Those people are so foolish. Because listen to this before we get back out to the calls.
Yeah, because I have a question for you. I want to hold
because first of all, Romo told us going into the Philadelphia game how soft they were.
I've been thinking about this all morning. What's going to be the difference in this game? And I truly believe who is going to be the meanest, nastiest team on the field. And I think the Niners are a meaner team. I really do. For some reason, and the Eagles are a really good football team. Hey, they've proven it with their record, but I just believe the Niners got more nasty in them. I really do. And I think that will be one of the deciding factors in this football game. Who wins in the trenches? Who hits harder? And it's 60 minutes of that.
Now, I feel
like they're a little bit soft.
That's what I was looking for. And they were a little soft. Now, last year, Shasky, we were fighting over the microphone to defend Bill Walsh. Because Joe DeCamera, the bubble bath boy, who's down bad right now, he calls this, Shasky, you want to laugh? Let's laugh through it. We got time here.
Okay.
We don't have to break till 9:12. We don't have to be in a rush. We're going to enjoy this as we get back to the question. 4 quarterbacks you're taking moving forward in the NFC right now. Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Brock Purdy, Baker Mayfield. Who you taking moving forward?
Is it like forever or for just this weekend?
Next year. Let's just say, who you like? I mean, these quarterbacks are, is Brock Purdy by far and away the best quarterback left in the NFC?
Yeah, but would you have taken Jordan Love if the last playoff game didn't occur? Like, going into that playoff game, your view of Jordan Love
I thought the lights were a little too bright, but, I've been a fan of Jordan Love, though.
Okay.
I believe in Jordan Love.
No, I know you have. But, to all of a sudden overcorrect after one. It was a great game. I'm not here to deny it. It was a great game. A great, great game. But I feel like we are a little bit prisoner of the moment. Had that game been a little closer or he played a little differently, and we just went back a week.
We do it all the time.
No one's taking Jordan Love over Brock Purdy.
We do it all the time with quarterbacks, though.
Yeah, we do.
Let's not switch the narrative here.
Yeah, but Brock's
we do it with
been awesome
everybody.
for 25
We've done
games.
it with Josh Allen. We do it with Lamar Jackson. We do it with all these quarterbacks, and they got a lot of body of work. Jared Goff, you just said it's fair to say that they both have the same amount to prove, and I disagree with that. Jordan Goff has played at a high level for a couple seasons now with the Rams and the Lions. But anyway, not to divert our attention, but we got to smoke this Eagles pack because they kicked us when we were down. They clipped our stuff. They made fun of my boy Shasky. They tried to make a mockery out of him. They tried to make a mockery out of our region. So we're going to shed some tears, some happy tears for them. Joe DeCamera, John Ritchie, caught this season for the Philadelphia Eagles the biggest disgrace in their sports history. Now, think about the Philadelphia sporting scene, Shasky. You're a sports historian. Philadelphia's had some disgraceful teams. Sam Hinkie and the disgraceful tanking, trust the process.
Mm-hmm.
What does that net of them? That was disgraced sports, right?
Yeah.
That was very disgraceful.
They got the Okafor from the Duke University.
Jaleel Okafor.
Yeah, and then they got Nerlens Noel and a bunch of other guys.
Listen to Bubble Bath Boy John Ritchie.
Richie Rich, how are you, pal?
Hey, Joe.
Hey, bud.
Avocados are poisonous to birds. I feel like everything
apropos. A bird, an
is
eagle.
Poisonous. Yeah.
A bird.
To me and my birddom.
They eat that in November?
Today.
Early December, have some avocado? All right, look.
Maybe. Feels that way.
Here's the deal. Let me just say this. A couple ways to go here.
94.
An all-time disgrace.
Mm-hmm.
All-time disgrace.
Clearly, the demise of this team, demise of this season, easily the worst collapse in Philadelphia sports since the 64 Phils. It's not even close. It's right on the level.
Wow.
What we saw last night, ladies and gentlemen, and what we've seen the past month and a half was an embarrassment to professional football.
Oh, really?
It was an embarrassment to the city of Philadelphia. It was a meltdown of absolute biblical proportions. I actually thought last night was very easy to see coming in. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. I know not everyone wanted to hear it, but I thought all the signs were there going into the game, and all the signs manifested in the game. Bad defensive personnel, bad offensive scheme, broken offensive scheme, bad quarterback play, the worst coaching down the stretch of the season that I've ever seen in my entire life in Philadelphia sports. Let me say that again. The worst. I've seen Eddie Jordan. I saw Doug Moe. I saw Rich Kotite. This was the worst.
Oh, really?
The worst coaching I have ever seen in my lifetime. 45 years old, the worst coaching I've ever seen in Philadelphia sports. Dysfunction.
Now, Shasky, your thoughts.
My thoughts are that I'm enjoying every second of this. Every single second of this. The day after the Niners kicked their ass, I remember we came in here and we were having a great time. And I said, and a lot of people pushed back on it. I was like, the Eagles cannot correct their linebacker play and their secondary play.
No.
It's a personnel problem. They're done. And I wrote them off. I said, they will lose multiple games. They're done. And it's one game. Oh, they're hurt. Oh, they went through a gauntlet. Oh, look at their schedule. They lost 5 of the 6 games down the stretch and were favored in 5 of them. Favored in 5 of them. And it's the way it's went down. Sirianni, I mean, Is there any other coach who went from genius to moron? Actually, moron to genius to moron quicker?
Well, listen, less than a year ago, as we're getting ready for the NFC Championship game, we're about to take a flight to Philadelphia, red eye. Because I don't see no Eagles fans on the YouTube chat. I don't see them on Comcast Business Text Line. I don't see them calling our station anymore. I don't see any bird emojis that we saw leading up to that football game. But last January, Joe DeCamera, we did the simulcast. And Joe DeCamera said this about Sirianni. Now, you want to, like, this, he just threw this out there. He didn't say it flippantly. He thought about this. And he tried to bring context to it. This was right before the NFC Championship game.
That guy thought he was Confucius.
Right. Like, think about what you just heard, Roasters. What you just heard there was Joe DeCamera said this was the worst coaching job in probably Philadelphia sports history. He compared it to Rich Kotite, Eddie Jordan, and all the other bum coaches that's come through Philadelphia. Well, just last season, he said this about Nick Sirianni.
Here's the thing I'd say, and I say this out of respect to your franchise, so I will say growing up, man, Joe Montana and Walter Payton were my two favorite players that were not Eagles in the NFL. I love those guys. I loved Montana. I loved Rice. Those guys were great. But I'm telling you, the Eagles are on to something with how they play offense that to me is reminiscent of what Bill Walsh did 40 years ago.
Elaborate.
Bill Walsh brought something to the table that the league could not figure out initially. It was different. It was short passes. It was run after the pass. It was obviously Montana that didn't have a rocket arm, but utilizing his strengths to the greatest ability he could, and it turned him for a long time into the best quarterback in football history. And obviously West Coast offense is maintained to this day. Some teams have made some adjustments, but in the early days, Walsh was way ahead of defenses. Guys, I'm telling you, the nation doesn't know it, but John and I know it, and Eagles fans know it. Hurts and Sirianni are ahead of the curve, and they have an advantage.
All right, now I'm coming down your road. Bubble bath boy. You haven't even won a second playoff game with this guy, and you're anointing him. He's Bill Walsh, and he's going to have a legacy where the entire league is going to be doing what he's doing for 40 years to come. I mean, can we put the cart before the horse?
He compared Walsh and Jalen Hurts after beating the New York Giants in a playoff game, just one playoff game.
Daniel Jones. And
he was saying, we're going to be remembering Sirianni and Jalen Hurts as the next Montana Walsh. They're going to reinvent offensive football. Now, we just had Baldy on last hour.
Bill Walsh.
No, Steve Walsh from the U.
Yeah.
The Dallas Cowboys. Listen, we just had Baldy on less than an hour ago.
Yeah.
And he just said, the Eagles offense, their creativity, they didn't have any. It lacked creativity. He said a guy at the end of the bar in South Philadelphia could predict what type of play they were going to run.
Going back to this, they really compared him to Bill Walsh. That would be like, could you imagine, we're at 4 championships for Steve Kerr?
Yeah.
Has anyone ever in the history of 95.7 the game texted, commented, or suggested Steve Kerr is even in the stratosphere of Phil Jackson?
Nope.
And he's a legend. Steve Kerr, a legend.
He's got 4 championships.
4 championships.
And we haven't even compared him to Popovich, Red Auerbach, or Phil Jackson. This guy, after one playoff win, compared Sirianni and Jalen Hurts. So,
not to Belichick. So, Bill Walsh.
So, to some of the people in Philadelphia, Crossing Broad. Are you going to write a blog on this? We helped your content out. We helped keep your business alive. Where's Crossing Broad at? We're going to piss
their mother's basement.
This is why we're pissing on your grave. This is why we're pissing all over your grave, Philadelphia, because of things like that. You just don't say things like that. Come on, man. This is why we get upset when we compare. That's why people get cringy when we say Brock Purdy's the next Joe Montana. Joe Montana was all-time great. Bill Walsh is all-time great.
If there's a point guard that shows a little bit of, like Pajemski right now,
right?
No one is even daring to be like, yeah, he could be our next step. Even Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole had a great year. Did anyone even try to put him in the same sentence?
No, not even close.
Because we knew it was sacrilegious.
We don't even want to compare Steph Curry to the top 5 players in the league in history. Well, we're just happy that he's the top 10 player.
I struggle when it comes to him and Wilt. I'm afraid disrespecting Wilt.
This guy compared Sirianni, and now they want Sirianni out.
Yeah, of course.
Now they're calling him less than a year later. They're saying it's the biggest coaching disgrace in Philadelphia sports history.
Is this more satisfying than the Giants beating the Phillies in that divisional round when they had Roy Halladay, Roy Oswalt, Cliff Lee. Like, they were loaded. Or maybe Cliff Lee was on the Rangers.
That's a lot more satisfying because I knew the end game.
Yeah.
I knew that the Giants, because like if the Giants would have went on to lose the World Series that season, I would have been heartbroken.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have given a damn about the NLCS.
But they ended the Phillies.
They ended the Phillies. Phillies are done.
And Tony Bruno's career, but that was a little later.
Well, that Tony Bruno kind of did that to himself.
Totally
for some
agree.
of the things he said. But the Eagles, now this will be satisfying. Watching them lose to Tampa the way they did, it will be satisfying, but the Niners have to end up in Vegas and they have to hoist Lombardi. Because if we don't win a Lombardi, then we're in Philadelphia. We're just like them last season.
Yeah.
Having a low-loaded roster, having these great stars on the team. We're just like them last season. And they were crying tears. They were crying. Then me and you were doing the show from Las Vegas depressed, like we were in Philadelphia last year doing the show.
Yeah, but the difference between the Niners and where they're at and the Eagles just in general, Shanahan's lost all of his coordinators over and over and over again.
But Shanahan's the play caller.
That's the difference, though. He's replenished.
Sirianni, we don't know what the hell he does.
Well, but
except talk trash.
But this is why when you see all these job openings and you see who's getting hired and who's not, if you don't have a particular area of expertise and you're not the play caller on either side of the ball, what are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know.
You better be hiring the best.
I don't know. Even the tush push got stopped yesterday on the 2-point conversion.
Thank God.
When the tush push got stopped, I said, "Oh, they're in trouble." Because they scored a touchdown. I say, "Okay, we got a football game here." When the tush push got stifled at the goal line, yeah. How you like them apples, Philadelphia? Now let's focus on ourselves. We're actually still playing. We actually have a home game. We actually know what it's like to win home games. All right? We got something cooking out here in San Francisco in the Bay Area. We got a big game against the Green Bay Packers, an old foe. Who I may fear more than the Philadelphia Eagles. I actually wanted to play Philly. You know what, Chasky? I'm a little upset that we didn't get to end Philadelphia season.
I could care less.
I wanted them to come out to the West Coast and they're Eagle fans. And talk about fly, Eagles, fly. But you know what? Tampa Bay handled that business for us. So now they get to go home. Jeffrey Lurie's mad. Howie Roseman's mad. Sirianni doesn't know if he has a job. Jalen Hurts, we don't even know if he can read a defense. A.J. Brown is in Atlantic City watching boxing fights.
Is that where he's at?
Yeah, no, he was there Saturday night.
I was going to say.
Let's focus on ourselves and the 49ers. We got a big game against the Green Bay Packers, folks. Saturday night, 5 p.m. As the Cowboys and the Rams and the Eagles are fighting for tickets to Cancun or Tulum or Cabo, wherever the hell they want to go.
Cabo sounds good right now.
It does sound good. It's not January when you have a football team in the city.
I'm with you.
How do we beat the Green Bay Packers? Jordan Love. You guys fear Jordan Love at all?
Well, I obviously the guy had a monster game, so I'm respecting him, and he's been they have been one of the hottest teams in football. It's the Bills and them, and the Niners as well. The Raven loss notwithstanding. So, yeah, I fear him. But if I had just rewound it 1 week ago, going into the Cowboy game, nobody was taking Jordan Love over even Dak Prescott, right?
No, I don't think so.
So, I don't know.
But maybe that's on us. Maybe that's on us for not paying a lot of attention to Green Bay. Because it's not how you start, it's how you finish, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, if that's the case, I mean, Brock Purdy started well, finished well. Like, what's the argument against him?
Did he finish well?
Yeah, he did.
He finished all right.
He finished literally in number one in almost every quantifiable metric that explains who the best quarterbacks
There's
are.
that big hiccup against Baltimore. I can't unsee it right now. And Baldy. You notice Baldy this morning? You know one thing about Baldy? When he told us, were you on the show? I don't know if you were on the show when he said, we were talking about, maybe Spinoni was co-hosting, but when Baldy said, I need to see it with Brock against the Ravens before I start naming him MVP. I need to sit back and see it. And he had this reservation. I was like, he's been the biggest Brock Purdy fan out there in the media. And all of a sudden he was like, I need to see it against Baltimore. And then we saw what we saw against Baltimore.
Okay.
And you hear Baldy this morning when it came to Brock Purdy, there's a little hesitance, right? Now, Jordan Love in his last 9 games.
The best and the worst players all have good and bad games.
I agree. Brock Purdy, I'm glad he's my quarterback. Brock Purdy should have made the All-Pro team over Dak Prescott. He should have at least been second-team All-Pro, Brock Purdy. That's a joke. They need to make All-Pro team.
And of the other quarterbacks left in the NFC, he's the youngest. On the cheapest contract.
He is the youngest on the cheapest contract.
And I don't have to pay him for 2 years.
He's the biggest bargain in sports. Hell of a bargain. Maybe the biggest bargain in pro sports history, especially if he wins the Super Bowl. But I'm just looking at Jordan Love in his last 9 games. 68% completion percentage. 2,439 yards passing. 20 touchdown passes. 3 interceptions. All right? He's playing some good football right now. And one thing that concerns me, BP had called us and told us, the defense does concern me a little bit. The pass rush has to get home. They have to stop the run. If Green Bay starts getting Aaron Jones cooking, and Baldy brought this up when they came to Levi Stadium a couple regular seasons ago and ran the ball down our throats, then we're going to have a long day. We're going to have a long day. But I'm just, I think it's okay to be reserved and say, hey, Brock, we have to prove it. There's a lot of people out there who still think Brock Purdy needs to prove it.
Sure. I mean, you have to prove it every year, right? It's a show me what you've done recently type of scenario. But I just think we look at body of work for this year. You're asking me who I'm taking in this game. I'm going to take the guy who had a couple of weeks off, who had a historic 49er season, has been a great player for this team ever since he's been named starter, has won multiple playoff games, and I've seen him go on the road and win big games for this team. So I think he's earned the benefit of the doubt for me, and I'm going to go with Brock Purdy. Right. And look, Jordan Love could easily outplay him on Sunday, but I'm still taking Brock Purdy as of right now.
I'm still taking the 49ers, obviously. Taking the 49ers. But, Brock Purdy should have made all-pro team. Second team all-pro. I feel really good about Brock. But, boy, there's going to be a lot of pressure in this football game. We're talking about the 49ers quarterback. And we've been searching for a Lombardi since 1994. So that pressure, if you don't win a playoff game or if we get bounced before the Super Bowl, all of a sudden we go back to ground zero and we're talking about, is he still the guy again?
That will always be a question.
Always.
Absolutely. There's no denying it. And I mean, that's all the great players. I mean,
so I just don't want to sit
that question about Steph Kerr.
I don't want to sit here and act like Brock Purdy's a made man. He's not a made man yet. Not yet. And that's okay to say. I'm not disrespecting him.
We keep bringing up the Ravens game, which I get it. It was a huge game. I mean, Green Bay lost to the New York Giants.
Early in the season. They did.
Week 14.
They did.
You know what I mean? Like, they lost to Baker Mayfield. I'm just looking at the last couple of games. Okay, New York, the Bucks, they beat Carolina. They beat Minnesota on their fourth quarterback. And they beat Chicago 17-9. No, the Cowboy game was amazing. No one is going to dismiss that. That was a revelation. You're watching a guy coming of age. It was unbelievable. But again, just rewind 1 week, everyone's taking Brock.
No doubt. No doubt. But to say Brock is a made man.
He's not. The only made man in the NFL right now, the only made man is Patrick Mahomes. The closest,
Josh Allen?
I was going to say, the closest, Lamar Allen, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. Right, left in the playoffs right now. Who else? I don't even think Stroud's a made man yet.
No, not even close. But boy, he looks good.
He looks great.
Now,
but he had some clunkers. I had him as my quarterback this year.
I'm not going to do it because there's going to be a lot of capping if I do it. Who'd you rather have moving forward, CJ Stroud or Brock Purdy? Not going to do that. I'm not doing that. I'm happy with Brock Purdy. Y'all be lying if you said you'd rather have Brock Purdy than CJ Stroud. I'm not here for the lies this morning because the Warriors lost yesterday. And that right now, that's sticking with me. A little
Can't I just enjoy
that.
Brock Purdy?
Yeah, I know, but that's why I'm not going to throw the question out there.
Even though you kind of did.
Yeah, I know. It's like
no, because I wanted to hear some people lie.
I don't understand.
I wanted to hear people snitch on themselves and say that they'll take
Brock.
Brock.
Throw the question out there.
Kind of. Let's go to Uncle Gene in Oakland. Because you guys are lying. Guys be lying, man. It's okay to say you'd rather have Stroud than Brock Purdy.
Colton McKivitz or Tristan Wirfs right now?
Oh, Tristan Wirfs. No doubt.
Of course. But why?
Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. There's a lot of people be lying about the quarterbacks. Right, we love Brock Purdy. We love our own. But come on, man. There's like 4 quarterbacks you'd rather have over Brock Purdy.
If Jordan Love
now.
had the start to the season where they were 3-6 that Jordan Love had, I don't know if he'd be quarterback of the team come week 11, 12, 13. So, you got to give Purdy some benefit of the doubt here for maximizing the situation
Brock Purdy
that
should
they
have
have
been second team All-Pro. Brock Purdy, again, we could revisit week 4 when I said he's playing better football than Patrick Mahomes. He reminds me of a young Tom Brady. I've been all over Brock Purdy. Don't you guys are coming at me about not respecting Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's fine. But to me, he's got to still prove it. We can't just say Kaepernick had to prove it. Alex Smith had to prove it. Jimmy Garoppolo had to prove it. Brock Purdy's in the same boat right now. He has to prove it. I still like Brock Purdy because of the weapons he has around him. But I'm not going to sit here and cap for y'all and say, oh, yeah, I'm just going to take Brock Purdy over CJ Stroud. Yeah, I'd rather have Brock Purdy over Josh Allen. Because some of y'all did that this year. And that's a joke. Gene in Oakland, what's happening? Uncle Gene.
Hey, morning, fellas. So first of all, excuse me, I have to humbly apologize for that terrible call last week.
Oh, you're all right.
It was inappropriate.
I already forgot it.
Tasteless. And anyways, I apologize to any and all that I may have offended. And, yeah, let's move on and erase that portion of the show, if you would, please. Anyways. Okay, so look, yeah, I'm basking in the glory of the Philly, excuse me, the Eagles' downfall. That who is it? Hot Tub, whatever his name is.
Bubble Bath Boy. Bubble Bath Boy.
Bubble Bath Boy.
Machine guy.
Hot Tub Boy.
Time Machine, Hot Tub, Time Machine, whatever the hell his name is. We don't care. We won't bring him up the rest of the year.
But he's absolutely right. That was the worst collapse in the history of Philadelphia sports. I mean, I remember that 64 meltdown to Phillies, but this tops it for sure. Yeah, they folded just like a blanket for the rest of the season. So, all right. So as far as our team goes, look, I agree with you 100%. It's all about the front four. It starts there. And with Armstead back, that ought to make a big difference. I mean, as I recall, the last 4 or 5 games, the front four didn't really play all that well. It might have been fatigue. I think they missed Armstead for a game or 2. But with him in there, and we could slow down their run game, it's going to make it easier to get to the quarterback, which we absolutely need to do. Bosa can't go a whole, through the playoffs again without a sack. That's unacceptable, totally. But I'm concerned about one more thing. I hate to bring it up again. I'm concerned about our kicker. All right. I mean, he lost 2 games for us this year. Fortunately, it didn't matter. We still got the number 1 seed. But look at that L.A. Rams game. Okay, his kicker. Their kicker missed a very makeable field goal and a point after. That's 4 points. He does his job, and the Rams move on, and the Lions don't. So. I don't know. There's nothing really we can do about it at this point. I would have preferred if we had somebody on the bench that could step in case he tightens up and we have a real problem. Just hope he's corrected that slice of his and gets back to what he was doing before the last game. But we play our game. We should be going to the Super Bowl. We play our game in the Super Bowl. We have an excellent chance.
Good call, Gene.
Good call, Gene.
On the special teams thing, I was actually discussing this with somebody the other day. And if you just talk to older Niner fans like Ray Wershing, Mike Kofer, there's been so many situations, Kyle Williams, where special teams has done the Niners in the playoffs, or at least put them in a bad spot. And I am worried about their special teams. Their kick return and punt return units have been sketch.
It's been a disaster.
Sketch.
Let's be real.
Okay, I was trying to be nice.
Yeah.
But I'm
it's
kind
been
of
a disaster. Let's
Ronnie
keep it
Bell
real.
has not been good.
No.
Right?
He's regressed. What's happened to Ronnie Bell?
I think he's lost confidence, and I think that, I don't know if he's necessarily a kick returner. Some guys can do it in the NFL, and some guys can't. I like Debo back there, quite honestly.
Yeah. But then I don't want to put Debo in that position.
You don't want to get him hurt. I know. But he sets the tone. And then I look at the field goal kicker, and I knew people that wanted them to march down the field with Sam Darnold so that the kicker could feel good about himself with a game-winning kick against the L.A. Rams on the final game of the weekend of the year. So I don't know. I'm worried, though. I'm absolutely worried about special teams.
Let's go to Junior Pacifica. Junior, what's happening?
What's up, Junior?
Good morning. Good news and bad news. So good news is since the break ended, you guys are on fire. I'm really enjoying this, and you got one team soaring and one team cratering. Plenty to talk about, and you're on a roll. Keep it up. I just wanted to mark this moment because it's a good one. If I still had bad news, if I still had hair, it would be on fire because of something Baldy said. And I want to be the first to point it out. He said all the Niners really have to do is that it's about the Niners. They just have to be themselves. They are the better team. And that would be very reassuring, except for one little thing. What if you had a head coach who was a genius and very solid, except he gets the yips sometimes in the playoffs? What if you were in that situation where the head coach throws the bomb when he should be conservative, gets conservative when he should keep playing, just misses his shift in gears sometimes.
Right.
So I am just freaking out, and that's going to be my week. And good luck to me.
All right, Junior. I understand. These are the playoffs. You're one and done. All the moments that were created this season, the most historic offense, it's probably the Niners 94, maybe even the Niners 89. I mean, this offense was humming. Brock was dishing. It had some iconic games. Threw for the most yards than any 49er quarterback in the history of the franchise. Kyle Shanahan, he's got a lot to prove, too. He's going against Matt LaFleur. They've had their battles. Now, he's owned LaFleur for the most part, especially in the playoffs. Owned him. This is Shanahan's coronation. This is his time to seize being the best coach in the NFL, Shasky. It is. The yips with Shanahan, I need to be aggressive like he was in Pittsburgh.
Legal?
We could wait on. We got a couple minutes for the legal. We got time. Just want to get your thoughts.
On Shanahan?
Yeah.
I mean, Shanahan's won 2 playoff games every year he's entered the playoffs with the Niners as head coach. I know we want to talk about his shortcomings and things that he doesn't do well. I think Shanahan has been a battle-tested playoff coordinator, schemer, head coach. He gets his troops ready to go. I mean, outside of the Eagle game, every game that they've lost in the playoffs has been a tough game. It's not like they get the doors beat off him. He's not Mike McCarthy.
No. You're listening.
Am I wrong?
It's a 95-70 game. KTMC FM and AC1.
Well, I mean, he told me in my ears about the legal.
Right. No,
and he's like, don't respond. Legal.
No, I got the legal.
See, that's the thing people can't hear.
Yeah, no, I know what time the legal is. See, some hosts, they just hurry up and get to the legal. They cut off their other hosts and go straight 9 o'clock. I've heard it for some. This Morning Rose show is different than any other radio show out there, okay? We will do the legal when we do the legal, okay? It could be 9:02. It could be 9:01. It could be 9:04:30. We're going to do the legal when the hell we want to do the legal,
as long as we do it before, the time expires.
Yeah, and what time does the time expire?
I'm not sure. I think we have, 5 minutes?
9:05. It's 9:04:20, 22, 23, 24. 25. As you're listening to 95.7 Game, KGG FM in AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. You guys want predictable radio? Fine, I'll give you
there's a man
radio.
Who hits the brakes.
And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams.
The zone is what you do, Bonte.
Thank you, Tony. Just log on and search 95.7 Game every single day. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. The smart choice for low rates and super simple online application process. And I also know how to shut out the Comcast business sex line. Now, before we get to take them to school, I'm going to hear from Brian in San Francisco. Brian in San Francisco, what's happening?
Hi, Brian.
Good morning, y'all. So let me preface, I'm a Packer fan, born and raised in the Bay. I'm a Packer fan, though, so don't get it twisted.
So what happened?
I have to listen. My dad's side of the family is from Wisconsin, so I was brainwashed as a kid. First of all, my point that I'll get to in a second, Shasky, you made me kind of top of mind. This slander about Mike McCarthy, granted, he'll be fired. Packers are going to have him fired for the second time in the last 5 or 6 years. However, Big Mike has won a Super Bowl since the Niners have. Niners haven't won a Super Bowl since '94, so let's put a little respect on Big Mike's name.
And Big Mike lost 2 times to Shanahan in embarrassing fashion.
Kyle Shanahan doesn't have a ring. Big Mike does.
Oh,
Back to my point. Homerism is a disease. I need you to watch the Packers a little bit more objectively. Maybe throw in an all-22 of Jordan Love. Listen to what Dan Orlovsky says. Listen to what Brian Baldinger says. People who have been around the game.
Hey, dog, don't go ghosting me next Monday after we kick your ass this weekend in the rain. Don't you go ghosting me, Casper. I better see you. You better call in. Coming at me. The week I've had.
Brian,
who do you think you are? Well, you better watch a little carefully. Mike McCarthy. Yeah, there's a lot of guys. John Fox has a ring. Who the hell is taking John Fox over Kyle Shanahan?
He doesn't have a ring. He doesn't have no
Didn't
ring.
he win a ring with Denver?
No, they got blown out by the Seahawks.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Kubiak. There you go. Kubiak has a ring. Who the hell's taking Kubiak over Shanahan?
Shanahan was on his staff.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
He actually learned a lot from Gary Kubiak.
Doc Rivers has a ring. I'm not taking him. Loser. Mike McCarthy needs respect.
No, he didn't say Mike McCarthy. He said Big Mike.
Big Mike.
Big
Mike's unemployed. EDD just reached out to Big Mike.
It's been a tough year for the big guys.
I mean,
Big Dom, Big Mike.
Big Dom, Big Mike.
Mike McCarthy. You're the only Mike McCarthy stan on the planet. Mike McCarthy lied to Jerry Jones during the interview. I watched every game of the Cowboys this year. I was studying in my basement. 2 weeks later said, yeah, I didn't do that.
Thankfully, you guys never called me Big Bonte. Guess when you can call something big, you go down big, go down bad.
Shout out Soda.
Shout out Soda. Weight
Beat me
loss.
by 2 seconds.
It is state of the art.
Guy out of here.
Trust me. You see my suit last night? Ooh, it's fit good. Austin and Redwood City. Austin, what's happening before you get
Bring us back to normal.
Austin.
Hey, man.
He be blending into
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm kind of scared. I'm kind of scared of these Green Bay Packers, man. If they front four made Dex Fry throw 60 times, man, what they gonna do to the Niners? They got a good little team. I'm serious. Hey, Vontae, remember I told you Jordan Love could be the next MVP last year? I don't know if you remember that.
I don't remember it.
Tell you.
I don't remember
He did his second half of the season. He was MVP, though. I ain't going to lie to you.
He's been balling, man. He's been balling. All right, we're not going to do scare radio. Nobody's scared. We're just breaking down the game. Some of you guys out there, you can't just be critical and down the middle. I'm trying to be as down the middle as possible. The 49ers pass rush has been underwhelming, okay? Chase Young, remember all you people who wanted to pay Chase Young instead of Brandon Ayuk? What the hell has Chase Young done?
That's a straw man argument. No one said we're paying Chase Young.
I asked you guys after the Jacksonville Jaguar game, who would you rather pay first, Brandon Ayuk or Chase Young? And you guys all said Chase Young.
One guy's a free agent this year, and the other guy is under team control.
But I'm saying long term, Chase Young has done nothing. You want to go get paid, Chase Young? Show up on Saturday. This front four better show up. All right? That's what I'm talking about. But we can't say that stuff because we're scared. We're scared. We can't just talk. We're scared. Scared. But we ain't talking about...
I'm a little... I was a little in shock.
Yeah. Scared, go to church, man. Saturday night, 5 o'clock. Let's go. Take them to school. Yeah. There was a time last night when the Warriors were giving us all good vibes. They were rolling in Memphis. And as usual, Steph Curry was the driving force behind the Warriors show.
Curry spins away from Vince Williams, who went for a steal. Ball knocked it down. Curry gets it back, swings the dribble low between the legs 3 times, behind the back, now steps back, now fades to the right, now dribbles down the lane, goes up, underhand scoop, it goes in! My goodness, Stephen Curry putting on a show. That was tremendous.
That was tremendous. And then the end of the third quarter and fourth quarter happened, and it wasn't tremendous.
I got a call from Guru, a text, and I'm like, how are you surprised? Yeah. And Guru's like, this and that. I'm like, Guru.
I talked to Guru last night.
How are you surprised?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Did you hear me? I don't know if you probably watched
I watched.
The Eagles game. Did you hear my opening monologue?
I watched you, and then I watched you, change the panic meter. Yeah. And then I said, I got to tweet at this guy. And I sent him the Giants down 2-1 in the top of the 9th against the Dodgers meme. That's where my panic level is, as in concession.
Did you hear what I said? I said it. I had a dream.
Oh,
that I'll tell you on the Warriors post-game
live.
live.
It turned into a nightmare. I did hear that. And then I was thinking, thank God you did it, not me. Because I would have been aggregated. Woo!
Like Pat McAfee.
Oh, well, that guy. I mean, geez.
By the way, now I was taking him to school.
ESPN.
Brought to you by Peralta Community College District. Spring is free at Laney, Berkeley City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda. For more info, visit peralta.edu. Who says we don't hit the brakes? We got 60 seconds until we got to hit the brakes. He's lying. The boss knows we hit the brakes. We're just like any other show. All right. Ain't another show in America that's hit every single break, every single week, every single day, every single hour. That's all cap. Just like the Packers beating the Niners, that's cap too. But we are breaking down the game. We have to have a healthy fear. After watching the Cowboys and the Eagles and the Rams lose, who the hell am I as a 49er fan to be overlooking the Green Bay Packers and thinking we're going straight to the Super Bowl? I'm not going to be that guy. I'm out to guaranteeing Super Bowl's business. I ain't in that game no more. Taking it game by game, quarter by quarter, possession by possession. And let's talk about it. 888-957-9570. Brought to you by Safeway.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
Shop Safeway this week and find deals on...
Packers? Levi's? Packers? 5:15? Saturday?
It's not 5 o'clock, 5:15? Well, maybe I'll just get there at 3 o'clock. Maybe I'll get there at 3 o'clock.
You feel me? I said I'm doing what I got to do, staying true to the crew.
That's tough.
Saturday's going to be a big day.
Dude, True Down had them Shirley locks.
He did. By the way, I can't get over that Dez Bryant video of him before the Packers-Cowboys game. Dez.
Did you see the LeBron James video that's circulating?
Oh, well, the fan, I guess, ran up to him and touched him, and he got...
What are people doing?
Yeah,
why would you touch, don't touch people. Don't be running up on people at games like that. I just don't understand the liquid courage, and this is why, I'm not a big drinker. I don't drink at games ever. When I see people do these things, it's like, what do you do? In what world was that acceptable?
Yeah, I don't know, but this is why I always say it's just a matter of time for one of these players deck one of these fans.
Well, what if
the player's going to be in the wrong?
Well, no, but what if the guy would have hurt LeBron or something like that? I'm old enough to remember the tennis situation with Monica Seles. I remember that, and that's a dramatic situation that happened in that case. But come on, man, just stay in your seat and enjoy the game. Don't stop touching people. Yeah. I don't get these fans. Don't throw anything. Don't run up on people. Stop fighting.
Well, listen, the fighting. The fighting. So I don't know if you were here.
What?
And I'll tell you this story because you weren't here. Obviously, you're dealing with personal issues, and we know Papa Shasky's doing better and better. Our prayers go out to him for sure, and our prayers go out to you, Joe. We care for you. You're our brother here. But Big Dog City and I went down to the Rose Bowl.
Okay.
Great game, great setting, everything. We were basically standing. We were still basically the whole game. The entire Rose Bowl was standing.
College games, it's more acceptable for everyone to stand.
And I love it.
Yeah, I do too. That. It's cool. But I get it when there's an older person behind you who maybe can't. You know the setting is the way I would say it.
So Big Dog City and I were sitting behind two Alabama fans. There were two rows in front of us. And then there was an older couple in front of us. They were Bama fans. And Big Dog's a big Michigan fan. He's hyped up. First possession of the game. Big Blue, let's go. There's stuff in Alabama.
Especially early, everyone's hyped.
Everybody's hyped. And these two jerks, child. And now, you met Big Dog City.
Big boy.
Rocked up. He's at the gym right now listening. He's hitting the gym at 5 in the morning. I mean, it's scary hours. He loves Spinoni, too. He calls in, he's barking. These two guys turned around, these Bama fans, probably late 30s, early 40s, turn around to Big Dog City and say, shut the bleep up. And yell it at Big Dog, right?
At a sporting event?
At a sporting event. Shut the bleep up. And this is why when I always say, sometimes these fights happen because you're talking to the wrong person. Now, Big Dog's calm, cool, and collected. He goes, really? Shut the bleep up? Really? And so the other guy, says something. And so I tell the guy, I say, hey, man, just enjoy the game. I said, just enjoy the game.
Exactly.
And you know what else I said, though? I said, this guy would kick your ass, man. Just shut up, dude. This guy would kick your ass.
Yeah.
Stop talking. Who the hell are you to talk to somebody like that?
That's, I think, the problem. This is a societal problem that bleeds over into sports. This is not exclusive to sports. The lack of respect for the other people around you, whether you're walking in the street, whether you're driving, you're shopping, you're at a restaurant. It all starts with a lack of respect for others. Would you agree?
It is. So then Big Dog City, he's like, after the game, he started chirping. He's like, you still want me to shut the bleep up? After Michigan won, you still want me to shut the bleep up? And the other guy was trying to talk, and he said something. I said, hey, man, please stop. And I'm telling Big Dog to calm down. But I'm telling the other guy, I'm like, dude.
I'm glad you de-escalated
But I told the guy straight up, I had to keep it real. I was like, dude, you out here talking to this guy? He will beat the living crap out of you. Do you really want to end up on YouTube and stuff and World Star and all that? Some fans just need to shut up, but there's too much of that. Liquid courage. And so the liquid courage maybe got the fan onto the court with LeBron. It's just, I don't know where.
Well, you know what? It's interesting because I coach a lot of young kids, and they're all now, this core of kids that I've been coaching for a long time, probably about 12, 13 years old. And again, this is not exclusive to them. This is a lot of kids this age. Because all of the sports and all of the activities that they do are pretty much organized by adults, they don't self-police themselves. So, for example, back in the day, you and I would go to the park. I'd go to St. Mary's Park, I'd go to Crocker Park, we'd play. And, there was a gym director loosely watching us from afar, okay? Maybe, okay, in most cases. So if I was talking reckless to another kid, and I was 10 and he was 13 and he was bigger than me, I might get punched in the face.
You might be.
And I would learn early on, hey, my actions and my words have ramifications and consequences. I do believe that we've created this society where now the phone and the technology has made it to where I could say whatever I want to whoever I want, and there's no repercussions. But in reality, the real world, people do react. And so, where I'm going at with this is we need to have respect for each other and understand that you can't touch people and get in their zone and say reckless things to people.
Can't. But that's what happened in the bathrooms.
Because repercussions happen.
That's what happened in the bathrooms in Philadelphia, which is why I'll never forget what went down in Philadelphia. It wasn't so much the tailgating, the racism and all that. I didn't really care about that. I expected that. It's the bathrooms.
As you're vulnerable using the restroom.
I'm using the restroom, and people are calling me all type of homophobic slurs and telling me this and that. I'm like, really? Would you say that to me down the block? And I'm not a fighter, man. I'm a lover. I'm not a fighter at all. So, anyway, by the way, I wanted to get to this as we move topics here because that is disrespectful. Eagles are down bad. I love it. Their season is over. Let me know when you get that producer from 94 WIP, his little rant that he had, because I do want you to listen to it. Yeah, it was this morning.
Are they okay?
I do want to say this.
Are they okay?
I do want to say this real quick.
Yeah.
Shout out to Heather. I owe you a call. I'm going to call you a little later today.
Hi, Heather.
This Saturday at Mills High School, we have a fundraiser for the Mills High School athletic program.
Oh, nice.
Get some money up so these kids can play sports and get their program back up and running. All proceeds to this pancake breakfast fundraiser from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. I'm going to be there. I'll bring in baby Chaz. I'll bring my neighbor Matthew, and it's going to come with me. We're going to eat some pancakes before we watch the Niners stomp all over the Green Bay Packers. Hosted by the Mills Athletic Boosters. We're going to be there for a pancake breakfast fundraiser. So Mills High School, I'm coming to see you on Saturday.
Nice.
Now we get back to business as we get ready for the Niners and Packers. Let's hear another crying Eagles fan. Love it. Let me know when you have it.
James, I know your Eagles' heart is heavy. Where are you today, my man?
I'm embarrassed, man. That was a disgrace. That was an absolute disgrace. It's the worst playoff performance, worst playoff team of my lifetime. How does the season that starts 10-1 become one of the least enjoyable seasons of our life? I mean, seriously.
I agree.
It felt like a 4-win season. It felt like 2020. Are you kidding me?
That's Jasky?
I don't even know what to say about moving forward right now. I've been like, oh, don't fire Nick. Fire him, get rid of him.
So you changed, last night converted you?
Yeah, it converted me.
Yeah.
Because that was a disgrace. I mean, they didn't even try and tackle guys. I mean, I don't even know where to go from here.
Obviously,
right now
players checked out.
Players checked out.
I love how I did think Kevin Byard would be a great acquisition. He whiffed so hard in the open field on that 56-yard TD run.
Oh, my gosh.
2nd and 4. Here's another broken tackle. This is the rookie, Trey Palmer, and he is gone. Touchdown, Buccaneers.
Dog, if you're that kid, if you're that young guy, I swear to God, you have to be thinking to yourself, the second I get the ball, I'm pulling a Debo, right? Because he did that. And then they started doing this thing where they were putting the sword back in the belt or the sheath or whatever the heck it is. My knife game is not where it should be.
No, I'm looking at playoff losses for the Philadelphia Eagles. They lost one year. I remember Veterans Stadium, 1991. They lost it in Washington Redskins 20-6. That was embarrassing. It seems it's not good. Bradbury, though, was garbage. And Troy Aikman said it. You make the tackle there, it's a 6-yard gain. Said it turns into a 50-plus yard touchdown.
They took a terrible angle and then just whiffed.
They quit on national television.
I feel like they're a little bit soft.
They owe him $22 million more.
Who?
The Eagles.
Bradbury?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I'm not sure how much is guaranteed. But I know that they owed him $22 million more because I was looking at their cap situation. I was like, well, you in some trouble because the Jalen Hurts contract's going to kick in.
Well, you know what? This is why. Last season, walking in to Lincoln Financial Field, and we took that red-eye flight to Philadelphia. And despite what many of you think on how I view Brock Purdy, I think Brock Purdy's a top 5 quarterback right now. He played like it. He proved it this regular season. Now he has to prove it again in the playoffs, and we'll revisit this conversation. But I felt because of Brock Purdy, because I felt so damn good about the quarterback, like I did after walking out of SoFi saying, boy, I don't have to worry about the quarterback no more around here. We got one. I felt like the Niners were going to win that football game last year. And on the play, Brock Purdy got hurt. The route Brandon Ayuk ran against Bradbury may have resulted into a touchdown. It just may have. With the way he tackles, with the way he got cooked. And that's why it was so damn disappointing walking out of that stadium knowing that, damn it, if we just stayed healthy in it, now the Eagles get credit for knocking our quarterback out the game.
Both.
New York Giants did it to Montana.
Quarterbacks.
Yeah, both quarterbacks. Yeah.
Don't forget Josh Johnson.
Yeah, how can I forget? Josh Johnson. How many times did I do that looking at the sky?
He led a nice drive.
He did.
I mean, I know that no one wants to admit. Go back and watch.
It was a great drive.
He actually, and I said to Bonte when McCaffrey scored, if they pull this off, this might be the greatest win in the history of American sports. Josh Johnson was on the street a week and a half before.
You know where he's at now?
Is he in Baltimore?
Yeah, he's in Baltimore.
That was on top of my head.
He's in Baltimore. But
he got folded like one of my chairs.
Right. But that's why I felt good about the Niners, because I thought, man, Brock Purdy's playing well. You got the weapons. They haven't seen an offense like this. Defense is going to stay off the field. And everything crumbled. Well, we saw what happened this year. It was 42-19. So we move. And we move on to the Green Bay
what
Packers.
You sow, brother.
And we got Baldy talking about the Green Bay Packers. And here's what Jordan Love does well, according to Brian Baldinger.
What Jordan will do more frequently is back up. And he'll buy himself an extra tick because he trusts his arm to be able to deliver an accurate throw off the back. And it happened on the touchdown to Dontavian Wicks when he had pressure right in his face from Dallas. And instead of trying to elude the pressure and escape right or left, he just simply backed up. And I don't even know how you teach that because you don't see many guys be able to do that. But it is a skill that he has that allows him to rescue a lot of plays. And sometimes that's all he needs is just an extra tick or half a tick to be able to make the throw. And he is really adroit at making that move.
That throw that he's talking about, he reminded me mannerism-wise a lot of Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
A lot of them backpedal throws, and he was throwing layered teardrops.
Yeah.
Really nice. He's got unbelievable arm strength, and he had a lot of different angles because he hit a bunch of different routes.
Arm.
Yeah. Couple ones. His body going to the left, stop, turn, banged it to the right on a little crossing route.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it was a revelation watching him play in that game. Can he play to that level? Right. For the entirety of the game? I thought that they kind of took their foot off the gas offensively late in that game. They could have scored 50-60.
What's crazy about that, and I bet you Packer fans right now feel so good they got rid of Aaron Rodgers. I bet you just that whole entire locker room, that entire Matt LaFleur, you see how happy they were after the game? The air's been lifted, a dark cloud that was just hovering over that franchise for the last couple of years. Now they're the New York Jets problem. Did you hear Aaron Rodgers saying, we need to keep the BS outside of the building? You're the creator of the BS, buddy. Well, how delusional are you?
It's interesting you bring this up. I know we were talking about the Warriors earlier today and Draymond in general. Now more than ever in sports, I'm realizing one bad apple can really ruin it for everyone.
No doubt.
And Jason Dumas has kind of been all over this. He's not reporting it. He's just a fan watching his team, talking about A.J. Brown with the Eagles and how A.J. Brown's discontent really rotted the Eagles from the inside. Now, there's plenty of other reasons. It's not just because of them. I look at Draymond Green and I look at the Warriors situation, and it feels really rotten from the inside out.
Yep.
And I look at the Green Bay Packers. Clearly, last year, it was rotten from the inside out.
Yep.
Now, there are deeper issues than just Rodgers, but it just doesn't help, man. It does not help at all. And I do feel like in sports now more than ever, if there's one guy that's really a malcontent, move off him.
You need good character guys.
Yeah.
And the 49ers have built a great locker room full of good characters where they're all one heartbeat. They're all on one wavelength, right? They all have one mission. You can't have bad apples.
Who was the last guy that they had that was a bad apple? The Niners. I can't even.
They just had a lot of individual agendas, it felt like, towards the end of the Harbaugh years. And, remember Alex Boone held out.
Yeah.
He just had a lot of things.
Ugly.
He got a lot. He had a lot of things. Crabtree was moping around. There's a lot of things going on. Cabernet, everything.
I was going to go to that DB that committed 1,000 penalties. Who said,
Rashard Robinson?
Yes. Number 33.
Yeah. Or was it Tremaine Brock?
No, it was Robinson.
Rashard Robinson.
The one who was like, I'm about to be all pro this year. And he committed thousands.
Wasn't he gone by midseason?
Yes, they traded him midseason. Like, that's the last guy I can remember being a quote-unquote malcontent.
Looking at the Packers and the difference of the year. Last year, the Packers had a win or go home game against the Detroit Lions on Sunday Night Football. They lost that football game. Yeah. They looked uninspired. They didn't look like they were ready to play. They looked like they were done with Aaron Rodgers. This year, the same opportunity arose for them. Win or go home against the Chicago Bears, a rival. And a lot of people were taking the Bears.
Yeah.
Bears are playing good football. They were hot. They survived that game. Yeah, it was 17-9. It was ugly. But you know what I always say about division games? They're just different. They're going to be a little ugly at times. They found a way to win that football game, to give them confidence. And they go into Dallas. They took the opening drive. They went right down the football field. So you could get hot. It's like a March Madness team, right? You win that conference tournament, you've kind of just sidestepped your way through the regular season. You know, you've been stuttering and going. You go into the conference tournament as a 4 seed. That's what you know. You're like, oh, wow, we're conference champs. Take that momentum. You go into the March Madness, and maybe you make a run to the Elite Eight. Maybe the Packers feel like that right now. But it is, how are you playing right now?
The thing that I want the Niners to do more than ever in this game is stop the run and make them one-dimensional. Yep. When he's allowed to do the play action, it feels like Jordan Love really is comfortable with his back to the defense.
Yep.
And Aaron Jones getting going. So I would say Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner in particular, they've got to be on their game.
Yeah, no, they do. They have to be on their game. They got to stuff the run. But you know what? The Niners do have better linebackers in Dallas. And Fred Warner, Drake Greenlaw, it's not going to be too many times where they're out of position in those gaps against the run. They have to do that well. Baldinger also was talking about the Niners, what they have to be ready against Jordan Love.
Like, this has got to be, I think, their best defensive effort of the season, this game, because this offense is very diverse. The quarterback is elite. He doesn't miss throws, and he doesn't make mistakes right now. They have to play exceedingly fast where they just refuse to be blocked. They just in both pass protection and in the run game. You just have to have a mindset that you're going to play so fast and see things so quickly that you're not going to be blocked.
Dan Baldy brought up the front four.
If Armstead and Hargrave and Bosa have to play 90% of the snaps, you play 90% of the snaps. If you don't come off the field, you don't come off the field. This is it. This is sudden death. Every single play in this game is critical. And every single play can turn the game because it's just that magnified right now.
Bosa, Armstead, Hargrave, Chase Young / Randy Gregory. Because Cleve Farrell, I believe, is going to be out in this football game.
He'll miss at least this one. Yeah, that's the assumption. And he was maybe the next one.
And he was solid against the run.
I know. No, he was good.
So this front four, the most expensive defensive line in football, right? Outside of Philadelphia, I guess. It's on them to set that tone. So when you say make them one-dimensional, it starts up front.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm thinking about the weather over the week. It's supposed to rain a lot. Now, Saturday and it's going to change 5 times between now and Saturday. Now there's no rain forecasted for Saturday, but I feel like the track will be very wet and muddy. It's not going to be candlestick in the 90s, but does that favor the Niners or does that favor Green Bay?
We're a more physical football team, right, on paper? I think that could favor us.
I don't. We've had some subpar games in the weather of the last couple of years, just as a team.
Right.
We've had some subpar games, and I think a lot of that is quarterback play. Right. Hasn't been great in the rain.
Right.
Whether it's Jimmy or Brock. Although Philly was pretty wet and cold.
Philly was wet.
And they looked pretty damn good.
Yeah, I think they're going to be fine in the rain. This is just...
I can't wait for this game.
I can't wait either.
This is a all-time classic uniform combination game, too.
I want... Your buddy Rocco's texting us. He needs that woo hit on Aaron Rodgers early in this football game. You know what? He makes a great point there. Whitner, Pierre Thomas, Warner, Najee Harris.
Yeah.
Bosa, Dalvin Cook in Minnesota. The divisional round game.
He tapped out.
I love Dalvin Cook. You know how I feel about the Cook brothers. I love James Cook in Buffalo. I love Dalvin. He's now a Baltimore Raven, which kind of makes me raise my eyebrows. Say, what do they know that we don't know? But Bosa knocked Dalvin Cook out of that football game, and he tapped out. It made them one-dimensional.
Yeah, he did.
Rocco's on that. You do need a woo hit on Aaron Jones. Drake Greenlaw's got to hit the helmet. He's got to do one of these. Somebody's got to knock one of these guys on their ass early in this football game.
The guy who I was so happy took Week 18 off more than anyone, more than even Armstead, it was Drake Greenlaw. He is a guy, when he is fully healthy and he's throwing his body around with reckless abandon, they're just a different defense.
They are.
And when he's a little banged up, they're just not the same.
Yep.
And it's not a disrespect to Dominic Flanagan-Fowles or any of the other guys that go in there. They're just not as good.
You're right. You're right.
What's it, Oren Burks?
Oren Burks, yeah. No, they need Greenlaw.
They're just not as good.
Greenlaw is a tone setter.
Absolutely.
You have to knock Aaron Jones or Jordan Love. You got to shake them up a little bit. Just let them know it's not going to be that day.
Yeah.
This isn't Jerry's world. You're not playing Dan Quinn and the stars on a helmet. You're playing against Steve Wilkes, who's barking on the sidelines now, and you're playing against Fred Warner, this great defense. They've got to step up. They're the tone setters. Offensively, Purdy's going to do his thing. Purdy's going to be fine with all these weapons. I'm not, I don't go into a game thinking, boy, Purdy's going to throw these no throws. Now, we're taking it back against Baltimore. That's one game. He gets a pass because he's been dynamic all season. But, boy.
Can their defensive line punk us the way Baltimore did? That's a big unknown.
That is a big unknown. That's a huge unknown here. Here's what Baldy said about the Packers defense against McCaffrey in this offense.
They're built much like San Francisco in that all they've done is add to their defensive front. I mean, it started with Preston Smith in free agency. Then, you draft Rashawn Gary, and you draft Lucas Van Ness. And there's, oh, by the way, there's an elite defensive tackle in Kenny Clark. And and then you look at the linebacker in Quay Walker and Devontae White. I mean, they're all first-round picks. And so it's always been about their front. And whether they want to play a 3-man front, a 4-man front, a 5-man front, that's what you have to defeat. And, well, I agree that McCaffrey is the most valuable and most important piece to this offense. I don't think you just come out and say, well, let's get McCaffrey going.
Right.
I think you just got to – I think if you stay on the field and sustain offense, at the end of this, if it is executed properly, McCaffrey, you're going to look up and McCaffrey's going to have 20 carries.
It's interesting because I'm always like, run the ball more because I love McCaffrey and I think he's their best player. But on those opening drives, they usually do spread it around.
Right.
They do a really good job of like, oh, here's a Kittle play, here's a Debo play, here's an Ayuk play, here's a McCaffrey play. They have been, if you just go back and charted all of the first drives of games, you would see that they do like to spread it around.
It's the Bill Walsh school of thought, right? The Mike Holmgren school of thought. The passing game opens up the running game. It loosens up that defense. So early on, they may be stacking the box, saying, okay, Christian McCaffrey, he's going to run behind Big Trent Williams and Kyle Juszczyk. Let's stuff the run. No, you get that pass game going early, and you loosen them up, all of a sudden that field is wide open. You're using every inch of the grass on that football field, sideline to sideline. You're getting Debo involved. You're getting Brandon Ayuk involved. Now, where's Jair Alexander going to go? Is he going to shadow Brandon Ayuk?
You would think that.
Because then I could just work George Kittle. Do they have a matchup for George Kittle? He's had some monster games against the Green Bay Packers.
Big ones.
Debo Samuel has had monster games against the Green Bay Packers. So that is, like, when you look at Dallas's personnel, Tony Pollard doesn't scare anybody.
Well, I was just going to say, like, I actually think Elijah Mitchell's a better matchup against Green Bay than Tony Pollard was.
Yep.
And if I were to poll most Niner fans, they'd say, yeah, it'll be CMC, Debo, then Elijah Mitchell in order of touches.
Right. Exactly.
Out of the backfield.
Exactly. So Dallas had, Tony Pollard, and they padded their stats at the end of the game.
Oh, that was all. Ferguson's nice.
Yeah.
Ferguson actually made plays in that game.
Yeah, he did.
And that's why I think George Kittle can make plays for us in this game.
I do, too.
George Kittle's had a great year.
I do, too.
Quietly,
he scored 3 touchdowns.
One of the most efficient years of his career.
Scored 3 touchdowns. George Kittle was amazing. First team All-Pro. First team All-Pro out of nowhere.
I know.
And we're ready to move off that guy? Hell no. We keep these guys. Don't listen to everybody, folks. Keep this core together.
What uniform would you wear if it was your choice?
For the 49ers?
Yeah.
I'm wearing my red and I'm wearing my custom my red and gold. We don't need the throwbacks.
No throwbacks for this one?
No. We just wear your red gold.
Classics.
I want the classic 80 ones, to be honest with you, with the numbers on the side instead of the shoulder pads.
Yeah, with the 3 stripes.
Yeah. I want those, if anything. So whatever uniform you gotta wear. To me, I don't even give a damn about the uniforms this week. I care about winning and advancing to the inch. By Sunday, I want to sit back with my feet on the couch, legs spread out, a nice tub of Daisy Dips, some Ruffled Chips, and I want to watch the Lions and Bucks and scout them and rewind every single play while I'm watching the game, saying, who are we going to play at Levi Stadium for the NFC Championship
How great
game?
of a Sunday will that be if that's the case?
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it'll be
That's
amazing.
what it is. Win this, because this one is the toughest game, I believe.
Well, and Laporta's banged up. Detroit's got some guys that have been hit hard. I don't know if you watched late in that game. Baker took some hits.
He does. He takes hits. But everybody's going to take some hits. Detroit and the Rams, that was a physical game. And one thing about the Lions, man, they're borderline dirty. What they did to Tyler Higbee, what they were doing to Puka Nacua, hitting Stafford, the Lions got a dirty defense. They're literally biting kneecaps off.
Is that going to be mispronunciation of the year right there?
What's that?
I say his name again?
Puka Nacua.
Hakuna Matata.
I say Puka Nacua?
Puka Nacua.
Oh, Puka Nacua. What did I say? Nacua?
I don't know. We're just getting the doobies ready for next year.
Oh, did I mispronounce Puka Nacua?
Is that me or him?
It was you.
Oh, no.
You were just flabbergasted yesterday when Bonte asked you a question. You hit him with
What, is that Shasky or me?
Oh, no.
That sounds like me.
It's inaudible. Oh, my God.
Daisy Dips, baby. I'm still on that soda, though. I'm still on that soda diet.
Moderation, baby.
Let's go to Jay in Florida. No. You guys are all stacking me. How did I win a Doobie Award for worst pronunciation when Shaska's nominated for 5 of them?
Pronunciation,
enunciation, whatever it is. Jay in Florida. Now I'm rattled. Now I'm like Dak. He's moving too fast for me.
The best of all the tweets I saw was someone say that the camera's shaking like in Madden.
Oh, yeah, the squiggly lines. The squiggly lines on the momentum. You know, when it's shaking, you're rattled like, oh, my God, turn the game off. Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rutschmann, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
You ruined both names. Audi
the underrated part of this, listen to it again. Shasky's like, yes.
Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rutschmann, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
He's just agreeing with it the whole time.
With it.
No, he knew it too. He didn't know. Shasky's been saying Hufanga for 3 years now. Jay
Kyle, you check.
Jay
Ute juice.
Ute juice. Ute juice. Hey, I don't know if you know this. Kyle Juszczyk's wife made a coat for Taylor Swift. Did you know that?
Jay in
Made
Florida.
for Brittany Mahomes too, and
Listen,
Taylor Lautner.
you better be careful, man. You gotta be careful.
If you think about it, Ayuk and Debo, Juwan Jennings on third down, George Kittle, you got Ute juice, you got CMC. I hit the eject button so quick on that name.
Congrats to Mrs. Juszczyk. I'm proud of her.
Oh, she's killing it.
It is unbelievable.
But if I see another person tweet that shit, it's one thing. It's the husband. The husband, I'm totally cool with Kyle Juszczyk doing it. I'm totally great. And good for her. She's got a great business. But my God, the entire media, that's Mrs. Juszczyk.
Sure, I understand now. A lot of media members are friends with the players. Jay in Florida. Jay, what's happening?
Yeah, I don't have many friends.
Thank you, Bonte.
You guys doing all right, man?
We're all good, Jay. We're just having some fun, man. We're running for the Packers, man. We got playoff football. We're smoking on the Cowboys pack. We're smoking on the Rams pack. I haven't heard from Rudy in Riverside in 5 days. The Eagles fans, they're MIA. And the Cowboys fans, we know how they're already rooting for the Lakers now. They're talking about Lakers beating OKC. So we know what time it is with them. Jay in Florida, what's happening?
The Lakers.
Huge win.
All right. So I just got 2 points and just a question for you guys. So I feel with the field conditions and everything else, we definitely turned it into one of those 60 to 70% run it games. And even by when I say run it, I mean even just the short passes, the CMC, to Debo, to Juice even, let them gain the yards for us. The one thing Kyle Shanahan is known for, though, is not doing the wet ball drill with them. I think with this year going, hey, do the wet ball drill. We don't need to play any games. Make sure the players are, practicing for every scenario. What do you guys think?
First of all, we got to pause, Jay, and I think they will practice. They'll throw some water on the footballs.
No, remember when Chip Kelly?
Don't
that was the best. The best of all time. The 49ers social media team. The Niners were staying in Florida, and they were going to play a game up in Chicago. So when they had double East Coast games.
Yeah.
And they poured a bottle of water over a football in 95-degree Florida weather to get prepared for a -6 Chicago Bear game where they threw for negative yards in the first half with Colin Kaepernick. Remember that?
They benched him. What did he throw for 4 yards?
Yeah, I think it was -4.
-4.
I got to look that up.
I've deleted that game from my memory.
I know.
That was a low moment.
That was the same year Johnny Manziel beat us.
Yeah, I know. Somebody sent me a tweet where it said, Baker Mayfield is who we thought Johnny Manziel would be. That was a good tweet.
Not bad.
Good for Baker Mayfield.
Baker's more of a pocket guy.
But good for Baker Mayfield with the swagger and everything. I'm happy he's reinvented himself. He played for 8 different coaches. Could you believe that graphic?
I know.
Baker Mayfield, 8 different coaches. No wonder he's failed in every other stop.
It's they were saying guys that have been on multiple teams with multiple playoff wins, or I guess multiple playoff wins in their career, but a win on multiple teams in the playoffs. Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Joe Montana, Brett Favre, and Baker Mayfield.
Yep.
Dude, that's crazy.
Jared Goff.
Well, yeah. Now Jared Goff. Yeah.
Jared Goff. Jared freaking Goff.
He went to Jared.
While we got a pause in a second, happy birthday to my cousin Mike, Big Mike Schindler.
Oh, he went to Jared. Oh,
hit the big 4-0.
I said something wrong. You guys got me rattled now.
Hit the big 4-0.
I'm just going to start calling players by their jersey number. Give them that last 2 months that Henderson got the Orioles last year. Audi Rutschmann, who we're going to see in the home run derby. Hey,
yes,
that nomination. So you guys all gave me crap because of that whole California Sportscaster of the Year. Well, I guarantee I ain't winning that now.
I'm coming for it.
That is done.
We already got your ring, so you're good to go.
That is done. All I got to do is hear that. It's like, yeah, this guy ain't representing this state. Vince Scully rolling over in his grave. Oh, man. Rest in peace, Vince Scully. Niners Packers Saturday, 5 o'clock. Oh, man. Where are we at? By the way, thank all the guests. We're going to thank all the guests who called in on the Boxer Girls and Guest line. Shout out Hillary. Where's Hillary been at?
I wonder what she's up to.
Yeah, tell Hillary to call us tomorrow.
She might be interviewing for the open head coach vacancy for the Raiders currently.
Right. Boxer Girls and Guest line. Shout out to Hillary. Who's our guy, Justin? All those guys are Boxer Girls. And Hillary, call us. How you feeling these days? We haven't heard from her since she went down to South Beach, Miami, and the Raiders got their clocks cleaned by the Dolphins.
They covered.
They did cover. They covered a lot of spreads this year.
You can't pay Tua. I mean, just you and me here talking. Just two guys talking football. I tried to, tease Tommy Call, and he's a big Dolphin fan, him and his dad. And he's like, too soon, bro. And I'm like, you cannot pay.
Oh, he's
Tua.
down bad.
Oh, he had a rough week. Kentucky is down and out.
Yeah.
Washington lost everyone.
Yeah.
The coach and three different players.
DeBoer left them real quick.
Yeah, well, $9 million will do that. And then, obviously, his Miami Dolphins lost. And his guy, Draymond, he's now off the Draymond train. Me and him used to have crazy arguments over Draymond.
Absolutely incredible.
And he's like, I just can't look my daughter in the face and root for Draymond anymore.
He brought his daughter into it?
Yeah, he's like, he does too much.
Dude, what? All right, Tommy, calm down.
I might be exaggerating on that part, but I don't know.
Calm down, dude.
She's like 8 months old.
Yeah.
I can't look her in the face and tell her in good conscience to root for this man.
Dude, Tommy's down. He is down bad.
He
So watch
down
him
bad.
get smoked by Michigan. And the Dolphins haven't won a playoff game since, what, 2000?
Yeah.
2001 or
They
something
now
like
have
that?
the longest streak. Them, 2000, and the Raiders, 2002. Longest streak since winning a playoff
Can we
game.
agree? He's got to be the only Washington football fan, Kentucky Hoops fan, Miami Dolphin fan on the planet.
He's got to be one confused human being.
He's also a former A's fan. And now he's going to jump on the Dodger bandwagon because of his father-in-law, Greg, who I love, who was at the Dallas loss. Greg, I love you. Your Cowboys stink.
You know who else was at the Dallas loss? My boy Christian from the golf spot.
No way.
He flew down there. And I said, bro, you really flew? He goes, yes, I flew down there.
He could have got himself an entire set of golf
Right,
clubs.
I know he could have. Strix odds. Although he gets those for free.
Look at you.
He gets those for free.
Bonte from the 510 on the Comcast Business Text line. Good morning, guys. Could you mention the information about the pancake breakfast fundraiser again?
Yes.
49ers Stu would like to know.
Yeah, 49ers Stu. Okay. Let me pull this up here. Let me pull it up. It is right here. So, pancake breakfast fundraiser. Mills High School. $12 pre-sale, $14 at the door. Pancakes with all the fixings. Sausage, yogurt bar, juice and coffee. Gotta love that. From 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. It's like my pregame meal. Pregame meal at Mills High School in the Mills cafeteria. I'll be there. I'll bring a baby Chaz. I'll bring a Matthew Duke because he's trying to get to Mills High School.
Yeah.
It's hosted by the Mills Athletic Boosters. All proceeds will fund Mills Sports, the equipment and athletic recognition. So you do a lot for CYO. We do a lot for high schools. We want these kids to play. We want them to have the resources.
Seriously.
I know it's a tough time for everybody right there. Bills are skyrocketing. We're paying for everything. YouTube TV, Hulu, Apple Plus, Apple Music, you name it. Listen, man, whatever you can donate to get these kids on the field and get them the proper
Totally
equipment,
agree.
everything helps. Everything.
They say-
$2, $5, $10, doesn't matter, Shasky.
Boys, there's a lot of metrics on this, but girls in particular, young girls, if they start playing sports in middle school and play all the way through high school, the graduation, the successful rate of them graduating and completing and going on to a university, them staying out of trouble, all those things, it goes skyrocketing.
Right.
I underestimated the influence of sports and after-school stuff for girls. I think we really, we focus a lot on the guys.
Right.
Let's focus on the young girls out there that are playing ball and doing things after school. It's very important for us to support these in our community. Most of us here in the Bay Area are struggling with both parents working, trying to make ends meet. And so you have to have your kids in after school things. Otherwise, they're at home doing gosh knows what.
I agree. It's from 9 to 12 on Saturday, 9 to 12. So you get to leave. You don't have to stay for the whole thing. And no, 650, you cannot bring. You know what I'm talking about.
All right, can I ask you a question?
9 to 12 p.m., Mills High School. If you need to leave at 11 to get home to watch the Ravens and Texans, that's fine. 9 to 12, Mills High School.
Fast
Saturday.
five. I'm turning it into a question.
I like my Warriors.
All right, Bonte. I'm going to turn it into a question today.
Why?
Because I think it's appropriate. You brought up breakfast. For some reason, it popped into my head. You have to choose one. You're not allowed to say, no. Crepes, waffles, pancakes, or French toast. You have to choose one. What's the one you're eating?
French toast.
Do you care to elaborate?
It's fast five. I give you a fast answer.
All right.
That's the first one ever.
Crepes, pancakes, normal pancakes, buttermilk style. Okay. French toast, waffles, and I'm probably forgetting something else.
Do we or do we not live in the United States of America?
Yeah, we do.
You're going pancakes.
You and Shasky with all these caveats. Hey, what about this?
Belgian
Does the money
waffle?
matter? Does
no.
this happen?
If it's Lego my
He
Eggo,
asked you
maybe.
waffles, Fedoni.
What?
Come on. Waffles.
Is it French toast or waffles?
We're not living in
Bonte?
Paris. We're living in San Francisco.
Crepes
Then
are
we're eating
hella good.
pancakes. That's what we're doing.
The Lincolnberry butter at Millbrae Pancake House
you
is
go.
undefeated, never lost. Shout out the McGuire family.
Gotta get the melted butter all over it, too. Pure maple syrup.
All right. What are you going to go with, Sammy? You have to pick one.
I have to pick one. All right.
This could be an omelet.
I'm probably gonna go with. I think we'll go with a waffle here, just because I want to piss off those American eating pancake eating Americans.
Well,
Wow.
could you add anything to the waffle? Could you go chicken and waffles?
Well, obviously you're adding butter and you're adding either blueberry or maple syrup.
Chicken and waffles.
Yeah, chicken fried
pancakes.
chicken.
Mills High
Fried
School.
chicken goes good with everything. Can I just
Pancakes.
say that?
One last final thought here from the 650. B, can we bring some professional dancers to the
I
pancake
read that. I didn't want to bring that up.
No, you can't. It's a child event. It's a kid event.
Stop. I said 650. No, we can't. Why'd you have to read that?
I love a good French toast. I love a good French toast. That's what
now,
I'm thinking.
TV Bonte says, why would you bring that up? Radio Bonte says, well, you could probably make a few extra dollars.
There's a lot of professional dancers out there.
That's Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation TV network. Only from Xfinity. Unlimited possibilities.
I'm off to rest all day.
We're starting Guru.
Cover California is a free service from the state that's already helped millions of people like you.
Yay!
Curry from half court lets it fly. And the game's over. Final score tonight for the Memphis Grizzlies. They get a win, 116-107. The Warriors, it's the worst loss of the season, in my opinion.
Good morning.
No, it's not. And why would Spadoni play? Yay! Well, Lakers won. They look great. Why was that was the worst loss of the season?
Well, you know what? And I'm just going to bring Evan Giddings in right away. Right away, I'm bringing. That's right.
D-Dog.
Put that coffee down. Because I remember you didn't think it was their worst loss of the year last night. Did you?
It's up there.
That's what's scary.
Well, what was it? I could have sworn you said you thought there was a worse loss, but I can't remember what it was now.
Well,
888-957-9570. Ranked the 9 worst losses of the year. No. Do you remember one offhand? I know Denver, they lost a late lead, but that was Denver.
I mean, I thought the New Orleans game was worse, but
wow.
Yeah. But that one was about 1A.
Well, there were the 2 home games that gotten booed. One of which I was at.
Yeah. Dude, we got to get to football too, Sonny. This is getting old, man. This is depressing. I'm serious. We got playoff football.
I don't know why. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be.
Maybe Mike Dunleavy needs to go over and chill with Lynch and just be around that and bring that back like they used to do with Myers. I don't know, man. That was Memphis's JV team. And if you're not into gambling, let me help you out. The Warriors, as lethargic as they have been, were favored -7.5. They were supposed to win that game by 8. National TV, MLK, I Have a Dream. Ponte had a great line on the postgame with that. But starting to get ran off the court. I'm done, man. I don't know. I'm not gonna yell.
Well, you will at some point.
I just can't wait for the Niners sector of the program.
Yeah, it's about 12 o'clock. We got Geltz. We got Brian Geltzeiler, top. He's on our Mount Rushmore of guests for sure. He's coming up at 11, so we'll talk with him at 11. He'll say some great stuff. We'll talk a little more Warriors and NBA, and then we'll transition to the 49ers. But they got beat last night. They didn't get blown out. They got beat.
By a lesser team.
Yeah.
And now your metric, before you go, your metric now is, I don't need the talent level. If a team's young, they're going to win. They got action against the Warriors, and that bothers me.
What do we do here, Warrior fans, is the question.
Solutions only.
Halfway through the year, essentially, 18-22.
Oh, man.
I mean, by the way, let's not bury one of the leads.
Squirt was listening, my guy. I didn't officially take the bet.
No, you did.
Remember I said I'm in the lab after the Willard. Willard was like, you can't take bad bets.
Yeah, you did. And whether you pay it off or not we'll see if you pay it off or not. Like, we'll see if you pay off any bet you make or even pay the entry fee to any fantasy league you're in.
My dues are paid, bud.
At the end of the day, it's just going to be up to you anyway, but let the record reflect. Guru did lose another bet to me yesterday when I said...
I didn't.
Well, you said the Warriors... You said the Warriors... Steiny, this is rock bottom. And I said, no, I don't think it is. I think they're 3 games under 500. If this is rock bottom, then they'll never be 4 games under 500. And he said, yeah, they won't. And I said, I'll bet you they are. And now they are. They're 4 games under. If you would like to make the bet again...
No, I didn't accept it.
No, you did.
Remember I said, draw up the papers.
Don't worry. You know what?
I'll put my John Hancock on it after I have my people review it. I love you so much.
It's an L.
But you got selective hearing when it comes to your boy.
It's an L, but you know what? Don't even worry about buying me that drink. Seriously, don't even worry. That one.
Well, we're going to the game Friday.
Here you go. Now they're 4 games under 500. Do you believe this is rock bottom?
No. Rock bottom was when 23 after the game, you know who that is, went to the podium,
Green.
Freshly back, his first game back. He didn't tell any lies. But for you to have the audacity to say it starts with pride, you were calling out your teammates. And you're part of the problem. You haven't even been here for every game, and it just rubbed me the wrong way. This is no Draymond Green slander, but it's like, dude, you can't deliver the message. You can't deliver that message about the defense is about pride. You were calling out everybody, and you ain't even been to work half the time. How is Klay Thompson or any youngster feeling hearing Draymond Green after they get their ass kicked talk about pride? And you weren't lying, but damn, dude, you can't come back and say that. And the little minimal impact you had, you hit a couple threes. This thing is all messed up. And from off the court, it's all messed up. You got the wrong people delivering the wrong messages. Now he can empowered to talk about pride. That shook me, man. Like, dude, you just got back. I don't know if you know, and maybe that was your intent, Dre. You're calling your teammates out. We can't guard anybody. No, duh. That's why I was excited for you to come back.
I thought you weren't going to yell. It's another bet lost.
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
What? I want you to get it out.
No, I'm good now.
Well, this is what I don't get, Goo, honestly. So before yesterday's game, we knew Draymond was coming back, and I don't know, I was just saying 2 or 3 days before that, I just don't expect a lot to change. I get things can change. Things can start to change, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's a 10-game winning streak. I get that. Okay. But I guess what I got to tell you, you can't want Draymond to come back, and you can't be hoping and relying on Draymond to light a fire, or to be the spark, or to make this team better defensively, or to be some kind of catalyst. And then he gets back and does what he does, and now we're yelling about it again. This is kind of what I mean. I mean, we either got to be done yelling with it, or we got to make moves. I mean, you can't say you're looking forward to Draymond coming back,
which I was,
and then kill him the first game he gets back, and I don't know.
Well, what I'm mad at is the coddling by the media. If you feel so empowered to call out and say it starts with pride, can some member of the media say, hey, Steiny, how do you think your individual defense is? Has it slipped? Let's start there before you start spraying everybody with what it's about. Let's start with your defense.
Well,
because I got an answer.
What?
But nobody asked him, so he just sprays everybody. Let's start with, hey, Dre, is there any slippage with your on-ball defense? That hurt me. It wasn't on the court. It was off the court,
how many
times?
Okay, and I'm going to be. How many times does Draymond have to hurt you?
All right, and you know
seriously.
what? You know what? I'm hugging you over.
I heard he was coming back, and I said the one thing I'm not crazy about is, when Draymond comes back, it's just, to me, it feels like, okay, to me, maybe not to you, but to me, seeing Draymond come back and then we're getting back on the hamster wheel for a little while. I mean, isn't that what we're doing?
Yeah.
We're getting back on the hamster wheel again.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Listen, we got 3 weeks till the trading deadline. The Warriors are in a monster rut. Something's going to happen or something's not going to happen. But I think just about everybody under the sun who likes the Warriors or is interested in them. I mean, I guess it's time, right? It's time.
Man.
There's nobody out there saying with a tinker or two we'll be all right. Right? See, that's the other thing that I think is important. Until everybody starts coming around to the idea that we've got to change direction, then we're all going to be here yelling at Draymond Green for giving the State of the Union speech on the team when he hasn't played in the last 16 games. Did I hear what Draymond Green said after the game? Was I looking at him? I was thinking, oh, boy.
He wasn't lying.
Of course not. Of course not.
And if you can't go beat the JV Memphis Grizzlies, Steiny, I don't know who you can beat, man. That's just like I'm all about now Missouri. Show me. Remember, I was so excited here yesterday, same time, same bat channel, telling you Dre would, and then what did you say to me in the green room? Oh, good, they only gave up 100 and the point. No, it ain't the junkyard dog and even Curry, it's like the magic button that they possessed and had, they're not working. And Joe Lacob, I keep going back to his visit here at the station, 95.7 The Game on the roast, and him, Raymond Ritter, you, myself, and Evan, and Matt Nahegan talking out there. He did not have his team 18-22 after 40 games.
Okay.
He just didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what?
So
okay,
that's
what?
It. No, what do we do now?
I don't have Tony Ressler, the Atlanta Hawks owner, probably didn't think he had a 15-23 team.
Yeah, but he don't have a Steph Curry on that.
Well, he's got Trae Young.
Yeah, like I said, he don't have a Steph Curry.
What's
on
your
there.
point,
Not like Trae.
Every owner
got standards
9,
here.
10,
that's Atlanta. This is not.
It's not half the teams in the league aren't living up to their expectations.
Yeah. Okay, so what are you going to do? What are we going to do about it?
You tell me. I've been trying to tell you for a while now. Like, you're late to the party, first of all. So now we've made some moves that we've got to retake back to get back to ground zero.
When does that start?
It should have started a year ago.
I hear a lot of people just, Wiggins is out of here. I get that, but are we so sure? And if he's not, what does the rest of the season look like?
It looks like this, Goo.
Oh, man.
It looks like this. And it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to go 38-44, not make the playoffs. No, you can get off of Klay. No, you can.
Right.
Like, that's the other thing. If the Warriors don't make a move, it wouldn't shock me. I think the Warriors are going to make a move by the deadline, but if they didn't make a move, okay, then what happens? Well, we ride it out and we go 35-47, 38-44, 40-42, 42-40, something like that. Maybe we win a play-in game and then lose in the first. Okay, then the season's over. Okay, then we say night-night to Chris Paul. We say night-night to Klay Thompson. And we try again to move off one of our guys who we need to get off of. It's like, here's the other thing I was thinking about. Because I'm dead serious when I'm like, okay. We can't, like you and me, buddy, we can't keep doing shows where I'm saying, well, I just didn't. I didn't see it, Goo. You did. I didn't. Goo. I don't think that good. How about this? I was thinking about this for the Warriors. If you were able, if fans were able to look at this team and take out all the sentimentality, and all the nostalgia, and all the history, you would be so much more optimistic about where this team is. The fact that we're dealing with champions is making the situation look more dire than it is, period. If you were able to look at your players objectively without these sentimental attachments, you would feel much better about where this team is and what you could do. But maybe, you know what? And I'll be the first. Maybe that's impossible. And I get that too, but then we gotta keep kind of stuck in the mud moving forward. That's just the way I feel.
No, I'm not even mad at that. Right. I'm telling you, you just painted the picture to me. I'm in math class at James Logan High School, and I'm ready, and I got anxiety to take the test, but they haven't even given it to me yet because now I'm wondering what the organization is thinking. When do they take the sentimentality out of it, or do you blow it up? You know, like, when does that start? I don't know what's going on, but I asked you this, and Evan wasn't around, and you floored me with this, and I'm going to give you credit. I said, Matt, right before the show started, I said, Matt, can you admit to me that this is happening faster than you thought it would? It's eroding faster than you thought it would. And you looked at me with your blue eyes, and you said—
They're brown.
Your brown eyes. You said, Guru, I thought this was going to happen 2 years ago.
I did.
And you meant that.
Yeah.
That hit me.
Yeah.
And I'm letting you know that hit me. So no longer—
It's
and
not
I'm telling
really
the fans,
happening quickly.
I'm not going to scream and yell.
Yes, you will,
No,
though.
that cut me
It's okay.
yesterday. No, I know it's bad now. Superman ain't coming.
Right.
Batman ain't coming.
But you're going to get frustrated and a little depressed, and then through frustration and depression, the natural sometimes feeling that comes after that is anger and then followed by raised voices. So you will yell again. You will.
Nick J on the First North Cal Credit Union YouTube chat. We won 4 titles in 9 years.
Yep.
We won't go another 20 to 25 years. We won't.
Right.
So maybe that's just it. So now, what's the first move if you're correct? And I'm not surrendering the white flag, but I got it in my hand. At what point does the organization say, not let's tank, but now you got me if you could keep that top 4 pick to next year? I can't even believe I'm thinking of you. Got me.
That's
that seed
I don't
yesterday.
think you can get that low.
Okay. All right.
Listen. Again, we got 3 weeks before the trade deadline. You keep playing basketball and you keep plugging away, even if it's futile. Let's get stuff we agree on. I think most Warrior fans are at the point where if we could lose Wiggins, let's lose Wiggins. Yes or no? 888-957-9570. Okay. Now, the player we get back for Wiggins, I think we all know may be a disappointing player because Wiggins has been okay. But I think
most money you're getting back because that's going to fall off.
Well, ideally, I would trade Andrew Wiggins for a guy whose contract expires at any point more quickly than Wiggins' contract expires. Ideally, a guy with an expiring. The other thing is like it doesn't all have to happen in the next 2 weeks. Maybe you move Wiggins in the next 2 or 3 weeks, you play out the rest of the season, and as you're playing out the rest of the season, you're trying to fight for a play-in game, you're making the decisions about what you're doing. What are you going to do with Klay? What are you going to do with Chris Paul? It's like, believe it or not, there's a little bit of flexibility there. You know what? And as weird as the Steve Kerr situation is, the bottom line is
all about
the Golden State Warriors are at a perfect, if they want to be at a point to transition and move off Steve Kerr, this is the perfect time.
Wow.
If they want to somehow, some way, I don't know why, try to stay ultra experienced and bring a player in here who they think could give Steph Curry 1 or 2 more years.
Yeah.
Well, then offer Steve Kerr a 2-year extension. So, again, I think if you look at some things objectively without sentimentality, it's not as dire as you think. I get it. They're not going to win 4 titles in the next 7 years.
And they're 18-22 right now. If the present is what you're focused on, like a lot of Warrior fans, right now they're 18-22. And yesterday just was a new low for me. I just thought having the San Francisco on your jersey before the ball was tipped with Curry, Klay, and Dre, wherever you think they're at, there's no way, no Ja, no Desmond Bane, no Adams. There's no way that Memphis team was going to keep up with you. And they just look younger and fresher and faster.
Aaron's in Pleasant Hill. 888-957-9570. We got Brian Giler. He is the man. Sirius XM Radio host there. He's coming up at 11. So we're going to take calls between now and 11. But is that a safe assumption? Most Warrior fans, you know what? Try to get off Wiggins. I think there are
You're
also
putting it all on him.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I think what I'm saying, without saying it, is I think there's a big percentage of Warrior fans that would say, well, I'd love to get off Draymond Green. Yeah, you know what? So would I. I think that might be tougher. So fine. You want to get off Draymond Green? Be my guest. I'm with you there.
Tougher too. From a sentimental aspect? Because you might be able to get more for Dre than Wiggins.
Not for me.
Yeah, no, but for the org.
That's what I'm saying.
You just signed him to a 4-year, $100 million.
Aaron in Pleasant Hill. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
What's up, guys? Hey, so, if you look back on all these championships that we won back in the day, you're looking at defense every single time. They had the most outstanding defense in those runs, and it always led to fast break opportunities, right? And I think at this point in time now, when you guys are saying that Draymond doesn't have the right, I disagree with that. I think he does. Draymond has always been the guy in the room that says what should be said, basically. And Kerr lets him say it, and Curry's the same way. Curry lets him say it. It's what Curry wants to say and what Kerr wants to say, but Draymond's the one that actually says it. So going back on the defense needs to tighten up and take pride in that, right? Next, the turnovers, ridiculous. Curry, 2 turnovers yesterday I saw. One, he just dribbled it right out of bounds. I was like, what the? And then the second one, he's coming down the court. He's being guarded by a guy. Another guy comes up, picks his pocket. What is going on with that? That was another one. But here's what I'll say. The last thing is, when we saw this team at the very beginning of the season, looked good. I would say the first 5-6 games with the team fully intact was a really good sample size of what this team could do.
All right.
So if we can get everyone back in place, let's get everyone back in place. Tighten up the D.
But that won't happen before.
I'll say this.
Aaron, real quick. That won't happen before the trade deadline. You're not going to have Chris Paul or Peyton before the trade deadline.
If we can sneak into the 7th spot, I feel fine. If everyone's healthy, we can sneak into the 7th spot. I feel fine going into a tournament. Thanks.
Good stuff, Aaron. I appreciate it. And you know what? As long as there's a portion of fans out there that says if we can get to 7, we'll be fine, well, then you know what? There's nothing to do. Then, honestly, there really isn't anything to do except hope this team gets to gelling.
Yeah, and I'll be back on board if they get, because that's going to take them getting their act together, getting to 7. But I'm going to say this about CP3, who was balling before he got hurt. I talked about it, and I didn't like it, and I keep it real. I didn't think he was a fit. My point is, if this thing keeps going the wrong way, it ain't about moving it. He'll go to management and say, hey, get me somewhere where I can play some playoff basketball. And I did not see that, not even close to what you would call a scenario, to where Chris is like, this thing is so out of control, I need to be playing, I'm in the twilight.
Unfortunately for Chris Paul, he's got no leverage. The Golden State Warriors right now cannot trade Chris Paul for anyone other than an expiring contract.
Wow, man.
Unless they like that player so much, they're willing to, make some accommodations with some moves that they're going to have to make because of the salary cap limitations they're going to face, regardless of whether they're winning or losing at this point.
How much do you think they're missing CP3? Somebody just asked me in the chat.
What? They're not missing anybody. They're 18 and 22. They've been missing Green. They're not good with Green. They're not good without Green. They're not good with Paul. They're not good without Paul. They're not good when Moody plays well. They're not good when Moody is invisible. They're not good when Kuminga breaks out. They're not good when Kuminga is in a closet. They're not good when Wiggins shoots well. They're not good when Wiggins doesn't shoot. They're not
I just want a
good.
7-game winning streak so bad so I could say, Stoney, a 7-game win, or 5, so I could say,
how about win a game?
Well, no doubt. It starts there. But you know what I mean, to where you're like, ooh, I'm a little shocked. They got some traction.
So as mad as you are today, you're telling me you're still not ready to move. Yesterday, I said to you, would you trade Andrew Wiggins right now for an expiring contract of a player that you know will not help you the rest of the year? You said no. I said I would. So,
because I'm still holding out that last hope that they can fix themselves. But I get it, man. I get it.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. I'm telling you, this team, if you take a little bit of the sentimentality out, I think you're going to find that things are not as dire as sometimes they appear with the Golden State Warriors. In fact, there's a very, very reputable basketball guy out there that thinks he can fix the Warriors in 2 moves. 2 moves.
Whoa.
I'll tell you what those 2 moves are and who the guy is at 10:30. Then we'll bring in Brian Giler at 11. But I'll tell you how the Warriors are going to be fixed according to someone on the other side. Hey, that segment was brought to you by In at the Tides, relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Winter is magical in Bodega Bay. Come experience it all at the Inn at the Tides. Winter midweek rates start at just $179 per night and include breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book ahead at inatthetides.com. Also, the golf show. Kickoff show. I thought you said the golf show. Kickoff show. That is 2 hours before the 49ers game on Saturday with Larry Krueger and with Lorenzo Neal. So that's a 3 o'clock start on the pregame show Saturday. And you can also join us at the Santa Clara Hilton. I'm going to get through it for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area, presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law is going to fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
You got to Google it.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Ameriwest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
It's a rivalry.
Draymond go bye-bye.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, don't forget, today is your first chance to win an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey, and it's going to start at 12:30. 12:30 to 1:30, you're going to have an opportunity to win a signed Christian McCaffrey jersey. 12:30. Between 12:30 and 1:30. Mm-hmm.
And during that hour, we'll get into the Niners. And how about this for a tease? If you are correct and we're, in fact, watching the death of a dynasty, I'm going to tell the people why another one's being born here in the Bay.
Earthquakes?
That's a tease. We'll get to it in the 12 o'clock hour. A new dynasty is being formed in the Bay.
Well, okay, so that's more than a tease. It's actually so you're calling a 49er dynasty before they've ever won their first Super Bowl.
No doubt about it.
Okay.
Yeah. You talk about the Garden of Eve.
You sure that's not the emotion of this weekend's football?
No way. No, it has nothing to do with that. By the way, you were retweeted by NBA Central.
Is that
and the thing had like 1 million views on it for your take yesterday on Andrew Wiggins. You got to move him, even if it's for just, you got to get off of him. I forgot to tell you.
I didn't see that.
And they said via Steiny and Guru. I said he must know somebody.
Your name was stuck on there?
Yeah, you know.
That's why you noticed it.
No, I saw it said at Steinmetz NBA. Think of my dude going viral.
I wish he would have had more of the details, the specific tweet.
Dude, I got a possible torn ACL.
Uh-oh. Why?
From the airplane thing. I'm going through stuff.
Oh, boy. Are you all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to, we're talking, hey, listen. I'm not coming in, if you think I'm coming in here every day for the next 4 months and listening to Daryl the Guru Johnson talk about how this team stinks and how everybody's a mess and how they can't win a game.
That's you.
And you thought they'd be better and this, that. You know what? I'm not doing it.
But that's what you
ways
do.
No, I'm on to Cincinnati. You want to cling to the dynasty? Cling to the dynasty. I'm telling you, I'm ready to start the process.
Wow, man.
Let's move off Andrew Wiggins. Okay? Let's know that we can move off Klay and Chris Paul if we need to at the end of the year. Let's start the process of dismantling the team.
Man. I'm Van Gundy holding on to Zoe Morning's leg.
Okay? But you can't hold on to his leg and yell and scream about where the team is.
Yeah, but I can if they go make a move for Siakam or shock the world and bring in somebody that can help Curry. That I can do.
But when people say you want it both ways, that's what they mean. Just FYI. No, don't kill the messenger.
No, the only way I want it is a win.
Yeah.
That's all. Okay. As long as Steph is here and they continue to win, if that's without Klay or Dre,
they're not winning.
Okay.
They haven't won for 2 years now, really. That's the thing.
All right, well, we're not all as bleak as it looks right now. Okay. Shout out Memphis. So we still got time in this season.
So you cannot come. You're not allowed to come in.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to come in Thursday and cry and yell like a baby if they lose.
I can do whatever I want. It's my life and my voice.
Not on my show.
It's our show.
But that's all right. You know what I'm saying?
No, I just hate when you paint me.
Accurately?
Something I'm not. No.
Paint you accurately?
You're negative Nancy, and then you want to say Guru's coming in here every day. I'm just despondent. I'm hurt. I'm bleeding.
Why? Well, then let's. Because
I don't like everything that's going on off the court as well as on the court.
Well, that's been
I didn't see that loss yesterday in Memphis, and it's okay if I come in here.
What about tomorrow?
I could see them losing to a hot Utah team.
Okay. Then what about Friday? Dallas in here.
We'll be in the house. It's got to start somewhere, bud.
Okay. Well, no, it doesn't, Goo.
Ooh.
See, no, it doesn't. And that's where, I'm sick of being painted a pessimist when I'm a realist. But the reality is I'm working with Merlin, the magician over here, that thinks things are going to change. I have a plan.
All right.
Okay, I have a plan. I'm not a politician that says vote for me and I'll figure it out. And I'm also not a politician coming in here saying, you know what? The streets are dirty. Windows are broken. This place is run down. There's nothing we can do. I'm giving up. No, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir. Let's go to D. in Washington, D.C.
D.
What's up, D? How you doing, buddy?
Study my man. Goo.
What's up,
man?
baby?
Hey, Sonny, you know how much I value your basketball knowledge, right? But I have a question for you, also a comment.
Okay.
My question is, how much blame do you place on Kerr for the construction of the roster? That's the question. The comment that I have, I believe it is time to totally move away from Looney and Wiggins as members of the front court. The time has come to trade both Looney and Wiggins to get bigger and more athletic at center. Loon can't even protect the paint on defense, nor he can provide anything on offense. The center slots need to be upgraded ASAP to complement Steph, Klay, Dre, old legs. So please answer my question, Stanley, because you're always very quick to put all the blames on Steph.
Oh, no.
I want to hear your answer. I'm going to hang up and listen to you from the other side.
Have a good day, D.
What's the question?
How much blame do you put on Kerr for the construct of this roster?
I got to tell you, I don't know. I don't know how much input Kerr has on the roster. Yeah. I don't. Here's Bill Simmons.
Oh, what'd he say?
See? Who's the negative one here?
Because it ain't. Let me hear.
Here we go. Bill Simmons. He's how would you say? How would you describe Bill Simmons?
A pariah.
Evan, who's he working for? What's he do? He's a big boy.
It's
Bill.
He runs the Ringer.
Oh, okay. Well, news to me. Here's what he said.
I was trying to think how to save the Warriors, who looked like dog last night. I could do it in 2 trades. Trade number 1, Toronto. Send him Andrew Wiggins, he's Canadian. Jonathan Kuminga, send him an unprotected first, and get Pascal Siakam back. He's an expiring free agent. They're going nowhere anyway. They can roll the dice with Kuminga, who I think has a chance to be really good. He's only 21. That's trade number 1. Trade number 2, they got to end the Draymond era. Send him to the Lakers. He'll be super happy. He gets to play with LeBron James. LeBron keeps him in check. It makes too much sense. All right, what do the Lakers have to give up? How about Rui Hachimura and a 2029 unprotected first-round pick for Draymond? And you send that to Chicago for Vucevic, who gets rerouted to the Warriors for Draymond. So the Warriors end up with a center with a, score rebounder, great offensive IQ, Vucevic, Siakam, all their young wings, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Jackson Davis. They kept Looney. I like it. I think we could save the season. I got you, Steph Curry.
Wow.
What does save the season mean?
And where was he at? I had a Cadillac.
No, seriously,
Did he have a flat?
Interstate 5.
And what about Wiggins is Canadian? Like, okay, we'll take him. But boy, I'm a Vucevic fan, and I would take Rui in a second, man. That would change Steiny, man. But come on.
Did they get Rui?
Yeah.
On that trade?
I thought that.
They get Rui
Evan, you're laughing because the way I did.
They get Rui Hachimura and
Vucevic.
I thought that he was saying they flip him for Vucevic.
Thank you.
Oh, I thought they had both.
Ow.
He's Canadian.
That bothered me, actually, too.
Wow.
Like, Mikey, he won't eat it. He hates everything. Remember the old Mikey Life commercial?
Worked for RJ Barrett.
Toronto will take him. He'll take anybody. Okay. That's also a plan. Yeah, here's the other thing. Masai Ujiri in Toronto. So let me get this straight. We're going to trade Pascal Siakam for 2 guys who are proving they can't play together, but we'll take them both. What are we doing?
I'm hoping.
Here's the thing I think a team like where the Warriors are, something that they've got to be prepared for, and that is if you want to trade for a guy like Siakam, go ahead and trade for a guy like Siakam, but you have to understand, and it can't scare you if he walks for nothing. It can't scare you.
Well, you got to put your big boy pants on, Stoney, because to get Siakam, you're going to have to get rid of Jonathan Kuminga.
Nope.
There's no,
Sure.
I get it. Like, that's what it takes money to make money, and you got to do that. His future and what you think he can be, and is he the next after Steph Curry? We know there's no Steph. I'm just saying, like, man, I just think it would be a seamless fit for Siakam and Steph Curry and whatever you put around them two.
Ray Brennan on the YouTube chat says Bobby Marks thinks you can get Siakam for Chris Paul and Jonathan Kuminga, no picks. Okay.
Oh, man. I'd hate to do it, but I'd do it.
Well, then, I mean, I don't even, okay, if just let me put some money pants on for a second off the top of my head. So if you trade Kuminga, who was the other guy? Bobby Marks is saying Kuminga and
Paul.
CP3. That's about what, 38, 9 million for Siakam. Okay, Siakam. The problem is Siakam's making 37 million. Are you ready to let him walk? You don't make that trade if you think he's going to walk. Like because under that scenario,
isn't he good enough to kind of go ahead.
Under that scenario, you got Curry still at 55. You still have Wiggins on the roster at 25. You got Green on the roster at 25, and you still have to figure out what to do with Klay. So you still can't. Okay, I don't think you're paying Siakam. I don't think the Warriors want to pay Siakam $120 million over the next 3 years.
Then I would say Joe doesn't want to extend this then because he's shown us at every turn and he gets all the credit in the world. He's blown past these thresholds, Steiny. Mm-hmm. So if you want to continue to win, you got to spend.
Plus, Evan, tell everybody about that second apron we got to try to get under.
Uh-oh.
Like, I don't think we can get Siakam in here, pay him, and then be under that apron.
What if Klay dipped, though?
Yeah, I was going to say you can. It just would involve Klay either taking a massive pay cut or him walking completely. Because you do have $30 million coming off in Chris Paul, which would get you under the apron regardless.
Right, but this is the one of the problems that the Warriors have is you kind of you need Paul's money to come off.
Yep,
and I don't know.
And who's to say Klay, Steiny? I know. Well, you haven't disagreed, or we haven't. But there are 5 teams I can name that would love Klay Thompson as their shooter. And I do wonder, and you guys can call me crazy, I do think if there's, I do wonder, and Klay has been truthful, he's been open, he had Draymond Green's back, so I don't want to come in here and be the dude, Skip Bayless, trying to be divisive. But I do wonder if there's some resentment from the organization on Klay's standpoint, from Klay's vantage point, that they gave Green the money and the contract with everything that comes with the Green experience, and Klay's not done that. So Klay looking at it like, okay, you guys are going to put me in this predicament to where I got to play this year out. So I do wonder if Klay, and he's kind of alluded to it, the Drake, the Tupac, me against the world, if he's kind of looking at it like, realistically, maybe I will don another uniform. And the Lakers could use a Klay Thompson. I feel like the Milwaukee Bucks could use a Klay Thompson. There's some teams.
You mean contenders?
Yeah, contenders.
Okay. Well, then you're acknowledging you're not a contender. But you said you're not ready to do that.
No. Klay walking doesn't mean
walking at the end of the year.
At the end of the year.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you meant move him right now.
Just talking about that apron Evan was talking about.
When I'm telling you can get through this. You just have to like.
Where is it at now? In Steiny's words, where is this now?
What do you mean?
Like, in your mind, you're already like, "Ooh, I was on this project 2 years ago."
I need you to be more specific.
How dire do you think it is?
First of all,
because they haven't even started. When you get a new house, a fixer-upper, you tear stuff down and then you build it back up. Are the Warriors? Have they went to Home Depot to even get the necessaries? Do they even know they're rebuilding?
I don't know what they know.
The tear down. It ain't even started.
But it's 510 on the Comcast, and I get this. Quit talking that mess if you're logically. You had the exact same take 2 years ago. No. See, that's the other issue. It wasn't 2 years ago I had this take now. It's 2.5 years ago. 2 years ago, this team was 31-9. 2 years ago, or 30-10. 2 years ago, this team was 30-10. At that point, nobody said it was over. At 30-10, you're saying, oh my God, could they do it again? I don't think so. Could they do it again? I don't think so. Yeah. I wasn't saying it was over 2 years ago. I said I thought it was over 2.5 years ago. So what I'm saying is 2 years ago, this team was 30-10. They ain't that team now. They're not even close. That's all I'm saying. In fact, like, what if I told you this? How do you get around this, Goo? How do you get around this? Right now, Steph Curry and Klay Thompson have never, over the course of their entire career together, together have never shot it worse, defended this poorly, or made fewer plays for teammates. They've never shot it worse, defended worse, or made fewer plays for teammates. So, where do we go if we acknowledge that's probably not going to get better? Your two most important players of the dynasty.
How can, one, I could be in a little denial and say what's around them has eroded and has contributed to that, to what you talk about, okay? Or two, I got to get off one of the two or break that up. And maybe they're together both bringing each other down. So if Klay walks and you were to, facilitate a trade and bring something in here to put next to Steph, maybe, that number two, that second best player, which right now is just musical chairs, maybe you would alleviate the problem that way. But boy, that their shooting that you talked about, just the shooting in general by the whole team, is at an all-time low to me during this Kerr era and this Kerr run. And also, what I'm starting really not to like and get irritated by, and Exhibit A was yesterday against Memphis, guys I don't even know were in the league. Everybody that plays the Warriors, Steiny, the three ball, they just turn into Larry Bird collectively. And I believe that's bad defense, poor closeouts. But good God,
it's also the roster construction.
It's just maddening, man.
It's an aging roster.
Pop, pop, pop. We'll get it open. Playing the Warriors. Pop, pop, pop. Somebody's going to get open. Look, pop. And that's how you get down 40, 25-7.
So you know what they need?
It falls off in having pride. Just got to have pride in yourself as a man. And I'm not going to let my guy score. And our closeouts was too soft. Our rotations were too slow. So it's just no pride. And until every guy take pride in themselves and want to stop the guy in front of them, we'll suck.
There you go. There's your answer.
What if
there's no need to ask any more questions. There's your answer.
I'd say, hey, Drake, put some names on that.
I will.
Guy,
okay.
Put
Curry,
some names on that.
Klay, everybody on the roster.
Yeah, because you ain't playing DPOY level.
He would say everybody on the roster.
All right. But that's where I'm at with that. I'm so.
Well, what do you mean?
I'm just that rings hollow. It don't.
But you wanted him back.
Yeah, for activity on the court, and it didn't manifest yesterday. I got it wrong. Shocker. I'm just talking about the microphone game. And so, how long you been sitting on that, Drake? Because you ain't been around. You've been on your ass watching this team bust its ass, trying to make up for your absence. Now you want to come tell us what's going wrong? Okay, but hold on to that.
But what you expect?
Maybe the coach should say that.
Well, the coach said.
Coach said what?
He said we played poorly on defense, too many turnovers and fouls. But the issue is Draymond's back, and he's Draymond, and we're mad and pissed off again.
From the land of hell on the
come on.
Lower Cal Credit Union, I'm not in my feelings. Dude, I'm a part of the team. We're a part of the team.
I'm not.
I feel a part. I'm invested. I know they can do better. They can play better. They can. See that? They can. You know
Prove
it.
it. Prove it.
That's what I'm telling them.
Lewis in Richmond. What's up, Lewis? How you doing, man? We can turn this around, but it's going to need a change of heart and mind first from Guru. So
and Draymond said it. Pride.
Oh, now do you acknowledge it or do you not acknowledge it?
I got to acknowledge what's real. He said it. Yeah. Go ahead, buddy.
Listen, I listen to you guys all the time. I called you guys a few years ago when I was in Berkeley. And the first thing I want to say before I start anything else, Matt, I want to condolences for your dad. My mom passed away last year in 24 on the 24th of December. So, I feel a lot. You
Thank
and Joe and his dad happening, all the stuff happening. So, man, when people say, they know how it feels, if you ain't ever been there, you don't know how it feels. So I definitely know how I feel. So my condolences to you guys. I know it's going to be a long road. It won't be the same, but it gets easier to deal with. And even though I'm in the early stages, I know it's going to be hard, but it gets easier after a while. But you just got to remember the good times.
Thank you, man.
That's the first thing I wanted to say.
Right on, man.
And then the second was I've been a Warriors fan since Al Adams. So I saw them win their first championship with Rick Barry. But the thing that I see the most with the Warriors right now, people have become spoiled because we got a team. 40 years, we didn't have nothing. We traded people. We didn't keep any teams, no consistency on the roster. All that stuff was gone. But we got a team. We got 4 championships. We are now at a place where we can't continue to stay at the same plateau if we don't change some things. We got to change some stuff. Matt, I'm always critical about you, but, man, and it's only because I see the stuff that's happening, and I'm upset like a lot of people. Sometimes we don't want to realize the truth, but, we got to make some changes, and the changes have to come, first of all, we can't always rely on bringing in old players. What we might have to do is we might have to start just using our young players, let this play out, and then just start bringing in and, Wiseman, all that stuff. We weren't prepared for that. And I think that we didn't make proper preparations for that stuff, too. So they knew where he was, and they knew his development. It's going to take a longer period of time. I just think we weren't prepared for that. So the new guys that are coming in now, we got a good group of young guys. I don't think we should trade our future. What we need to do is we need to start just letting the natural maturation of things happen so that we can go along and then build on the future. So, that's all I have to say. Thanks, you guys. I appreciate your show.
Thank you, Lewis. Thanks for the nice words.
Kind of classy,
really appreciate it. And I think that's kind of where I'm at, too.
So with Klay walking, would that be sort of the natural – you think – I was going to ask him. I know we're up against it, but I think that's what he's talking about, Stoney. When you say, it's been a good ride, and I'm not putting it all on Klay, but it's obvious to everybody, he's not the same player.
And this is the other thing about the sentimentality I was talking about is I don't know what Klay's worth, kind of, because how much do you measure in his past? Coming up next on the Boxer and Gerson guest line is SiriusXM NBA radio host Brian Giler. He's one of our favorites, no doubt about it. Also, don't miss the kickoff show this Saturday, rather. Or is it the CMC jersey? Oh, the top one. A reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitter, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We'll be right back. Talk to Brian Giler, 95.7 The Game.
Attorney Joe Cordell. Business owners and professionals face.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
So who is that, Steiny?
That's one of our listeners. All right, now let's get to
Big Boy,
one of our guests. Definitely one of our favorites, Brian Giler on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. He's a host on Sirius XM NBA radio. He's also a contributor at NBA TV. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
Good, guys. How we doing?
Well, I tell you how we're doing out
18 and 22, BG.
Look, to me,
better days, huh?
Yeah, to me, it's not that difficult where we're at with the Warriors, but for other people, it is. I'm going to try to move Andrew Wiggins if I can, even if I can't get anything of value. I'm going to try to move Wiggins, and then maybe in the offseason.
Matt, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. And then in the offseason, we'll make the determination whether we're coming off Chris Paul, which we probably are, and Klay Thompson, which we may end up having to do. But what do you see going on here?
Listen, I don't think I think the choice is very limited in the respect that at 18 and 22, where, Draymond has been suspended for a chunk of time, and that's been, its own particular sideshow. But I think when you look overall at where the organization is at, two words come to mind. It's over. And I think that's what you have to look at. Listen, Curry hasn't played at the level necessarily that he's played in the past, but he's still looked very good. Klay doesn't look like the same player. Father Time's undefeated, guys. And I think there's the holding on to the past thing can really make the future a lot more difficult. And listen, it's going to be very hard for Mike Dunleavy to have to do this. And Bob Myers, quite frankly, saw the writing on the wall. Somebody's going to have to piece this thing apart if they want to rebound into the future. There is some good news here. They've done a nice job with a couple of these picks. Kuminga looks great lately. He's played really well, and you want to get him more touches, more minutes, more everything. Pajemski's a nice player, and he fits there well, does a good job. And then I think Moody, even though with inconsistent minutes and in and out of rotation, all that, I think he's a guy that you can, have as a piece going forward. But I think the decision has to be made that we're going to pull the plug on this group. And what does that mean? That means that a contender may want Klay Thompson. Listen, I will tell you this right now, that Klay Thompson would fit wonderfully in Philadelphia. And I think the conversation has to be had with Klay along the lines of, we don't know that we want to pay $350 million in luxury tax or whatever the heck they're paying, for a team that's not going to make the playoffs, and we don't plan on re-signing you. And it's difficult. It's not the sentimental move, and it's hard, but I think that conversation has to happen. I think when you look at Draymond Green, they just re-signed him, but it's not an onerous contract for the value that he delivers when he is on the court and when he is not, stepping outside the lines. I think that's a conversation that has to be had regarding a deal and accumulating some future assets. I think they're crazy to keep Chris Paul through the deadline, even though he's hurt, because the contract can be an asset. And even if they get somebody else's young guy, maybe a Kyle Kuzma, something like that, who can step in and at least give them some minutes here and be a guy that you can, again, have as a piece for the future who's under contract. That's interesting to me also. My point is this. If you make the decision now and you go forward with this, you're going to be able to rebound from this in relatively short order than if you hold on to the past for sentimental reasons on a team that just isn't going to compete for a title anymore.
Oh, good stuff, Brian. I was telling my partner Steiny here about the Kuminga, who you had just mentioned. It changes and fluctuates for me every game. Like, I see he could be a superstar, but I asked him, could he be Paul George? Could he be Kawhi Leonard? And, Brian, if he can't, would you include him in a package if the opportunity presented itself to get a Siakam? Would you pull the plug on Kuminga's future to get Steph, what's left of Steph, Siakam, to maybe try to compete and change the course of this season?
No, I wouldn't. And listen, I like Pascal Siakam, but we have to ask the question, Darryl, what is the Warriors' ceiling in a deal like that this season? And it's a legitimate question. Are you going to make a deal that's going to make you better than any of the top four teams in the conference right now? And really, we're talking about the Nuggets. We're talking about the Clippers, who are terrific. The Timberwolves have proven to be a defensive juggernaut. And the Thunder are coming. And I say they're coming. Maybe they're here already. and they can make whatever move they want with all of the assets that they have. I just don't see the Warriors making that kind of impact. And you bring up the real elephant in the room here, and it's Steph. Does Steph want to spend his entire career in Golden State and be there for a rebuild and help steward it along and maybe get a second chapter in the next 2 to 3 years because they reload it well and reload it efficiently? Or does he want to move on? Now, I don't think, listen, do I know what's in Steph Curry's head and heart? I don't. My guess would be he probably wouldn't want to move on. But that would almost motivate me more to say, hey, let's start flipping this thing out right now, get everything we can picks-wise and young asset-wise, and see if we can put a younger, different version of a contender around him sooner that leaves us with a lot for when he's done. Like, I do think that there's a school of thought here that you can keep Steph Curry in tow, rebuild this thing around him, and have you be someone that helps you make some of these other young guys that you have now and could go get better.
Brian Giler joining us on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. He's a host on Sirius XM NBA Radio, also contributes at NBA TV. Yeah, what I'm trying to think is if you take the sentimentality out of it, and I get it, it's hard to do, I don't think it's as dire as it seems if you can somehow take out the sentimentality. Like, for example, Steve Kerr. I mean, I get it, he's not under contract next year, but if you, to me, I'll look at the bright side. If you're going to transition, well, it's the perfect time. Or if something presents itself where you really feel like you're going to try to milk this for 2 more years and bring a veteran in here who you think can, then sign him to a 2-year extension. But, like, if you take out all that, it's not that bad, is it?
No, I don't feel. The thing is this, it's really not that dire at all. Because the truth of the matter is there is a young core that's already in place. And so what you're going to now start to do is see if you can add to that young core by spinning out some of the guys you have that have value. And yes, it stinks for fans to have to see and hear that maybe it's Draymond and Klay and Chris Paul. But fine, go get rid of older guys and bring me younger guys around Steph, and let's see what happens. The Kerr thing is interesting, and I'll say it this way. Number one, I don't know that if I'm this ownership group and Mike Dunleavy, I'm giving Kerr a choice on our direction. The rebuild, to me, is the only way to go, or retool, I should say, reload, whatever term you want to use. But I would say to Steve Kerr, listen, this is what we're going to do. Do you have the energy for it? And if you have the energy for it, sign 2 more years, 3 more years, stay on board, and let's do this with you. But you got to be honest with us, if you don't have the energy for it, like, then we're going to move in another direction. But hey, listen, I think there's a guy sitting on the bench next to him that would have the energy for it, Kenny Atkinson. And so I don't know that you have to look far. But I think at this stage of the game, and listen, Kerr has had some very interesting moments this year where he's been, really very transparent with the media in terms of saying, hey, I didn't do the best coaching job there. We've heard that from him a few times. I did not love what I saw out of him this summer coaching the World Cup team. I thought their defensive looks were very, very vanilla. And granted, that's probably not a fair thing to place on him when he doesn't have a lot of time to prepare for a team and use some different looks. But my point being is that if he's got the energy for it, you're not going to do much better. So you want to see if that's something he wants to do, but he's got to want to do it. But again, I don't know that I'm going to let him indicate my direction. I think the direction is clear. And quite frankly, I think the financial commitment involved with maintaining this team determines everything, because I think that they've paid the Lakeups and the ownership group have paid a lot of money over the years to keep this team competitive, and the team has rewarded them with all of it. And I think the importance here of understanding that that's over is going to be really vital to them, because it's not a little bit of money that they invest year in and year out in terms of what they pay in luxury tax, and they've been incredibly generous with it. And this fan base should have no issue with this ownership group and what they've been willing to do. It's okay for them to kind of say, this team doesn't have it, we got to pull back here and let's reload.
BG, my partner, and I, we don't fight much, but when we do, 99% is we fight about Andrew Wiggins. We had Stephen A. Smith join us last week on the show. He went in on Andrew Wiggins, but I want to ask you, have you seen anything like this? I know he's been pedestrian and he kind of didn't pan out in Minnesota, but I'm sitting here holding out all hope, BG, that maybe 2022 Andrew will resurface before they trade him. What are you, this enigma that he is, how do you describe what you're seeing and what you're not seeing from him?
He's always been a tough guy to kind of, get a read on. And when he is motivated and in shape, let's face it, he's not in great shape. Take a look at Andrew Wiggins' arms, okay? When they went and won a title in 22. And look at his arms now. They're a lot thinner now. Like, he was working out. He was strong, and he does not look like the same guy athletically, speed-wise, and I think a lot of it has to do with conditioning and how he keeps his body. And listen, he's been through a lot personally, and there's been a lot of rumors and things said about him. And I think that, Andrew's a sensitive guy, and I think some of that has certainly weighed on him here. They owe him a lot of money, and they owe him a lot of money for 3 more years. And to me, if you can get off his contract, I want to get off it as soon as possible. I do. And if it means I maybe have to give something up to get off it, well, that's okay, because if I'm able to take some other pieces in a trade, maybe that's what works out. Or maybe I'm able to move somebody out and attach Wiggins to them. Who knows? I mean, there's things that you can do here with Andrew Wiggins, even if it means attach a first-round pick to get somebody to take the deal. Like, that's the other part. But I would tell you, to think that somehow, some way, you're going to see Wiggins turn the clock back, I don't know that that's going to happen here now. I just don't think it is. I think if that was going to happen, we probably would have seen it happen already. I loved the player that he was in 2022. And short of Steph Curry, he was the most important player to the Warriors winning that championship, hands down, above everybody, including Draymond. Right now, this is nowhere close to the same guy. And the thing that bothers me is it doesn't look like there's a lot of fight in him to be that same guy. Yeah. And I think I think that's a reality that has to be confronted. And if that desire is not there, anybody trying to get him to the spot where they want to get him is just fighting an uphill battle. And listen, this all reeks of a change of scenery being necessary. And again, it's a tough spot for the Warriors because of the contract, but I do think they find a way to get off Wiggins between now and the deadline. I think we could see a very, the deadline's on February 8th. I think we'd see a very different Golden State Warriors team come February 9th. I think there could be some real wholesale changes. And the thing is, the Paul expiring contract, the Thompson expiring contract, those create a whole lot of urgency right now for the Warriors to step up and do something.
Yeah, next 3 weeks is going to be a lot of fun. Brian, thank you so much as always, man. And hopefully we'll talk to you near the deadline or just after.
I look forward to it, guys. Both of you take care. Always my pleasure.
All right, that's Brian Giler on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. He's a host on Sirius XM NBA Radio, also a contributor at NBA TV. Kelsey.
Seemed like he was reading off your notepad.
Like a smart guy.
Oh, boy. Man, oh, man. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of fight. And he wouldn't move Kuminga. Scotty's basically saying there's no move that's going to, I'm sitting there thinking, oh, what's under the Christmas tree? Yeah. Oh, boom, it changes that's the scary part. That ain't out there. You can go do it.
I'm with you. I don't know that there's a magic deal out there that's going to turn this thing around in a hurry, because that's unusual anyway in the NBA. But they got 10 games to go till the trading deadline. It looks like they're willing to move Wiggins. The other guys we'll see about, but 18 and 22, and by the way, we're playing the hottest team in the league tomorrow on the road,
and then Dallas
in one of the toughest environments.
Kyrie playing his ass off.
So
Saturday,
we'll see. 888-957-9570. You want to talk a little Warrior basketball? Was that the worst loss of the year yesterday? I mean, do we really even want to talk about it? Because that means we're gonna have to pick apart 6 of their tough losses this year and try to determine which was the worst. I don't know. Let's go to Corn. Corn's in Oakland.
The town.
Hey, Corn, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing well. Draymond's the fat guy at the podium eating donuts, telling everybody they need to lose weight. Wow. True, but man, you're not probably going to be the best messenger for that. But listen, there's 2 plays in that game that kind of, to me, it speaks volumes. One was Steph Curry threw a bad hook shot pass that he says to float up. Guy stole the pass, comes down, fast break, gets the bucket and a foul. That was about a 5-point swing in that one play.
Yep.
Draymond, I was watching him. I was ISO'd on him. Olay defense lets a guy go. He goes to the cup, scores, and fouls. Those things are problematic. That was a weird game because the stats, as the young folks say, the math was not mathing on that game.
You know what's funny? Yeah, you're right about that. Go ahead, Corn.
And so to me, it wasn't the worst game, but it was a weird game. But we got to stop letting professional athletes who shoot 500 shots a day have open looks. G.G. Hernandez, I don't even know. G.G. Johnson, I don't know. Come on, man.
Yes.
This is, we should not be introducing people to the world with these games. I think this is the most embarrassing game. Not maybe the worst game, but the most embarrassing game.
Yeah, hey, Corn, you know what struck me? And I tweeted this last night on X, and maybe this is the one that was picked up by the millions. It could have been one of many of my insightful texts. Tweets, I should say. I said last night's box score was scary. You know why it was scary to me? Because Curry, pretty good stat line. Pretty good stat line for Curry. I think he was 11 for 20. Kuminga and Wiggins. I mean, no. Did they bring out the best in each other? No. But you know what? They both had nice-looking box score lines. Memphis shot 38%. So we can talk about the defense all night, but they held Memphis to 38. This is just a game that they never, there's stuff in the box score where you're like, wow, there's some stuff to work with here. You lost by 10 to the Memphis Grizzlies.
And you scored 60 points in the paint and shot 30 less free throws. That's a problem. You fouled 40. You sent him to the line 40 times. And you scored 60 of your 107 points in the paint and shot 30 less free throws.
Let's go to Nikki. Nikki's in Buffalo. What's up, Nikki? How you doing, man?
The problem is they not being aggressive enough and taking the ball to the hole so they can get to the line. They got to be more aggressive. Mm-hmm. Everybody has to step up there when they ball go up. You know they're going to miss some shots. They also have to block out and they have to rebound the ball and get out, push the tempo and get out and get easy buckets. You got to play Kuminga because Kuminga is a physical player. He showed it in the game. And when you get out there and play good, then you want to pull him out the game. Now he's getting frustrated, and he want to be traded.
I hear her.
Stay warm, Nikki. Stay warm.
Nikki, I mean, man. There's no doubt, though, if you whatever you want to say about Kuminga, Steiny, he is your most physical player. He is, Bob. He ain't even close.
Yeah, I disagree.
Well, who would you give that to?
Looney.
Oh, stop.
Kuminga
he can't even score 10 points.
Can't guard anybody over him.
You got to quit hating on Kuminga. For you to sit there and fix your mouth to say Looney, stop it. Looney can't even get you 10 points. You know what I mean. Kuminga's the winner of that. I shouldn't even ask you.
Points have nothing to do with physicality.
I'm tired of this Kuminga slander.
He stinks. Yeah. How about that slander?
You didn't tell Gilsire that.
He's just a guy.
But to say Looney, let's stop. I'm being the sheriff now. I'm going to stop the slander.
Kuminga is not a physical defender on the interior.
Nobody said defender. We said totality. With the ball in his hand. Our girl just laid it down from New York.
You know what the problem with Kuminga is? He doesn't want to be physical enough. Yeah. He should be beating people up, but he wants more finesse. He wants more
three-point love.
You
shot 11 rebounds last night, scored 20 points, and you just pointed out.
And you lost to Memphis because he can't guard anybody.
Oh, Steiny. He's the
What
reason.
do you mean, Steiny?
You lose by 30 if you don't have him. How about that? And if you hadn't had him last 2 weeks.
This is the problem. Like, these guys stink defensively. But they have 20. It's like they're giving up 25.
I'm not saying anything other, but I'm giving him the most with the ball in his hands to score. There's not even a second right now on this team that can go to the rack like Kuminga.
With his right hand? When there's an alley.
It is, Steiny.
Guru, he's not that good.
Right,
he's not skilled. Yeah. He's athletic, but he's not skilled.
Well, he's one of your best.
You want him to be a player that he's 5 years away from being. Even if he works his ass off.
But right now, I get what you're saying. He's one of your best players. Okay. Say it.
18 and 22.
Yeah.
He is. You're right. And you're 18 and 22. He can't be your best player and he'd be 25 and 15.
I'm not saying he is. He's one of them.
Well, if he's your best player, you're not going to be a very good team. Like, and then we're arguing over dumb stuff.
No,
because
we're not arguing.
No. You think this team's better than it is, but you think Looney's the second. If Looney's the second best player in the team, then you know what? This is the 12th or 13th best team in the Western Conference. Plain and simple. Because he would probably be this worst second player in the. Like, I'd rather have Vassell than I'd rather have the number 2 player on the Spurs than Kuminga. Who's the worst team other than the Spurs? Who's the second worst team?
Blazers.
I'd rather have Jeremy Grant than Kuminga. The future, I'd rather have Kuminga, but Jeremy Grant's a better player. He just, and this is the stuff I think it's unfair to Kuminga, too. Sam in Chicago. What's up, Sam?
Sammy.
Hey, let's talk about Curry. Hey, Sam, what's up?
So I was at the game last Friday night against the Bulls. Terrible first half, but somehow Steph was able to pull it out second half. But I'm watching this team, man, and I'm watching Steph especially, and I've never seen him work harder to get open shots, and I just see this movement that the Warriors were always known for. It's just gone. Like, the offense, there's no more movement. Steph looks completely exhausted. Like, this team just, I don't know. And I just wondering your thoughts. Like, is there a future where Steph Curry isn't a Warrior?
Oh, man. I brought it up yesterday. It seemed, okay. That's not what nobody in Dub Nation wants to hear that, but, good Lord. My whole point to that is, when is Steph going to be like, enough is enough?
I don't know that Steph's got the right to say enough is enough. I never remember great players saying enough is enough. Like, I get it. LeBron can orchestrate, but, I don't remember Bird saying to Red Auerbach, you got to do stuff or I'm out of here. Maybe what Steph should say is, can we please get a player in here who's better than me? Please? That's what I would say if I'm Steph Curry. Can we bring up? I'm 35 years old. I'm almost 36 years old. Can we try to find somebody who's better than me that I can play off of? Let's go to Mo in Oakland. What's up, Mo? You know what, Mo? Hold on. Well, it's break time. Yep. We'll talk a little more Warriors on the other side, and then we're going to get into some 49ers. How you feeling, 49er fans? There's pressure on being this much of a favorite. I don't even know if you want to be this much of a favorite. And don't forget, coming up in an hour, your chance to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. That's going to start at 12:30. Listen, between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, we're going to give you a keyword, and then you text that keyword to 20357. Also, you can listen in between the times for other shows, and you can win. You can qualify once a show all week long to better your chances to win the Christian McCaffrey signed autograph jersey. On the other side, we're going to talk Warriors. I'm going to get these calls. Then we're going to talk about the San Francisco 49ers. Boy, among the biggest favorites in NFC in the last, 10, 15, 20 years?
Yay!
That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Hey, Zenni is the official eyewear company of the San Francisco 49ers, and the road to Vegas is brought to you by them. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
It's a rivalry.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm not a system player. I am a system. Unlimited possibilities.
Not for the Warriors right now.
I am the system of this show. Ever since that soundbite, they've been playing their ass off.
So let me get this straight. It's January 15th?
Yep.
16th.
And Guru, I love to set my guy up like this. So let me get this straight, Guru. You think the Golden State Warriors, their dynasty is not over, but there's a team in the Bay, the 49ers, that haven't won a Super Bowl yet, but they've started their dynasty.
No, I mean, right?
So we're still in the middle. We're in the middle of two dynasties in your mind somehow.
No, I said one is blossoming right before our eyes. And if you look at the future and what other teams are doing in the National Football Conference, the NFC, where we thought they were Billy Badasses, Philly and Dallas, we don't know if both of those teams are going to have new coaches. And you just look on the field, it looks like the 49ers have found a diamond in the rough in Brock Purdy, Steiny. And if he goes and pulls this thing off and continues, because he played efficient enough in last year's playoffs before he got hurt. I mean, you got Bosa. You got an all-time running back. You got two stud receivers. Let me finish. You got a tight end. You got the best linebacking core in the game. You got a secondary that's starting to make a name for himself. I expect him to just mop the floor with the Packers. I know you got to play, and it might be Detroit or Tampa Bay, but I expect him back in the Super Bowl. And my God, Steiny, if they get one, they're going to be back, even if they don't get it. For the next few years. And this has technically started since 19 when they shocked the world and went from 4-12 to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. And I didn't even mention Kyle. I just they're set up, Steiny.
They're set up, but I'm not calling a dynasty before a team's ever won one title.
I'm not asking you to. I'm just telling you they got the ingredients.
Well, okay. That's fair. Do the Ravens have the ingredients right now for a dynasty?
Interesting.
Possibly.
I would take the Niners roster.
Kansas City still might be in a dynasty.
Yeah, well, it could be.
Let's go. Let's finish. Right. You want to finish up with the Warriors? Then we'll get to the Niners. Let's go to Mo in Oakland. Mo in Oakland's where I was going to go earlier. What's up, Mo? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on? How y'all doing?
Mm-hmm. Doing well.
I have a trade, and I just want to see how you guys feel about it.
Okay.
So I was thinking the Warriors could trade Klay Thompson, Wiggins, and Moody for Levine, Vucevic, and Caruso. How you guys feel about that? I think that would help Curry a lot.
Oh, it would, but Chicago ain't doing that, Steiny.
I can't keep stuff like that. So the Warriors would get Levine.
$44 million next year.
All right, congratulations. You're the Chicago Bulls. Does that make you better? Who was it again?
Levine.
Okay.
Vucevic, our guy.
Okay, and Caruso. And we're giving up
Spadoni's guy.
We're giving up Klay and Wiggins.
But the Bulls ain't doing that.
Let's go to Mike in San Jose.
The Bulls, no way.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. I mean, I could handle the slander that's being thrown right now at the Warriors, and here's why. I'll tell you why. The fact that they've lost this many close games says that a couple bounces the ball this way, a couple players maybe exchanged, this team, the record wouldn't look like it, and we wouldn't even be hearing any of this. So the fact that people are not factoring that in, also thinking, okay, realistically, the Warriors probably will not win a title this year. But if they retool with everything they've already had, factoring in the fact that they've lost a lot of close games this year, a couple bounces of the ball here and there, the Warriors are right back in this thing contending. Nobody is solidified as the good team in the NBA. There's a couple teams that stick out, but don't nobody look like they're killing everybody else every night. Teams get hot. Some teams go on runs. Some teams don't. The fact that the Warriors are able to hang with these big teams still and have this garbage roster just says that they are closer than people think, and they don't have anything to prove. They're playing with house money.
Mike, if they have
the fact that everybody's straight down.
Mike, if you just said they have a garbage roster, you can't turn that around in a year.
Did say that.
Well, I did say that, but I didn't say they would win it this year. I said if they retool with the team that's presently here, take out a couple guys, bring back a couple healthy ones, the Warriors will be back in contention.
All right.
The fact that they've won so much, people are spoiled, and they don't realize that greatness comes with a price, and things come with a price. To consistently stay on top is something that no team can do. The fact that they have won this many titles, been to as many as they have, and they are still relevant as players. I won't say that about Draymond, but I will say that about Klay and Curry. They still got something left in there. The way that they shoot and the way that they're marksmen like that, you put the right guys around them too, and the Warriors are back in contention. Nobody's even saying this, and this is after what we've seen this year.
Okay.
So I'm not saying this year.
I got you.
He's the president of the It Ain't Over Club. Yeah, put him. He's the president.
Hey! Along with his vice chairman and vice president.
Madoni, I have a membership. I'm not shamed.
Dude,
I'm just, for him to sit here and call and say he's taking a plus, and anybody that tells me the Warriors in these close games miss me. You just got embarrassed on national TV twice. The game was over in the first quarter, so to hell with those close games because it feels like years ago. I saw the first 5:30 start in Warriorland, first time in umpteen years on ABC with Doris Burke on the call, and the Warrior game was over in the first quarter. So miss me with all their playing close games.
I feel like when I was listening to that dude, I was like, well, that's kind of where Guru's coming from.
Yeah.
Well,
just wake me up when it's fixed. That's where I'm coming from. Wake me up when it's fixed.
I'll see you in 2027.
I don't want to sleep that long. That's what I'm saying. Steiny,
I'm finding you frustrating today.
Well, that's okay. I find you frustrating every day.
But I don't, I swear to God, that guy was like, well, that kind of feels where Guru's at. You know, you're not ready to give up on the dynasty. You hang in there. We make some changes in the offseason. We're right back there.
I told you I'm okay with moving Dre and Klay. I told you that. I remember before I wasn't there, so it's not hard.
But you're not ready to move Wiggins, which I find interesting.
Well, because I'm still hanging on to this season ain't a wash yet. Like, if we could get to that 7th spot and give it to old college try, who knows? But I was just saying Wiggins just to get rid of him and not bring a body back here or somebody that's lesser than him.
Everybody.
Yeah.
They can't bring a player back lesser than him right now. In fact, if they lose Wiggins, I just think they become a better team because somebody will get his minutes that are more likely to play better than he has for the season so far.
Now, I get you on that. That, to me,
the Golden State Warriors right now are 5.5 games out of the 6th spot. 6. Yeah. Oh, my God. Coach Hall is in San Diego.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
I just wanted to kind of piggyback off the last caller. I disagree because I think this roster is actually deeper than what we won the championship 2 years ago. The problem is these guys don't like each other. The old guys don't like playing with the young guys. The young guys are confused. They get pulled out from every little mistake. The chemistry is not there. We got to rip the Band-Aid off and call this what this really is. Draymond put a real big hole in this team. Looney was good friends with Poole. Kuminga was Poole was the connector to the young and the old guys, which I think what we got to do, I hate to say this, you got to trade Wiggins and Kuminga and see what you can get. And Pascal is not the answer. Otherwise, we're going to be like the Raptors when Kawhi left and just being competitive. I say you go get DeJounte Murray and look at Jared Allen. DeJounte is a good young guard. He's young enough to connect with the young guys, but also old enough to get the respect of the veterans. That's my take on it.
Appreciate the call, Coach Hall. Appreciate it.
Well, Murray's helping the Hawks.
They're 16-23.
That's what it was a joke. He thinks highly of. I'm just saying, I like Murray, but
I mean, we can go get players on bad teams that'll make our team not much different.
I don't. Hey, You could sell me on they don't like each other, something's up, whatever. The culture hurt me. But is that why they're so bad on defense and teams are getting wide open?
That's why, yeah.
Yeah, and then the Warriors aren't hitting their shots.
They don't trust each other.
And it starts with the Splash Brothers. You said this. Collectively, they're in uncharted territories in regard to their metrics. But everybody, they just can't shoot either. So that's a bad combo. I can't stop anybody. And we're shooting it at all-time low for our career. Like that's just not a good mix, man.
Can I explain where I'm at on Kuminga? I don't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga. I realize he's only 21 years old. I don't want to give up on what Kuminga might be at 26. But to think that right now he can be the second best player on a competitive team, that's a joke to me. This guy's I don't want to trade him because he's got so much more developing to do. But I got news for you. It's not going to happen by March. It's not going to happen by next March. It's going to take 3 years to become a player who maybe as a number 2, you could say, wow, Kuminga's the second best player. Now we got something. But right now, he's got to be like he's a fourth to fifth best. He's a sixth man right now on a championship team. That's the way I would view Kuminga.
But it's so bad. He's the only one out there going taking the bull by the horns.
I'm not saying I wouldn't play him. Go play him 32 minutes a game. You're probably going to win about the same amount of games as you would sticking Draymond Green, Looney, and Klay out there. Let's go to this can't be our Antonio in Oakland. No chance.
There's only one Antonio.
So this will leave Guru on an island by himself. Antonio in Oakland. Actually, that's not true.
Yeah.
What's up, baby?
Honestly, I do want to keep Klay and Draymond, push them to shove. But if we have to, I would not mind trading them. At the end of the day, I've seen Steve Young in his career on a concussion. I've seen Jerry Rice go to, the crosstown rival Raiders. Those are my two favorite football players ever. And that's as a kid. So as an adult, I can deal with Klay Thompson and Draymond going. They got us a lot of titles. I think Kuminga can be our fourth best player on the title team. But in a couple years, I want us to sign Chet Holmgren as a free agent. Yeah, I'm looking ahead. Pozinski can be a great number 3 down the line. He's getting better. Trace Jackson, good piece. Moses Moody. We got some good young players. Just need that big star, and we'll be back to dynasty mode. I'm telling you.
Is Steph still around at this point?
Yes, Steph. Yes, when we get Chet Holmgren, Steph will be our second best player. So Steph's going to be that dude regardless. My so-called lookalike, he's going to be that dude forever. So he's the Jerry Rice of basketball.
I think he'll be 39 by then. When Holmgren's a free agent.
I'm just saying.
Steph will be 39.
He's 27, 4, and 5 right now.
Who?
Steph on the season. 27, 4, and 5.
Okay.
So it ain't like he's averaging 13 points and he has a cane. I'm just talking to all the people. I'm just telling you, I'm worried about if this thing is bad and doesn't get prettier, if the chef is the type of guy that says, hey, not mad, Steiny, I know what you guys got going on.
Why would he want – I'm going to put it to the other way. Okay. Why would he want to stay here with where we're at now and the landscape? Why would he want to stay here?
One, he's a loyal dude.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
He knows they're not going anywhere here.
Oh.
You can't be two things. So he's so loyal that he'll just let it disintegrate around him?
No. And that's why he said the insanity, he's calling them out to make something happen. Let me see you try.
Gabriel and Davis. Hey, Gabriel, how you doing, man? By the way, we got to get into the 49ers and how big of a favorite they are. Yeah. It's got to make fans a little bit uncomfortable. What's up, Gabriel? How you doing?
Hey, I'm all right, guys. How you guys doing?
All right.
Yep.
Hey, so I just want to put out I'm a huge Bear guy, grew up with the Warriors and all that stuff, but you got to call a spade a spade. And I think a lot of people, what they're not realizing is Steph is past his prime right now. He's not in his prime. He's over 35. He's past his prime. He's going to have great games, and then he's going to start fading games. And you're starting to see it now. He's starting to fade. He's getting tired. And now he's realizing there really is not a team around him. There's a great book out there. It's called Who Moved My Cheese or something like that. And it basically talks about people who they want to stay in the same place and hope that one day it'll go back to the way it was. It never will be. You have to move on to the next. And that's all I'm saying. If it were me, I trade the whole core, even Kuminga, and I start loading up on picks. I like what the other caller said. Let's start identifying future stars like Chet Holmgren, like a Jaw, somebody like that we can grab from a smaller market, bring them into a bigger market, and then rebuild. That's all I would say. Because this team's not winning anything this year, next year, or the year after.
I mean, man, what's wrong with that idea?
Well,
what if I told you? What if somehow I told you that this year wouldn't be good, next year might be worse, but the year after we might be able to pair Steph Curry with the big boy free agent? You'd probably do it.
Well, would Steph be okay with that? That's what I'm to. You're laughing.
I am. I'm done with it.
You're speaking on him, but I would be like to him, and like you said, the dude said he's past his prime.
But
just
then
on the
stop
birth
thinking he's going to be here. Like,
well, we're right now.
The
Sonny.
solution
He's here
isn't
now.
like, you know what? I'm signing up for the solution that makes us a championship team in 3 weeks. There is none. Like, he's not an idiot. Like, I don't understand what's Steph going to do right now. You get this team back to championship level, what, in a year? Is that too long? Like, I don't.
The goal to me is for right now.
To do what?
Like it seems like you punted on this season to make a move. If to make a move and try to identify a player or players that could come in here with Curry and whoever is left and compete. Like this year.
I think that's unrealistic.
Okay, and you might be right, but we'll see by February 8th if the organization doesn't feel that way.
Let's go to Bleacher Dave. What's up, Bleacher? How you doing, buddy?
BD.
Hey, what's happening, y'all?
Talk to us.
Talk to you. Hey, man, thanks for picking up my boy on ball Steph the other day.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one that went viral, yeah.
Punk.
Oh, no,
There's quite a ruckus in that room, man, and I've encouraged him to call you guys weekly and start this dialogue and relationship. I think can help all parties to have this conversation. Hey, Goo.
What's up, baby?
Look, we're not new. We're not new to this, baby. We've seen terrible Warrior teams before, right? We grew up on this. We know what it looks like. We know what it feels like. Got to be able to get people ready for it and go through it. You know, not failing to rip off the Band-Aid just prolongs the pain. The worst thing that we can be is mid and be, picking in the middle, limping into the playoffs and picking in the middle of the first round. We need to tear it down, get some picks, and hopefully the Warriors don't blow it this time. Ultimately, we're paying the price for all those years of not having players from the draft pick. We got nobody in our prime. I like Geltz. I've talked to him a lot. We fought like cats and dogs when the Warriors were on top. We had a lot of good things to say. I'm kind of surprised. Klay's got usage as a spot-up shooter somewhere. I think the only thing in the way is his own perception of himself. Is he willing to accept that role? He hasn't shown that. But the rest of these dudes, man, Steph is going to stay for sentimental reasons. He can't be the A's. But, I like Kuminga. I think 3 starting to come back up 3 to 5 years from now is probably the right time frame. I don't think Wiggins has value. I read an article, I can't remember ESPN or whatever, they had ranked him as one of the 28th best talent.
Who's that?
On the market.
Oh.
Wiggins, no trade value. And I think you nailed it, Steiny. I think he's hurt. And I think Gil said the same thing. His arms, I think he's hurt. And I think he bounces back next year, and that becomes a valuable contract.
Okay.
So, Klay, Dre, all these cats, rip off the Band-Aid. Hopefully the team will have a major revamp in the offseason. I do think Wiggs is at the bottom of the value, and he'd like to come back. But I want to say to my fellow Warrior fans, buckle up, y'all. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Keep the faith.
Thank you. Oh, but keep the faith.
Man, I just had a bumpy ride. Man, Wiggins is hurt. He said out of shape. That's what BG said. He was out of shape.
Here's the other thing about Steph that makes this, man, and we had a caller, two calls away or 2 calls before? Steph's not in his prime anymore. He's right. He's declining. And so how do you factor in, you got to be Like, I'll just say it. I don't think Steph can be the best player on a championship team anymore. Do you?
Is LeBron James the best player on the Lakers?
Okay, fair. We got to get somebody like that then. We got to get if it's 1 and 1A, if it's 1A and 1, that's fine.
But no, but that's what we've been talking about all week.
But Siakam ain't it.
Well, I mean, I get you, but he's closer to the mark than anybody we got right now.
Right, but would you?
I'm like just give me your Jim Carrey. You're saying there's a chance. Right now, it doesn't even feel like there's a chance.
But you don't, like, you've got to figure out a way to get a franchise player in here at some point.
Man, I just think it's going to take Kuminga and his future, man. If that's what they choose to do.
Kuminga could be the franchise player, but he won't be for another 3 to 5 years.
I get that. That's too long.
No, it's not.
If it's about
it might not
Curry,
be.
right, for Steph Curry.
See, do you see why it's impossible? Do you see like everybody keeps saying for Steph Curry, he's getting worse. Like you can't you're almost empowering him more and more and more the more he declines. That's not a way to run a business,
right? But Steiny, they chose that when they brought Dre back. I thought the title of the jam was. So you're not. We understand he's not in his prime,
right?
But he's still damn good.
They made a mistake. So when do you say we made a mistake? We've got okay. So when do you say we're going to try to correct everything?
Well,
I'm ready.
Okay. But I don't think you put it at Curry's doorstep after you decided everything was about going in on him and what he has left his years, and now all of a sudden double back and say it's your fault or you're the reason. So we're like, what's more realistic? Making some moves, taking a chance on Kuminga, moving them, and getting guys in here like I believe you don't, a Siakam or Zach LaVine, and run it back with those guys that could make life easier on Steph Curry.
What if somebody just says, you know what, we've done everything Steph's wanted, and here's where we're at?
You could be right, Matt.
What if Mike Dunleavy says, you know what, Draymond's here because of you, Steph?
No doubt.
And now he's effed up the second season.
No doubt about it.
But what do you want to do, Steph? What do you want to do?
Right. What then happens if that's what it is?
Tom's in Sonoma. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. How you guys doing, man?
Hey.
Doing well.
Hey, Steiny, I wanted to say very much, man, my prayers and thoughts to your family in your time of mourning. Much love from your radio family, man.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thanks.
The Warriors stink, man. Bottom line, we are in trouble. We got to get off one of the big three, and that's Klay Thompson. And I say that because his contract's expiring. If we don't get off one of the big three, it's going to take us 5 to 7 years to come back and be competitive again. We don't want to get rid of Kuminga. We're going to regret that totally. Now I want to talk about the game in the fourth quarter, man. Curry had a game off. He looked horrible in that fourth quarter. He lost the ball twice. He couldn't hit a shot. We don't have anybody that can score in the fourth quarter. They throw that ball around like it's a hot potato, but I don't see anybody wanting to shoot the damn thing. Nobody. I mean, it looks like they're afraid to shoot the ball in the fourth quarter. Our time is running out. We must make a trade. I say Steph and Kuminga are not touchable, and everybody else, if we don't get off these Klay, we are not going to go anywhere. And I'm not picking on him. Now, let's talk about defense. We have the number one defensive player come back last night, and we had the worst defensive game. We turned the ball over 18 times and scored 30 points on us.
That's true.
You can't win like that, man. You can't win like that. We have got to change something up, and we have to change it now, but we have to get off one of the big threes. So,
thanks, Tom.
You guys have a great day, and thank you.
No, thank you, Tom, for the kind words. I kind of agree with him. I think, and because Klay's first, Goo,
yeah,
he might be the most convenient.
Well, oh, no doubt. There's no doubt about it. That's the rat on the table. That money coming off.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Golden State Warriors hanging on by a thread. San Francisco 49ers ascending in a big way. How big of a favorite are the Niners this weekend? I know it's 10 points, but psychologically, I want to know what is going on in the minds of a San Francisco 49er fan right now. A reminder that you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Also, don't forget, don't miss the kickoff show this Saturday with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal, live for 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
At Merrill West Credit Union, we're working towards a brighter financial future for both our members and our
couple teams, but started really focusing on them halfway through the second quarter.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. That was Kyle Shanahan talking about the Green Bay Packers. Think he was trying to stick it in there?
Nah, he was 27-0. I'm sure he was like, yeah, I think we know who we're playing, guys. Man. Steiny, I can't believe you're perplexed at this spread because Green Bay, a good story, and again, they got a chance. They're going to show up and try to win and move on, but, 9-8, they snuck in the playoffs. They got another young quarterback, just like the Niners do with Brock Purdy, but I get the 10.
I'm not perplexed by it.
Okay. I thought you were kind of like, why is it so high? Like when we came in this morning.
I actually thought it'd be higher.
Oh, okay.
I thought it would be more. It may end up being more. Yeah. No, my thing is I want to talk to 49er fans about kind of where we are this season and what point we've gotten to. This is a team that lost in the NFC Championship game last year. Brock Purdy gets hurt, and we come into the season, and even if we think the 49ers are the best team in the conference, we're still, got to pay attention to Dallas and the Eagles. We do. They're gone.
Wow.
I don't know that a team. When's the last time anybody can recall a team this favored to just run the table and get to the Super Bowl? I want to make sure we understand it. I'm not saying win the Super Bowl. Not saying win it. I'm saying get there. Like the 49ers. This is the most – this team is head and shallers better than any of the three other teams in the NFC. And I just want to know, if you're a 49er fan, you like coming into a game that way? I get it. There's a lot of fans who think we have the best team no matter what. Like, kind of like, in a way, like, it's hard to say. Like
the Durant Warriors.
Yeah, there are people that still out there think that the Warriors are actually still really, really good. Those are always going to be the people that think, well, we're going to win every game. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the analytical fans that look at the 49ers. It doesn't matter what kind of fan you are of the Niners. Let's say you're a 49er fan that thinks you're going to win every game. You're better than every team. Eagles suck. Cowboys suck. We're going to roll over the Packers. Purdy's great. Okay? If you're that kind of fan, the opposite kind of fan is, oh, boy, I don't know. Hey, every team's important. Yeah. Who knows? Packers look good. We got to be really careful. Da-da-da. It's like no matter what kind of fan you are of the Niners, objectively speaking, you are by far the best team remaining in the NFC. Well, it's not even close.
Before you even play one playoff game.
So you like going into a game like that? Knowing that you got the best team.
Why wouldn't you?
And, here's the other thing. I ain't taking calls from 49er fans now and say, well, hey, we're having trouble with the running. Shut up. Stop.
Well, they missed Eric Armstead.
All year long.
He should be back,
all year long, 49er fans. Okay, I'm with you. You guys are the best team in the NFC by far.
Yeah.
By far.
And if everything holds up, Steiny, they're one game away from whoever they play in the Super Bowl. I think it's going to be the Ravens. I'm hoping it's that, to prove they're the best team in the NFL. But don't you want it this way, to where on paper, we're better than who we're going to play? It's just, and I did this for you, 80% chance of rain, 17% chance of thunderstorm Saturday out here, and then a 17-mile-per-hour winds in the southeast direction. Now, that's weather. That's what you call weather, people. My thing is, Steiny, if the Niners go out and they're the Niners and there's no bloops and blunders, hell yeah, if I'm a Niner fan, I'm feeling good about we should show up, execute, win, and we're looking at hosting the NFC Championship game against Detroit or Tampa Bay, who I believe, again, the Niners are clearly better than both those teams. So it is set up. Jamie Lee Curtis, I'll use it again. I'm sorry. This is perfect.
Okay.
And the two teams we talked about, you just said it all year about that foe that might be a threat. They both lost and got embarrassed, with that being Dallas and Philly. You couldn't ask for it,
Well, but there's the other side of it.
Which is
you calling a dynasty before they've ever won a title. So that's if you were a fan, or you were this team's starting a dynasty, Steiny. Well, that's kind of what I mean. If you really feel that way, then if they lose in either of the next 2 weeks, that's cataclysmic.
Oh, no doubt.
All right, so that's what I mean. I mean, be careful what you wish for. You're going in as 10.5-point favorites. You're by far the best team in the NFC. We got radio hosts in the Bay saying we have a dynasty.
Brewing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
it sounds like you've come over to the side of what I've been trying to say.
No, I'm saying that comes with
that Super Bowl or bust is real when you're this loaded. If you look at the Niners roster, Steiny, they're loaded.
To get to the Super Bowl, yeah. I don't know what's good. I don't know what's.
Well, that Ravens
this has
loss
nothing to do with the
shocked
Super
me
Bowl.
on Christmas.
This has to do with the Detroit Lions, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Green Bay Packers, and the 49ers.
I hear you.
It's a joke. Like if they do not if they don't get to the Super Bowl,
it would be monumental.
How does it happen? What happens for them not to get to the Super Bowl?
Well, let's say Saturday, forget weather. Let's say it's raining. Purdy has an off game, couple fumbles, calf messed up by the defense can't stop Aaron Jones, and we see a young stud in Jordan Love.
Say it. It'll be the biggest choke.
Well, it'll be 10 points. No, it would be, good Lord, Steiny, it would be a choke.
I'm out.
I just want to remind people, and I'm talking to myself here, last year's divisional round, which the Niners hosted, Seattle had a lead 16-14 at halftime. And nobody expected that game close. So while I'm fat-mouthing, I'm fat-mouthing Steiny because I've been following this paper trail from Kyle, and I kind of held them to these high standards. They have the ingredients, people, of a dynasty, of staying power. Yeah, they got to go win it. But you're right. They are, I believe, head and shoulders above who's left in the NFC. And their true test may be if Baltimore is there in the AFC. And that may not be Baltimore. So, again, it's 10 for a reason. And if you ask me, partner, I believe the Niners, and I've been consistent, they are the best team in the NFL. I believe that.
See, I'm not, that I won't say.
And that's why I was so shocked we didn't do radio Christmas night that the Ravens came in and did what they did. But I believe
if the 49ers play the Ravens in the Super Bowl and the Ravens win, it's not an upset. That's why I'm keeping this solely to the NFC. We can't say the 49ers are better than the Ravens. Can we?
Well, again,
can we?
I feel that because the Ravens came in here and not just beat them, kicked their ass.
Exactly. Like, to me.
Can they do that again? You know what I mean? It doesn't need to take an ass kicking. Can you win? As far as the Ravens.
I mean, I don't like the Niners are the best team in the NFC.
Like you expect a close game Saturday between these two?
Not really.
Yeah.
No.
It's a playoff game. I get it. I got to be careful. I didn't expect, I'm going to be real here, to pull the curtain back. Dallas is not the Niners, but me believing Dallas was maybe up there, I thought Dallas was the Niners to Green Bay. That was a 7.5-point spread. So I thought Green Bay had no effing chance, Steiny, and we saw how that played out.
I mean, the bottom line is, again, the reason I'm keeping it solely to the NFC is if the Kansas City Chiefs make the Super Bowl, you tell me that you don't think they can beat the 49ers?
Evan said that. Or was that Spadoni had me thinking, like, I've kind of looked at the Chiefs like they're dead. They're not.
We'll have 2 weeks to talk about the AFC team. It's just about the NFC teams right now.
Detroit's a good story, too, Steiny. I expect them to handle business against Tampa Bay. Jared Goff, but I know it's about the Packers. And, I mean, Kyle's had LaFleur's number in the playoffs when he's had Aaron Rodgers, so I don't expect anything different. But if you're telling me this young upstart team in Green Bay is going to put out, resistance to the up-team power, all right, I'm here for it. But I just don't know how you stop this Niner offense and defensively how you keep Bosa, Hargrave, and I believe Armstead to be back, those guys from getting and causing hell for young Jordan Love.
David's in Denver. What's up, David? How you doing, man?
Doing solid. How are you guys doing, man?
Hey.
Doing well.
Hey, so you guys, I think normally as a fan, I would go into these games. I don't really like being the heavy favorite. I don't like being the one pumped up. I just feel like that makes me a little bit nervous. I will say for this team, I feel different, and I think why I feel different is because it's the kind of that whole character piece of, like, I think of the guys who are leading this team, and I'm looking specifically at guys like Purdy and even McCaffrey. Like, these are guys who the character pieces that they seem to have with them, I don't see guys like them and even others who are going to let up or who are going to let that stuff get to their head or, like, infiltrate them. I think they're locked in, plain and simple. And I think if we show up and our team's locked in, you're right. There ain't no one else in the NFC who could touch us as long as we come in locked in. And so that's why in this particular sense, I think with other teams in the past, I felt a little bit more nervous of like, oh, man, we're really being billed as like the favorite. But with this one, we are the favorite. And I think that whole character of like these guys being locked in, like what they bring to the table, not even stats-wise, but just that whole character and mindset, like that's why I have utmost confidence in them. I will say, caveat though, you need Bosa to show up.
Bosa, the barbarian.
Businessman Bosa.
Yeah.
My boy, Baltimore Joey, says he doesn't come to play in the big games.
Well, he can change that starting Saturday because he didn't.
It's not a big game. They're 10-point favorite.
If Joey's listening, Stoney, he knows Bosa didn't get a sack last year's playoffs, although and that was 3 games, Dallas, Seattle, and Philly. I just feel like it's Kyle's time. I know it's about the team. They got to execute. Guys like me have called Kyle out because I felt like he should already have a Super Bowl. But, Stoney, I'm looking at the landscape, and I just feel like it's his time. It's not just their talent. I just feel like we are going to watch him talk and speak after the Terry Bradshaw or whoever's holding the Super Bowl game. Like, it's his time to punch that ticket, man.
Not John Harbaugh.
Well, he has
not Andy Reid.
No,
hey,
they're going to do everything they can, and they've both be. Hey, John has one, and Andy's beaten Kyle on the biggest stage.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers, prohibitive favorites. I mean, what's the last team that's been, like this would be, and I don't want to put it like this would be an unbelievable non-Super Bowl run if the 49ers couldn't get there with the way things have kind of opened up for them.
Man.
So I'm just wondering if 49er fans, how they're feeling about being, knowing that it's now expected.
Yeah.
And I know we don't do this often, but yeah, you know what? And I don't assume anything, but you better get to the Super Bowl, right? You better get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's why go ahead, Evan.
I was going to say, in 2019, the Ravens were home favorites by 10 points against the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
They lost.
Okay.
Saying it can happen?
Sure it can happen. And that was that's the kind of loss
that's
that makes
I was out on Lamar.
A guru say Lamar Jackson is a choke artist.
Yeah.
So
he's fixed that though.
Have they won a playoff game since?
No, he
wait a minute.
He's fixed.
You can't do this.
I can do what the hell I want. If you shut up and let me finish, he's fixed it. He's working on this
hasn't
game.
Won a playoff game since then, but he's not a choker.
He has. He's won a playoff game.
Okay, yeah. So he's not a choker now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I know.
What would you do without me?
I don't know.
What would my man do without me?
I don't know. After the last 2 years of coming up short in the NFC Championship game, this team is focused and on a mission. We're eating cheese next week. Okay.
Well, I expect him to.
All right. What about the fact that LaFleur is a pretty good coach, Matt LaFleur?
Yeah, and he's faced Kyle twice, Donnie, and Kyle's had his number. I know you don't have Aaron Rodgers this go-round or Devontae Adams, but I expect the Niners to 2 weeks of rest because they have been hampered. You hope you get Eric Armstead back again. I keep talking about that. He's just a guy. He's a Jag, Armstead. But we saw before the season ended, teams have some success on the ground running against the Niners, and I got to give him credit. He was gone. They missed him. They have him back. We can see all hell break loose Saturday night. I do think one thing that helps the Packers, especially when you're an underdog on the road, is if maybe there is some weather. If it is an 80% chance of rain, slow the track down, who knows?
Hey, by the way, coming up in 15 minutes, we're going to start your opportunity to win a Christian McCaffrey jersey. It's going to be your chance to win an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey, and it's going to start in 15 minutes at 12:30. That's after the next break. Here's what you're going to do. We're going to give you a keyword, and then we want the keyword to be texted to 20357, and that's between 12:30 and 1:30. I'm going to give you a keyword. Also, listen in between the times for the other shows, and you can also win. You can qualify once a week on every single show, so that would give you 11 more chances to qualify. That's coming up at 12:30. By the way, Christian McCaffrey a full participant at 49ers practice today, so no surprise he'll be playing Saturday. Did we think any differently? 888-957-9570. As a fan of a team, does it make you uneasy at all if you're such a big favorite like the Niners are to get to the Super Bowl? Would you rather, as the boss said, was talking to Matt Nahegan, he goes, I want to be the team we don't talk about. I want to be the team that I want to be under the radar. Well, Niners aren't under the radar. The Niners are by far the best team in the NFC. Does that come with any added pressure that puts a little concern into you? 888-957-9570 is the number.
I can't believe he said that. Got to talk to him after. How many, outside of the Denver Nuggets, how many teams that are not talked about actually win it all? You know what I mean? And I know it's the NFL. You can go worst to first. We saw Philly do it with Foles a couple years ago. What's my guy, Kurt Warner, come out of nowhere. But, man, Steiny, I think of the 90 Cowboys, the 99ers, that NFC championship was like the Super Bowl. So I want to go into a game like this. I don't want the antagonist to be the actual team we're playing. I want the antagonist to be, my job as a coach is to keep my guys from getting a big head because we're so damn good. And that's why I got to be careful here, but tell me if you feel this. In a sense, Steiny, in the NFC, this is the Kevin Durant Warriors in regard to expectations.
No.
What do you mean?
They're not that good. They're not, because in the NFC?
Yeah.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
I'll give you the NFC.
Yeah, no, I get you.
But the Super Bowl's a totally different game.
No doubt, especially after that ass whooping you just took it home from Baltimore.
Like, there's a chance that the 49ers get to the Super Bowl, play the Chiefs or the Ravens and lose. And all they did was get beat by a better team again. That wouldn't necessarily be a choke.
That would be the third L for the Niners in the Super Bowl in a row. I mean, they lost to the Ravens, John. Then they lost to the fat man, who's skinny now.
Wouldn't it be Shanahan's second?
It would be his third.
Shanahan's been to how many Super
you're right.
Bowls?
Yeah, as far as the Niners are third, but you're right. It would be Shanny's second.
415 from the Comcast Business Text Line. It does make me uneasy that the Niners are heavily favored. It also makes me uneasy for anyone to say the Niners are so much better than everyone else.
Wow,
that puts too much pressure to perform well, and we shouldn't put all this pressure on them. Yeah.
Dude.
Come on.
Yeah.
They're the best team in the NFC.
So who's the team? Well, Green Bay.
I could do a segment on. But this would be the biggest epic choke job of all ever. I don't care how it happens.
Well, if our boss means what he said, then he would rather be the Packers. Nobody's talking about them.
No,
but you're coming against them.
I think he means he'd rather be the Chiefs.
Oh,
because nobody's really talking about the Chiefs. Nobody's been talking about the Chiefs all year.
Yeah. Who are about to play their first road game in the career of one Patrick Mahomes when they meet Buffalo.
No, you know what? Buffalo's been below the radar most of the season after their tough spot.
You're right.
The teams above the teams that the bottom line is this: the Ravens are favorites in the AFC, not to the degree that the 49ers are in the NFC, but I mean the Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills have been below the radar this year compared with the Baltimore Ravens.
Well. But they had some failures, though, Buffalo, during the year because the expectations were so high. Stoney, I got to read this. Good. I'm just so misunderstood, and you're a big part of it, Stoney, but I love you. Guru sounds like, oh, my God. I lost it. I couldn't.
What do you mean?
Help me out.
What happened? I don't know what happened. You're going to read something else?
Yeah, I blacked out. Just help me, man.
I'll address it. 650. How the Eagles doing? They're done.
But you think the coach getting fired?
Probably. I mean, that's what's funny is last night I'm watching the Eagles game, and believe it or not, I'm thinking, everyone's saying they quit. You know what? Believe it or not, I put a little bit of a difference between giving up and quitting. Quitting to me is walking off the field. Well, giving up is when you know it's over, but you have to stay out on the field.
The subliminal.
Yeah,
that was the version of, and I felt Dallas did this. Tell me what you and Evan will give me for this, and I'll remember where I was going. That was the equivalent of a baseball team not running the ball out to first base. That's what I felt like Philly was doing. They couldn't walk off, but they could show you.
You know who Philly is? Seriously.
Yeah.
They're the Golden State Warriors. They're not together. They're not as talented as we think. They don't really get along. And you know what? That performance to me last night by the Eagles,
but it started 5 weeks ago. You know, they lost to the Giants.
And the Warriors' performance has started more than that. Yes, absolutely. I'm giving it all to you. And that was the crescendo last night. You cannot watch that Philadelphia Eagles game and just say, lost a tough one. We'll get them next year. No, that's the kind of loss where you're like, holy hell, this was a total and epic
something's
collapse.
going on.
Yeah,
okay.
I expect stuff to happen.
I'm in your office. Let me ask you this. Did you see Jalen Hurts after the game? A reporter said, you think Sirianni's going to get fired? Something to that effect. And he said, I didn't know he was going anywhere. And people took that as, Jalen Hurts didn't back up Sirianni. I took it as him saying, I'm asking you how you took it. What was he supposed to say? He said, I didn't know he was going anywhere, but people took that as, that wasn't a vote of confidence.
Who cares? They lost 6 of their last 7 games. It was the biggest collapse in the NFL. They were 10-1. It's like, I don't care what Jalen Hurts thinks about the coach. That'll be taken care of after he says whatever he says. You know what I mean? I get it. What do you think of Sirianni? But they're done. You can't bring that team back. Man. You can't. That to me, and I know you're going to say, well, that's why you couldn't bring the Warriors back. But you did. You were 44-38 last year. You showed no sign.
But they hadn't had their 10-1 spell.
That's why it was even less convincing. That's why to me it was even less convincing. The Warriors never put a 10-1 stretch together. But you brought it back. I get why the Eagles ran it back. Okay, so now they ran it back, and it was a monumental.
For 11 weeks, it was great.
Right. Yeah. And it was a monumental flame out. So you got it. I guarantee you they're not going to run it back. Why would they? That loss shows me there are bigger issues than just we lost. I think there are times you lose in the playoffs, you lose in the playoffs.
But when you got stuff going on behind closed doors,
right?
Which your bigger point is, you ain't out running that. That will be the death of you.
Right. And if we look at the Golden State Warriors and the way they've played this regular season, it's not going to be solved by Andrew Wiggins turning around his play. That's what I mean. The Eagles, they got to make some big, bold moves. And to me, so do the Warriors. And I get it. The Eagles never won a title.
Oh, here, I found this, Donnie. First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat, John and Teen. Guru sounds like Dylan Brooks with all the Dynasty talk. Guys, all I'm saying is the ingredients are there for this team to be around for a long while. And I thought maybe that was coming to a head. But the fact that they've got Brock Purdy, if he is who we think he is, Steiny, here I'm going you.
Does Detroit have it?
Do
Detroit's have the elements for a dynasty?
No.
Why not?
Because they don't have a defense. Their defense is raggedy. Been playing better, but they don't got what the Niners have. And the Niners got a defense almost as good as their offense. They are set up for the future. I know it's Operation Green Bay week, but I'm still in one of your lines. Even if something fluke were to happen and they didn't get to the Super Bowl, let me tell you next year who's going to be a problem. It's going to be the Niners. And that's why we watch. We got to see them earn it. But I'm just telling you, they're loaded as far as both sides of the ball and at the most important position, the quarterback, if this dude is who we think he is.
That's why they got to win it.
Yeah.
They got to win it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Daryl the Guru Johnson and the San Francisco 49ers. The line go up while we were talking?
Dude.
It's going to go higher.
Norm feeling well. Ticket for to win the NFC and a ticket for the Niners to win the Super Bowl.
Oh, tell Norm to cash the first one.
Wow.
Seriously. Coming up next, it's your chance on the other side, your chance to qualify for an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. That's what's coming up on the other side on 95.7 The Game. You get a chance to win a Christian McCaffrey jersey. We'll tell you how on 95.7 The Game right after this.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by West Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
It's a rivalry that has
And Brock went out with the guys on Monday, did a bunch of stuff with them, and now we're going to get 2 practices in again. So in terms of time off, he did have 2 quarters off to what we could have done with them, but we definitely think that was worth it, and I don't worry about that affecting Brock at all for Saturday.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz, Dale Guru Johnson with you. Don't forget, here's your chance. Here's your chance to win a autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey, but you got to be listening. Between now and 1 o'clock, we're going to give you a keyword. And then you text that keyword to 20357. You can win this shirt, this jersey on Twitch, on YouTube, on the text line.
It's beautiful.
And it's an autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey. So in about 10 minutes or so, we'll be telling you what the keyword is, and then you text that to a certain number. 49ers play at 5 o'clock on Saturday, Levi Stadium, against the Green Bay Packers. 10, did I say 10.5 or 10? Point favorites. Doesn't matter. Blowout city.
I hate I feel that way, but it's not just us.
And keep in mind, you know what I was just thinking as I was going to the bathroom? I was shaking my head because I was like, man, what you got? Guru thinks 49ers are poised that this could be a dynasty. We're already in a dynasty, aren't we? And it's the Chiefs.
Now, I ain't mad at that.
So, please explain.
Obviously, you need the wins and the trophies to be a dynasty. My point is, if you look at Kyle Shanahan and his track record, and if you're a Niner fan, yeah, you're mad you hadn't got the 6. But I'm telling you, Steiny, right now, 2019, you're in a Super Bowl. 2020, okay, you had injuries to Jimmy Garoppolo. Then you come back, you go to an NFC Championship game where you were up 10. You were in the Final Four. You had a chance to get back. Okay, so you had to do a hell of a whole lot of winning to get back to play the Rams in the NFC Championship game. Then you follow up that with last year's game after you turn your season around against the Eagles. Yeah, it didn't go your way. So, yeah, the Niners don't have the Super Bowl, nor does the coach have that ring. But at the end of the day, you look at Kyle Shanahan's track record since his inception as being a Niner coach. My only point is, look at all these other cities that can't do it. I mean, you've been there and you gotten close. I know points for second place, but good God, Super Bowl and multiple appearances in the NFC Championship game, and last year being the recent one. And no expectation, nothing less that you might be right back this year.
What do you think of that, 49er fans, of what Goo just said? That after watching Kyle Shanahan for the last 7 years, they haven't gotten over the hump, but they've gotten there.
Man.
You kind of agree with Goo, like it's set up. It's set up. Like they have a chance. He says they have a chance at a dynasty. Like I know.
Not they are.
My response is likely to be, well, let's pump the brakes a little. But does he have a valid point?
And you are right about the Chiefs.
It's not just about can they get it done. I mean, the bottom line is this: they go to the play. They go to playoffs every year, pretty much, right?
Yeah.
3 out of the last 4. Do you think about that in terms of multiple? You tell me. 888-957-9570. So where do the Chiefs fit in, Goo?
They are. I feel okay. You asked me a question. I think they are in the midst of a dynasty. I think it's at the end. But if somehow they pull this off, how could I dare fix my mouth to say it? I just think they're lacking a lot. I think they're the weaponry on the outside is starting to fail them. But how can I say that? And they're still in it, and they got a chance to go back and go back to back because they just won a Super Bowl last year. So again, If you ask me whose roster I'm taking, the Chiefs or the Niners, I'm taking the Niners. I mean that.
Really?
With Patrick Mahomes, I think Kelsey is running out of gas. He could be hurt, not saying anything like a Jalen Hurts. You know, I'll give him credit. I believe he is hurt, and that's hurt his play. But, Stoney, you are right. Right now, the dynasty is you could make it's the Kansas City Chiefs. And until they get knocked off and don't go back for a couple seasons, how dare I say what I'm saying about the Niners? But if you go get one, Kyle, and then I expect you back or close to back, I mean, the next 5 or 3 years are going to be incredible. And the one parallel I make with the 49ers and I got to do this and Kyle, they got past their James Wiseman era. They got past their James Wiseman era, and their Kuminga and Moody were Brock Purdy. And that's just incredible if you think about it. They missed with Trey Lance, and yet the ship is going to greater heights and may reach its greatest heights come a couple weeks here in Las Vegas if they get there. So it's just amazing that they missed with Trey Lance, followed it up with Brock Purdy, and now this kid may be a star and may be your captain of your enterprise for the next 5 years trying to get multiple trophies.
I'm more interested in your statement that, and I'm not saying I disagree, but would you rather have the 49ers roster,
right
which
now.
But you know it's not going to be intact forever, or so you'd say I'd rather have the 49ers right now than knowing I got Patrick Mahomes for the next 10 years.
Oh, well. Hey, Evan, what are your thoughts on that? Because, I mean, again, I love Patrick, but I just think something's funky in Kansas City to where I ain't going to say dire times. And you're right. You said it. They could win a Super Bowl, but I think they're at the back end of what they've did their dynasty.
Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs have...
How old's Mahomes, actually? I'm sorry, Evan.
He's rather...
Like 28.
Okay.
So... the Chiefs have the youngest defense in the NFL.
Oh.
So that is a reason to feel optimistic in what they can do. But, of course, they don't really have any weapons. Like, I think the 49ers roster is absolutely better than the Chiefs.
Right, but I'm just playing chicken egg here, which is doesn't Patrick Mahomes give you a shot every single year by himself if you can put some
I think we're about to find that
players?
out.
And I think we've
watched they're already in the,
but doesn't it look harder? They're laboring on offense.
But they're still one of the best 8 teams. They're one of the best 8 teams in football. And you're telling me they don't have a lot of they have the youngest defense.
Defense is
and they don't have many weapons, but they're one of the final 8 teams in football. Couldn't I say, well, that's proof that with Mahomes, you'll get at least this far?
Yeah, you could also say the Packers are the youngest team in the NFL. Like, they're going to be on the rise the next couple of years.
Right. So would you rather have the 49ers right now or the Kansas City Chiefs right now for the next 8 years? I'm just saying I don't think there's a right answer, but I could see somebody saying, "Give me the Chiefs. I know they have Mahomes."
Well, then you're saying you're taking the Chiefs roster because of the quarterback. You're not actually taking the roster.
Well, yes, essentially. That's what I mean.
Like 1 through 54, you don't care about the bottom 53.
Well, I'm also realizing that for the next 5 years, I won't be able to keep the 49ers roster intact. Okay, we can't. Yeah. We're not going to have George. Well, we're not going to have George Kittle on the team in 5 years.
Well, they won't have Travis Kelce on the team in 5 years.
Right. But what I'm saying is you have a quarterback that, in theory, because of Patrick Mahomes, they are going to be there every year, or at least have a chance to be there. The 49ers right now, they may be the Super Bowl favorites the next 2 years, for sure. But then they'll probably have to pay Purdy, and maybe they lose Kittle because he just retires, and McCaffrey is not McCaffrey, but it's somebody else. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and then it just depends on how confident you feel in Purdy. And if you feel confident, then, yeah, you'd be fine with taking it.
Okay, so you take the Niners.
I like the roster right now, yeah.
Okay.
The
I feel like they got a lot of Stoney. They could lose I love Debo and Ayuk. If you tell me one of them are gone and they come back next year, you'll miss that 1,000 yards. Okay. But you can plug in Juwan Jennings or whoever.
Okay, what about if Ayuk walks? What about if they lose a weapon?
But that's what I'm saying. That you can afford. They're so loaded, and you got a coach that knows how to call plays that you can afford to lose a weapon, and you won't take 2 steps back.
What if Brock Purdy?
No, that's the here we go.
I'm not saying he stinks. Yeah, right. What if Brock Purdy doesn't really get any better? Like, what if this is kind of who he is?
But then he's the 3rd best quarterback in the league.
Well,
And,
Okay.
Because I feel like Mahomes.
You guys are looking at me crazy.
No,
like,
I'm not. I get
Patrick Mahomes ensures success every single
But
year
what if I told
you have a competent front office and coach. That's all I'm saying.
But what if I told you I feel like, just me personally, shout out Marshawn Lynch, I feel like Mahomes is where Curry was when, okay, you got Curry, you're in it. And now I'm seeing, okay, you need more.
Do you think
I feel like Mahomes
Curry's
offensively
36.
is missing. Now, you won a Super Bowl without Tyreek Hill. Yeah. But now I really feel like teams are going up against that offense to where they ain't panicking.
So you think right now if I said, let's just hypothetically futures bet, who's going to be a better team in 3 years? The 49ers or the Chiefs?
I
would say the Kansas City Chiefs.
I would say the San Francisco 49ers.
I would have to say the Chiefs just because of Mahomes.
Yeah.
Let's go to.
And you don't know what Jones. We'll handle that when we have to cross that bridge. But Evan did point out they got a good defense. I don't think it's as good as the Niners, but we'll see, man.
By the way, coming up momentarily, your chance to win a Christian McCaffrey jersey. We're going to give you a keyword, and you text that keyword to a number, and you got a shot at winning a Christian McCaffrey jersey. Let's go to Robert in Fairfield. What's going on, Robert? How you doing? Robert in Fairfield. Going once. No, Robert in Fairfield. All right. You want to do this? You want to give people a chance?
Here we go.
95.
Sorry.
Do you?
Oh, I thought it was a Warriors.
Oh.
Okay, let's go.
Oh. All right. Here's the key word for your chance to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed framed jersey. The keyword is tackle. Tackle. Something Bradbury didn't do last night. Tackle is the key word. Tackle. Text that word to 20357 between now and 1:30, and you're in the hopper to win a Christian McCaffrey signed, sealed, autographed jersey.
It's clean, too.
The number to text it to, 20357. 20357. I'm more, like, as much as Purdy's shown me, I'm more confident that Patrick Mahomes at 31 years old is going to be still completely in his prime enough that we're going to be a good football team because Andy Reid's a hell of a coach and our front office knows how to put players around him. To me, that sounds like, honestly, more of a sure thing than 3 years from now, Purdy's going to be the 49er quarterback.
And what if
we may not have as many weapons as we had 3 years ago?
Right.
Like, just don't sit here and tell me that you think, like, yours is not a more sure thing than mine. Like, I got a track. Like, I'm taking a quarterback that's won Super Bowls. That's all I'm saying. And to me, what's going to be, isn't the biggest challenge for the Niners over the next 2 years going to be how to keep this together?
Well, no doubt. But if you look at the state of the NFC, especially with Philly and Dallas going the wrong way, we'll just call it that right now. And you look at the come up with C.J. Stroud, who plays the Ravens, and Lamar Jackson starting you. And it's not all Mahomes' fault. I'm not even putting none of this on him. But you can look at me and say, especially with Josh Allen, it's good. Kansas City has more foes than I believe. I know
it looks like it right now.
Okay,
it absolutely looks like it right now, for sure.
Easier track, but again, you got me thinking about the Chiefs. It goes back to our Spurs conversation we had a couple months ago. Let's say the Chiefs lose in the AFC Championship.
Okay.
When do we deem their run over? You know, as far as a dynasty, because they got multiple. When, like, how many seasons go by before we? Because if the Niners can pick up 2 before we even get to that third year, when they're 31, Purdy's still going to be young. I'm just
right. I know, but
and Kyle's a big part of this. Andy Reid's a badass, but Steiny, they're laboring, man, on offense. The Chiefs. I know they got Rice back, but I just feel like, man, Baltimore is the class of the AFC.
If the Kansas City Chiefs lose in the AFC title game and the 49ers win the Super Bowl, they're still in a dynasty. The 49ers are not. Now, if you want to start saying like you just did, well, if they win 2 in a row, well, okay.
Yeah.
If they win 2 in a row, that's a different ball game.
All right, what about the Ravens knock off the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game this year, and then you're thinking maybe there's some new blood or new, the AFC belongs to the Ravens.
You don't think the Warriors' run is done right now? So
come on, hey,
what,
dude? A lot of what I'm doing over here is hoping, and I share that with you on a daily basis. But you act like I went and got a tattoo that is not over. I'm over Klay and Dre.
If hope is your number one priority, then you're just cheerleading and you're not willing to make the tough decisions. Let's go. We play the Jazz tomorrow. Let's see if we can go win the game. If we don't, we're 18-23.
Oh, my God.
There are 9 games to go. And we'll talk about how, Steph's still really great. And I don't think we can. I think when Draymond gets his sea legs back, okay. That's where we're still at. Okay.
I got a Brock Purdy question. I'm emptying the clip right here because you got me thinking about 3 years. Steiny, I'm looking at you and I'm asking you in front of everybody, the nation, do you think Brock Purdy will hoist up a Lombardi trophy in the next 3 years? I just throw that to you, put it through your computer.
No.
Wow.
It's not a wow, dude.
It is, man.
No, it's not. And I'll tell you
what.
what.
Happen
the
right
math,
now. I think it's about to happen.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But you do realize that the percentages are on my side. You're picking one quarterback right now, and there's only going to be 1, 2, or 3 quarterbacks. Like, I have absolutely no emotional interest. You said, would I make a certain bet? I have to make a bet. Right.
Because their roster's loaded, Steiny. That's my antidote to
Ask
those
me again.
percentages.
Steiny,
you think Brock Purdy will have a Super Bowl victory in the next 3 seasons?
I don't know. I have no idea. But you're telling me I have to bet?
Yeah.
You're telling me I have to.
It's a must one.
Steiny, you must bet.
It's a must bet.
You can't take the easy way out.
Yeah.
All right, what is it again?
Will he have a Super Bowl victory in the next 3 seasons? Brock Purdy?
I'd say no.
Wow.
What? It's not a wow.
Because you just gave.
It's. You know what?
The NFC is kind of.
I think Baltimore's going to win it this year.
All right.
If Baltimore wins it this year, then
they may be playing the Niners next year again in the Super Bowl.
They might not.
That's how much.
Brock Purdy make it hurt next year. Like you do realize.
If we do all that. I got you.
You wouldn't give me that bet even up, though.
Well, I'm just drunk on this.
Would you give me that bet? You would not really give me that bet even up, would you?
In the next 3 years, if Brock Purdy would have a Super Bowl, I'd do it. We can bet this would be the realest bet that we've had since I've known you.
Well, let me see. Let me just do this.
I'm being real.
And I'm being real.
Yeah.
I'm not taking that bet right now, Bay Area. Guru just bet me. He said, Steiny, right now, would you make a bet that Brock Purdy will win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years?
Yes.
No, I would say no. And the reason I would say no is because taking all the names and personalities out of it, it's hard to win a Super Bowl, and it's more likely, I got to believe the numbers favor me because you're picking one quarterback.
Well, I'm actually picking one team, too. It's about what's around him.
Anybody want to take that bet? 888-957-9570.
Now, what's preventing you from taking it? Because you said you want to take it, but you don't.
Well, I just don't want to feel like I'm a hater.
Oh, okay, yeah, right.
Honestly.
I forgot that part.
I mean, it's just as simple as I'll take the field.
But, Matt, understand.
I'm taking
speaking
the
of the
field.
What about the state of the NFC right now?
Got nothing to do with Purdy, the Niners, or anything. And I also think you're not taking into consideration that the things can change fast.
Well,
look at the Warriors. God, that's the one thing I wanted to emphasize yesterday. But since we're not on the Warriors, we're going back to the Niners. You want to talk about a victory lap that I want to take. I've been saying it for 2 years.
But Scotty, they got one 2 years ago, and people said you started back at a lot of people.
2 years ago.
They got one that nobody saw coming in 2022. You can't be new booty now and say, I told you so. And we're only a season of them losing in the second round.
We're 2 seasons away. Last year, 2 years ago, they were 30. And by the way, this is what I'm saying. It wasn't 2 years ago that I was saying they couldn't win it. Right. 2 years ago, they were 30-10. And I was saying, are you telling me they got a chance to win it? I didn't think they could win it before that season. Right. So they're right. And they got to 30-10. And now I'm like, holy smokes.
They won it.
They're 18-22 now. What does there is no relevance anymore. If you go back 2 years ago, I was saying, holy hell, this team might have a chance to win it. I was wrong.
After saying they had no chance.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. But they went 30-10 to smack me in the face and say maybe they could. You think they got a 30-10 in them?
No.
Well,
my point is so we had a divisional round appearance last year amongst all that drama. And Stoney, to be honest, it doesn't look like they're going to win it this year, but it ain't over.
Okay, fine.
But I feel like
that's
why it like it's over.
Right. It is over in my world. That's why if you want to come in here day after day after day and just rip this team like you did this morning and yell and scream about how they're underachieving, but also not being willing to say, I'm willing to move off some of these guys, it's like we're going to have the same dynamic. You want to hold on.
It's not real. I'm ready to get off. I told you, I'm ready to get off anybody but named Curry.
No, you're not ready to get off Wiggins for nothing.
Yeah, because that don't make you better. I know you think it does. It doesn't.
So you're not. You're okay. I'm telling you right now, Guru, you're not going to get a good deal for Wiggins. Are you still going to trade him?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. So you're not willing to come off the dynamic that they are playing under right now. You're just not.
Because that shoots me in the foot for being the most you can this year, the best you can.
Wiggins is the worst player on the team. How does playing Wiggins right now make you anything but worse?
Because I'm going to go Dr. Ruth on you. It's psychology. It's not basketball related why he's the worst person, the worst dude on your team. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not asking you to grow 4 inches. That's crazy. That's what you make it sound like. No, Wiggins got the skill set. It's just about upstairs. And if what's a bigger reality? What's easier or what's more realistic of happening? Him snapping out of this funk, this mental
funk? The other thing, whatever the other thing is, that's what he's got a better chance of happening. What was the other thing? This ought to be funny.
No, him just shipping him for a nobody. Somebody coming back to.
He is a nobody.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm just telling you. Sometimes you want to know. I don't.
I get you, man.
I don't know what you want.
But you put a lot of the internet on my shoulders. I'm strong enough to handle it.
No.
I'm telling you, I'm over Klay and Dre. I told you that.
But not Wiggins.
Well, because that is the one I think I can fix.
But you don't.
Somebody is not saying the right stuff, man.
But here's the thing, you're unwilling to take a direction for this team right now, other than kind of keep playing and see what happens.
If you told me Klay, Dre, and Kuminga could get me Siakam, I would do that. If you told me that could get you Zach LaVine or DeRozan, I'm all in. And I tell number 30, hey, bringing Dre back, it was wrong. You signed off on it. We were both wrong. I don't think you're done. But you're not looking like yourself, and I'm more inclined to say you're not looking like yourself because of what's around you. Is Klay making Steph's job easier on the court?
Steph's not making anybody else's job easier either anymore.
But
look in the mirror, everybody.
But Stein, if you don't have him, you're scoring 89 points collectively as a team.
Okay, but what are you holding the other team to then?
Well,
888. We got to get back to the Niners because we got calls. They want to talk about Purdy. And on the other side, I'll give you that keyword again. You still have a shot to win a Christian McCaffrey signed jersey. I'll give you the word on the other side. We did it already, but you get multiple chances to do that on 95.7 The Game. By the way, a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Also, do not miss the kickoff show this Saturday with Larry Kruger and Lorenzo Neal, live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
I'm a Pirate fan. You got to have more hope than that.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
I whacked that thing.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here you go. Next 5 minutes, opportunity for you to win a Christian McCaffrey signed autographed jersey. I'm going to give you a keyword, and then I want you to keyword that text, that special word to a number, and you're entered to win. But I want to make sure not that I say it right. I kind of think some people are fibbing a little bit.
That's Norm's word.
We're telling on yourself.
You fibbing, boy?
So, let me get this straight. So, if I say, who do you want to be in the 49ers or the Chiefs? Basically what I'm asking is, what's more important? A franchise quarterback or
the roster?
A roster around a really good court. Do you mean to tell me or Kyle Shanahan comes in here too. Do you think so let's just say 5 years from now.
Okay.
The question I asked was who do you want to be, the Chiefs or the 49ers? If for the next 10 years. Well, what do we know about chances are Patrick Mahomes will be the quarterback in Kansas City for the next 10 years.
Right.
Okay. And what? Under ideal circumstances, Brock Purdy's the next quarterback for the 49ers for the next 10 years? Okay. What I'm saying is, again, right now, just using past, I got to take Patrick Mahomes. Like, with Patrick Mahomes, the Chiefs, no matter who they've had.
This is going to be all, I know where you're going.
12-4, 12-4, 14-2, 12-5, 14-3, and this year we went 11-6, but we're still playing. Like,
I think the Niners are about to go on their version of that run.
Yeah, see, I think I'm taking a star quarterback. I think to me.
But what if Brock is that guy?
Okay,
or just a slot below, or maybe two slots.
Well, I have a franchise quarterback.
That's fine.
And I in fact, not only have a franchise quarterback, I probably have one of the top three quarterbacks in football the next 10 years. That's what I'm sitting with.
Okay, because Dallas has one, no Super Bowls. Buffalo has one.
What are you talking about?
Philly has franchise quarterbacks.
No. No, mine's proven. Right. Mine's already won two Super Bowls. I have
He's a Don.
I have the unquestioned number. I have the best quarterback in football, right?
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes. And I'm going to have him for the next 10 years. To me, that ensures a level of success that is going to, you know what? Sometimes we're going to be able to give him more weapons than other times. Sometimes we're going to fall into a salary cap crunch where we may not have as good of a defense as we want. But damn it, we have Patrick Mahomes. We're going to be there year in and year out for the next 10 years.
Yeah. But I feel like you're cheating.
Can you guarantee, I can guarantee that, right? Right? I can guarantee the next 6 years because guarantee as much as you possibly can because for the past 6 years, Mahomes won at least 11 games a season.
Right.
So, the next 6 years, I don't think there's any doubt the Chiefs are going to be knocking on the door.
Yeah, but I feel like you changed you moved the goalpost because it's really initially started out with 3 years. And that's 7 years. Okay, Andy and Mahomes can fix it and get reloaded offensive weaponry or whatnot. I'm saying in the next 3, and even this year, Steiny, if the Chiefs and Niners met, it's just not. And I remember a couple years ago they came in here and Andy kicked his ass, and so did Mahomes. But that was right when they got C-Mac. My point is, in the next 3, 10, you kind of got me, okay.
I never said 3.
Yeah, well, no, I said 3. I asked you. That was my initial question. In the next 3 years, could you see Brock Purdy being a Super Bowl winner? And I think this year it could be Chiefs and Niners, and then I could see the Niners winning, and I wouldn't be surprised. But, boy, Stoddy, the next 2 seasons, I could see the Niners right back being the Kings in the NFC.
Yeah, the NFC.
And that means a chance to play the best team in the AFC, right, which it seems now, until we see otherwise. Right now it's the Chiefs, but Baltimore's coming. I don't feel like the Niners got that with what Dallas and Philly did collectively and where they're at.
All right, here's your chance to get in the hopper. Here's the chance for you to get in the hopper. Win a Christian McCaffrey signed jersey, autographed, in a frame. Text the word tackle, TACKLE, to 20357. That's tackle, TACLE, to 20357 between now and 1:30, and that's going to give you a crack at the Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey.
I wonder how fans would answer that, though, Stoney. You know, the next 3 years, do you think Brock Purdy will have I don't want to say easy because I got to be careful, and you're right. Anything can happen, injury. But I just think it is like destiny.
I don't know why you would take the Niners if I said the next 10 years. To be completely honest with you, because I'm going to have Patrick Mahomes for the next 10 years in theory. I'm not saying Brock Purdy may be great. Is he going to be better than Patrick Mahomes? I'm willing to take Patrick Mahomes right now. And then when we I'm assuming rosters are going to fluctuate over the course of 5-10 years. But no, the bet on Purdy, if you're making me make a bet on Purdy winning a Super Bowl in the next 3 years, I'd have to bet no, just because I'm taking the field, and I'll take the field in virtually any bet out there outside you wanting to bet on, when the Warriors had Durant or something like that. Let's go to Robert in Fairfield. What's up, Robert? How you doing, man?
How we doing, guys?
Hey.
Everything good. I want to talk about the Niners. My question is the secondary up to par to compete? That's the one. Secondly, Purdy, he can get it done. He's gotten them this far. What are your thoughts on that one?
Go ahead, Stoney, because I got something.
You go.
In regard to the secondary, they are playing better, but I'll tell you this. You got Lenore, Zaire Brown, but that's not a must. They're so loaded on offense, and I know, okay, it didn't play out against the Ravens. You're going to be playing a good team, but to me, it's not just what if the secondary had a bad day. The offense is so loaded, it could put up, I believe, 30 to 40 points to overcome a secondary that wasn't having a good day. And a secondary best friend is predicated on a D-line, and you got to tell me the D-line's not getting home for the secondary for the Niners to get, taken advantage of. So I get what you're saying, but it's not an area of weakness to me. It's the run defense for the Niners, but they got so much on offense that I think if that were to happen, they could still overcome it and win said game.
Well, yeah, but I just feel we're rolling the dice with that secondary.
Wow.
That's my biggest fear in the whole Niner path. It's not Purdy. It's the secondary that I'm worried about.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, we're about to.
Robert's been coming in and out a little bit. What was I going to say? Well, I was thinking about the future, and would you take?
Because the 10 got me. Now you got me in the – go ahead. I'll cut you off.
No, I mean –
because it was 3, but the 10 is another – that's a whole nother thing.
Well, Kyle Shanahan's coached for 7 years. They missed the playoffs 3 out of 7 years with whatever quarterback he had.
Yeah.
Mahomes never missed the playoffs. I'm just saying, as long as you're giving me Mahomes, it looks like I'm going to the playoffs for the next 10 years. Right? That's why I'm taking – you're giving me an opportunity. Is he in his prime still, Mahomes, would you say?
Hell yes to me.
Yeah, I'm taking him. Yeah. Marlon in Concord. What's up, Marlon? How you doing? Did I spell tackle wrong? TACKLE, tackle, to 20357. You can win a McCaffrey jersey. What's going on, Marlon?
Hey, guys. Thank you for having me on. Hey, I thought you first were talking about the next 10 years, and I'm kind of hearing what you're saying, Steiny. I feel like it's really always about the quarterback. Like, nobody really would have predicted that Brady would have been good for so long. But we saw Brady go through about 3 or 4 different iterations of his Super Bowl teams. So I'm with you on that. But the more that Guru and Evan were saying stuff about the Niners being that complete team, I'm also kind of thinking, look, you have Bosa, you have Warner. So I don't know. I think it's a kind of toss-up. I mean, I could see the Niners being the better team for the next decade, but I I do think they might win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years. If it's 3 years, I say Niners. If it's 10,
yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah. There you go.
Yes, Daddy, that's how I felt. I felt like you bet. The whole three
all you had to do was say what he said.
No, well, I did. The NFC is fluctuating now with Dallas and Philly, so it's about right now, and I don't feel like that the Niners have that bump in the road or somebody to come get them like Kansas City with Baltimore and Buffalo on the come. So
in other words,
the 3 years would back me up,
right.
But 10, then everything changes.
Right, because as easy as it is now to talk about how great Purdy is, we're not all still convinced of him. That's why. Of course you're going to take the 49ers now because they're loaded now. But you ain't taking them in 5. You won't do it now.
I don't think he's going to turn into a pumpkin.
Well, I don't either, but
he could.
But I'm giving you a chance to have Pat Mahomes right now. Yeah. No, I'd rather have Purdy.
No,
but I get it. Yeah. I mean, but that's the point. The reason you take the roster right now for the Chiefs is because I know for a fact, all things being equal, I'm going to the playoffs in 2029, 2028. I don't know if the 49ers are because they're not going to look the same. Like they can't possibly have the same team. Let's go to Justin in Livermore. What's up, Justin? How you doing, man?
Good, guys. Love listening to you.
Thanks.
Steiny, dude, Mahomes is 28. How many times have you watched him hobble off the field? He's getting abused.
Okay.
He might still be in his prime, but he's getting close to 30, and all of us over 30 or 40 know how much you break down. He's not giving you 10 more years.
You don't think?
Why would he?
You don't think?
No.
How about 7?
Not at all. And what is Andy Reid done without him? He's another Belichick. Nothing without the quarterback. Shanahan's at least done it with Garoppolo.
Well, yeah, and he ain't actually done it. Right.
So Mahomes is what? He's
28.
Why wouldn't this is what I?
No, he's just saying he's taking a pounding, Stoney.
Well, okay, every quarterback takes a pounding, don't they?
I'm just relaying the message.
And he'll take less chances, and I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm just saying you give me Patrick Mahomes is 28 years old. I'll take him. Okay, and even if I'm scared, I gotta believe he's going to quarterback 6 more years, right?
I would bet.
Okay. Michael in San Jose, what's up, Michael? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Steiny.
Yo.
I wanted to talk about your comparison with Mahomes and Purdy. The argument that you use against Guru every day is you always talk to Guru about how old Steph and Curry is. Yes. But in this argument, you fail to recognize that Mahomes is going to be older. So as he gets older, he's not going to be the same level of an athlete. Now, you use it against Guru, but you don't use it in your argument.
That's
Purdy.
Okay, go ahead.
He's a younger guy. So in 3 years, he'll be reaching his peak. Now, in 3 years, Mahomes will be on the downside of his career. Okay. That's one.
Is Steph Curry? Hey, is Steph Curry on the downside?
Very much money now.
Is Steph Curry on the downside right now?
Of course he is. You say it every day. I didn't believe it until I heard you say it every day. Now I got no choice but to believe it.
Michael.
He's in the middle.
When I think of Patrick Mahomes, I think of a guy who's going to be a top 2 or 3 quarterback for the next 6 years. Just kind of off the top of my head. If you're okay, that's fair. You say no way?
No way.
Okay.
Not only that, Stein, the fact that he's making over $50 million a year causes them to lose player every year. They lost Tyreek.
Well, that's what's going to happen to the Niners. But that's going to happen to the Niners.
That's not going to happen for 3 years. In 2 years, Purdy is going to get his contract. So we still have 2 more years where we can keep players and add players. We don't have to start losing them yet. Every year, the Chiefs have to lose players.
Appreciate the call.
Good points. But that was the premise of the question, Stoney. When you opened up my question to 10, then you're right.
I'll say 6. Well, I'll come down to 6. So, Pat, if you're telling me Patrick Mahomes can't give you 5 or 6 more years, then
I don't agree with that.
He's on the decline right now.
I think Mahomes is so smart, he could do a Tom Brady, Steiny.
I don't know about a Tom Brady, but I'm willing to give him 8-10 years.
Yeah, but when you open it up to 10 years, then the premise of my whole thing goes away because you're right. I didn't bet on the I'm drunk on the Niners now, and that's why I said they might be able to run off not just 1, 2 with the current circumstances. And if you're telling me you lose a Debo or Ayuk, that's not enough to me. Yeah, you're going to miss that production, but you could put in a Ronnie Bell or a Jawan Jennings, somebody different, something younger, and still would ball out with Kyle calling plays. That's all.
Let's go to Timmy. Timmy's in Berkeley.
B-Town.
What's going on, Timmy? How you doing?
Hey, great, man. You guys got me hooked. I'm telling you, you do a great job.
Thank you.
My hunch was Purdy, but I wanted to look up some stats just to see what they were. Have you guys looked up? I went to ESPN QBR quarterback rating. You got any idea where Mahomes and Purdy ranked this year?
I'll bet you Purdy's better.
Oh, Mahomes might not be that great. I'm guessing.
Brock Purdy, number 1 QBR in the NFL, 72.7. Patrick Mahomes, number 8 in the NFL, 63. So Purdy had more yards passing, more TDs, and fewer interceptions this year. And he hasn't even had a chance to make his mark yet. These guys are going to take it all the way this year.
Possible.
And then, Steiny, you're going to realize, oh, man, this guy is the good. I mean, nobody ever said Joe Montana isn't any good because he's got Jerry Rice and Roger Craig, did they?
This team's got weapons beyond what other teams this year have. Like they just do.
Do you think that Patrick Mahomes could take charge of Shanahan's offense and do what Purdy did? I do not.
Okay, well.
Because he doesn't have the accurate arm. Mahomes is good because of his leg.
Okay, so.
I disagree with that. Yeah, no, I'm just. Hey. Come on now. You put Mahomes in this. My goodness, Evan.
Thanks, Timmy.
That was Mahomes slander, and I'm not going for
Mahomes
it.
couldn't pick
and I'm
up
giving
Shanahan's
Purdy the
system.
love. And about that QBR, Mahomes receivers had the most drops in the league. I mean, I'm just saying that affects it. But to say he couldn't run Shanahan's offense, that come on now.
Said he's not accurate.
He was trolling that. Oh my
Mahomes has a howitzer. What
is that? Oh my goodness. That was material. We fell for it. Stoney, I'm just telling you, they're set up, man.
For 2 years. They're set up for 2 years.
I'm going to say 3.
Don't they have to pay? When do they have to pay Purdy?
Well,
After next year?
retroactively, they've been set up then for 7 years because they made the Super Bowl in 2019.
Dude, that's where this all started.
Once you miss the post, his first 2 years he didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So it's the last 5 years, right? 4 of the last 5 years the Niners have made the playoffs.
Well, you're saying they're set up for 2 more years, so that would be 5 years plus 2.
When do they have to pay Brock Purdy?
After the season after next.
Okay, that's their window.
So a 7-year window. That's a pretty long time.
What do you mean 7 years?
No,
going back to 2019.
Because Channy's been in this since 19.
Okay, if you want to put it that way, that's fine. I didn't know what you're saying.
Like, they're not new booty to this. Kyle, I mean, he's 19. They've done a whole hell of a lot of winning. But you think once that contract is for whatever it is for Purdy, if he don't fall off.
I'm telling you that I've watched Mahomes play for, what is it? This is his 6th year. They've won 11 or more games every year. They've gone into the playoffs every single year. I know what Patrick Mahomes is when he's got a lot of weapons and fewer weapons. They win. I have no idea. And you call this a slander. Call this slander if you want, but it's not. It's just the way you need to assess players. We got to take a look at Brock Purdy 3 years from now. If and when he's a $40 million quarterback, but he's got fewer weapons.
But that's not the case now. You're totally
right. But I've seen Mahomes be successful with a variety of different teams. He's that great. I don't take that from Brock Purdy that he can't be that. But I got to see him as a high-paid quarterback with fewer resources around him before I even compare him to Patrick Mahomes.
And I wasn't doing that because
the caller. I'm talking about the caller.
But you do understand, Steiny, it does start in regard to that paycheck that Purdy is going to get or not get. Now, the jury is still out. I still think Brock Purdy's a damn good quarterback, and this is not a mirage. But, I mean, if he were to go get this one and get him back close or get two, my God, then we're talking about the check is for sure. We don't know if the check is for sure.
Let me ask you a question.
Because if he gets to the Super Bowl and is Dak Prescott and then does it again, then we might be like, okay, there's something to see here. You can ball out in the regular season, but he's 2-1 in the playoffs thus far, talking about Brock. So he didn't cost him the game. I just don't think we're going to see you got to return to a Cinderella story with Brock Purdy with what's around him for the next 3 years. I think
let's say 2 years. Let's say the next year. And actually, what is it, a year and a half? Or can he play this year, play next year, and then can they push him off one more year? They can push him off one more year. That's what they'll do. See, that's the other thing. I guarantee you this will happen.
Strength in numbers.
This will happen. Like, I'll give the 49ers a Super Bowl this year, and then next year they lose in the Super Bowl. Kyle might not want to pay him.
Well, we had to see what that looks like.
But I could see it.
But if he is who he's been, Steiny, he's about to be the quarterback for the Niners for the next 10 years. And this ain't a Mahomes versus Purdy.
Can he be the same? Can he be as effective with less talent around him?
That scares me because I go back to that 3-game losing streak. But that's not reality, Steiny.
What isn't reality? It is for the long-term future.
Right, but the present is he's got everything that any quarterback would want.
Right. So you're so sold on Purdy that you believe in 5 years, no matter who's around him, Purdy ensures success.
No, Steiny.
See,
I love
Mahomes,
you're a
Mahomes
wordsmith.
does.
Yeah. No, and I'm not arguing that.
But
my point
I'm not
was
saying
the immediate. I'm drunk on Brock Purdy and what he's proven.
I'm drunk on the Niners. You're drunk. You're more drunk on the Niners than Brock Purdy.
Well, I'm drunk on this roster. And I got the confidence in Brock that he could get him to the Super Bowl and win those games. And I'm putting an S on it.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, well, because I expect him back. Like,
what does S mean?
Games. Like next year, they're going to be right. They're going to be favored to prop. Norm's going to have that same bet to come out the NFC, especially now with the guys coming in the AFC to go against Mahomes, Lamar, Josh. You know what I'm saying? Man, look at the state of the NFC quarterbacks. You guys, and then C.J. Stroud on the come.
I saw, but it's football. Like, the Packers could be – Packers had 4 guys catch 30 or more balls this past year for them. Like, they had the youngest foursome to each catch 30. It never happened before.
I hate I'm not giving them a chance. But what I think doesn't matter. They're going to ball, but the Niners are the better team. You and I both know that.
Last chance. Text the word tackle, TACKLE, to 20357. Do it in the next 5 minutes. You got a shot to win a Christian McCaffrey autographed jersey. Ryan's in San Jose. What's going on, Ryan? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, it's great to be on again. There's been a discussion about, the 49ers Super Bowl window, so I just wanted to, call in and clarify things up. The 49ers, it's been said the 49ers have a 2-year window to win a Super Bowl, and I vehemently disagree with that. And let me tell you why. Mm-hmm. For one, the 49ers will start getting their, first and third round picks back, which they didn't have last 2 to 3 years because of the Trey Lance and McCaffrey trades, number one. And two, guys like Trent Williams and Eric Armstead, in all likelihood, they won't be around when it's time for Purdy to get paid. And then after next year, when Purdy does qualify for a contract extension, and let's say they give him a huge extension, what they can do is do exactly what the Philadelphia Eagles did with Jalen Hurts, which is backload the contract, meaning that he gets a small salary this first year, like let's say $15, $20 million, and then it increases every year thereafter. So let's say 25, 35, and then make it to where he doesn't get a huge payday until like the 4th or 5th year of his contract. So this 49ers.
Ryan, I know terrible connection. We get it. You vehemently disagree that it's only a 2-year window. That it should be more than that. Okay? I think I got you right there.
But let's just we're up against it. But let's just say you're correct, Stoney. It puts more pressure on the now if we know Trent Williams ain't going to be around in the future. Like there is set up for you to go get it now. Go get it.
How many All-Pros did the Niners have this year? I forget that number. Was it 9?
I want to say.
Was it 10?
7.
Think they'll have 7 All-Pros on the team after Purdy gets his contract?
They can talk about it on the other side.
Yeah,
okay, on 95.7.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively.
know about Kyle's growth.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Don't miss the kickoff show Saturday with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Also, this segment brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Who would you rather have, Patrick Mahomes or Kyle Shanahan?
Oh, Patrick Mahomes, Steiny.
Oh.
I'm always take the player over the coach.
Oh.
We're talking about a generational player.
So, okay, what about, would you rather take Eric Spoelstra or Andrew Wiggins? See, you wouldn't always take a player over a coach.
Yeah, look at you.
That's a good one, actually. Mahomes ensures 6-8 more good years. Maybe Kyle ensures 30 more good years. Just throw
This
it
is
out
gonna be.
there.
I can't wait for Saturday.
Why? It's going to be a blowout, dude.
They better have the salon font in the end zone. I was talking to Bonte and Shasky and 49er Frankie, the Niners.
The what
saloon,
font?
The saloon font.
Oh, I thought it was like
Wayne Walker.
The salon font,
I
like
did say
hair dryers and nail files.
I did say that. Dude, you think I got a case against the airline?
No.
No.
I think you got a case against Norm.
He wasn't on the flights, Donnie.
No, but you're not the most coordinated person that I've met. So, you know what I'm saying?
I can do the splits. What are you talking about?
No, you can't. Do one right now.
No,
don't.
But I did one on camera and Lucas blew it.
This is what he does.
Okay.
If you don't call Guru out,
no,
you just continue. Go ahead.
No, dude, you talk.
I'll give you right now.
No, you talk.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
You talk.
Let me see if I can do this.
I was just at my Greek friend's wedding, and I did the splits.
Okay, everybody on the YouTube.
Yep.
Everybody on the YouTube. You know how they're always like, Steiny, fix your camera.
Yes,
I'm going to do it the other way.
You called
I'm going to do it the other way here.
957-957.
I'm going to Guru.
Will answer, and they're going to ask you a question. You're always honest, and just answer the question. You have to do this now. We're on air. 888-957. Oh, God. 957-9570. And Evan will answer, and he'll put you on. Okay, bye. Hurry.
Who's that?
That's Mia.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
She wants to talk to me?
No, she would talk to everybody.
Oh.
I'm tired of you saying this stuff. Paint me in these pictures like I'm lying.
Are you tired of it or is Mia?
No, you. She's about to have my back. Evan, pick up this call and put her
Evan,
on.
you take this call.
I'm tired of this disrespect about my athleticism.
A split now. I
just tore my MC ACL.
Evan, I have my camera on Guru.
Oh.
I have my camera. Do a split.
I just told you my ACL is gone from the airplane.
That has nothing to do with the split.
I just told you I got a doctor's appointment. But 2 weeks, Mia.
Why have you allowed the people around you to enable you as you have?
Why?
I'm the first guy that hasn't enabled you in your life.
A 50-year-old man that can still do the splits.
50. Oh, you.
I just did it.
Yeah, you didn't.
Where's she at when I need her?
She's able.
Oh, Mia.
Mia, it's up.
Mia.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, Mia, listen.
I don't think she's there.
I just told him we went to your cousin Kevin's wedding, him and his Greek wife. What did I do in the Soul Tray line in front of everybody? I'll let you just say it.
Let me start with this.
What did I do? No story.
He couldn't do it like how he used to, but he hit the split.
Say it again, please.
I said he couldn't do it like he used to.
Yeah, you can stop there. That's fine.
He hit the split.
I'm sorry.
I hit the split.
I keep talking over. I'm sorry, Mia, for talking over you. Sounds like he can't do it like he used to.
That's a lot of
He can't do it like he used to.
But
he used to be able to drop down and pop right back up.
Which I did. I did that. Yeah. Thanks,
Michael
Mia. Yeah. Thank you. Dude, I did
great rest
it.
of the day, Mia.
Yeah, a lot of stuff I can't do what I used to, Stoney. I did it, buddy.
Okay.
Feeling good.
This is one thing you talked about doing that you've actually done. All right.
But it's a lot.
Broke.
I say 3 years for Brock Purdy. You got to make it to 10.
Oh, you've infuriated
It's just
me.
Evan.
You don't even.
Evan's book is coming out.
If you don't stand for anything, you fall for everything, dude.
Dude, it was a 3-year window, and you got to make it yours in 10. It changes everything. But your boy did the splits. Yeah.
No, you didn't.
Why would she add? You can't do it like you used to.
Because you can't, dude. Because you're
I understand that, but damn. I got down there.
Day in and day out, if Steph's not losing it and Klay looks as good as he's ever looked, and I think Draymond's got 3 years of good basketball left.
Well, the Warriors think he has 4. What do you mean, no? What are you saying? Dude.
Don't
I
do
just
this.
can't wait for Sat. I'm being positive. The Niners is the positive.
I was going to say.
Yeah, I'm warriored out, Stein. Unless you got answers.
This pisses me off so much I want to knock somebody out. The boss goes, we got to be careful of the Warriors. Right. We don't want to get into a habit where we just... No,
I hear you.
I said, Matt, they're not in a bad spot. If you take sentimentality out of it, they're not nearly as dire as people think. There are ways out of this more quickly than not. And I say them day in and day out, and Goo's like, what are we going to do? There's nothing to do. Well, here's what I would do, Goo. Well, they can't do that. Okay, so here we go. Look, it's Tuesday. They're playing Utah tomorrow. You're going to go say, we can beat Utah in Utah. They probably won't.
Dallas
and you
Friday,
guess what? You get to have it both ways, Goo. You get to come in on Wednesday or Thursday after the Jazz loss and rip them. You get to rip them because you still think they're a championship team. You get to have it every which way to Sunday.
Some days I think with the new Batman and Robin, and you don't know me, because Utah is expected. I wouldn't be shocked. But to lose the way you did and give up 40 foul free throws to a JV, no Desmond Payne, no Ja Morant, I didn't know half their roster.
And they don't know half the Warriors roster. Nobody knows Kuminga, 21. Nobody knows Pajemski, 20. Nobody knows Trace Jackson Davis. Nobody even knows who Moody is, even though he didn't play.
But they know the big three, Steiny. Stop it. Oh, boy. That was unacceptable. That's all.
No, it wasn't. It's not. No, I'm not letting you come in the rest for 3 more months and say why do you get to rip this team for 3 months? Why am I the negative one when you get to rip this team for 3 months and I'm trying to find solutions? That's not fair.
I'm the solution guy here.
Okay, what is it?
I don't know.
Thank you. Your solution is let's just let it go and complain all year long.
Oh, no. I
want you to think about that. Think about it for tomorrow's show. That's all. Just give it a little thing. What? What are you going to say?
I want Mike Dunleavy to be an Amway salesman and go door to door to try to get a Siakam. That's what I want. Okay. I know that's unrealistic, but try.
It's actually, dude, it's not
unreal. What did
unreal.
Curry mean by that insanity? He meant something got to change, and it ain't our play.
Hey, whatever Steph wants.
That's what.
Whatever Steph wants, Steph gets, right? Whatever our 37% three-point shooter who plays no defense wants.
Richard towards him.
I'm not a Richard toward him.
I know it's the stick.
I'm also not paying him to be the best player on the team and the general manager. His hands full with one.
Well, what's Mike's first move?
He's already made it. It's called the Draymond Green era. Draymond Green's under contract longer than Steph Curry.
Dude got back and lost the game, and he says
think about that for a minute.
With pride.
Think about that. The Warriors are at a point right now where Draymond Green has a longer-term deal than Steph Curry. Nice job, Golden State. All right, 888. Oh, no, we got crossover.
Yep.
Do I have a read here? Hold on. Hey, Odyssey. You got to download that Odyssey app. You can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. Plus, watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Willard and Dibbs on the other side.
Advertisement by Zimmerman Reed of 2381.
and just answer the question. You have to do this now. We're on air. 888-957. Oh, God. 957-9570.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny along with Willard and Dibbs, and you know Guru, he comes in here when he wants. Sometimes he pops in, does a show, sometimes... Hey!
If we were in college, man...
You'd knock me out?
You'd have two black eyes, man.
Big two-piece.
Yeah, just your camera. It would take a one-piece, Divs.
Yeah.
What's up, Willard? I missed you, baby.
How we doing, boys? I love it when everybody takes time away from each other and it takes one show. One show. And y'all was trying to go each other already. One show.
Yay! But can I just say something to you, Divs? I don't know how much you've been listening. I'm warriored out. But the Niners, I expect them to just drag mollywop the Green Bay Packers, and I got to have appropriate fear. But watching Dallas and Philly, who all season long we talked about them being foes for the Niners in the NFC, I'm just saying right now, for the next few years, I know it's Operation Las Vegas, the Niners could run off 2 chips in the next 3 years. And Steiny had to throw something in my Cheerios for he understood it, but then he goes to the next 10 years. But Willard, am I crazy to think that way? The Niners are loaded right now.
Well,
man. They got to go do it, but they're loaded.
My mind is 1,000% totally blocked out the future.
How does that conversation what's the conversation sound like? They're loaded up. They could win 2 straight Super Bowls. Okay, that's going to be really tough.
Well, Philly and Dallas have to me, they got to get their house in orders. The AFC, you got a bunch of young bucks coming.
But let's take Philly as a great example.
Dude.
Of I don't want to even think about next year because stuff like that happens. And none of us know what the hell the story is behind the scenes. I mean... I can sit here and victory lap even I, who had the strongest, hardest, they're not that good take. I didn't think they were this bad.
Man, you got it from YouTube anyway.
Thank you. You're welcome. I mean, their defense was not good all year long. But then they got to a point where they're terrible and they couldn't even move the ball and they were banged up and this, that. So I don't want to think about and assume what the Niners will be next year. Because of any injuries or who knows what is hanging out around the corner. I am singularly focused on the next 3 weeks of our lives.
Well, you still got to be excited, though.
Of course. Okay. Chances don't come better than this.
Detroit, Tampa Bay, and Green Bay.
But chances don't
this
come
year.
Better
You're
than this.
You're thinking of this year.
This year. Right now. And obviously you can't win 2 in a row unless you win the first one.
And that's why
I do not care about anything but the next 14 days.
Let me take you back 18 months.
Please.
I call in sick and it's just you and Goo. And Goo goes, Dibs, this team, this is Dynasty. It's set up. 49ers, next 2 years, 2+ Dynasty. They got it's set up for a dynasty.
It was still me, you, and him? No,
I'm gone.
Okay. You were out and I was in?
Gone.
It's crazy. Yeah, it is set up for a dynasty.
Dibs, the weaponry.
You have to
Purdy.
You have to win one before you can win 2 of the next 3. So you look at Kansas City, and they won 2 of 3, and they went to 3 of 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And,
lost to Tampa.
Exactly. Are they a dynasty? Maybe, maybe not. In football terms, maybe they are. But you look at Philadelphia, and you wonder why it ended the way it ended. Wow. And all you have to do is look at that roster and look at the number next to years played in the NFL. And you look at all these guys who had been there for a long time. So many guys. Jason Kelsey, he's retiring. Yeah. And you look across the board, they have a lot of older players. And they have a coach who is not a made man. And he might lose his job unbelievably
he was acting
based
made,
on
Dibs.
the collapse.
Yeah.
Of course, he was acting made. And we look at McVay, and he acts the same way, but he's got one. So he can act a little bit like that and get away with it. Sirianni, you've done nothing, my friend, and you want to take it to Dallas. And, well, Dallas is functionally broken from the top. And their head coach is a shell of what you want your head coach to be. And your quarterback is great until January. September to December.
He said my mind was moving faster than my body. Those are ghosts.
No, and you could see that by watching the game.
There's no doubt.
You
I
watch
thought
that
about
game,
you so much during that game.
and you watch Jordan Love, and if you and Mark likes to say this, and it's kind of a funny way to describe it, but if you just came down from outer space and landed on Earth and watched that game, and you had somebody on Earth say, which one of these quarterbacks is the veteran and which one is the rookie, you would have thought that your guy, Dak, was the rook.
Incredible.
Because Jay Love, and shout out
like
Jenny from the block, he looked comfortable and poised, and the way he throws the ball, and that's why you can talk about the Niners winning 2 of the next 3. I'm kind of with Mark in terms of focusing on Saturday because Jordan Love and that wide receiver group, they're a problem against a Niner team that's got secondary issues. Jordan Love, when he throws it, that thing comes out tight,
no doubt,
accurate, back foot, left foot, right foot, sidearm. Doesn't matter.
You know what was crazy watching him play is because I always think about the Chicago Bears as a team that my entire lifetime, the Bears have never really had a quarterback. Like my whole life. I know
Jim McMahon's the only one I know.
McMahon, but come on, they won that team because of their defense. You know what I mean? So that was short-lived. So it feels like my whole life the Bears have been looking. My whole life, the Packers never have.
Yeah.
They've never been looking for a quarterback the entire time I've been watching football.
Favre
since
for
the
about
80s.
14, Rodgers for another dozen or so, and now this guy.
Yeah. They've never been looking for a quarterback since the 90s.
Is Jordan Love the quarterback for the next decade of that team?
I mean, you would think.
Today, I would say yes.
Now, again.
Well, I mean, is Justin Fields?
I think
I like him, guys.
I like Justin. If I were the Bears,
trade that pick.
If I were the Bears, I'd keep Justin because if you trade him, he's going to end up on the Falcons and they're going to kill you. So anyway, look, small sample size. We love to play that game.
We don't do that on our show.
I heard Bonte this morning say that if in the NFC quarterback draft, he'd take Jordan Love over Brock Purdy. It set my whole day off in a terrible direction. My whole day has been absolutely ruined.
Stafford?
36.
Well, he's not in it.
Y'all laughing.
Never mind.
They should have won that game.
He's talking about the final.
Do you hear the guy who called in and said Patrick Mahomes would never be able to pick up Kyle Shanahan's system?
He ain't accurate.
Stop it.
Boy.
Stop it. Although you're not exempt either, Steiny. You're not exempt. Because you were sitting here with this whole Chiefs-Niners thing in the future, right? 3 years, would you take
No, he took it to 10.
Whatever, 10 years.
Future.
No, but then you're like, so what I'm essentially asking you all is, do you want the team with the franchise QB?
Exactly.
Or do you want the team with the great roster?
Yeah. I wish I would have.
What's he got to do to be a franchise QB?
Well, he is, but it's once he gets paid, Mark.
He's going to get paid, Steiny.
Okay.
How the hell is he not going to get paid? And that's in a year.
The question's simple.
So if you're asking about the next 3 to 10, you're talking about 2 dudes who are going to get paid. You're talking about 2 dudes who are going to get paid.
Right, and Mahomes has proven that no matter what, he will have his team in the playoffs, and they're going to win 11.
And Brock has never done anything different in his 2 tries.
Not making $50 million a year.
Correct.
That's what his argument is.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay,
so I'm taking a short, Patrick Mahomes has won, this is 6 years, he's won at least 11 games every year, a couple Super Bowls. Like that, to me, the proof is in that there will be times over the next, 8 years of Patrick Mahomes' career, sometimes they'll be able to put great guys around him.
Correct.
Some other side. But because he's there, I think it ensures a winning team.
Probably.
Okay.
Nobody in his division has challenged him yet.
Well, I haven't, I didn't take it out to that.
Nobody in his division has been good yet.
I took it out to.
I don't think the Chiefs are all that good this year.
I took it out to, but I took it out to, if you're telling me in 2 years Brock's a $40 million quarterback, which means we're going to have a different type team around him, isn't it fair to say, yeah, I'd like to see him show that he's the kind of quarterback where if we have him, we're going to be year in and year out, we're going to be knocking on the door.
A franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, what does knocking on the door mean? You know what I mean?
Is making the playoffs 6 straight years.
Because they've been knocking on the door.
Dak Prescott makes the playoffs every year.
But I'm using Mahomes,
you know what I mean?
Made it
Josh Allen makes the playoffs every
I'm
year.
using Mahomes, though.
Okay.
Because Mahomes is Mahomes.
Well, so that's the face of the league.
Right. That's why I'm saying I'm taking Mahomes.
Okay.
I don't think I'm alone. I think it's probably split.
No, that's not that hot of a take. My issue with it
Guru would take the Niners.
Well, that's fine.
And you would take the Niners.
No, I didn't even get involved in the conversation. I'm bothered by the fact that you don't yet want to call Brock Purdy franchise quarterback.
I wouldn't say that.
Your show bothered me less than the first show, but it still bothered me a little bit.
I'm not sitting here saying Brock Purdy is not a franchise quarterback.
Well, that was the way you couched it.
Well, I think
you want the team
the way he was intending
okay, fine.
it.
You know
way
what?
I'm hearing
He's not.
Yeah.
He's not a franchise quarterback till he gets his big contract.
Okay.
Then that means to me he's a franchise quarterback.
Which you will. I mean, that's the way this works.
Okay.
And that's when the clock starts in his mind in terms of like when you're making that 40 or 50 million and your roster's not as good, that's when you're being, held to that standard of franchise quarterback. Dak is an interesting case because he's made that money now for, too soon, for what, 2 or 3 years since he's gotten that big money.
3, right? Yeah.
And regular season, he's amazing and they're amazing. And then you watch that thing, and this is where I excuse it. It's not Dak, in my opinion. It's the construct of the Cowboys. We are 2 drives into that game, and C.D. Lamb is already mad.
What was that about, man? You just coming off the bet. People calling you the best tandem. Like, that threw me up.
Dude,
that was
we
foul.
are 8 minutes
Shame
into the
on
game.
you, man.
8 minutes in, and he's already pissed off because he's not getting the ball.
Good Lord,
dude!
man.
Can we play 3 quarters before we get that mad? That to me speaks to more of a
The Niners don't have that. They don't do that stuff, man. If they do it, it's behind closed
That's coaching
doors.
and that's culture.
Man.
To me, it's also
what a word, culture.
Well, Eagles, it's like,
oh my god.
And Troy Aikman couldn't have harped on it more. And why didn't they run the ball?
Did you see Goddard?
Goddard down 7-0.
He almost wouldn't hurt.
AJ Brown.
What was going on?
Brown got mad at him all year. He didn't get mad at him yesterday because he wasn't playing. So Goddard played the Brown role. Like I
was wrong.
I'd
man.
love to know, and maybe only Big Dom can tell us, Dibs. But I'd love to know.
I'll tell you what happened.
What the hell happened behind the scenes with that team? The stuff that we can't see.
Who's the Russell Wilson? Was somebody getting treated differently or some different rules?
See, I don't know the specifics. I don't know the specifics, but when I see Dallas Goedert do that, I imagine him saying something like, and don't think this isn't on you either, where we're at right now. This is you too. Like, that's what I heard. Just like when I see Marcus Smart.
Why would that happen?
Because
you think that would happen with the Niners?
No. I didn't say that.
No, I know.
I'm just saying that looked
what
to me.
is that?
They're finito.
That looked to me like a player going up to Jalen Hurts and say, "You sit here like you think you got it all under control. You don't." I'm just guessing.
But it was
just like I'm guessing last night.
Yeah.
Just like I'm guessing last night when they showed Draymond Green on the court with Marcus Smart chirping. I'm imagining Marcus Smart saying, "Hey, new and improved Dre. How's new and improved Draymond doing? Hey, Dre, how you doing?" It's like, of course that's what he's saying, right?
And Draymond with referees making him laugh, and it's great. And
speaking of which, I saw your picture with Mark's son.
Yeah.
How'd he do?
Yeah.
Any rough calls?
You did pretty well, Dibs.
Yeah.
You did pretty well.
The correct
I got
is-
mad at you one time. I got mad at you one time.
There are
And it
2 words
and
to
it
describe.
changed the game. It changed the game.
First of all, it didn't change the game.
It changed the game.
Your team scored 4 baskets. Your son had 2, and he assisted on the 3rd.
Right.
They had
no
chance.
They were missing. So
and that's my fault.
No. Here we go.
Hey, guys,
never mind. My joke has clearly triggered him.
Dibs does not
just kidding.
referee the
Let's
score
move on.
or
This
the
is my
roster.
profession.
Let's move on.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ
You're
FM
right.
and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the Free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Sounds to me like Willard wanted Dibs to ref the score. Oh, my team's down, so we need a couple calls.
I do ref the score.
No, that's not what I do.
always ref the score.
I'm sorry.
No, but not in like
I'm
it was
out
an
on this
8-point game. It was whatever,
Good
Mark.
game.
I'm just kidding.
That was Musselman's thing.
Mark,
always.
what was the call though? You got to.
No, there was in that age,
There's no press.
You can't defend in the backcourt.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, gotcha.
In my humble opinion, one of our players, while we were still down like by 2 or 4, one of our players had control of the ball. And it got knocked out of his hands in the backcourt.
Yeah.
And it turned into a layup that kind of floodgates opened.
Was it a 5-point swing?
There was no call. I went for a walk in the rain. I calmed myself down.
You liar.
And then I came back, and we were fine. We moved on. It's all good.
It's funny
all good. We
the
went
way he describes it, and I could close my eyes and see the call. And the word he used is an interesting one because we're talking about 9-year-olds. The word you used is control. So you're talking about a 4th grade B player,
Okay, gotcha.
and we're talking about the word control.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, as the official, one of the determinations I must make is what exactly is the level of control that we have? Because if little Johnny, and his son, by the way, is a fantastic player, and he had a nice little game. Yeah.
Okay.
Lefty. I think he went 2 of 13 from the floor. Led the team.
Yeah.
Shooter shoots, shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Yeah.
And actually, he had a bunch of good looks, and you know, it's a make or miss league.
Yep.
And the other team, made a few more. But the idea of control is a tough thing to deal with as an official because
no doubt.
it's a dribble, and that ball can go just about anywhere.
Nobody's got control of anything.
Ever. No.
Except for maybe you of the game.
Me.
Yeah.
That's great.
But it was good. We partied as friends. It was lovely.
You went for a walk in the rain.
And apparently we were some of the only ones who parted as friends that day.
Yeah, there was a game earlier where
fisticuffs?
No, but I did ask the coach if he'd like to further the conversation outside.
You want to go outside.
Don't mess up your chicken, buddy.
That's usually this is the game before, so I walked into this. It's Saturday.
It's a Saturday. It's a Saturday.
I'm bebopping, right? Like little kids are all over. We're in Tiburon.
Yeah.
There's no problems in life.
It's lovely.
And we walk in, and there's Dibs, and he's right. I'm waving. Where's Dibs, everybody? Come on over. Let's talk. And Dibs hot. Dibs hot.
Shocker.
The ears were red. So it was actually 2 games earlier.
Dibs is a much better ref than Dick Pavetta ever was. That's a fact.
The game was a forfeit, and the coach of the one team, the home team, had 5. The other team had 4. And so I'm looking and I'm going, okay, 5 versus 4. It's a forfeit. I'm not reffing. I don't referee forfeits.
Oh, man.
I'm not doing an exhibition. So the coach of the team that had 5 comes over to me and says, "You're going to ref this, right?" And I said, "Actually, no, coach. I'm not bound. I'm not bound to referee a game that's a forfeit, an exhibition." And he proceeds to tell me that I'm no good at my job and I shouldn't be doing this. And I need to be doing something else. And he actually is a better ref than I am. And he starts to give me the wave off, like, get out of here. And so I collect my stuff and I walk to the door and I'm about to leave and he goes, "Just get out of here. You could go. You could go." And I say, "Coach, would you like to continue this conversation outside?"
No, Dibs, I got my money on you, but IG is full of clips.
You didn't technically have to go anywhere, though, right?
No.
You just were extricating yourself from the situation.
I have an hour off. I went and got coffee.
But IG is full of clips of these refs getting it from the parents. So
I simply asked him if he would like to continue the conversation.
But that takes it as you wanted to
outside.
Get business.
No.
Oh, okay.
I disagree. I say that last time I used a line like that, I wanted to get out of a fight.
I would have been happy to exchange. I wanted to exchange our ideas outside so that I
would have took that as you wanted to.
Can we go outside? Because that's where my car is, and I'd like to drive away now.
And also, I wanted to be able to speak freely when the children aren't around. Because I had a few things that I wanted to impart to him that I would not have said in front of 10-year-old girls.
And then it changed my philosophy because Dibs was in a little bit of a... So I had to change my approach and the approach of my son because I had spent 3 days teaching him. I said, "Listen, here's what you do when Dibs is reffing. No matter what the call is, I want you to look at him, put your palms up and go, 'What?' No matter what he calls, just go, 'What?' Every single time." He goes, "What if he calls it for us?" Doesn't matter. Look at him.
Young Jude.
"What?" But then, of course, I had to call off the dogs.
That's beautiful.
Although
Dibs had already had a rough day.
His son still did hit me with one of these.
He gave him one of these.
Dude, he gave me a couple.
I got hit on the arm.
And I was like, come on, Jude.
Well, he did.
No, I'll tell you what.
Got hit on the arm.
I'll tell you quietly, the guy I've noticed that complains like Brandon Pajemski. He can complain. He's complaining like a 7-year veteran.
Yeah.
By the way, Evan with one of the greatest stats.
What'd he say?
He knows exactly what Pajemski is this year on hook shots.
Oh, yeah, he can. Yeah.
He doesn't make
Dibs,
them.
it's like the
He just doesn't make that hook shot.
How many times has he tried it?
Yeah,
6 times he tried it.
He's 4 for 16 on hook shots.
Okay.
All right. When he goes up, Willard is
that's like a Jordan Poole type percentage.
But he's like 0 for 11 when he goes into it with 2 or more dribbles. Like he gets.
Oh, okay. So 1 and up.
Just like Draymond Green.
Yeah.
92% of his threes this year in the first quarter.
Interesting.
I think he has none in the second half of a game.
Wow.
We probably tries him less. How many times he tried?
Steph Curry's shooting percentage from 30 or more feet is about 25%. I saw something today on Twitter. He's taken the second most in the association, and he's shooting like 22% from 30 plus.
Wow.
So it's because he can't get by people anymore. That's the only shot he can get that's open, people.
You're baiting me. I'm not going to bite.
I'm just going to say this real quick. 5 seconds, we can get back to football because Mark and I are Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock.
I want to get back to my wife, but go ahead. I want to bring something up.
I want to see what you can purport to do. It's a wrap. This weird thing. It's like Saran. Go ahead.
So I had to stand up to this bully over here because we come back from break, and I'm talking about my athletic feats in my life, and we were just at a party.
I'm glad this is fun.
Her cousin Kevin, beautiful guy, turned 50, had a party. 90s thing, 70s thing.
I saw
so
it.
there was a Soul Train line.
You look good.
I put it on there. So I did the splits at the party. So he goes on the air, you ain't doing the split. So I immediately on air called Mia, said, call into Evan. We put her on. I said, Mia, there's only one answer and one question. Did your husband do the splits? Of course, she said, oh, it wasn't good as he used to. Didn't ask you that. Did I do the splits? She said yes.
Yeah.
She said, that's a win for me.
Well,
hey, ain't good as I did at 20.
The win for you is you got me at a lie for you, which I didn't think you could do.
Your boy did it and got back up. Might not been as fast as I used to get up at Willard.
And the idea of the splits is there's a lot of gray areas there.
Oh, boy.
So are you talking about the splits where
kick out and then I drop?
But how far are we dropping? Like,
to the floor.
If we measured your legs, is it 180 degrees?
No doubt about it.
No, you're at about $130, Coach. I saw it.
Half the staff could limbo under you if they needed to.
Lucas, this is the biggest blunt. I ain't told Lucas this.
Is there a picture of this?
No picture.
So
I did it.
It was an IG story that's been gone now for some time.
I did it in the old studio.
I don't even care if you made it or not.
And Lucas Alexander fumbled everything.
Yeah.
We said recorded. I did it in the old studio, and he fumbled. He don't know I know this, but I did. So anyway, I did it. And I almost was on a plane that crashed. I was on a plane going to North Carolina that almost crashed.
I don't know.
I'm going to leave that there.
Oh, by the way,
this real talk.
Can I give you guys?
ACL might be done.
Can I give you guys
Airlines
something?
blown out door?
I won't say what airline.
Listen. The way that
not Northwest.
The way you two started the show yesterday was some of the most entertaining radio I have heard all year long. By far. Did you hear it when they started the show?
It all. Yeah.
This guy comes in. He's lost his dad on Friday. Right? He's lost his dad. Guru comes in here and is like interspersing a story of the worst plane experience that you could ever have. Everyone thought they were going to die. For some reason, you went to the bathroom in the middle of it and tore your ACL. Like, listening to you, particularly you, tell this story was hilarious, followed by the two of them sitting together. And was it Langford that came in and said, I'm sorry for your loss? And Steiny goes, oh, thanks. You know, he had a tough year. And he goes, no, I was talking to Goo about the Cowboys. I'm sitting here, I'm like, this is the greatest. It was 8 conversations in one, and neither one of them, each one of them was answering the other one's statement with their own statement and story.
It was some theater of the mind.
It was tremendous. I was wholly entertained.
Here's what spurred it on. Goo and I are sitting in there, and here comes Big Daddy. Victor coming in, and he looks at he comes in, he looks at Goo, and he clearly thinking about the Cowboys and blah, blah, blah. I don't know what to say. I'm thinking, I'll tell you, it would be a good Saturday Night Live skit. Is Guru's sitting in here, the Cowboys lost. My dad just died. Here comes Stephen Langford walking in, and he gets in between us, and he's like, hey, man, I'm really sorry to hear about your loss. And it keeps going further and further, and it doesn't make as much sense. Like, I just didn't see that coming, and then I'm thinking, well, wait a minute, I thought Stephen knew my dad was sick.
Yeah. Oh, he called him on it, too. He goes, what just happened? The guy loses his pops in the football team.
I'm glad you made it through that Friday.
No doubt,
that sounded like the worst thing. I mean, there's nothing worse than bad
I may be
turbulence
the
on a
late,
flight.
great John Matt, never get on the plane again, man. It was that. I really thought
The
it was
pilot was crying when he came out?
No, real tears. And the lady next to me goes,
Damn
we're
it.
not going to make it, are we? What? Stop saying that.
Turbulence, like,
No, this is
probably
more
not.
than it was. He tried to land when he shouldn't have, and he knows it. And it was more than turbulence.
Yeah.
I went across the thing, man, and I got an appointment today. See if my knee is.
Oh, you weren't kidding. All right.
Dude,
You
I'm
weren't
for
kidding.
real. Yeah. Tears were about.
Steve Kerr,
Oh, my
5
God.
o'clock.
Yeah. Only me.
Stevie Kerr, 5 o'clock.
I can't wait for that one.
Oh, 95 seconds.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, there it is. Let's go. Let's get this week started. How's everybody doing? It was good to see you over the weekend, and I'll tell you, the lovely Christy, she's not wrong. She just texted me as we were talking about this, and that game that you reffed for my son, feels like it was 26 days ago.
No doubt, right?
It feels like, and it was on Saturday.
3 days ago,
It was on Saturday.
It was great to see you, and it's always fun for me when I get to officiate a game in front of loved ones, and love you, love Christy, love little Jude, was proud of him, as Guru would say, proud of my nephew. He played well. They were a little bit overmatched, and, by and large, it was a fun game, competitive. Didn't feel like I imparted too much onto the proceedings. A missed call here or there, sure.
That's part of the game, Dibs.
Yeah.
It's part of the game.
I got up and down. I got home, and the knees are still intact, and I've got 9 more this Saturday, and my day ends right when the Niners begin. So
beautiful game time.
Yeah,
beautiful game time.
Works for me.
Yeah, go out, get your youth sports stuff done, or whatever you got going on a Saturday, and then at 5 o'clock, you know exactly what time.
Yeah,
it is.
I think 5:30 actually, 5:30 or 5:20.
Well, those games are usually 5:15.
Good.
Whatever they are. But the night game.
It's great
on Saturday. It'll be good. Yeah, 5:15 to be official. The 1:30 game before that, Texans and Ravens. Don't sleep on that. C.J. Stroud is amazing. But yeah, man, listen, 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls. Steve Kerr is going to join us at 5. Yeah, there might be a little bit of Warrior drama between here and there, but largely we think your minds are on the 49ers. Our minds are on the 49ers. Chances don't come any better than this. I know some people like to say that as Super Bowl or bust, Mark and Dan. Chances don't come any better than this. That was a perfect weekend. It was a perfect weekend. Bye, Eagles, bye. LOL, Dallas Cowboys, and the Rams and Lions, the only close game of the weekend, as predicted, was everything that you wanted it to be, everything we hoped it would be, and it ended with the Lions on top. I don't know that Green Bay coming in is actually the perfect opponent. I thought it would be Tampa because I thought Dallas would survive Green Bay, and I think that would be the easiest opponent. But all in all, you look at a Final Four in the NFC, the Niners have not lifted a finger yet, and they need to come out of a Final Four of the Lions, Bucks, and Packers. And chances do not come any better than this.
Seriously, especially when you look at the matchups. And, Jordan Love has been great. Green Bay's been playing very well, but they have to come here, and you're coming off a week rest, and you're getting a lot of people healthy, so you'd imagine that you can scheme up some things defensively to make it a little tougher on Green Bay than what Dallas was able to do. And Dallas gets out of the way, a team that was playing really well. And the other piece is Philadelphia. I know a lot of people wanted the revenge factor against Philadelphia, but they got taken apart by Tampa, as you said that they would. And I'm going to give you your flowers because not only 6 or 7 or 8 weeks ago, however long that was ago, when the Niners were going to play the Eagles, you said the Eagles are just a slightly better version of Minnesota, and I pushed back, and turns out they're a slightly worse or a way worse version of Minnesota. And it's a good reminder for next year when we see a team like that. A team that has a good record but has won a lot of close games. Maybe they're not what they were cracked up to be. They go from 10-1 to 11-7 at the end of it, all things considered. And that game yesterday was never really in doubt. Tampa took it to them early, and Philly had no response on defense, and their offense has been figured out. So
the safety ended the game. The safety of Jalen Hurts when he did not, and he cocked his arm. He could have thrown it away right there. They were only down by 7 at that point. They're only down by 7. He takes the safety, and for me, I'm like, that's it. That's the end of the game. And about 3 plays later, James Bradbury completely whiffs out on the sideline up against a receiver, and he gone, and ball game over. And the Eagles, that had to be one of the most meek sort of finishes to a good start that I can remember in sports history. And that is, by the way, a record. Nobody has ever been 10-1. Nobody has ever won 10 of their first 11 games and ended up with a record this bad. Ended up with only 11 wins. One more win, and it was against the New York Giants at home. And even that, I think, was only by like 8 points.
Yes. And it didn't happen because of an injury to their starting quarterback.
Nope.
And that to me is the part that is even more alarming, because if it was,
sure, there was a reason.
If Hurts got hurt and your backup wasn't very good, I can at least excuse that to an extent. But they had some injuries, but not big enough injuries to accommodate or allow for that, which was a complete and total collapse. But I look at where it is now with the Niners at home against Green Bay, big favorites. Detroit, Tampa, whoever wins that, if the Niners hold serve here at home, they're going to be big favorites against whoever comes in.
Yep.
For me, Super Bowl or bust is not completely accurate in terms of the or bust part of it, but Super Bowl or else. And the or else part means
what?
Or else you get ripped, and somebody gets ripped
Well, that's
for
fine.
somebody gets absolutely pilloried and ripped for the fact that they lost it. Whoever the scapegoat is, you're going to be the one who bears a long offseason burden if you don't at least make the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think that's sort of inherent, though, when you're a 1 seed, when you're a favorite, when you're set up this way. Think of the offseason ahead for Dak Prescott. I'd say think of the offseason ahead for Mike McCarthy, but I don't think he's going to have an offseason ahead.
Man, yeah.
You know what I mean?
How about Sirianni? Does he go too?
Same. I can only imagine. I did not check in, but I can only imagine what Philadelphia sports radio sounded like today. And not the most rational group of people I've ever met. Therefore, if you did a poll today, keep Sirianni, yes or no, I got to think the no's would have it north of 90%.
Sure.
But that's not even rational either, because Dibs, I have no idea what the hell happened. I know what I saw when they were 10-1, and that was unsustainable, a measure of luck, but I also was like, but they're good. They're just not great. They're good. They're fine. They're not the 49ers. They're nowhere near the 49ers. That's what I saw. I didn't see this. They can't even function. They can't even get a first down. What happened? So obviously, when you're the head coach, that comes on you. But we're watching players scream at each other on the sideline. A lot of it is pointed at Jalen Hurts. Big Dom's not allowed out there anymore. The whole thing was a complete and total house of cards. But from afar, I have no idea what the culprit was. I have no clue what made it fall that hard.
Right. And I think you have to look at the leadership, and that's where Sirianni might be victimized, even though he goes 34-17 in 3 years. He's 3 for 3 in playoff bursts. I don't know what else he could possibly do. He made it to a Super Bowl. They made the playoffs all 3 years, and he's 34-17. So, yeah, the last 6 games, 7 games, it is a bad way to finish a year. And ultimately, these are the games that matter the most. I wonder if they, Jeffrey Lurie, not known for being the most rational of partners and CEOs.
Well, they've been through a weird 6 or 7 years, to be honest with you, because they had an early pick that turned out like it was going to be fantastic. Carson Wentz was going to win the MVP. And then he got hurt, and then they won the Super Bowl anyway. So it was like, oh my gosh, like just an embarrassment of riches. Our cup runneth over. You win the Super Bowl, and we've got Carson Wentz coming back. And then think of what's happened since then. All of a sudden, Carson goes sideways. That leads to disagreement between Lurie and Doug Peterson, and Peterson is gone. And here comes Sirianni, and you've got the lead in the Super Bowl last year. And then it leads down this road, and now they're going to be a team in transition. If you hate the Eagles, Niners, there is a very high likelihood you will walk off into the sunset of this Eagles-Niners rivalry knowing that you didn't just win it, you ended them.
Right.
You broke them, not for this year, for good.
In a regular season game.
In a regular season game, you broke the entire Eagles run. They are losing so many players.
Yeah.
Whether it's age retirement, free agency, and beyond. There are so many questions coming out of a team that a month ago was the freaking bee's knees.
Yeah.
According to so many.
And this is where Guru has some credence in his argument about the Niners winning 2 of the next 3. And I'm with you in terms of Saturday. We're going to focus on Saturday. Yep. You get through Saturday, then you worry about the following Sunday. And then 2 weeks after that, if you can win a game in Vegas, then you get 1, and we can talk about 2 of the next 3 and all the rest of it. But just putting that back into Guru's mind as far as what he thinks, and I'm projecting now, but Dallas is broken, Philly is broken, and the Rams quarterback is old, the Seahawks coach is gone, Arizona's a non-factor, Detroit looks like they're live.
Detroit's
Green Bay's got a good young quarterback.
Yep.
But in terms of the NFC, you don't have a lot of young, hot commodities that are coming for you.
That's actually an interesting point. To think about it not through the lens of just fandom. Oh, the Niners roster and their $900,000 quarterback, and they should be amazing. That's all true. But how about the lens of who can challenge them?
Right.
Over the next 3 years. Now, things will happen that we can't see coming.
Of course.
What if Atlanta gets a QB? That's a squad, actually. They're a QB away.
Sure.
And that's why, I
handled the Niners last year.
If I were on Chicago sports radio, I'd be telling you, don't get rid of Justin Fields. Because if you do, it feels like he's going to end up on the Falcons, and they will suddenly be a problem.
I wonder what the Chicago Sports Talk poll would be. You mentioned the Philly poll would be 90-10 against Sirianni. I wonder what Chicago sports fan thinks about Justin Fields.
Well, they were
might be 50-50.
They were chanting his name in the stadium, and I know that's emotional and drunk and all those things.
I'm with you about Justin Fields. I think that he's earned the right to come back and give it a go with a better roster. And you kept Eberflus, so you keep the Flus, you might as well keep the QB.
Here's the other thing, though. This is the most under-discussed thing in the NFL when we get to the playoffs. And it's one word, and it's balance. We're sitting here, everything is through the lens of the QB. Jordan Love's coming to town. Right. And you know what's going to happen when he gets here? He's going to realize, this team plays defense. Did you see anybody all weekend long? We had 3 days of wall-to-wall football. See anybody play defense?
Kansas City played some D.
They had the 5th coldest game in the history of ever against a team that we knew.
Buffalo played some D.
Sorta. Against Mason Rudolph. Even they sort of got back into the football game. Nobody played great defense. Cleveland Browns, give me a break.
Whoa.
You fraud. You absolute total fraud.
Well, that was the offense with 2 pick sixes.
And
you called that one too.
I knew it. You called it. Their metrics are not good away from home. They are very good in that sloppy, cold stadium. Good for you. Get out of there. Put them in a dome. It happened when they played the Colts earlier this year. Same thing with the Texans. Total fraud. So who's playing defense? There are 2 defenses I believe in the NFL, firmly believe in. It's the 49ers and the Ravens. And that's why they're the 1 seeds. And that's why they're probably both going to do pretty well coming up over the next couple of weekends. Let's get to some calls. Let's keep going on the 49er front, 888-957-9570. And speaking of the 49er front, autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey, signed, framed. You want to win? All you got to do is listen for the keyword between 4:30 and 5:30, okay? So somewhere right around when Steve Kerr is joining us. You'll text the word we give you to 20357, and then you qualify. We do it all week long from 4:30 to 5:30. Also listen in the morning, 7:30 to 8:30 on the roast, 12:30 to 1:30 with Steiny and Goo to increase your chances of winning. So save that number, 20357. Put it in your phone. That'll help you be quick and qualify all week long. It's Willard and Dibs.
Shop Safeway this week and find deals on items you love with digital coupon. Untrimmed USDA Choice Tri-Tip just $3.97 per pound and creamy delicious Hass avocados for 87 cents each. Also Honey Crisp apples, member price $1.48 per pound. Restrictions apply. Sincerely Safeway.
Hey guys.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Niners broke the Eagles. Niners kind of broke the Cowboys. Looking through the rest of the schedule, we sort of thought last year that they broke the Rams, but maybe not. Maybe not. And they broke Jacksonville too, by the way. Don't forget that one now. Jacksonville Jaguars, remember? I think 6-2. Both teams coming off of a bye. Hosting the 49ers. Niners blow them out 34-3, sending the Jags into a tailspin that leads to them missing the playoffs entirely. Did they break Seattle? Beat them twice by double digits. Pete Carroll, gone. There's Baltimore that's looming out there.
I wouldn't say they broke Dallas. They woke Dallas because you look at what Dallas did after that, and Dallas was great. And, you saw what happened this weekend against Green Bay, and that might just be a case of two teams going in different directions, and it also might be indicative of the Cowboy quarterback being a regular season phenomenon.
Or something more simple. The Cowboys faced a good team, and that's what happens when they face a good team.
It could be.
That's it. They had 2 wins this year over teams with winning records. 2. They had 2, and you can explain both of them away. One of them was at home against Philadelphia when Philadelphia was no longer anything that resembled a winning team whatsoever, as we well know. And the other one was against Detroit when they didn't actually win.
But they beat the Rams. They beat the Rams.
Did the Rams have a winning record at the time?
The Rams wound up with a winning record.
Yes, I understand that, but I don't think they had a winning record. I could be wrong on that.
They were 3-5 after that game. That's always the interesting thing record over a team with a winning record. Do you look at it when they played them or how the team wound up?
Well, and was Stafford was in that game, right? Was Stafford in that game?
On October 29th?
Yeah, he was there, right? Was he still there or was he hurt?
He was in that game.
He was in that game.
He was in that game.
Yeah, you're right. He was in that game. Although he got replaced in that game.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's because the score was out of hand or if he got knocked out. But anyway, you look at it. I don't think chances are going to come any better than this. And I know how many of us feel. I was speaking with somebody who is employed by the team last week, and we parted company by me saying, "You going to get it done?" And he goes, "Probably not."
Oh, you're talking about Dallas?
No, the Niners.
Oh, the Niners.
I said, "Probably not." He goes, "Yeah, because, that's just like our past wounding talking, and that's the way these things go. And these other teams are really good too. They've got coaches and players and salaries and the whole deal now. However, I do think that the teams that if we had polled everybody going into the weekend and say who scares you in the NFC, I bet you the top 2 answers on the board are now both out.
Yeah, Dallas and the Rams.
Totally.
And I'm not that scared by Detroit, and there are things about Detroit that are scary, but a big factor is where they play. And if these two teams play, they won't be able to play where they play this weekend. Yeah. Now, they do have some great weapons. Your guy, Amon-Ra, St. Brown,
love him,
and a 2-man tandem in the backfield. They can run the ball, but the things that the Niners do so well are stop the run and get after the quarterback. And give credit to Jared Goff, who hung in there and played a good game. The offense was pretty muted in the second half, but they did enough to get that thing done. I was watching intently in the second half, and I was just waiting for the Rams to... Puka Nacua, your other guy. No wonder why you won the fantasy league. You had Amon-Ra.
That was my...
You had Puka Nacua.
That was the receiving core.
You had both B. Robinsons, Bijan and Brian.
Yep.
And... I don't even know who your quarterback was. It didn't even really matter.
Hang in there, big guy. Yeah, you
That
do.
was your guy.
My guy was Joe Burrow, but he got hurt, so we had to go with Goff, and it was good.
Your team was deep, and you had St. Brown, and you had Puka Nacua, and you watched Nacua in that game.
He's so good.
And, man.
He's so good.
Like, if his hands get near the ball, it's a catch.
He's tough.
Yep.
He
doesn't drop the ball.
So refined with his route running. He's smart. Yes, he catches anything near him. In traffic, out of traffic. He's going to be a problem now for the Niners for a while.
Yes.
It's going to be a problem.
I thought they were going to win that game, and then they just couldn't They couldn't get over the hump.
Couldn't do it.
The red zone. 3 field goals in the red zone. They could not get a red zone touchdown.
Well, luckily, they were in the red zone, or those field goals wouldn't have been any good.
Yeah.
Like the sort of devious side of me was hoping for the Rams to line up
for one
a
last
48-yard field goal
Maher.
to win the game down by 1. And I'm like, Maher is going to Chase McLaughlin that thing. He's going to hit Jennifer Lee Chan with this kick. I could feel it. He was terrible, and he was bad all year.
Be careful with kicker karma. Because you've got yourself.
The Niners are scary too. Yes, absolutely.
It's not a kicker problem, but if you think about, and we'll get into it as the week goes on, if you think about why the Niners could lose this game, the kicker is on the list.
Well, I would look at it this way.
He's on the list.
And this is a very unfair, arrogant thing to say.
I know where you're going.
Yeah, like that.
It shouldn't come down to that.
It should not come down to a kick. And one of the things that has impressed me most throughout his career, Brock Purdy, is what he's able to do in the red zone, which is so different than what Jimmy Garoppolo was able to do in the red zone. And then part of that is also having a running back like McCaffrey who pounds the thing in. The Niners need to use the end zones. Use the end zones, and everything's going to be just fine. Stay healthy and use the end zones, and everything will be just fine in these playoffs.
Do you know where the Niners rank in red zone touchdown percentage?
Probably not as high as it feels like they do. I don't know where they rank. I would guess that they were just outside the top 10, if I had to guess.
Number 1.
Oh, they are.
Number 1.
Okay, I talked myself out of that.
Number 67.2%.
It feels like they're amazing. It feels like they're incredible in the red zone.
I was kind of leading you on a Tuesday. It was a lob. I'm throwing lobs on a Tuesday.
I thought I'm not a dunker. I can't jump. But I feel like we talked about that at some point in the year earlier, and they weren't maybe as high as it felt like they were. But the eye test, I mean, Moody has gone weeks without even being needed.
Right.
You're just like, dude, come kick the extra points and we'll get you a Gatorade after the game.
And he's been great on that. Just finally missed one. But 67.2, slightly better than Detroit and Miami, your top 3 in red zone percentage.
You're leaving out what I think is the lead story of Niners Packers when you focus too much on Jordan Love. I get it. He's on a heater. I think he's a good young player. I don't think he's faced a test like this by any stretch. Is he scary? Could he hit some passes? Could the Packers put a few points on the board? All of that is a yes. But here's what I'll say. The 49er offense should score a touchdown on almost every drive, unless they mess up. Unless somebody is missing assignments, the Packer defense cannot stop the 49er offense. So if the Packers get to 20, that's okay. The Niners should be hanging out north of 35.
Yeah.
That's what I would say in this football.
Well, and the other thing that I would be concerned about, and we can monitor it as we get closer, it's the conditions.
Yeah, here comes the rain.
Well, and your boy, your guy, he doesn't do well in the rain.
Now, Kyle Shanahan would argue with you now.
And the wind. Now it's going to be rainy and windy.
He would argue with you.
Well,
what are you basing it on, though? You're basing it just on the game against Cleveland?
The game against Cleveland was a big factor, yes. But he's played well in the rain, and he's not played well in the rain. And I think that
how many rain games has he played?
He's played in a few.
Like I can remember Cleveland this year.
Right.
I'm trying to think of anything else. When else was he in the rain? I think
last year they had some a rain game or two. I'm trying to remember.
Let me pull up there.
If go game by game weather-wise, but I do know this in terms of the rain and the wind. It gives the lesser team a greater chance in many cases to win.
Usually I do. Yeah, I feel like, there's a famous moment where Kyle Shanahan, they had a practice in the rain, and he was literally brought to the level of being inspired by what he saw Brock Purdy do with a wet ball and wet conditions, and he loved it. And I don't know how much we've actually seen it beyond that. Sure, there was the game in Cleveland, and a lot to unpack there with McCaffrey getting hurt and Trent Williams getting hurt and the conditions and the Browns defense at home and all of that. Was it sprinkling in Seattle this year on Thanksgiving?
I thought it was last year against Seattle, and he played well.
He played really well.
That was the game.
And that was the game he was hurt. That was after he broke his ribs against Tampa. And
I think that was a rain game.
It was only his second start of his life. So, I don't know. I don't know if he's had too many chances to do it, but I do know that Kyle Shanahan once upon a time felt really, really good about it. We're sponsored by Safeway. It's Willard and Dibbs, 888-957-9570. How about the phones? Let's go to Rolando in Napa. Hey, Rolando, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm a big fan of you guys. I'm here at home. I'm prepping a little bit for dinner and decided to give you guys a call right now. So I'm a big fan. So
Appreciate
I'm
you.
prepping dinner.
All right, good.
Big question for you guys. I just want to know, like, what the hell happened to the Eagles this year? They got to do like a 30 for 30, or they got to do some investigating. Like, what the hell went down? My question to you guys, like, is this going to be considered one of the worst coaching jobs openings if they do fire Sirianni? I mean, who wants to walk into that mess of a dumpster fire? I mean, I'm asking you guys, what do you guys think? Is Eagles, if they do fire Sirianni, is it the worst head coach opening? Because I want to know, like, who wants to take that job, knowing what you're going to have to walk into? I mean, that they quit on that team. I mean, what do you guys think about that?
Yeah, Rolando, here's how I'd answer it. There's two types of coaching openings. There's ones where there's a quarterback in place, and there's ones where there's not a quarterback in place. It's actually that simple to me. So if the Eagles job opens, and by the way, I bet it's not going to. I bet Sirianni stays. That would be my guess. But if it opens up, you've got two head coaching openings right now that are sparkling because the quarterback is there, and that would be the Eagles and it would be the Chargers. Now we'll see if Dallas opens up, and obviously you can argue that the quarterback is there for at least one more year. Then contractually things can change. I don't know how you're feeling about Dak at this particular time. But to me, those openings are way better than the Washingtons and the Tennessees of the world because they're at ground zero when it comes to who the quarterback is.
Perhaps, unless you love Levis in Tennessee, and Seattle's got one more year at Geno, and you would assume that he gets one more crack, although you never know who the head coach will be in terms of do they buy him out and bring in another quarterback. There's a good number of quarterbacks in the draft this year, but I think if you look around at the openings right now, the Chargers would be number one.
Of course.
And I think you would go ahead and pencil Harbaugh in for that job if he wants it.
He is the favorite. I have all the lines in front of me right now.
Good.
In terms of, go ahead.
And I wonder who the Raiders' favorite is. If it is Pierce, if he's favored to keep that job, or if they don't even have him on the board.
Let's see.
That's an interesting one to me because, the Vegas job is not as good as the Charger job, but it still is a preeminent brand, and Harbaugh's long been connected to the Raiders.
It's not on the board, and that's because I guess technically you'd argue there is no opening.
Sure.
And we also know that Max Crosby has already stood on the mountaintop and said, I don't want to be here if it's not Antonio Pierce. If you don't keep this guy, then you don't keep me either. That's big. That's big. When a star player stands up for you like that. But it's not even on the board. The odds are up for next Eagles coach if it's not Sirianni, but he is a favorite, a minus 150 favorite to stay. Okay? And there's also odds for the next Cowboys coach if not Mike McCarthy, and he is a minus 300 favorite to go.
To
be fired.
I think that he will be fired.
I agree.
And I think that Sirianni will stay. Once you get past the disappointment and you let the dust settle, you look at 34-17 and 3 straight playoff berths, and you ask yourself, how can we get rid of this guy and do better? Because I don't know if you can do better. Now, you give him another year, and he comes back, and you don't get any better, and he's got work to do now. And you mentioned it with all of the older players, the retirees, the free agents.
Yep.
It's not a complete reboot because you have your quarterback, but it's definitely a retool at the very least. So I wonder how much faith they have in him to be the overseer for that rebuild.
Well, and sometimes also it comes down to who's available. Like, are the Cowboys encouraged to fire Mike McCarthy because Bill Belichick's available? Maybe. Next Eagles coach, if Sirianni's fired, the favorite, Mike Vrabel. Maybe they're happy about that idea. Favorite for next Chargers head coach, Jim Harbaugh, far and away. Favorite for next Commanders head coach, Ben Johnson, OC in Detroit.
Okay.
Favorite for next Cowboys coach, if it's open, obviously, Bill Belichick. Favorite to be the next Falcons head coach, also Bill Belichick. Favorite to be the next Panthers head coach, Kellen Moore. And the favorite to be the next Seahawks head coach is Dan Quinn. Bobby Slowick, favorite to be the next Titans head coach.
Okay. The Quinn move makes sense to me. And if you're Belichick, it's Dallas or bust, in my opinion. I don't know if you want to go to Atlanta. I know Atlanta's got a good young roster, but it just doesn't seem like the right fit for me.
Well, but an interesting
old school owner.
Interesting thought has been brought up with the idea of the Cowboys and Belichick, which is who takes the power. You got Jerry Jones as your owner, and his son is running personnel. And if I'm Bill Belichick, what am I going to do? I'm going to come in and be like, yeah, you guys can keep running the show.
No, I think he comes in and says, I've got not only a seat at the table, but I've got the loudest voice at the table.
And the Jones are okay with that.
Well, I think that they're at a point where they have to be.
Maybe.
And Jerry is 80, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, but Steven
runs it.
Steven runs it.
I think you get to a point where you got to start getting this thing done. And if you can bring in the greatest coach of modern times as a guy to come in and help you.
But is he? I mean, I know what you're saying.
I mean,
he's the most accomplished.
Sure.
But Tom Brady's not going to be the QB.
Right.
So,
but I mean, Bill comes in motivated to prove all of the naysayers like you wrong that it wasn't just Tom.
Well, I didn't know.
Because the narrative now has been, it was Tom.
He's a great coach. I'm not saying that at all. He's a fantastic coach. He built that whole thing.
Yeah.
But let's not act like it's apples to apples. Like he's not coming in under the same circumstances that he had when he won in New England.
No doubt.
I mean, look at the circumstances of the last 3 years. They were a total joke. So, anyway, real interesting. And
Dak with a dead cap of, it's $62 million.
They've got an out after next year. They're not doing anything. They're not doing anything this year. Dak is going to be the quarterback next year.
But that, to me, if you're Bill, do you want to come in and...
I don't know.
Or would you rather maybe go to Atlanta and have a clean slate to go out and draft a guy or get Justin Fields if you like him?
Atlanta's an interesting roster and a very, very winnable division. Bill knows a thing or two about a winnable division.
True.
And not a bad way to go. Can we take a moment to be thankful that we here in the Bay Area are not having this conversation this year?
Was Steve Wilkes on any of those lists? People are asking on YouTube.
For sure. But I might have to move around a little bit. He interviewed for the Chargers job, if I am not mistaken. So, where's the Chargers thing? Wilkes is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the board at 20-1.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just was asking because I don't think that the Niners get a comp pick until he's been the coordinator for multiple years.
He's also on the board for the Cowboys, but he's like 17 guys in front of him. Or
a Trey Lance reunion.
And he's on the board for the Falcons. Same thing, though. About 17 guys in front of him. So he's on these lists. He's not high on any of them.
Yeah.
Not high on any of them.
Okay.
How about Lucas in San Ramon? Hey, Lucas, what are you doing?
Not much, guys. I'm kind of just sitting, mourning the loss because I'm an Eagles fan out here from the Bay. I've definitely heard a lot from my Niners friends around. I definitely would say I don't think the Niners necessarily exposed us. I really think that the switch from the side of Patricia, that was a huge issue for our struggles this year. And I definitely agree that the Niners, it was a little bit of a shock to us since we got dominated in that second half. It was a really, really ugly loss, to be completely honest. However, Matt Patricia sucks. Like, let me just get that out of the way. Let me be clear about that. Like, Tampa Bay only put 9 points in Carolina the week before yesterday. I mean, that's just embarrassing to go out at Tampa and lose to a team that's been so struggling on offense in the last 2 weeks. Understandably, I do think Carolina and the Saints have better defenses than we do, but I definitely think that it's the coaching, 100%. I don't think it's Jalen. He made a couple mistakes last night. The safety was really a bad play. He has a little bit of a couple bad reads here, but Brian Johnson, I've been an Eagles fan for my 19 years on this planet. And Brian Johnson's probably the worst coach I've seen with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Lucas, you can blame coaching all you want, and I'm not going to get in your way. Not even a little bit. I'm not.
You got to let Lucas eat.
Well,
now.
I'm not, and I'm not a day in and day out Eagles expert, but I can tell you their defensive problems run far wide, deep, and have been there the whole year. You could have games. All you had to do was watch them play the Buffalo Bills. And it's why I came in the next week peacocking. Not like the streaming app, but like a guy with confidence. Peacocking. The Niners are going to kill this team because you could see it that everything was being masked at that time by Jalen Hurts in the flow. He was in the flow, so was A.J. Brown. And they could mask a lot of things. But their defense could not stop a runny nose. And the only reason the Bills didn't win that game is because Josh Allen missed wide-open receivers in the end zone repeatedly, including in overtime. The opportunities were all there. That stuff is not sustainable. You want to blame the coaches? Go right ahead. You're probably right on some level, but they were effective a sum total of nowhere on defense. Their defensive line is passable. The rest of their group is god-awful, among the worst in the NFL, period. Thank you for listening to my talk.
Well, to his point, the defense did get worse when they made the DC switch. And scoring-wise, they were 30th in the league for the season. And you look at when they went to the pencil as the defensive coordinator, they got worse. And I don't know if the team lost faith in the coaching staff, but it sure looked like that team down the stretch lost their will to go out there and compete.
Yep.
Ever since the Niner game, they lost 5 of the last 6 in the regular year. You mentioned the only win was over New York. And it was a bit of a nail-biter, and then you got trucked in Tampa.
888-957-9570. Let's keep taking some Niner calls. Steve Kerr in 2 hours. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Don't forget, today's chance to get all signed up for the autographed and framed Christian McCaffrey jersey happens between 4:30 and 5:30. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. All powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This is Willard and Dibbs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Can I show you something?
Please.
I got something for you.
Like a gift?
I mean, it's not for you.
Oh, okay.
I already got you a gift.
You did.
Christmas will come again this year. Don't worry.
Birthday's coming up in August. Get to the stores early.
Mine's coming up in, anyway.
Wait, in what? I need...
Yeah.
Whatever. Don't make me Google it. I took care of the boys behind the glass for their birthday.
I don't like talking about my birthday. It's just a thing. I'm like, everybody's got one. I don't tell you about my nose either, but because you got one too.
Your birthday is much more impressive than your nose.
It's really not.
Your nose is very nondescript.
I had nothing to do with it. Like, if you want to celebrate my mom, she worked her ass off that day. I just,
Mark.
Yeah, all I did was wake up and then cry. Hey! What'd I do? It's just a birthday.
Okay. I'll remember that.
Yeah.
Duly noted.
I mean,
it's just a birthday.
Yeah. You want to buy me a coffee or something? Great. Buy me a coffee.
All right.
Yeah, we don't need to make a big deal out of it.
I bought slices of cake for the crew last birthday we had. That was cool.
You want to get cake. Whatever. You'll know.
I door dashed some cake. That was cool. Dashed it up.
Anyway. Oh, gosh. Did the thing fall down? I didn't do that.
You were telling me you had something for me.
I do.
Bring it.
Christian McCaffrey signed framed jersey
for me.
If you're on YouTube or Twitch, get your eye emojis out and take a gander at this.
Okay,
you have to talk a little bit.
I don't have to.
I mean, I know you're not comfortable with that.
I don't have to. You sound like the coach from last Saturday saying, I have to ref the forfeit.
You're so triggered.
No, not triggered at all.
Yeah.
It's not being triggered, Mark. You know what it is?
Dan, would you?
It's holding a grudge.
Would you?
I will.
I know this. You don't need to hold it against me. Just, would you talk for a second?
Would love to, Mark. What Mark is doing right now is he needs help from Lucas.
Look at this thing.
Noted muscle man.
Yeah.
Lucas. Alexandre.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, you guys need to move it this way, though, toward Mark's face. Maybe cover up Mark for a little while. There you go. It's better. It is beautiful. It's signed. It is framed. It even has the crinkle plastic on it, so you know that it's not some retread off somebody's wall. This thing is fresh. And Lucas actually was the one who picked it up at a nearby facility here in the city. And I'm being told he had to wait hours outside to be allowed in to pick up said jersey. It's beautiful. Yep. It's got McCaffrey's jersey and two pictures of Christian in either corner, and it's yours for the winning if you follow directions.
If the price is right, exactly. Totally. And yes, if you just follow directions, which are listen between 4:30 and 5:30, and we will give you the keyword, and then you text it in to 20357, and then you qualify. And yes, you can qualify over and over and over and over and over again. So you can do it every day this week between 4:30 and 5:30. You can do it every morning with the roast between 7:30 and 8:30. And you can do it every midday between 12:30 and 1:30 with Steiny and Goo.
You know what that makes it, right?
I don't. What
it's
was the
a
word?
qualification sensation is what it is. Thank you. If you're able to qualify thrice a day, every day, you get your name in the hat 15 times. That increases your chance of winning.
It does. It does. Although it's already Tuesday, so I don't know.
12 times.
Yeah, 12 times.
There's no Monday.
12 times. I know you love math.
You couldn't get in yesterday?
Yeah.
Contest started today,
It started today.
My bad.
Just getting underway.
My bad. I so want to come at you right now, but I'm not going to do it because it would be a personal attack. I'm not doing that anymore. It's my resolution.
I can also give you a tip. You want a little tip?
Sure. Just the tip.
For just a second.
Okay.
All right.
Grandy. I love making him uncomfortable.
Tomorrow,
yeah,
it'll be between 4:30 and 5.
Why?
Because it's a Warrior game.
Yeah, baby.
Warriors live, 5 o'clock.
They didn't decide to just cancel the season? Steve Kerr today at 5 o'clock. Steve, did we lose you?
We'll ask him.
Steve, did you lose in Memphis?
Steve,
did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
Steve, did you lose to a G League Memphis? Yeah, we did.
That was uncomfortable. That was an uncomfortable loss.
It was an awful loss.
It was awful.
And the very fact that we have to play the game of, was that their worst loss of the year, and we can have like a 3-hour debate, that's the problem. Because I don't know if it was the worst loss of the year. It feels like it was because it's fresh in our mind.
Yeah, no, it was. I guess it depends on your perspective.
Exactly.
They blew games. So they had a big lead. Not a lot of time left. Denver's going to stand out as like, what the hell were y'all doing?
I don't even think it's the worst loss of the calendar year. The New Orleans game was worse than that.
Well, okay, again, perspective.
Sure.
It's like, yes, embarrassing performance, or if you're going to just look at the roster of the team you're playing. If that's the measuring stick.
You're hating on G.G. Jackson.
Easily the worst loss of the year.
Who we all thought was, when I was, listening to Tim Roy, I thought that he was just coming up with a new name for Jaren Jackson Jr.
Seriously.
Or maybe he changed his name.
It took me at least an hour to realize wasn't him.
Coach?
Yeah, I'm like looking online.
G.G. Jackson.
Like, G.G. Jackson, that's Jaren Jackson.
Of course.
Nope.
No wonder. I mean, he's got 17. He's a good player. G.G. Jackson.
You know that little game everybody plays when there's a bad team in the pros and they go, I wonder if they could beat Alabama. Well, and normally I'm like, that's stupid. Like, even the worst pro team is made up of all the best college players. The Warriors lost to Alabama yesterday. That's what happened there.
Good little team.
Boof.
Yeah.
Boof. All right. We'll go back to the phones. I do have a wee little something to get off the chest, though. I mentioned this on the crossover. And I don't want to go down the road of conversations gone by. If you don't think Brock Purdy's good, you're not being a genuine football watcher. Brock Purdy's a good player. You want to call him the MVP, second the MVP, third the MVP, whatever, system QB, game manager, product of the roster, product of the coach, all that stuff. Whatever. That's been going on all year. But our brethren at this station twice said things today that really got my attention, and it leads to a question. The question being, I'll start with that. Why is everybody, let me rephrase because not everybody, why are so many people uncomfortable with the idea of referring to Brock Purdy as a franchise quarterback? I'm not even trying to tell you he's the best this, that, or the other. It doesn't matter. I don't care what the rankings are. It doesn't matter. Why would you still be uncomfortable with the idea of referring to Brock Purdy as a franchise quarterback? And my brother, Bonte Hill, I listen to you guys every morning. How can you have spent 1 year on this radio station talking about how Brock Purdy, too small of a sample, it's too small of a sample, and then show up on January 16th and tell me you'd take Jordan Love over Brock Purdy? Does that not split the argument apart? Does that not scream of something else going on? What's the hesitancy? What is it? And please do not respond by saying once he wins the Super Bowl, then he'll be proven. We don't ask that of other QBs. We've never asked Josh Allen to win the Super Bowl. We're not forcing Joe Burrow to win the Super Bowl. We don't demand that Jalen Hurts win the Super Bowl, and for God's sakes, we don't even ask Dak Prescott to win a playoff game. What is the hold up? Because the sample ain't small anymore. So, what's the rub? Where's this coming from? This is bigger than draftism now, because I feel like we're past that. Even everybody I'm talking to here, y'all know that he's good, okay? He's good. But now we've got to still couch it with things like, well, he's had the best year. He's had the best year. But Jordan Love, and C.J. Stroud, those are my guys going forward. Okay. What, like, you've seen less of both of them. So what is it? What are we really, what's going on? What is it?
It's the same thing that's been going on the whole time.
It is? It feels way deeper than that.
No, it's the same. It's the same thing that's been going on, and it is the talent around him, and it's the system, and it's the laminated play sheet. And then you throw in the draft, and all these things have not gone away, and they might go away if he wins the Super Bowl. I think that they will, but by and large, they're still going to be factors. And, the idea of him being a franchise quarterback, he's not until he gets that deal, in terms of the pure semantics of the label. And I think that he will get that contract when his time comes. He can't get it right now he can't get it for another 13 months.
Right.
The franchise contract that makes him the franchise quarterback. So you can, and that's, I think, what Steiny was saying in terms of him not being a franchise quarterback because he hasn't gotten that contract yet.
You know what? Maybe this is a way to ask it. 888-957-9570. What if you could sign the extension for $40 million a year next month? Would you do it?
Of course. Yeah. Of course they would.
Yeah. Of course they would. Would you?
Of course I would.
You would. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, he's done everything you could possibly ask a quarterback to do. He was the front runner for MVP as of December 24th.
We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. We'll keep going with your Niner calls, 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts today and we'll install them for free.
think about that. We have great energy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
The Eagles are so bad that Nick Bosa sort of like apologized earlier today for what he said about the Eagles after they beat him. Yeah, we provided a blueprint to take down Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. And then the Eagles won one more football game the rest of the way. So they asked him about it today, and he's like, yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. My gosh. The Niners feel bad for the Eagles. That's how it got. It went from the two chirpiest teams in the whole league to a month and a half later, they felt bad for them.
It's unbelievable. It's crazy.
Collapse.
44 days ago, the Niners beat the Eagles, and they beat them badly, 42-19. And since then, it was loss, narrow win over a terrible Giants team, loss, and that's it. So long, Philadelphia. Coach on the hot seat. Star center, Hall of Famer, retiring in tears. Receivers and quarterback at odds. Tight end getting furious. Run game non-existent. Defense, Swiss cheese, all over the course of basically 6 weeks.
Tell you what, nobody has ever done their final year in terms of setting up the remainder of their career. I don't know if anybody's ever done it better than Jason Kelce. Dude, you're an offensive lineman. And yes, part of it is that your brother started dating the most famous person on the planet, so that doesn't hurt at all. But when you're heading into retirement and you're a center, I mean, think about what has taken over the NFL this year. The Tush Push, which is him, his podcast, his brother's dating Taylor. He's the funny one. Like, if that guy wants a media career, done.
Oh, he's got it.
He just set himself up so nicely. And by the way, I also love this. I don't know anybody out there on the Eagles, with the Eagles or what have you, but I've listened to some media members and some others out there talk a little bit about this. Apparently, he's just an absolute first-class dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, big fan.
And that's
Big
great.
fan.
And, you know, it's great for him, and he's on his way to Canton in 5 years. He'll be a first-ballot guy. He's had an unbelievable career, but sad to see it end the way it ended. And for Philadelphia, just another season chalked up to a titleless campaign, and it's fun to watch Philadelphia fan just cannibalize each other because the blame game must be going bananas back there.
I mean, this weekend, I don't know, did y'all feel this too? This was just perfection. The whole weekend. Absolute and total perfection. You show up, and the Cowboys can't even stay on the field. In Jerry's world, the cutaways to Jerry Jones were, I mean, I don't want to use the word orgasmic,
well,
but
you
like,
just did.
Yeah, something like short of that. But they were.
Don't talk about that.
That's too late.
They were footballs, Mick. Okay? Like,
it's less fun.
So good. Thank you. So good. Then you watch the Rams like, oh, gosh, so close. So close. That's too bad. That's too bad. Jared Goff practically in tears as he gets his revenge on McVay.
Kelly Stafford up in arms.
That game was crazy. And then,
not happy that they booed her husband in front of their kids.
Yeah. Well,
leave the kids at home, Kel, because that's what happens.
Or don't leave.
The Bulls fans booed their deceased general manager who brought them 6 titles.
That was awful. That was awful.
Steve Kerr today, 5 o'clock. We can ask him about, because Steve had some very good and strong comments about that. The booing thing is, I mean, it's got out of control, Mark. We need to ban fans from games. Get out of here, Kelly.
No, actually, we were on Sunday night when that was happening, and it raised my eyebrows. I was kind of like, whoa, they're like booing Matthew Stafford. That surprises me a little bit. And Rudolph was like, it's just, no, that's just this moment. Like, because I thought that was a pretty amicable parting of ways. Stafford has been very, very aware, like the commercials he did, joking about never, never, never forgetting, the city of Detroit and loving that family so much and all that. So that was that energy of that game. It's their first home game in 30 years.
Right.
You happen to be the one that showed up. It's your fault. You could have. By the way, Rams, You didn't play so hard there at Levi's Stadium a week ago. You could have ripped through Dallas. It's your fault.
Right.
You're the ones who worked so hard to get to Detroit. You didn't need to do that. Could have lost the game.
Yeah, would have made things a little bit easier on yourself.
Yep.
Instead of having to go through Detroit.
Now you're home.
Yep.
We'll let you hear from Kyle Shanahan here in just a little bit. David in Modesto, though. Hey, David, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, I'm glad the Niners are in. And also, it was so upsetting last year when he did get hurt with Philly. So I'm glad Philly lost. But also, what I got to say is, when the Niners take the lead this weekend, which I'm hoping they're going to be doing, I'm hoping Kyle Shanahan doesn't take his foot off the gas. I hope he just keeps it on there and keeps on putting points up.
Yeah, David, I don't think it's interesting. The idea of, you've talked about this before, of him, freezing up in the playoffs or whatever. When I watch Kyle Shanahan coach, maybe not necessarily with the play calling, but I always feel like he's leaning a little bit too far in the direction of keeping his players in, for example, like longer than I would. I don't think that Kyle Shanahan takes his foot off the gas.
No.
Do you?
No, I don't think that is the main critique of Kyle Shanahan. For me, it's you get into big spots with big plays, and he gets conservative in those spots. That's where some fans have criticisms, and I would have the same in terms of some third and fourth down play calls that he's had in the past that I necessarily didn't agree with. And the other one is time management. And hopefully he doesn't have to get into a spot where the clock management, sometimes he's a little too conservative in terms of using his timeouts and maybe getting the ball back and punching it up for another score. And that's been something that I think he's been criticized of this year.
Shanahan on the Packers and what kind of a challenge they present.
They look real good versus Dallas. I think they've looked, haven't got to watch much of them until these last 10 days, and obviously picked it up a lot more these last 2 days. But I think they're a very good defense. The numbers don't always tell the truth. They had a couple games that got some cheap yards, but they're good in the run, good in the pass. They can get to the quarterback. They're extremely sound. They're getting healthier. A ton of respect for Joe. Got to work with him my first couple of years of my career in Tampa. He's been involved in a number of different defenses and playing against him a few times with the Rams, and in Green Bay, his scheme just keeps getting sounder and better.
Kyle was also asked when he started the actual deep dive prep on Green Bay.
Started really focusing on them halfway through the second quarter. Then they scored at the end of the second quarter, so I kind of did both at halftime, and then third quarter I was set on one team.
Wow. It's great honesty.
Yeah. When'd you start prepping for them? As soon as I watched the game.
Right.
And saw that they were absolutely cutting through Dallas, doing whatever they wanted offensively.
It was when the pick six happened for me, and that was with minute 50 to go, and that made it 27-0. Because you figure, okay, 20-0. Wow. Packers are dominating. All right, Dallas. And Dallas goes down. They're marching down. Whoops. Little 64-yard pick six. So instead of maybe you go in at the end of the half and you score and you make it, 20-7. Dallas is still in trouble, but maybe momentum comes back a little bit. But instead, the pick six, they did score before the end of the half, but that was almost cosmetic to make it 27-7.
Yeah, you're down 27 points in a game. You could have things go perfectly the rest of the way. You're still probably going to lose.
Was it last year that we saw that happen?
The Chargers and Jags?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was, what was that, Grandy? Was that 27-3? I want to say that was maybe 27-3 at half, something like that. And maybe it was 27-0. And by the way, like everything had to be absolutely perfect. Plus, the other team has to be the Chargers. I don't know if you know that rule.
I didn't know that was a rule.
What was it, Grandy?
It was 27-0, and then the Jaguars got a touchdown just before the half. So 27-7 at half.
So exact same scenario.
Right.
Exact same scenario as this one.
Only difference is the Jags come out and use 7 minutes and score a touchdown and get within 13 points, whereas the Cowboys got the ball and
everyone got a field goal.
Well, they marched down though.
Yes,
they were moving down the field, and you're thinking, okay, 27-14, get the crowd back in it, but a fourth down fizzle or a third down fizzle, and you wind up with a Brandon Aubrey field goal, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, but the more important thing was then what happened on defense when the Packers got the ball back, and they just went whoop, they just right down the field again, touchdown, And, you have to be able to obviously stop the other side. Pretty stunning, I would say. Pretty stunning based on things that have been said throughout the year, that the Cowboys and Browns defenses looked as they did when they finally got to the playoffs. Those are two defenses that have been mentioned as top 5 defenses all year long, and they could not do a damn thing to stop the opponent. They couldn't even slow the opponent down.
Right.
Like these drives that the Texans were going on, the Packers, it was just like, bang, over. I mean, I think time of possession, you look at the yardage numbers and the output for Dallas offensively, and it's stunning. It looks like they dominated the game.
510 to 415.
Right.
Dallas.
That's because the Packers would just go, whoop, touchdown. Okay, your ball. It was unbelievable. Absolutely stunning.
The time of possession was 31 minutes for Dallas, 29 for Green Bay. But to your point, I think a lot of the Dallas yards came on the last couple of drives where it was not necessarily garbage time, but it was desperation time. And they almost had a chance to make that thing scary close. They were one play away from maybe making that game possible to be a nail-biting comeback. But
talking about the Cowboys?
Yes.
Yeah.
They were running out of time, but they had started to put together at least a couple of plays, and they got a couple of touchdowns back-to-back to make it from an absolute shellacking to, all right, one more onside kick, and Green Bay kind of bobbled that one with 3 minutes to go. They still needed 2 scores, but that thing could have gotten a little bit more interesting.
Put it this way. I started building a dresser.
IKEA?
Yeah. No, actually don't even know. I got it on Nextdoor. I bought it off somebody on Nextdoor, so I don't know where it came from.
And it was in pieces?
No. But yeah, it was just like they bought it, and they're like, oh, actually, this doesn't work. Do you want it? So I bought it still in the box.
Nice.
Yeah. What's in the box? It's a dresser. And so then,
dowels and screws and the whole thing?
Yeah. Put that sucker together.
All right,
I was
look at you.
Not worried about this football game.
Gotcha.
So, you start doing, you leave the game on.
I feel like the interview of Shanahan. At what point did you start putting the dresser together?
Well, I know it's very out of character for me to actually use my hands and build something. Very out of character.
But at what point did you decide it was okay to go to the dresser building? Like midway through the third?
As soon as the Packers when it was 27-10, and the Packers were like, yeah, but give us the ball. And they went, whoop! And I'm like, okay, that's it. 34-10, deuces.
Yeah.
That's over.
Shout out Chris Brown.
Okay. 49er fans, you're worried about Jordan Love. Here's what Kyle Shanahan said about Jordan Love.
It's come a long way because he's playing at such a high level. To get thrown in there early in this year and have to go through some ups and downs, which he did some good things earlier in this year too, but to not win all those games, kind of when you're with a tough record in your first year, the pressure that comes with that, and just to watch him each game, he's been consistent. For him to take care of the ball the way he's done has been unbelievable. I mean, the 21 touchdowns and 1 pick, I think over the last 10 games is unbelievable. He's extremely consistent in what they're asking him to do. Matt is very good at coaching the quarterback, and you can see that their quarterback is buying in and, plays very well in their system and makes a lot of plays, has a big arm, and is a big dude too.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the Packers have gone and done it again. They've found another guy, and he looks really, really good, and his regular season numbers in the end are essentially where you want them to be. Let's see. Completion percentage, a little bit lower than the top guys in the league. He was only at 64, but he's just short of 4,200 yards passing, a touchdown to interception ratio of 32-11. It feels like we didn't start paying attention till about 7 or 8 weeks ago. Part of that is because the Packers weren't winning football games. And look, not every performance down the stretch was fantastic. Here's what I think. I think Jordan Love is he has earned the starting quarterback job going forward in Green Bay. And I think he has the makings of being a really good quarterback in this league for a long time. I also think that in this moment, we've decided he's something a little bit more consistent and clear than what he is, because he had a stunning performance on national TV in a standalone game in the playoffs.
Yes, but also if you look at what he did over the course of not only the last 3 weeks, but I'm looking at it here, his game log, the last 9 games, he threw 1 interception over the last 9 games. They went 7-2, and he was spectacular. He had, I believe, 19 touchdowns and 1 pick.
Yep.
And you look at that receiving core, and I'll include the tight ends in there. It's a young receiving core, and it's pretty diverse. They've got a number of different weapons that they can use to beat you. They've got a very good running back. Even though my guy A.J. Dillon on my fantasy team is out hurt, they can run it, and they've got 2 different tight ends they can use, 4 different receivers, and I think they're going to come out and present a whole different look in terms of what the 49ers defense is used to as far as their personnel goes.
Aaron Jones has been very, very hot, and the 49er run defense has left a little something to be desired out there in the absence of Eric Armstead, but Eric is tracking toward being back, and you hope that will shore things up a little bit, especially if it's wet weather this weekend, which is currently in the forecast. We know how this thing is going to go. The run is going to set up the pass for these teams. If Aaron Jones comes out and is rolling downhill and chunking 5 to 7 yards a carry, Jordan Love's going to do well, because I loved what Nick Bosa said about this. He's like, look, Aaron Rodgers was a great QB, but sometimes he would go off and do his own thing. And as a teammate and somebody with a plan, sometimes you like a guy who goes out there and does exactly what he's coached to do. And the double meaning was obvious. He was not just talking about Jordan Love, he was talking about Brock Purdy. And so, yeah, these two guys, maybe they mirror each other a little bit.
Yeah.
They both go out there, and they have systems that are similar. LaFleur is off of the Shanahan tree, and they go out there and they do what they're asked to do. And wouldn't you know it, it goes well when you do that.
It's funny you describe them both that way, because both have a big streak of gunslinger in them. And I think about Jordan Love and how many throws he made off his back foot. And Brian Baldinger this morning with the guys had a great comment about Jordan Love when he's pressured, he doesn't roll right or left, he rolls backward, and it's because he has so much confidence in his arm. And I think about Brock Purdy, and I can't remember which game it was, when he rolled left and he threw that ball all the way back across the field over Kittle's head, and it was to Ayuk, and Ayuk jumped over 2 defenders and was able to get it, and Shanahan was mad about it because it wasn't the throw that he thinks should have been made in that moment.
That was Thanksgiving night in Seattle.
It was? Okay, thank you. Thanksgiving.
Put the game away.
There's a sense of gunslinger that these both these guys have. They do run the system. Both teams have great offensive systems, but both these QBs, they'll try to make a play now outside of doing what they're quote-unquote told to do.
Well, that's absolutely got to be part of it. You do what you're coached to do until that's not there, and then you try to do something else, and both of them have done well with that. You're talking about what Baldy said on the Morning Roast with regard to Jordan Love. Here it is.
What Jordan will do more frequently is back up, and he'll buy himself an extra tick because he trusts his arm to be able to deliver an accurate throw off the back. And it happened on the touchdown to Dontavian Wicks when he had pressure right in his face from Dallas. And instead of trying to elude the pressure and escape right or left, he just simply backed up. And I don't even know how you teach that, because you don't see many guys be able to do that. But it is a skill that he has that allows him to rescue a lot of plays. And sometimes that's all he needs is just an extra tick or half a tick to be able to make the throw. And he is really adroit at making that move.
You got an adroit in there?
Yeah, I mentioned that in the IG comments.
Yeah, that's different.
Skillful, adroit, excellent, elite use of adroit by Baldy there.
That was the throw. The one he's referring to, that was the one. I think, look, I've watched a lot of Jordan Love this year, and he's nice. He's really nice. And
ball looks so pretty coming out of his hand.
He can play. There's no two ways about that. But that was the throw where, and the game kind of felt decided. But he made that throw, and this one really put it away. I think that was the one that made him, did they get to 41 or did they get to 48? Whatever it was late in the game. And that throw where you went, oh. Because it wasn't just off his back foot. It wasn't just backing up. It was thread right between 2 defenders. Like, it didn't even look like it was available.
Right.
And then, poof, there it was. The next thing you know, Wicks is celebrating in the end zone. So, yeah, they've got that in them. But this is a different challenge for Jordan Love.
It is.
This is a way different test than anything he's passed so far this year.
That was the throw late in the second that made it 20-0, but it was the throw that made you feel like, okay, if they're going to make that play and now it's 20-0 and missed the PAT, who cares? But that was the throw where I thought, man, this Green Bay offense, and I know it's a different It's a different animal.
I mean,
the Niners defense, if their pass rush can push the pocket from in front of him, then maybe it doesn't matter how far you can back up, especially when you've got Young and Gregory and Bosa, as Baldy will call him. If they're coming around the outside, it could be a long day for Jordan Love, but it's going to be fun to watch the chess match between LaFleur and Wilkes, because Green Bay's got, and you look at their team, Mark, they've got 4 tight ends they use. They use 4 wide receivers, and the majority of these guys are either rookies or second-year players.
They're all young guys.
All young guys.
Yeah, Dobbs and Wicks.
The aforementioned Wicks.
Yep. The whole group is they're fast and they're young. Steve in the city here with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Steve, what's up?
Hey, nothing much. It was good football. I'm trying to decide on my favorite play. Was it the pick 6 when they showed Jerry and his grandson sitting around that gold, beautiful pot there? Or was it Hurts when he didn't make the block because he benches, 600 pounds? He can't make that block. And then the next play, he goes and takes a nap in the end zone. Or could it be the punt with one timeout left and you punt the ball? I could see if he had 3. I'm just trying to decide which was the best. That was fantastic.
Steve, you're talking about the punt by Sean McVay. That's an interesting bring-up, Steve. Thanks so much.
It's a great bring-up.
Well, we'll let you hear in a couple minutes what Kyle Shanahan said with regard to how things played out, if it surprised him. Did he see it going this way? But the punt he's talking about is an interesting one, especially with this year being defined by go for it on 4th down, and McVay is one of those guys. He pushes the envelope. The Rams had used 2 of their timeouts early in the second half.
Yep.
They only had 1 left, and there's about 4 minutes to go in the football game.
4th and 11, I think.
Yep. Well, I think there was a penalty somewhere in there that pushed them back a little bit, but they were still on Detroit's side of the field, and they decided to kick. And I looked at it and I went, God, Detroit, this doesn't feel like it because there's 4 minutes left. You look at that, you're like, no, there's still 4 minutes left.
4:15. It was 4th and 14 at the Detroit 44.
But I'm like, they're 2 first downs away from this thing being over.
Night.
2 first downs. And they got them.
Yep.
And that's it.
I was watching with my father-in-law, and he and I were having that live debate about them punting, and he said, I can't believe they're going to punt.
Yeah.
And I said, I can't either. I said, 4th and 14 is a long shot.
It is, but you're on the Detroit side of the field.
Right.
Like, to me.
So what does a punt really get you? You pin him at the 5, and you have 1 timeout. So even if they punt it back, you might only have 40 seconds.
I think that's a chance you take, no doubt. But, hindsight 2020 as always. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube always. Hope you get over there, twitch.tv/957thegame, youtube.com/957thegame. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We'll get you the latest on Niner and Warrior injuries with Doc Feely coming up in just about 18 minutes. Steve Kerr is coming up at 5 o'clock, joining us on the Boxer and Gerson guest line. This is Willard and Dibbs. The road to Vegas is brought to you by Marowest Credit Union, working for you today, tomorrow, together.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get
I got a thing for offensive linemen.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
You know who else I got a thing for?
Tell me.
People who love sports.
Okay.
Because sometimes I don't get it. I don't understand the other people. Like, that's why I'm in this job. I don't even understand it. Can I share a quick story with you?
Of course.
All right. So, the mother of one of Jude's really good friends, that's my 9-year-old son, the mother of one of his friends just sent out a group text to many of the parents of the friends in this group.
Okay. Fourth graders.
They would like to have a kid's Super Bowl party. Now, first of all, God bless these two parents. Are you kidding me? Nothing on planet Earth sounds worse than, hey, Niners might be in the Super Bowl. Please send your 9-year-old to my house so that we can have 25 of them instead of just one.
How about a 17-month-old who's already been invited to your house?
No, this is a no-kid party. But anyway.
Huh? Tell your girl.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. But the reason I bring it up, because I've always sort of likened it this way. You ever watch the Super Bowl and look outside your front window and somebody's going for a jog?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And you're like,
somebody's walking their dog.
I want to chase that person. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing with your life?
What is going on here?
What are you doing out here? Hey, just go gallivanting around in the streets in the middle of the Super Bowl? Are you a person? Are you a human? Are you American? What are you doing here? The Super Bowl's on. Don't not watch the Super Bowl. What on earth is the matter with you? All right.
Well, you know that the numbers would tell you that only basically 1 in 3 people in our country are actually watching the Super Bowl.
That Americans or globally?
Americans.
Okay. Well,
Americans.
Anyway.
And I would assume you look out your window and you're looking at America.
Is that counting like babies? People who don't have TVs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Whatever.
Those are the people who are out going for a jog.
Weirdos.
Going jogging.
Anyway, you get this group text, and 85% of the people do the same thing. You hold the text and you hit the heart. This is an invite for something that's 3 weeks away. It's just your way of saying, A, I see it, and B, that's incredibly nice of you. Like, I'm sure they're going to go. Okay? One person responds with an actual text. This sounds great, but pardon my ignorance. When is the Super Bowl? What? What did you just put on a group text? When? You might as well have said, what is the Super Bowl?
Well, that's different than what is the Super Bowl.
Oh, when's the Super Bowl?
Yeah, you're probably not that dialed in.
I don't even know.
Do you know the date of the Super Bowl?
Are these people allowed to vote? Do these people get an opinion in this world? Are these people among us? Are they at the grocery store? Wow. Are they at Safeway when I'm getting Daisy Dips?
Of course.
Are you there? Are you there buying chips? You should not be allowed to buy chips if you don't know when the Super Bowl is. You don't get to go. You don't get to go to the chip aisle. No sodas, no beer.
No snacks.
Maybe wine, but only on weekends. I don't know what to do with somebody like that. I don't know. I don't even know. It takes a certain type of person to be able to respond to that in a normal way, which the other original sender did. Is February 11th.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
I bet if you walked outside this room and asked that group of salespeople when the Super Bowl is.
Call them that group.
People probably wouldn't know that it's February 11th. You probably could figure out in your mind, okay, there's one more week, and then there's one more week, and then it's 2 weeks, and you figure it out.
You may not have the date memorized, but you know that it's,
it's coming up. It's coming up. It's a Sunday in February.
Yeah, it's coming up.
So maybe this person just, instead of going to their calendar app and figuring it out, just wanted it conveniently informed, because they're probably looking at their calendar going, well, if it's the 4th, we're busy. But if it's the 11th, we're free.
These boys all play flag football together. These are sports families.
Yeah.
When's the Super Bowl?
February 11th.
It's in February.
I didn't know it was the 11th, but now I remember. Yeah. I knew it was coming up. It's on a Sunday.
The second Sunday.
And you can do the math, because it's not this Sunday. That's divisional. And the Sunday after is conference championship. Yeah. And then it's 2 weeks after that.
Off. Yeah.
So you do the math,
and
then
COVID.
You can figure it out.
You still get the week off. Yeah. It's after that. I don't know, man. What? That's good.
It's your reaction.
Well, come on. What are we doing? What do you mean, when's the Super Bowl? This is one of these people who's like, who's Taylor Swift? Who is that? Why do they keep showing her? Who is that?
Yeah, I'm sure there are some people who don't know who Taylor Swift is.
Well, I don't know what to do with those people. That's all I'm saying.
I was watching the Lions game with my father-in-law, and they kept showing this Eminem individual. And so we had a discussion about the significance of Eminem and why they were continuing to show.
What did he say?
Eminem.
What was the original question?
Who's that? And I said, he's a rapper from Detroit.
It's a little different. He's not been top of mind for a few years now.
And this man is 80 years old.
Yes.
We just celebrated father-in-law's 80th. So I'm going to give him a pass for not knowing all the words to Lose Yourself. It actually happened when they did because we're watching the game, and my baby's in the bath with grandma and supper. And so I got some time to really lock in on the game. And they come back and they do the thing with the spaghetti and the meatballs. And then they go, hey, this is from Mom's Spaghetti.
Mom's Spaghetti, yeah.
And so I'm watching it, and I kind of smile. I'm like, that's really cool. I didn't know.
I get it.
And then they cut to Eminem, And my father-in-law's watching, and he's like, spaghetti and meatballs, what?
What are we doing?
And he goes, and who's that? And I go, oh, well, and I didn't want to get into the whole, arm sweaty, mom spaghetti. So I just said, oh, that's Eminem. He's a Detroit rapper.
Right.
And, I didn't even get into his lyrics and how I just left it at that. I'm like, oh, that's Eminem. And I didn't even get into 8 Mile. I'm like, yeah, he's a rapper from Detroit. And he kind of, and we're on to the next play.
One beer.
Anyway, that's why it came up. So, in terms of wins the Super Bowl, not everybody is as locked in as those of us here on 95.7 The Game.
I understand.
You don't understand, which is why we have that reaction now of you not understanding.
I get it, but I'm just telling you, I don't get it.
Right.
What?
Does that sound like a man who gets it? I don't think so. It's a great drop, though.
That's exactly what I taught Jude to do every time you blew your whistle.
And he wouldn't do it.
He wouldn't do it.
One time he gave it to me.
I saw it. You missed it. He did it to you another time, and you weren't looking.
One time he gave me the Travolta, that's a walk. And I'm like, it's not a walk. And
it probably was a walk.
And you know what? But they're all walks.
Exactly. I was on your side that time. I understood what you're doing. Like if you called called every travel, we'll never even start a play.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I get that. He doesn't get that because he's one of the players.
And he understands.
The one that got me, though, was when he drove to the cup. He missed. And he ran back tapping his wrist the whole way. Oh, gosh. It made my day. I'll be honest with you.
He was giving me the tappa. Normally those kids get lectured at the next stoppage, but I must have missed it.
It was demure. It wasn't like
it's pretty funny.
There was no Iguodala. There wasn't any of it. It was just like a little I'm gonna let you know that I got fouled there.
Usually fourth graders are much more demure. Fifth graders is when it turns.
It turns.
Yeah. Fifth graders are much more in tune with, although maybe with the new Draymond, maybe that trickles down to the kids I officiate. Maybe they change their attitude the way he's changed.
Maybe.
He's a changed man.
Yeah, indeed. Autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey, framed, signed. It's beautiful. This could change your room. And we'll give you the keyword between 4:30 and 5:30 every day this week. Your chance to win. You text in the keyword to 20357 and qualify. And we'll do it all week long. Every day on this show, every day on the roast between 7:30 and 8:30, and every day on Steiny and Grew between 12:30 and 1:30. So between 4:30 and 5:30, be with us for the keyword. Save that number, 20357. That'll make things quicker and more effective when we get there. Dr. Feely's coming up here in just a few minutes. We promised that Kyle Shanahan, is he surprised how things have played out so far?
I would say so before we got into the playoffs, just because, we hadn't really studied Green Bay and watched them. Once we had those 10 days to kind of view a lot of people, then you realize that they had a good shot. I mean, didn't know who was going to win, but so it didn't surprise me what happened. Dallas is a good team, so, just the way it started out was a little surprising. But once you watch the tape and you really get into Green Bay and you really think of their numbers and you really watch their players and how they're doing it, it doesn't surprise me at all now.
Can I say something about the Green Bay Packers? And let me qualify it. Everything that we just said a little bit ago, not wrong. Like, this is a team that's hot. This is a team that's been effective. Jordan Love has been really good. But every story is received based on the way you tell it. So if you say, well, they have won now with you adding in the playoff game, they have won 7 of their last 9 football games. It's true. It's absolutely true. What if I told you, though, that they ended the regular season 3-2 with losses at home to Tampa Bay, on the road against the New York Giants, and only were able to beat the Panthers by 3? That change the way you feel about how hot the Green Bay Packers are?
No, because the way that they have played offensively is what makes me think that they're playing better than they were earlier in the year. And you could look at the game against Chicago, the finale that they won 17-9 in a game that they certainly needed to have. And it wasn't the kind of game that they had been having. And, you can look at any different metric as far as how you think they've done. You go back before that Giant game and they beat Kansas City. And you go a week before and they win at Detroit and they beat a Charger team. And the record against playoff teams was pretty good, across the board. They split with Detroit, and they lost to.
They beat the Rams. They lost to the Steelers. They beat the Chiefs. You're right. You remember that game. That was that hilarious. You were mad that next day.
Yeah.
That's that pass interference that didn't get called. It was also a Marquez Valdez-Scantling drop. For sure. Let's see who else. They play any other playoff teams? Oh, Tampa, and got their doors blown off just 3 weeks ago at Lambeau Field. So anyway, I expect the Niners to be able to move the ball. That's kind of my. If you want one sentence on this game on a Tuesday, I expect the 49ers to be able to move the ball real well.
Yeah, I'll say this. If the Niners pass rush disrupts Jordan Love, it's going to be a blowout.
Agreed. I agree with you on that one for sure. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the smart choice for low auto loan rates and super simple online application process. Let's get it on right now. Time for Cleared to Play. Going to take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay, and proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in our good friend, Dr. Brian Feely. Hey, good doc, what's going on?
How's it going?
Everything is great, and we're getting ready for this game, and it sounds like Eric Armstead is going to be good to go. But I wonder, bigger picture, with something that keeps recurring like that and late in seasons, what are the concerns here?
I mean, I think with Armstead, the concern is he hasn't been healthy for most of the year, and depending on how his knee and foot are feeling, can he hold up for an entire game, hopefully 3 games. But realistically, we had the Rams game, which was essentially an off week. He was off the week before that. We had the bye week, so this gives him the best possible chance to play. The nice thing, too, is that hopefully, like you said, if we can get a rush and we get a big lead, then he can be limited in the number of plays that he actually has to be on the field. And with it being a little wet, I would imagine if we lean on the run game and have good time of possession, the defense won't be out there nearly as much as the offense.
And if that is the case, it would help Dre Greenlaw as well, who did not practice today due to the Achilles that he's dealing with. What do you think extra days off are going to do for his ability to go out there and play?
Yeah, I think it's really nice. So anytime you have an Achilles strain or Achilles tendinopathy, the only real good treatment is rest. So getting him to be off of it for as long as possible, I think is a great thing. And being able to have multiple weeks off, being able to take time, like Drake Greenlaw does not need to practice 5 days before this game. He's fully prepared. Getting one less day of practice isn't going to make an outcome compared to that length of time that we've been able to rest him.
Dr. Brian Feely with us, and Kyle Shanahan has already said that Greenlaw will practice tomorrow. So they are moving him in a good spot. Defensive backfield, a little bit of a concern, especially at the safety spot where Jair Brown was injured down the stretch. Obviously, Hufanga is already out, has that great history individually against the Packers. So what are we thinking there, Doc? What are the concerns with Brown?
Yeah, I think with a knee strain by the time we play 4 weeks ago, I think he should be back and be totally fine. The one tricky thing is with the weather, if it's really slick and he's got to plant a little bit more, when we say he's back and fine, it doesn't mean it won't hurt him. Most of these players play just fine through a little bit of pain, but it may make a difference in how he's feeling during the game. Again, hopefully he's feeling perfect. There's no structural injuries inside the knee that would slow him down. And as you said, we're a little bit thin in the defensive backfield, so the fewer injuries there, the better.
Any reason for concern over Ambry Thomas, who had played through a broken hand, then he had surgery? Will he be okay to be out there with a club?
Yeah, I think from a safety standpoint, they're totally fine. You're well padded. It's safe to play when you've got a cast on your hand. The drawback is you're not going to be quite as likely to get an interception when you literally have a club on one hand. Is that ideal? No, but he's been playing well, and it's better to have him out there. And hopefully the week after that, we get the cast off and he can play at full strength.
Doc, we want to get some Warriors thoughts from you as well. It's a bummer time for a young player on the Warriors to miss time because the trade deadline is coming and these guys really want to prove their ability to stay. So my eyes are on Moses Moody, who suffered a grade 1 calf strain 6 days ago. They said a reevaluation 10 days from then. So what are we looking at? How quickly can this guy get back on the court?
Yeah, I think when we look at grade 1 calf strain, we look on average for 10 to 14 days before people can be reevaluated and play. So I would guess in general, he's going to be out for the road trip. He maybe will be able to be reevaluated. But as we saw with GP2, especially for these jumping athletes, you really need to feel perfect because you are at risk for recurrent injury. You are at risk for injuring other things like a hamstring strain, just because your kinetic change and your ability to jump may be a little bit off. So I've always appreciated how conservative the Warriors team, physician staff, and the athletic trainers are, and just going slow and making sure that they are 100% before they bring him back in.
And you mentioned GP2, and he's been out with the calf strain, came back in late December, early January, and that's when he got hurt. They said reevaluated after a few weeks. Would you imagine he's still a good 3 to 4 weeks away from being cleared to get back out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's been about 2 weeks. It's been 12 days ago with a grade 2 hamstring strain. What that means is that he has a partial tear of one of the 3 muscles of your hamstring. So the overall structure of the muscle is okay, but it still means you're not going to be able to run. You're certainly not going to be able to play defense, which is his primary skill set. And when we look at average return to play, it's between 20 and 30 days. So I would say ideally early February, realistically mid-February is when we can hope to see him back.
Doc, great stuff. We love having you on. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Go Niners.
All right. Indeed. There it is. Dr. Brian Feely, and the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. There's always the conversation of rest versus rust. With this particular group, I don't think there's a whole lot of question about it. The rest was incredibly important, and the 49ers are tracking toward, knock on wood, being, I don't even want to just say relatively, like being pretty healthy.
Yeah.
As they start whatever their run is.
Cleveland Ferrell is the guy who, may not be in there, and he's a depth piece, and you count on him to be, the run edge setter opposite Nick Bosa. You do have other guys who can play that spot, Randy Gregory, Chase Young, certainly. So it hurts you from a depth standpoint, but like you said, he's not an absolutely critical guy where if he's not going to be in there, it really hurts your chances to come out victorious. And the whole rest versus rust thing, for me, centers only on the quarterback because the quarterback is the guy who needs to be in rhythm. He sat out week 18. He sat out this last weekend. Obviously, there was no game. That, to me, is the only rest versus rust question mark in terms of going into Saturday.
Okay, so Shanahan was asked that exact question about rest versus rust. Is there any concern with regard to Brock Purdy?
I mean, it's not in my mind really much at all because he hasn't been on a bye week. We pushed the heck out of Brock. Meetings, practice. I mean, we knew Sam was playing that whole game, and Brock was still splitting reps with him. So Brock got a good weekend. We just didn't want to put him out there in the first half of that game. So he did miss the first half versus the Rams, but he got that whole weekend, and he came back. He's been here. He's worked on his days off. We got 2 bigger practices last week than we do in a normal week. So, and Brock went out with the guys on Monday, did a bunch of stuff with them, and now we're going to get 2 practices in again. So in terms of time off, yeah, he did have 2 quarters off to what we could have done with them, but we definitely think that was worth it, and I don't worry about that affecting Brock at all for Saturday.
And keep in mind that when he had a bye week earlier this year, the 49ers came out and had one of their best performances of the entire season at Jacksonville.
Yep, and this was, 2 bye weeks, but as Kyle just explained, he went through a normal practice week. He did everything that he would have done, taking a fewer reps in practices just to make sure Sam Darnold could get some reps to get ready, but then he just didn't play in the game. This week he got more work in, so in terms of the way Kyle has prepared him, there shouldn't be any rust. Still, he hasn't played a real game. It'll be almost 3 weeks since he's played a real game.
This is true.
Hopefully he comes out and reverts to early season Brock form.
And we know how important it is for the Niners to get the lead. They play obviously so much better. Let's see, this was pointed out to me by the lovely Christy a couple of times over the weekend. The teams that scored first were 6-0.
All weekend, huh?
All weekend.
Wow.
There you go. Nobody scored second and won. So that's it. Go to the first quarter this weekend, and we don't even need to play the rest. Whoever scores first wins the football game.
Just call it a game right there.
Yeah. Let's go to George in the jungle, apparently. Hi, George. What are you doing?
George, I'm I'm loving listening to the show, Mark. Hey, I want to ask you to do me one favor.
What's that?
Teach your son Jude one phrase.
What's that?
Ball don't lie. With all the innocence he can muster, look up at Mr. Dibley and say, ball don't lie when the free throw is missed.
Okay. But he didn't miss any free throws because Dibbs refused to put him on the line this weekend,
I don't think
George.
anybody went on the line.
Yeah, somebody did. The other team did. A few times.
Yeah, I think it might have been reffing the score at that point.
No, they did, but they were fouls. You were right.
Yeah.
I had zero issues with your officiating on Saturday.
I love
Gibbs.
when people
and
have
even
issues.
Even if I did, who cares? Because it's a 9-year-old basketball game.
You'd be surprised at how many people
George.
actually do care about that. And then they get other referees, and then they come crawling back.
Yeah.
And they realize that what they had was the best out you're ever going to have. Shout out Drake.
Yeah. I didn't feel that way either. I just felt like it was fun. We had a game, and you were there. That was cool.
It was fun. It was fun to watch your son go up and down.
Don't wrap all of our self-worth up into...
yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Like it's all
I get
good.
games that start every hour on the hour. So my number one goal, keep all the kids as safe as possible.
Keep them moving.
Goal number 2, keep it moving.
Keep it moving. Let's get them on time.
Let's keep it moving.
Let's be honest. There's a flag football game the next day. We need to be healthy and rested for that.
We got to, we got another game
wrap our
coming up.
self-worth up into that.
I got you. You going to win this weekend?
We did.
Nice.
By a lot. Oh, gosh. It was a little too much, to be honest with you. All right. Steve Kerr is coming up on the Boxer Gerson guest line in less than an hour. 48 minutes to be exact. Also, coming up in less than 20 minutes is the window to the wall. Your chance to get in the window and put something on the wall. A framed, autographed Christian McCaffrey signed jersey. Got to listen for the keyword in between 4:30 and 5:30. Then text that word to 20357. We'll explain it all at that time, and then you'll qualify, and we'll do it all week long. Every day, 4:30 to 5:30. Also on the roast, 7:30 to 8:30. Also with Steiny and Goo, 12:30 to 1:30. Your chances to qualify all week long. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs. What?
UCSF Sports Medicine.
and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
San Francisco Giants made a trade.
They did?
Yeah.
Blockbuster?
Trade him! Damn it, Farhan.
That's the one. Damn it, Farhan. I'm a Giants fan. I'm trying. It's making it harder.
His name is Cooper Hummel.
Who are you?
Cooper Hummel.
Did they trade him or they get him?
No, they traded for him.
I gotcha.
Yeah. They keep trading this other guy cash considerations. They've sent him out a number of times. And for some reason, they continue to have the opportunity to trade him again.
Cash me out one time.
And they did. And they sent him to the Mets for switch hitting catcher / outfielder Cooper Hummel.
I love it. Optionality, roster flexibility. What kind of numbers does this Cooper Hummel have, Mark? Tell us about the unbelievable steal by Farhan again.
Yeah. Cooper Hummel and his baseball reference page would argue that in his career, he has had 199 at-bats and an overwhelming 33 hits. That's good for a
33 homers?
No, 33 hits. So career batting average is 166. Career OPS is 551.
Oh, my goodness.
For Cooper Hummel, he is 28 years old.
So cash considerations might have been just a jar of coins, perhaps? Ashtray money?
Yes. It was designated for assignment by the Mets just a couple of days ago.
Right.
So he's been assigned
to the Giants. I thought when you got DFA'd, you could just move about the country.
No, DFA means there's a 10-day window where the team can either trade you or whatever the options are on the table. If nothing has happened at the end of that, then you're released.
And I guess Farhan was so enamored with Cooper Hummel that he had to hit up Mr. Johnson for some cash. I wonder how that goes. Hey, Mr. Johnson, we're going to trade for this guy. Oh, yeah, he just got DFA'd by the Mets. Oh, yeah, he doesn't hit very well. He's a switch hitter. Hey, I'm going to need to get about $17,000 from you to send to the Mets. Cool? All right, go down to petty cash and see if we have that.
Yeah.
For Cooper Hummel.
All
right?
Yeah.
It's making it hard to get excited for this upcoming season.
That's the thing. I wonder if the Giants, normally you make these moves at the bottom of the roster, they don't even register and nobody cares. Nobody cares that you got Cooper Hummel to be the 40th spot in your 40-man roster. Nobody gives a rip. But because of what has taken place with the Giants in the offseason each of the last couple of years, I wonder if the Giants are aware. I would think that they are. Do you think that they're aware of how annoying they are? That's the word that we've now arrived at. Because there's the anger and frustration. That happens at the top of the roster. This stuff is a nothing burger. It wouldn't even be a story, except for that it's annoyingly funny that this is the news that continues to come from the organization. We have traded cash considerations for Cooper Hummel.
Yeah.
Career 166, 40-man roster, immediate flexibility.
Right. It's, I mean, I don't even know if it's funny. I think the word I would use would be pathetic. It's pathetic that this makes news, and it makes news because they've done next to nothing else that is newsworthy. Yes, Jung-Hoo Lee, that was great. That was a month ago-ish when they signed him.
Somewhere.
And then there was the trade of Haniger.
Yep.
And DeSclafani.
Right.
Disco was gone. And other than that, Brett Wisely, no, he's been on the team.
Yeah, he's around.
TJ Hopkins, he's on the 40-man.
Yeah.
They got 4 catchers right now, not including Hummel.
The biggest news that we get as Giants fans is
Tom Murphy was big.
Tom Murphy.
That was big.
That got a tweet. No, the biggest news we get as Giants fans is when Jim Bowden suggests that we should get someone.
Right.
That was huge over the weekend. I mean, all our good friends over at NBC Sports Bay Area, this poor group is turning out stories about Jim Bowden saying that the Giants might be a good fit for someone. That's a headline.
Right.
Jim Bowden says that Blake Snell and the Giants would be a good fit. That's our headline. I'm not blaming anybody at NBC Sports Bay Area. That's the story.
Robbie Ray was another big piece. A Tommy John sufferer who won't pitch until July.
Yep.
So you had Jung-Hoo Lee, and you had a Tommy John pitcher. You had a third-string catcher, and now this guy who's hitting $160 in his major league career.
Cooper Hummel.
My fault. I didn't mean to not put respect on his name.
He's got a name, boss. Cooper Hummel.
Thanks, Chief. I'm looking at MLB.com and the 40-man roster, and they've got him listed under outfielders.
Yeah. He's also a catcher.
They've got now 9 outfielders, according to the 40-man.
A lot of space out there.
Yeah. Including Wade Meckler.
Yeah. Yeah.
Elliot Ramos. Slates. It just, I mean.
I can't help him anymore. I've tried for years. I can't help him anymore. You got like spring training's in a little bit over a month.
Yeah.
You got to push the ball across the finish line here with some of these players. You got to do it. You have to do this right now. There's a few people left. You got to get 1 or 2 of them at least. Or that trade that you've been, that trade. You do it. Do it. Do it now. Because it's getting late. It's getting real late. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, check out Brian Baldinger, Morning Roast, earlier today. It was really, really good. Here's part of what he said, in fact, about Jordan Love.
Like, this has got to be, I think, their best defensive effort of the season, this game, because this offense is very diverse. The quarterback is elite. He doesn't miss throws, and he doesn't make mistakes right now. They have to play exceedingly fast where they just refuse to be blocked. They just, in both pass protection and in the run game. You just have to have a mindset that you're going to play so fast and see things so quickly that you're not going to be blocked.
Yeah, this feels like a very big Fred Warner game to me because he, so often you watch Niner games and he looks like the smartest player on the field. He knows where to be, knows for the ball, all of that stuff. You've heard other quarterbacks say that's the best linebacker in football. That's the guy that's really, really difficult.
Unanimous
to deal
All-Pro.
with. Yeah, so this feels like his kind of game because he's going up against young players. Jordan Love has actually been around for a few years, but this is a young player who, pardon my you-know-what, this is going to be a different environment. I know Dallas. Dallas, great. Jerry's World, that's nice. The Niners have gone in there and won at will. So this environment being outdoors at night, up against the 1 seed, talent all over the place, pass rushers coming at you everywhere, a real defense. I'm not saying that he's not going to move the ball up and down the field. Maybe he will. Maybe he's just got upset written all over him. He looks, if you look at him last weekend, he looks terrifying to go against. But not all the time, and I would hope that the 49ers, in addition to their abilities physically, are in a position to outsmart the Packers a little bit because they're more experienced at everything that's going to happen this weekend. They've got more people. They've got more experience. They've got home field. That's why I can look at Jordan Love and go, dude, he looks fantastic of late. And no, you still have no excuse. You still absolutely should win this football game.
Absolutely. I mean, your defense is better than their offense, and your offense is better than their defense. And their offense has looked great. But still, you would side with the Niners defense, a top 2 or top 3 defense all year long. And of remaining defenses, they're either number 1 or number 2 of the 8 remaining teams in football. So you've got a nasty defense, you're at home, and you're coming off a week of rest. And in some cases, 2 weeks of rest, because there were some of those players like Ayuk and Debo, they played about a quarter against the Rams, and then they were in hoodies by halftime, and they were chilling. So you had everything go your way in terms of rest, getting guys healthy. Now you're at home. And even if the elements are ugly, well, that might hurt your offense, but it shouldn't hurt your defense. And your defense is in a spot where you should be able to stop the run, as you have all year, and then you force Green Bay into being one-dimensional. And Jordan Love has been terrific, and they have a great young group of tight ends and receivers, but you've got the nastiest pass rush remaining in football. That should be a recipe for you to go out there and blow Green Bay off the field.
You would think. However, I know what this is going to sound like, and spoiler alert, it's going to sound like this again tomorrow and on Thursday and Friday as well. There is no reason not to sound like this. It's not about peacocking. It's not about anything other than the 49ers have earned this from those of us in their fan base. We expect them to win. They're the best football team in the NFL. Sports means you have to go out there and play a game. And balls bounce funny sometimes, and other people have heroic performances. I'm not guaranteeing the 49ers a Super Bowl, and that's why I refrain from using things like Super Bowl or bust. I have no idea what the story is going to be with how this thing plays out. The way I will say it, which is a little bit different, is chances don't come any better than this. They just don't. You've got the 1 seed, you've got home field. The teams you were really scared about that played at a high level all year long in the NFC are gone. They're gone. They're all gone. The Cowboys are gone. The Eagles are gone. The Rams are gone. It is not bluster to say that chances don't come any better than this. You will be a massive favorite every time you take the field, no matter what, and that includes Vegas too. You will be north of a field goal favorite, even in that game, if you end up taking on the Baltimore Ravens or the Buffalo Bills. It is all absolutely laid out for you. Chances don't come any better than this. All right. Speaking of chances, that means the window is now open. So if you want to win a framed, autographed Christian McCaffrey jersey, which I'm going to hold up again for you here in just a second if you're on the Twitch or the YouTube audience, stay locked in right now because we are going to give the keyword out very soon, and then all you're going to need to do is text it in. Text it into 20357. So mark that number down, 20357. When we give you the keyword, you text it in, save that into your phone so you're ready to go. The keyword is coming shortly. Text it into 20357, and you are immediately qualified to win this beautiful piece that we're about to show you. However, I'll also add, the number one question is always, can we qualify again and again and again? Yes, you can. So you can qualify every day on this show between 4:30 and 5:30, every day on the roast, 7:30 to 8:30, every day with Steiny and Goo from 12:30 to 1:30.
20357 is the number. So when I hear the keyword, I just text that keyword to 20357, and I'm entered. And once I'm entered, then I get into the pool of people, and we will select one winner at random to win what Mark is holding up for the YouTube audience, and I'll walk you through it. For those of you just listening, it's Christian McCaffrey. It's a jersey, and it's the red jersey with the 3 stripes, the white stripes on the sleeves, the white number with the black border around it, and it's signed. It is signed by CMC himself, and there are a couple of the pictures on there that I like. Not just a jersey. It's a jersey with a couple of pictures, and it's got that plastic wrap around the frame.
They're action
shots. It has never been touched or fettered by another human being. Once it got put in that frame, it was hermetically sealed. That thing is gorgeous, and someone, you maybe, dear listener, are going to be the one to win that.
There's a little spot where the plastic has got a hole in it at the top. I put my finger on it, so sorry about that.
Yeah, we can put some Scotch tape on that. We can tape right over that.
Yeah.
The more I'm thinking about this game, and maybe it's just because you held up that jersey. You said it's a Fred Warner game. I think it's a Christian McCaffrey game.
Yeah, I hear
and McCaffrey, he actually did get 2 weeks off. He was nursing the calf, and now he's going to be a full go. And I look at Green Bay defensively, and they are 28th in the regular season against the run. So I think about a Kyle Shanahan game plan, which is always run the ball 30 or more times. When they run it 30 or more times, they win about 85% of the games. Sloppy track, I think you go out there and you try to impose your will. Shanahan likes a 35-25 split on the time of possession. McCaffrey's going to be as fresh as he's been in weeks. I think that this is a game where it's McCaffrey left, McCaffrey right, and you just try to keep the ball away from Jordan Love on offense.
I mean, it should be. I mean, that's in a way that's kind of always the game plan. Like one thing, it's a chain link fence, and most of the time, Christian McCaffrey is able to run downhill. And when he does, the 49ers are almost impossible to stop because you can keep feeding him, and then the play action becomes absurd because you can do that. And then the next thing you know, Brock Purdy just rolls a couple steps to the right, and he's like, okay, McCaffrey's in the flat, Kittle's in the middle, Ayuk's running down the field, Debo's a safety valve or wherever he might be. Juwan Jennings might be running around out there, but only if it's third down, of course. So, I mean, it's an embarrassment of riches as far as the choices that he has. And so that's kind of the way I don't even just see this game. I see the playoffs this way. There's just a few things that the 49ers need to do in order to win the Super Bowl. Chiefly among them, for me, is to get good production from their offensive line. If Brock Purdy has time, if they're able to run cleanly off of Trent Williams for 3 football games with health, if those things happen, I just think it becomes highly unlikely that they'd lose. They can lose. It's a game, and the other team, the balls could bounce their way, or who knows what. Maybe they get something running downhill against the 49er defense. But if the 49ers get good play from their offensive line and Purdy has time to sort of let the game plan develop, I find it not far-fetched, but pretty unlikely that the 49ers would not win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, the turnover is always the big thing in the game, and if they use the blueprint of the last time these two teams played in the playoffs at Levi Stadium, I think that, all you Brock Purdy stands you'll be up in arms.
Well, they won't do that.
Jimmy Garoppolo was 6 of 8 in that game, not on that drive.
Right. And
not in that quarter.
Brock's not Jimmy, and let's not use those two names in the same sentence ever again.
We can in terms of this playoff matchup, and that was a game where you didn't have to throw it. And you might have a similar situation here where, Mostert went for 220 on 29 carries. You ran it 42 times. I don't think that game was about we don't trust Jimmy. It was we don't have to have
you
Jimmy
don't need to throw it.
No.
Sure. Why throw it?
That's the way that thing went.
Here, let me share. You remember earlier I referenced the conversation I recently had with the gentleman who is employed by the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
This is important to say. He said something to me that I'm like, oh, that's going to stick with me now. That's going to stick with me. Because Brock Purdy has been called a system quarterback. He's been called a game manager. And he's also been called, and maybe this is the same as calling him a system quarterback, but he's also been called a product of the system. Sometimes I translate that to mean product of the roster. He's a product of everything around him. Well, we got to talking about Brock and the now and the future and everything. And this gentleman who has been with the 49ers for some time, he says to me, do you know what it is about Brock? Like, sure, we all don't know where this story is going, but what this team has now, we've always had who we thought was the best offensive mind, the best play caller in the NFL. And what we have now is a quarterback who has fully unlocked that coach. So sometimes you got to look at the mirror from the other side. So when people say that Brock Purdy is a product of Kyle Shanahan, I do think that the opposite is true as well, which is that this year's Kyle Shanahan is in some way a product of Brock Purdy. The idea that the quarterback has unlocked the play caller, not just the other way around. The idea that everything that's in his bag of tricks is now available because of the quarterback he has.
And you see it in the way they go about running their offense. The throws that Brock Purdy makes, completes or incompletes, the throws that he attempts are throws that they never would have let Jimmy Garoppolo even attempt. And they didn't throw the ball down the field when Jimmy was here. And we talked about it at the start of this year about the deep ball. can Brock Purdy throw the deep ball? Well, we haven't seen it yet. And is it because Brock can't do it, or is it because Kyle won't let him? Well, now we've seen him throw the deep ball. And we talked about all the stats and the metrics and how he leads football in yards per attempt. And that's not only because of the yak yards, because he didn't even have the most yak yards in terms of his receivers getting the catch and then running after the catch. So all of the debunking of the dink and dunk accusations that Brock Purdy had to face, all of that is gone. And it's because of what you were talking about and your friend with the Niners who makes an astute point about the mutual unlocking. Because, yes, Brock Purdy is a product of being on a good team and a good system, but the offense now has opened up with Brock Purdy to levels we haven't seen before.
Yeah, but I get where everyone is. I really do. There's some nervousness that's just automatic. It's automatic. It has to be there. You have to accept that nervousness. This is something I love to kind of talk to, young people in our business about or whatever. Like, don't be afraid of the idea of nervousness. Nervousness means you care.
Means you're alive.
That's right. If you don't have the nervousness, then you're sort of indifferent. It's kind of like that thing we were talking about last week about the Warriors getting booed. I'd much rather get booed than have people turn around and walk out.
Good point.
Booing is emotional. Walking out is indifferent. So, welcome that nervousness in because it's warranted. It's warranted. We've been disappointed a bunch of times in a row now. Even going all the way back to playing the Super Bowl against the Ravens with Kaepernick. The Niners have been so close, so often, for so long now, and they've not been able to break through. And we carry those scars with us. And so to finally get the analysis and answer in terms of who's coming to town for their first playoff game and have it be a red-hot quarterback is scary. Nobody thought it was going to be the Packers.
Right.
We were talking about all the other options, Eagles, Bucks, and Rams. Nobody thought the Cowboys were going to go out there and do that.
You thought it would be the Bucks. You thought the NFC would be them holding serve. I thought it would be the Rams. I thought the Rams were going to beat Detroit. And that Cowboy game was probably the only one you got wrong in terms of who actually won the game. And it was a shock. I thought Cleveland was going to beat Houston. I was wrong. I thought the Rams would beat Detroit. I had that wrong. I thought the Eagles would beat Tampa Bay. And that's because that was an ostrich take. Yeah. My head was stuck in the sand on that one. But to see what Green Bay did to Dallas, to watch them dismantle the Cowboys and completely dominate them from the opener, that is scary. But it's okay as a fan to feel those nerves. I don't think that the 49ers are going to be that nervous. There'll be anticipation.
No, they'll be confident.
There'll be excitement, yes. But
they'll be incredibly
their
confident.
confidence is going to outweigh any possible nerves that they have.
Well, look, the Packers are not going to just run roughshod through the NFC suddenly and go to the Super Bowl. Like a lot of this is a product of what we watched over the weekend, and so I get it. But there's very little history or even rational thought to the idea that this is now just suddenly who Green Bay is, and they're just going to bust 40 on everybody. They're unstoppable. Jordan Love is the best thing since sliced bread. Packers are going to win it all. That's not the way this is going to go. But I get it. He looked fantastic. He absolutely looked fantastic. 888-957-9570. Your calls are next. Steve Kerr is coming up in exactly 19 minutes. But coming up next, here we go, okay? You're in the window, and if you want to win that Christian McCaffrey signed and framed jersey with action photos included, now's going to be your chance. We will give the keyword to you coming up next. Stay with us. And we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. This is Willard and Dibbs.
The Road to Vegas is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com.
No Dibbs, the road.
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, we've got some Draymond Green comments to play for you and ask Steve about as well. Steve Kerr in 11 minutes.
Okay, look forward to hearing it.
You know what's in less than 11 minutes? The key
Something's
word.
out in 10 minutes.
The key word, about 10 minutes. Yeah,
Okay.
Exactly. Just before the top of the hour, okay? We're going to tell you what the key word is that you need to win the signed and framed Christian McCaffrey jersey. Once we give you that word in 10 minutes, all you will need to do is text the word to 20357. Text the word to 20357. You'll be qualified. That's coming up in 10 minutes. I'll also give you this teaser. I have a major problem with this word.
Okay.
Whoever is in charge, who does the words, Grandy? Who comes up with these words? Lucas, is this you? Or
I think it's probably Matt.
Is it above your head? All right. Okay.
Great words, all right?
Yeah, I'll talk to Matt about it. I think that this is a really, really poor karmic choice. But that's just me. Doesn't mean it can't win you the incredible signed jersey. But, yep, 9 minutes. I'll get it off my chest then.
Don't know if your feelings about the word are endemic or critical to the contest.
Not to the contest.
Okay.
Not to the contest.
Apparently it's critical to the content because you're having a hard time getting over it.
Well, or maybe it's critical to something that's bigger than both of those things.
Okay. Whoa. All right.
What? There you go. Before we get to some Dub stuff, though, let's go to Alan in Marin. Hi, Alan. What are you doing?
What's up, guys? Just braving this weather from Dibbs' old neck of the woods in Marin, 101 South to Willard's neck of the woods in San Mateo.
Nice.
Love it, Alan. Keep on trucking.
Yeah, I'm going to do my best. So on the topic of nervousness, guys, I mean, this offense really has no weaknesses. Looking at it objectively, it has no weaknesses. One thing that would make me a little bit nervous, though, is the kicking game. You're talking about a rookie kicker who, for all intents and purposes, has had a good year, over 120 points scored. But he is a rookie in his first playoff game. If this game gets sloppy with the elements, I worry about a game coming down to a kick, much like it did in Cleveland, and I hate to bring that up, but I think Moody's up to the task. He didn't have a great game against the Rams. But that would be my one nervous thought is this game comes down to a kick. Is our rookie kicker up to it? Great show, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Alan. There's two things on that. First of all, I'm in full agreement. I like the kicking game does not inspire total confidence as of yet for multiple reasons. Part of it is that we're just still getting to know the guy. Part of it is that he has had a couple of wobbly games. And then the third part is only once has he tried to do that so far in his career, and the thing went wide right.
Yeah.
So all of that is true, but let me add this. If it comes down to a kick, we got problems even if it goes in. We got problems even if it goes in.
Not if you win the game. I mean, you play to win the game.
I understand that.
Yes.
But there is very little reason in my eyes that the 1 seed should get a week off and then have the 7 seed arrive in your building and take you to the final seconds. It shouldn't happen. The Niners are that much better than the Packers.
But it does happen from time to time.
Sure.
Turnovers it should.
But that's what I'm saying. If it goes that way, then the Niners didn't play well.
Yeah.
They didn't play well.
Which can happen, and you can still win.
You can.
It's not ideal.
No.
Survive in advance. And there are areas where Green Bay has an edge, and one of them is in the kicking game, and particularly kick returns. They're number 1 in the league in kickoff returns, and the 49ers have struggled with their special teams in kick coverage. If something like that can result in 7 points the other way, well, that takes a game that is, a 9.5 point spread right now, 9.5 or 10? Has it ballooned to 10?
I think it's up to 10, yeah.
Okay.
I grabbed it right away when I saw it at 9.5. I think it was going to go up, and I think it did.
As you should, yeah. And so if you get 7 points right there off the clip on a special teams play, then, a 10-point game maybe turns into a 3-point game.
Back down to 9.5.
Okay.
Back down to 9.5. as far as the spread for this weekend's game, although it is the largest of the spreads.
Sure.
Narrowly ahead of the Ravens -9 against the Houston Texans. The Lions are a 6.5-point favorite at home against the Bucks, and the Bills are a 2.5.
2.5. Okay, I think that opened at 3.
Kansas City Chiefs. That one is, I mean, my God.
That's of all the games. That game's got to be the juiciest of the games.
And it's the last one. It's the last one. Save the best for last, if you will.
Vanessa Williams,
Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes. Here we go again.
Right.
In the playoffs.
2 men enter, 1 man leave.
Exactly.
As we get into a little Thunderdome, Tina Turner, back-to-back musical references.
Steve Kerr is going to join us in 5 minutes. One of the things that we're going to ask him about are these comments by Draymond Green after his first game back, which was a disappointing loss against the Memphis Grizzlies.
It falls off for having pride. Just got to have pride in yourself as a man. And I'm not going to let my guy score. And our closeouts was too soft. Our rotations were too slow. So it's just no pride. And until every guy take pride in themselves and want to stop the guy in front of them, we'll suck.
Okay. Until everybody takes pride in stopping the guy in front of him, we'll suck. So Draymond played 1 game, and this is one of the stories with this comment, immediately resumed his role as the vocal leader.
As he should.
Yeah.
And that's, I'm sure, what he said to his teammates in the locker room and in the huddle was 10 times stronger than what he said to the media, because as a leader, I'm sure he's been watching all these games at least once, probably multiple times in film study, and he comes back into the team, and I'm sure he was already disgusted
for sure
by what he saw defensively, because the defense has been bad. And Steve Kerr joins us here in a couple of minutes. We probably won't have to prod him or goad him into some negative comments about the defense. It's been pretty easy to see.
Yeah, and Draymond did expand on that. He was asked what his concerns are at this time.
They're all concerning. But what they all say is we can't check. Turnovers are what they are. I don't really worry about the turnovers. So we've been good at not turning the ball over. But we can't guard nobody. So until we guard, we'll lose.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
They're giving up 118 a game, 22nd in the association in just points allowed. And when you turn it over 19 times and you have the largest free throw disparity in the league in a game this year, you're going to lose.
The hard part here, I think, for people, I'm just trying to read that feel of the Warrior fan. And it's this. They're kind of done listening to the little tweaks that need to happen for the team to be good this year. I don't think anybody's buying it anymore. I don't think anybody's buying it anymore. I don't think anybody believes that there are tweaks and improvements, maybe even a small acquisition that can happen, and suddenly the Warriors are relevant again this year. I'm not saying it can't happen. Obviously, it's allowed. It's within the rules.
Yeah.
But the fan base isn't buying it anymore. Oh, we needed, pride. Now it's pride. Or we need to have pride. We need to have Draymond back. And then Draymond's back. And now we need to have pride. And then we need to have Wiggins figure it out. And then we need to figure the minutes out. And then we need to get healthy again. And then I just don't think anybody's buying it anymore. The idea that the Warriors can be relevant this year. So February 8th is coming real soon. And that's sort of how I feel about these losses right now. With each one, it makes a landmark move that much more likely, because I think just about everybody is starting to open themselves up to that possibility.
Well, even a landmark move, if that is something that happens, and by landmark, you're talking about trading Kuminga or Draymond or Klay or Wiggins or some combination of all of them, a landmark move, is that even good enough to make you a relevant team this year? Because I'm feeling more and more like even a landmark move is not going to be good enough to make you a relevant team this year anyway.
Steve Kerr, moments away. Let's do it. Keyword time. If you want to win a signed and framed, beautiful Christian McCaffrey jersey and piece for your office, for your room, for your living space, anywhere, text the word FUMBLE to 203 203-283-3257. That's all you have to do. Text the word FUMBLE, FUMBLE, to 203-57, and you are qualified to win the jersey. Make sure you save that number, 203-57, into your phone because you'll need it all week long. That's where the text keywords will go, and you can keep qualifying every show between 4:30 and 5:30 every day here, 7:30 to 8:30 on the roast, 12:30 to 1:30 on Steiny and Goo. I just didn't like that we're giving away something related to Christian McCaffrey and using the word fumble.
Okay.
I don't think that that's a good karmic idea to put into his head as we get ready for a very big football game.
I'm guessing he's not listening to qualify to win his own jersey.
You're guessing he's not listening to sports radio in the Bay?
I'm guessing that he's not listening for the keyword to win his own jersey.
No,
that's what I'm guessing.
I bet he's tuning in to hear Steve Kerr, and he does not like to hear the word fumble next to his damn name.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Take it up with management.
I will.
You won't.
I will. Fumble. Want to win the Christian McCaffrey jersey? Text the word fumble, because we all know what he's going to do at the 5-yard line on Saturday. Text the word fumble to 20357. Good Lord. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It is officially time to go out to the Boxer and Gerson guest line. Steve Kerr, sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream live sports, and also presented by Great Clips in sports. Success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Here he is, everyone, Coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Coach, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you guys?
We're good. Great to have you as always. Let's hop right into it. Your impressions, at least in the immediate term, what the reemergence of Draymond means for this team's X's and O's.
Well, he changes things quite a bit. I mean, obviously, we immediately get better defensively, and then on offense, he gives us, another playmaker. I think maybe the best thing he does offensively is push the pace. You saw a couple of those last night where the other team scores and he just races the ball up the court, and that causes a lot of confusion, and so he changes the pace of the game for us offensively, and obviously defensively he's still able to play at a really high level. So we're happy to have him back.
What's the timeline in terms of his minutes going back up to a normal level and him getting back into the starting lineup?
I don't have a timeline for that. I think. We'll just continue to progress one game at a time, and he'll continue to be probably in the 20s minutes wise for tomorrow, and then we'll see how he's doing the next day, and we kind of take it a day by day, and I think a lot depends on as far as the starting lineup. I mean, we've made a lot of changes this year. We've been searching, and we're obviously still searching, but we've got to just play it by ear. We can't make plans for 2 games from now, 3 games from now.
Coach, you guys have all said it. Draymond's always going to be himself, so there was no question he would always be a talker and a vocal leader. And his comments, we just played them for our audience after this game about how if we don't start to play with more pride, we're going to continue to suck. My question is, after everything the Warriors have been through with him this year, how do his words still resonate with the rest of the guys?
Oh, I think the guys definitely respect him, and he's been welcomed back into the building with open arms by all of our players, and there's great respect for his voice in the locker room. I think he knows that he has a lot to answer for in terms of not being available for us this year. I mean, he's been pretty candid about that, and so I think he understands coming back. He has a voice, but he also can't overdo it. He's kind of got to walk the line because he's accountable for what he's put the team through this year as well.
What do you think specifically about what he said about playing with more pride on defense and that currently being a problem?
It's really interesting. I mean, my thoughts right after the game were maybe similar. And then I watched the tape, and I watched our guys really competing and playing hard, and I watched them make the Grizzlies make a ton of shots, difficult shots. I didn't think we were poised. I was more, actually, after watching the tape, I was more concerned offensively than defensively, because I think a lot of the mistakes we made on offense led to the defensive issues. So, watching the tape, our guys are trying. They're competing. I think we had 2 games last week at home where we did not compete, and we lost our confidence, lost our belief. This entire road trip, our guys are competing, playing hard. That's been the standard here for a long time, and I still see that. But we're obviously struggling to find confidence and to find a groove to win games.
19 turnovers, and Steph goes 11 of 20 from the floor. Had to really work for all the shots he could get. Where are you finding the deficiencies in terms of the rest of the offense?
Well, I think it's really interesting. If you look at the previous 15 games before last night, we're a top 5 offense in the league. So offense has not been a problem. In fact, we've been taking great care of the ball. I think over those 15 games, we were top 5 in fewest turnovers. So the offense has not been a problem until last night, and I think last night the problem was the turnovers. And look, Memphis has played us a ton. We've seen them in the playoffs a couple of times. They have a plan against us that they like to execute that has given us some problems. It gave us some problems last night, and I give them a lot of credit. I mean, even with all their guys missing, I just thought Memphis played a great game, and we sort of fell into the trap a little bit. We forced the issue on some plays and made some turnovers that we shouldn't have, and that allowed Memphis to stay in the game, with those transition threes. So that was the whole thing to me last night was the turnovers leading to transition hoops.
Steve Kerr with us here on Willard and Dibbs, as he is every week on 95.7 The Game. Coach, I'll be real straight with you here. I'm sure you know this. The fan base here seems to have just settled with the idea that Andrew Wiggins is going to be moved at some point at the deadline, and has sort of thrown their collective hands up at the way he's playing, almost just settling with the idea that this is just now him. I don't get it. I still have these questions, and so I don't know any other way to ask this other than to say, what happened? What has happened to Andrew Wiggins?
Well, I mean, that's a pretty broad question. I can tell you that, watching the tape from last night, watching him in Chicago, watching him over the previous month, I think he's much different now than where he was in the beginning of the season. I think he was out of rhythm to start the year after missing so much of last year. I think he got off to a slow start. It kind of snowballed on him. But I think over the last month or so, he's played a lot better. He's had a couple games where obviously, he's struggled with his shot, but he's competing. He was into the ball all night last night, sprinting the floor, attacking the rim. So I think Wiggs is playing a lot better, personally. I know it's not showing as much, and I know our fans are frustrated. We're all frustrated. We're losing games. And so what happens is, when you lose, everybody is going to try to find one answer, and maybe it's the coach, maybe it's one of the players, maybe it's whatever. The reality is it's always a lot of things. It's when you're losing, when you're in a bad way, it's never one thing. It's always a lot of things, and I think we all have to own it. The players, the coaches, management. Like, this is us. We're all in this together, and we've got to get this right.
Is this Wiggins, the Wiggins that you're seeing playing more assertively and playing with more impact, is he able to play with Jonathan Kuminga alongside? Because that's another thing we hear from fans is clamoring for even more Kuminga. 29 minutes last night. Are you seeing that when Wiggins plays like this, that he and Kuminga can start to play together more?
They on this road trip, they've played better together. They've played both in Milwaukee and in Chicago more minutes, and it's looking better for sure. I think the whole thing with the combinations is it's not just those two playing together. It's which three they're playing with, and that's been a big part of this season is is really struggling to find consistent combinations other than the second unit with Chris Paul and Dario anchoring that group. We've really struggled. We've moved our starting lineup around so much, and that's where it's been tricky. You know, you like certain guys together, maybe other guys don't fit as well, and the puzzle hasn't quite fit. There's no question about it.
Coach, it was only about a week and a half ago that reports kind of surfaced that Jonathan Kuminga was frustrated. You've been pretty open about it. He mentioned a meeting you guys had that he said went really well. Now he's playing great on this road trip. How would you characterize how the two of you are doing with regard to being on the same page?
We're doing fine. Well, you know, I talk to JK almost every day. We watch film all the time, and you know, he's coming into his own in a lot of ways, and he still has you know, a lot of things that he's got to get better with, and that's just the reality of you know, a relatively inexperienced third-year player. You know, so there's details that we're going over with him every day that we're trying to get him to be consistent with. We see a lot of plays on film where, you know, he can attack the rim before he gets the ball. He can be in a place, you know, to attack the rim, and we need that desperately. You know, you guys know that, our fans know that. We're an older team. We're not super athletic, and so we need his athleticism, and but we need it to manifest itself in a lot of ways that you know, he's not yet consistent with, and that's why the minutes can fluctuate. And you know, but he's been a great listener. He's a great young guy. I enjoy being around him. His frustration is something that basically everybody goes through in the NBA, but especially young guys who aren't playing as much as they want. So I didn't take that personally. I love JK. I think he's really coming along well, and you know, we're gonna keep working together.
How is he progressing in terms of his defense? Not only his individual defense, but in terms of the team scheme defensively as well.
Well, the individual defense is a strong suit. You know, he's best on the ball, and like most young players, you know, there's the off ball stuff is a harder picture to navigate. There's a lot of moving parts, and probably a little bit like, you know, being a middle linebacker in the NFL or something. You know, you got to know what everybody is doing when you're off the ball, and you've got to see what the offensive pattern is. You've got to know what each player's skill set is. When you're on the ball, you just guard the ball, and so that's the simplest way for him to impact the game. The off-ball stuff is he's progressing with it, and we're working every day with all of our young guys on you know, just seeing all those pictures. The only way to do it is to get reps. I mean, you just have to see these pictures over and over again, and so the playing time is great because it helps them see them, and it helps them get better.
Coach, you've already addressed this once this year, so I'd love to hear it after this particular game. 40 free throws for Memphis, 10 for you. What's your reaction to that? Well, again, I thought there were some reaches. You know, there were some plays that we've got to be more disciplined with. It didn't feel like a terrible fouling game, honestly, in terms of, bad decisions reaching. It felt more like we were vulnerable because of our offense and the transition off of our turnovers. And we were put in positions because of our offense where we didn't transition back into our defensive shell very well. We were compromised, and that led to a lot of those fouls. But you know, we fouled a couple shooters, and you can't make those mistakes. Those are killers, especially against a team like that where, you know, they're undermanned, and so you know what they're going to try to do. They're going to try to make a lot of threes and try to turn you over, to generate easy points, and they were able to do that.
So they shot 40, you shot 10. Steph Curry gets just one free throw. Do you need to go full-on Mike Brown laptop mode in order to get refs to get the chef to the line, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple plays for sure that felt like we should have gone to the line. I think JK has earned more free throws as well. But Yeah, every game's like that. Every coach is going to look at plays and say, "Hey, my guy got fouled." And to me, that had nothing to do with the loss last night. It was what I thought happened last night. I thought there were 3 or 4 key moments in the game where we were up 6, 7, and we have a moment where we need to stop. We need to take advantage of an offensive advantage, a transition play. Maybe we got a turnover. Maybe they made a big shot. Maybe we fouled them. But each time we were, right there within striking range of breaking the game open, we weren't able to do so, and that's what cost us the game.
Coach, I saw you kind of poke a little fun at the Mike Brown situation. Do you wish you guys could speak a little bit more freely about all things, officiating, whatever, decisions that are made at the end of games? It feels like there's a bubble around that topic after games.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think, look, I spoke my mind after the Denver game on Christmas Day, and I said it then, and I stand by it. I think our officials do a great job. I think as a league we have to assess how we're teaching them and what we've done over the last decade in terms of enabling the offensive players. You guys see it. It's all the rules, all the ways we sort of assess different rules. They're all slanted towards the offense, and a lot of them are just kind of non-basketball plays that we've allowed. And I think there's a pretty big wave of momentum in the league right now of a lot of people, coaches, players who realize like we got to get back to just playing basketball. And I think we're going to see some movement in that direction.
Yeah, I miss Lawler's Law, the old first to 100 wins. Now that's like a third quarter axiom. It doesn't even apply anymore. Steve, you got Utah tomorrow, home Friday against Dallas, and then 4 days off. Is the plan for extra practice or to give, like you said, your aging team a little bit of a breather?
Probably both. We'll give them a couple of days off and then have a couple of good days of practice. And we need both, really. You can see our guys, I thought, looked a little gassed last night. And, I think it's probably difficult for people to understand just how tiring it is for Steph, Klay, Draymond to have done this for 12 years. I mean, it's mind-boggling when I think about the physical and emotional, spiritual output from the last 12 years that these guys have been together. All the big games, so many seasons, long seasons, championship seasons, seasons that end in disappointment. I mean, it adds up, and there's a reason that that at times it looks like we just don't have enough, and these guys are tired, but they're all still really good, and that's the thing. And we've got to find a way to just navigate through the season and get the best versions of them and bring along our young guys at the same time. And that's, it's proven to not be easy, but that's the goal.
Yeah, Coach, that's an interesting comment. And I've thought about this a couple of times recently. When you guys lost to the Lakers in the playoffs last year, you came on with us and there were comparisons being made to this in The Last Dance. And you were very clear. You're like, this isn't that. These guys have got a ton left. Now we've watched a number of games this year. To what level do you still feel that way?
I feel that way, but I think it's we're just more vulnerable. Each game, we have a smaller margin for error. We've got injuries have ravaged us lately, and with that has that have really hurt us, and so we're more vulnerable than we've ever been. But you guys have watched all three of these guys, Steph, Klay, Draymond. They're all really capable of having big nights, of playing at a really high level. You've watched our team play at a really high level, and then you've seen over the last couple of weeks in particular some real low points. And so we're at a different stage in our existence as a team. We all understand that, and that's why you try to supplement the roster. That's why you try to bring the young guys along as best you can, and you try to win along the way. And look, I would say we've done a pretty good job of that. We did win a championship, in case people forgot, a year and a half ago. And we got to the second round last year and had a chance to get to the conference finals and lost to a really good Laker team. This has been a rough go this year, no doubt. But when you look at the big picture, it's been a pretty valiant run by these guys over the last 3 seasons. Defending a championship and really trying to keep it going. So I believe in my guys. I love those guys, and we're going to keep fighting.
Yeah, it's been a good little run, Steve. 4 titles, and after a franchise that leaned on a playoff series win as the high point for the better part of 30 years. Is it tougher to prolong this season in particular, having to rely on so many young players, particularly a guy like Brandon Podjemski, who seems like he might be hitting a little bit of a rookie wall?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I said that last week after a tough night I think he had against Toronto, and then he goes to Milwaukee and gets the start and gets 23 points and 10 boards. He looked pretty lively in that game, and also in Chicago and in Memphis. So I don't know. I just think Brandon is a gamer. I think he's tough. I think he's got huge energy. He's a keeper. This guy's a good player, as is Trace. And I just, between those guys and Moses and Jonathan, we got some young guys in the hopper who are looking good, and I think that bodes well for the future.
Coach, before you run, those comments you were just making about looking back on everything that the big three have achieved is interesting. The last 2 home games, you guys have heard some boos, watched some people walk for the exits early. Your old friend Amin Al-Hassan was on with us last week, and he really said it's absurd that any Warrior fan would boo, especially when that group is out there. What are your thoughts on that experience, especially as you guys prepare to come back home?
I actually am fine with it. I said it last week. We deserve to be booed those 2 games, and look, I didn't walk out of that building, saying I can't believe we're getting booed. We've won 4 championships. Like if you look at it in the big picture, sure, it makes no sense. But if you watched those games and you saw how non-competitive we were, and I'm someone who spent several $100 on tickets to watch that performance, I got no problem. This is sports, and we're in the entertainment business. People pay good money to watch us play. We got to give them their money's worth, and we didn't in those 2 nights. And what I am proud of is that over the course of the last decade, we have given people their money's worth, and the goal is to continue to do that. And our guys are, I have no doubt, going to fight, every step of the way. And there was a stretch there, no question. Those 2 home games where we lost some faith, we lost some belief, and our guys, have been competing ever since, and I have no doubt that's going to continue.
Coach Kerr, thanks as always for answering all the questions, man.
All right, you guys. Take care. Have a good night.
All right, you too. There he is. Coach Steve Kerr, Golden State Warriors at Utah tomorrow night right here on 95.7 The Game.
It's getting it's not getting late, but it's getting serious here as you start to look at the way things lay out. You are not even 10. You're not 11. You're 12. And you're 4 games below 500. So instead of looking at where you are in the standings, you just look in terms of getting back to 500, and Utah is one of the hottest teams in the association. Then you come home and you've got a 5-game stand against 3 really good teams and a couple of games that we used to call winnable. Now we don't call anything anymore, but what Steve said, I hope we continue to see, which is effort. And they gave effort last night. Put aside the fact that they lost to essentially a G League team, they did show a lot more effort than they did the 2 previous games. I'll give them that.
I already know what you're going to say, but I want to throw this out there just to kind of sort of be a measuring stick for where we all are mentally. If I offered you a play-in tournament spot right now, would you take it?
Would I take it?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, if you offered me, well, the three scenarios are play off 1 through 6, play in 7 through 10, or you're in the lottery.
Or out. Yeah.
The most likely right now is you're just out. So if you're giving me a play in, I'll take it right now for sure.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to, hey, maybe hold out hope and they're a top 6.
I think that we've only felt that way for maybe about a week or so. I know a lot of people, but it's over. I've been saying it all year. Yeah, sure. But I remember like 10 days ago, we threw out the idea of making the top 6. And in that moment, the betting odds still suggested it was better than 50-50 proposition, that the Warriors would put it together and get healthy and rally and be one of the top 6 teams in the West. And you look at it right now, and it feels almost far-fetched at this point, just mathematically.
To be top 6.
Yeah.
The math, and you look at the teams that are ahead of you, and those are some good teams. It's not like, there's a couple of frauds up in that mix. And I'm looking at the sportsbook odds right now at DraftKings to make the playoffs. No is -400. Yes is +300. So you're getting 3-1 odds if you think that they can still do it. Now, this would include making it out of the play-in game and making it into the playoffs. No is the heavy chalk right now. -400 to the no.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. All right, Steve Kerr was great. You can go to the Odyssey app or YouTube if you missed any point of that and you would like to check it all out. In case you missed it right before Steve came on and want to qualify to win the signed and framed Christian McCaffrey jersey, here's the keyword against my better judgment, but the keyword is fumble. So all you need to do right now is text the word fumble to 20357. Fumble to 20357. Do that and you're qualified to win. It's that simple. And then make sure you're locked in all week because we give you 3 more opportunities to qualify on this show and then 3 more during Steiny and Goo, 3 more during the morning roast as well. Put that number 20357 into your phone so it's ready to go throughout the rest of the week. And we have breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
And this is according to Shams, and that is that the Toronto Raptors and the Indiana Pacers are in active talks on a trade centered on 2-time All-Star Pascal Siakam for a package that is expected to include 3 first-round draft picks. So that is the story. It is not a done deal, but when you start to see what the return is and just process it through the fact that Shams decided to go ahead and put this on Twitter, that tells you that a deal is apparently, in terms of a framework, is in place, and they are moving toward the goal line of Pascal Siakam headed to the Indiana Pacers, which, by the way, has been the favorite landing spot for him all along.
Active talks. I mean, that's not a done deal, but active talks mean, all right, let's make sure that everything works. The active talks, they're probably both on the NBA trade machine, type in a way to make sure that that is going to work financially. And you look at the Pacers, they don't have a lot of big-time dollars. They do have Miles Turner. You got Buddy Hield on an expiring at 19.2. You got Bruce Brown making 22 with a team option for next year. Other than that, the Pacers are replete with low-price guys.
Right.
Which is why the picks would have to go.
And the takeaway for me is just that. And I think if you're a Warrior fan, this is what needs to resonate in your mind if you were hopeful of the Warriors getting Pascal Siakam. And I've been trying to say this for weeks when people are like, "Good, send him Wiggins." The Toronto Raptors were getting rid of Pascal Siakam at the deadline for one reason and one reason alone, and that is to gain future young assets. Now, there was never a time where the Warriors were going to get into this conversation without including Kuminga and Moody. And most Warrior fans I know are like, get Siakam, but don't trade Kuminga. Well, You can't do that. You just can't do it. The Warriors do not have the young assets to give up unless they're fully willing to get rid of their 2 young pieces, maybe even 3. Put Podziemski in there as well. And so if you want to do that, then maybe you could get Pascal Siakam. But if you're not going to do that, that's what Toronto's after. They're not out for your salary matchers. They're not out for Andrew Wiggins.
Right.
They're out for building blocks for the future. And so the Pacers are apparently willing to include 3 first-round draft picks. That's what the Raptors are after. And so Siakam and the Warriors has never been a perfect fit because you would have to ask yourself, what are you after here? What are you after? Because I hear people do this all the time. Well, the Warriors need to make a trade, but it's not like they're winning this year. Well, then there's no reason to go get Pascal Siakam.
Right.
If you don't think this year's salvageable, that's not the phone call to make.
Well, if you do think it's salvageable and it's going to cost you Kuminga, and let's just say you could get rid of Chris Paul, although I think Toronto would rather have Buddy Hield if he's in the deal. We don't really know yet.
Yep.
You're going to have to throw in 3 first-round picks and your lottery selection in Kuminga, who is playing great of late, and he's trending toward being a really good player. You bring in Siakam, you lose Chris Paul, and is that team good enough to win a championship this year? Because if it isn't, Klay's expiring, Siakam's expiring, and you lost Kuminga and multiple first-round picks, all for a 2-month hope. So I don't think that deal makes sense. And I'm wondering what Indiana will throw in terms of salary, because you don't want to trade Miles Turner. You probably do want to trade Buddy Hield. He's only making 19.3. You got to climb all the way up. They have Daniel Theus making almost 7, and he almost never plays. So
I wonder if you know this rule. I don't know this rule. What are the picks worth when it comes to the salary match situation?
Question.
I don't know. Do you know?
I don't know. I
want to look that up.
They are worth something, though.
Yeah, they were. Okay. Absolutely. I think so. They're not just. I don't think you have to do a full salary match. If there are picks in there, there has to be a financial value attached to them. I don't know that rule, and I would love to know that rule when it comes to something like this, in terms of what the Pacers might have to throw in there. But from the Warriors side, here's sort of what I'm thinking, especially after watching the long weekend of basketball on the road, where I would say that was a fun and nice win in Chicago, though you came out of it going, they still can't stop anybody. Then you had a surprising and fun loss in Milwaukee because they hung in there and Steph didn't play. And then you had yesterday, which made you want to vomit. So that's kind of the way you look at the weekend. And now add this in. Let's assume Siakam, this goes through, and he's going to the Indiana Pacers. Let's also keep in mind what happened individually in some of these games over the weekend. Jonathan Kuminga was fantastic.
Yep.
He was flat out fantastic. And the Warriors already, according to reports, were real hesitant to give him up. So, if Andrew Wiggins, if they're hell-bent on dealing him, even if they get almost nothing in return, and Kuminga is playing his way into staying, I think you add up everything that happened over the weekend. I'm certainly not saying it's likely. I'm simply saying that I think it became a little bit likelier that the names Klay and Dre could end up in a trade.
Wow. That to me would be stunning.
I agree. I'm still putting it at way less than 50-50.
Yeah.
But I'm just putting building blocks together of A, you lost games you should win.
Sure.
B, Kuminga played his butt off. C, Siakam's going somewhere else. D, you all seem hell-bent on getting rid of Wiggins even if you just get a song back. Put that all together, and if what you're going to say is Kuminga doesn't go, but boy, we really want to make moves, all I'm saying is there's a slight uptick in the possibility in my mind that in particular Draymond Green might be involved in a deal.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about a couple of major deals. I don't think they'd be involved in the same deal. And I know there's been rumors of Draymond Green getting traded to the Lakers and Hachimura being involved and Vucevic ultimately being the player that they net. I can't remember who cited that as a 3-team trade.
It was Bill Simmons
with Chicago.
That out there, yeah.
So that's a trade. That one makes sense to me. Draymond going to L.A. and joining LeBron. And if it gets you Vucevic, then maybe that's something. I also heard rumors about DeJounte Murray in Atlanta maybe being a piece that the Warriors would want. And, you know, the Hawks are a team that have kind of been a mess. in terms of how they're running things. So you might be able to get DeJounte Murray. Wiggins might be a part of that if you can convince them, like Steve was trying to convince us that he's been playing better. And I thought he did play better last night. Wiggins showing a little bit more effort, a little bit more of the forcefulness that you want from him. And honestly, right now, Mark, if you're a Warrior fan, you want Wiggins out there playing well. You need him playing well. That way his value can rise from where it's been, which has been next to zero.
Yeah, I agree with you, although I don't know if a couple of games here or there at the end of January are really going to pique the interest of other teams. I just don't know. This has felt to me all along like something that is well known inside NBA circles and not well known outside. We're all sitting here with the same thoughts about Andrew Wiggins. We have no idea what the hell happened. All I know is he disappeared for February and March. Then he came back. He was kind of nice in the playoffs, and there was an injury at the end, and he's come back this year and looked like the absolute worst version of himself that we've ever seen. And from Kendra Andrews to Stephen A. Smith, everybody who's really dialed in the NBA circles behind the scenes seems to know what went on, but no one will tell, and I get that, and that's fine, but I believe that these things are related. And I would imagine that NBA GMs know what's going on. And so they feel, based on what I'm hearing, very hesitant to give up anything that matters for Andrew Wiggins.
Well, he might be a part of a bigger trade, or if you're going to send a pick out, then, and I know you can't send this year's pick out because it's already spoken for, only top 4 protected, but you've got future draft picks. And if you're thinking in terms of the way you think, which is the future of Golden State only extends as long as Steph Curry is here. So you're talking about 2 or 3 years. Maybe you do end up trading a couple of firsts in the future in order to get something back now that can be helpful to Steph Curry.
Yeah, that's, again, helpful to Steph Curry means what? Let's define that.
Draymond Green is what it means, in my opinion. That's why I don't think that he gets traded. The Klay piece is interesting because he is expiring, but what team would want to take on the rest of $42 million for Klay, knowing that at the end of the year he can go wherever he wants?
Well, sure, but that's Siakam, right? If you're going for a run, if you're trying to go for a run, you know what I mean?
Siakam 29 though, still playing peak basketball.
But if somebody thinks, hey, we could use a wing shooter 3-and-D guy for a title run, Klay Thompson's not a ridiculous idea. He's not a ridiculous idea. But Warrior fans also need to understand that his return would reflect that.
Yeah.
The return would not be about the name value of Klay Thompson. It would be an expiring guy that we want to get for a run and with no promises after that. And you don't get a lot for that stuff.
Right. And you'd have to find, and we went through the list of salaries before with Klay making 42. There aren't a lot of matches.
Correct.
All the guys making that much are number ones. Or, it's Kawhi and Paul George with the Clippers.
Yeah.
They aren't guys who are going to get dealt.
You could gather more than one person, though, to add up to that. So that's one possibility. But listen, again, I'd still put it at much less than likely. But that, to me, is the exercise. If I'm Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, everybody over there, right now you got to define what that sentence means. Maximizing the end of Steph Curry's career. For, I think, a couple years now, we have automatically defined that as keeping the big three and potentially moving young pieces to give the big three even more.
Yeah.
Well, if this year a title run is totally far-fetched, which it is, well, then what does that mean? What does maximizing the remainder of Steph Curry's career mean? I think it means something different now. It doesn't mean, hey, all in on big three, and let's see if we can find more veterans to put around them, like, I don't know, trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. Okay, that's one idea. But if now becomes totally far-fetched, you're actually talking about the next 2 years. So you're not going to mortgage Kuminga for Siakam.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. So I wonder what Steph is thinking. When you say maximize the rest of his career, is he thinking this season? Or is he thinking next season?
Maybe they're thinking Wisnowski. Honestly. If you're
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yes.
If you're 4 below and
you could.
Klay's coming off the books and Chris Paul's coming off the books and Wiggins, you still hold out hope that Wiggins might be the player that he used to be.
I guess.
And at the very least, like you said, Mark, if you try to deal him now, you're selling low. Maybe you wait until the offseason when Wiggins is actually back. So if you're 4 games below and there's no deal at the deadline that makes real good sense, then you go full Wisnowski and you play it out, you play the kids, and then you get to April and May and realize, all right, Klay, will you take half? And what are we doing with the rest of our roster spots? Can we get better between now and next October if, in fact, there's nothing you could do at the deadline?
The developing news from Shams is that the Raptors and Pacers are in active talks on a trade that is centered on Pascal Siakam going to Indiana in exchange for a package centered around 3 future first-round picks. Your reaction to that, your calls, what should the Warriors do now? 888-957-9570. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to our podcast, Willard and Dibs, on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcast. While you're there, you can check out all the great content from our other shows. Brian Baldinger was on with the Morning Roast, Steiny and Goo, and all of their content as well. This is Willard and Dibs.
You use your cell phone for a lot of things, but you shouldn't have to use it for
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You ever read like the iTunes service agreement? You know that thing you got to go through?
Yeah, I don't have
acceptable,
iTunes.
whatever. Yeah. Any of those things.
No, it's scroll to the bottom as fast as possible, check the box, and move on. Yeah.
So reading the NBA trade salary matching rules.
Oh, good luck.
It's kind of like that. And by the way, I've not been able to really find anything with regard to the draft picks and what their specific value is. What I have been able to find is the rules are different for different teams in different years and different this and different that.
Yeah.
Because it's like, are you a below the first tax apron team?
Yeah.
Or are you above the first tax apron? Well, now you got different rules and all this. So, like, I could read 3 sentences here and you would already want to punch me in the face.
It's brutal.
And you'd be like, I don't want to follow this.
Yeah.
I can't follow this. Below the first tax apron of $172.346 million means the 200% of the outgoing salary plus $250K for any amount up to $7.5 million. The outgoing salary plus $7.5 for any, like, what?
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's my answer. I give up.
Yeah, and I wonder how many teams are above the apron. I don't believe Indiana's even close to the apron, so they don't necessarily have to meet those qualifications. And Toronto, I'm not sure if they are either. Looking at Atlanta, and DeJounte Murray's making 18.2, but he still has another $100 million on his deal. So that might limit the Warriors' desire to get him back in any sort of a trade. Trae Young, my goodness, he makes a
lot of money.
Yeah, he's making 135 after this year, and that's just a team that I heard rumored about maybe trying to part with some big names because they're going nowhere. So might be a team.
Let's hear from Akai on this in Hayward. Hey, Akai, what are you doing?
Hey guys, just driving home in the rain right now. How are you guys?
Be safe, my man. We're fine.
Appreciate it. Hey, just wanted to bring up 2 words I think that the Warriors are really, as Warriors and the fans, that we need to consider is confidence and pressure. You know, I'm thinking about all these past years that the Warriors couldn't take home the chip after a season, and we looked at the confidence that we still had based on Steve Kerr, the players, and Lacob, and then also a missing piece that we don't have now is Bob Myers. And so I think the pressure and the question for confidence is really on Michael Dunleavy. I mean, when you think about when the Warriors couldn't win consistently or when we had to change things up, they were able to bring up Cousins, they got Durant, and we were able to, win the chip after that. But then the question now is, can Michael Dunleavy do something that can bring back confidence despite of all the pressure that's around us? I think we're looking at Steve Kerr. He's got pressure on him. Steph definitely has pressure on him. The whole organization has pressure on them. But the question is, can Michael Dunleavy be somebody that we can look into and say, hey, he's going to bring and instill confidence back? Appreciate you guys. Looking forward to your answer.
Yeah, thanks Akai. Appreciate that. I'll say this. This is almost like having an affirmative action conversation with somebody, no matter which side you are on that. And here's what I mean by that. We can't compare Mike Dunleavy and what he does right now to Bob Myers bringing in Kevin Durant. Like, that Warrior team had all of the advantages all set for it, and it was already playing at the very top of the league.
And that might be the greatest free agent acquisition in the history of free agency.
Right, but even go before that, Iguodala comes in. Like, you're playing a different game when you're up at the top already. You're born on third base, and you're figuring out how to get home. That's what that team was doing. What Mike Dunleavy has been given is a total transitional situation. And you are dealing with a much more difficult set of circumstances and need to find a way to rise to the top. I would argue that much more time should be offered to Mike Dunleavy. Hell, how long has he been the GM? How long has it been? 7
5 months, yeah,
whatever,
somewhere in there,
right? Like he's going to be afforded much more time, and this is a very different job. Like, yes, the job on the surface, the first sentence is maximizing the remainder of Steph Curry's career, but it's also going to be to usher him out and figure out what the Warriors are going to do when he decides to retire. And how does that look? And what I think they're dealing with right now, the importance of the big three finishing in Warrior uniforms. What is the cost of letting them go? What is the cost of keeping them? And that cost-benefit analysis, boy, is fascinating.
Yeah.
It's fascinating and very difficult. So I just think it's important for Warriors fans to acknowledge that. Don't act like everybody who's sitting there now has all the advantages that the team had 7 years ago. This is a completely different assignment.
And the cost-benefit analysis is probably being done at a much higher level than Mike Dunleavy. It's being done by the bean counters who are looking at attendance figures, and they're doing perspective models based on if you have just 3 of them, if you have 2 of them, if you have 1 of them, and they're all just projections. You don't really know, but based on all the data that they can assemble, they're looking at attendance and concessions and jersey sales and all the rest of it. So it goes beyond just the finances of, trade this guy and bring in this guy.
Right.
Because the value of the big three together, there is value in that. And we saw that earlier this year where they had that 11-30-23 game.
No doubt.
And they made a big deal out of it. And so unless they find a trade that is super duper amenable to their bottom line and helps them now and in the future, they might not make any deal at the deadline in 23 days.
But there is a cost to keeping them as well.
Correct.
And we're in a unique position of being able to see this every day. There's a lot of anger and fatigue out there.
Yes.
A lot.
And you don't want to get to the point where the Giants got.
Well, you're only going to stir that anger and fatigue up even more. Like, you know exactly what, and again, I know it's sports talk radio, it's social media, it's not a fully accurate portrayal of what's going on in the real world. But what do you think would happen to these lines right now if the Warriors came out and announced a new 2-year, $60 million extension for Klay Thompson?
It would be, I don't think it would be outrage. There'd be some people who'd be happy about it. Some people would be outraged.
Yeah,
I don't think that it would be widespread, unanimous outrage.
What
was the reaction to Draymond's deal?
Not unanimous. Well, that one was different, though, because we hadn't seen this yet.
Right, but we had seen...
The thought in the moment, right now, today, January 16th, is that the Warriors suck. That's the thought. That's where your minds are all at. And if that's where your minds are at, and most of you would intensely argue that the Warriors are too old and that chasing this big three narrative for further years to come is a fool's errand. I think that that's most people's argument, and it's a fair one. And if that's most people's argument, you come out today and announce an extension for Klay Thompson, I do not think that that would be a positive reaction for most.
I don't think that it would be 100% negative. It might be more negative than positive, but there is a certain romanticism, and there are fans who still want to see the big three go out together, fans who aren't really yet ready to give up on the big three as maybe not still being a dynasty, but still being able to give the fans what they got last year. And last year wasn't a title, but last year was pretty fun.
It was something.
7 over Sacramento and a thriller against the Lakers. Steve even mentioned it.
Relevance.
Right.
It was relevance.
Relevance into May.
Yes.
It was playoff basketball, and they got 6 wins. You need 16, but, they did something compared to where we are now.
No doubt.
I'm feeling romantic about last year.
Listen, I'm totally with you, and I get it. The marketing side of this, the fan that's not the diehard. Like, I know there's a lot of diehards that listen to us all every day because they're diehards. Right. And the diehard doesn't always understand that, like, some people out there, like, if you just traded Draymond Green or Klay Thompson tomorrow, there's a huge portion of the fan base that's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Why did you do that? Why would you trade one of their best players? That's how a lot of people would react. Because they're not in this every day with the Draymond said this, and then Klay said, I'm not going to lose sleep over the booze. Right. And then, some of us are way, way waist deep in this. But there's a cost to that, to a lot of the fans, if you get rid of that legacy. As I said, though, there's also a cost to keeping them, which is that you're going to anger a lot of your base.
Right.
And so I think that's where the chessboard right now is moving.
Yeah, and I think about the San Francisco Giants in terms of how they handled their legends, and they didn't have a Steph Curry. Well, they did, but he disappeared into Washington, Tim Lincecum. But with the way they handled Buster Posey, the way they handled the end of their legends was a strategy, and it did not net wins. And, it's interesting to see how the Warriors will handle it. And we have 23 days till the deadline, and we're going to go round and round on this topic.
No doubt.
Until we get to that point. And when we get past that point, we'll talk about it again in the offseason.
Kickoff show Sunday, okay. Larry Krueger, Lorenzo Neal, 2 hours live before the start of the game. Let's call it Saturday, actually. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara. Delicious food, great drinks, best pregame show in the Bay. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. And what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. And that is a treat, ladies and gentlemen. It is Warriors Roundtable. Here comes Kevin Dana